Chapter 651. William's inner tension reached its peak as he looked at Ruthna before him. At first, Leon didn't know Ruthna's personality, but later he learned from a book. Ruthna was a bit possessive, and possessiveness was also strong. Poor William didn't know yet, it wasn't just about control and possessiveness. To use a modern term, this is a Yandra. Poor William didn't know what his future would hold. Thankfully, Ruthna was only a mild Yandra at the moment, and William could change her with a little care. But, a lot of care? How could a soldier care that much? William, am I finished? If Leon knew William had a Yandra girlfriend, he would definitely run away. After all, there's a saying. Like a Yandra is a story, being liked by a Yandra is an accident. My love for you is keeping you in my heart. Your love for me is keeping me in your belly. Lion lived peacefully for over 20 years after entering this world, believing it was a normal world. There weren't as many explosive things as in novels. I didn't expect I'd been so careless. Inside the barracks, William stopped Rosina's affectionate advances. Rosina smiled, but a sickly red flicker crossed her eyes. If you want to see, you have to forcefully hug William, William said. This is in the barracks, so you need to maintain your image. I finish this and come find you later, okay? The danger in Rosina's eyes instantly vanished after hearing William's explanation. Okay. But I want to follow you. I'm not afraid of getting tired. Ruthna smiled, as sweet as the girl next door. Looking at Ruthna's sweet and sensible appearance, William felt a little sorry for her, but eventually agreed. Poor William didn't realize that sometimes, the hunter appears as prey. Ruthna watched William's back, a bold idea forming within her. She wanted to make William her own, little by little. Just getting into the car, William suddenly felt a chill on his back and looked at Ruthna. Aren't you getting in yet? Didn't you say you were going to meet Senior Carl? Ruthna immediately regained her composure and climbed into the car. After spending a short while, she explained the task of receiving the soldiers to her regiment commander, then followed Ruthna straight to Carl's residence. An ugly bride must meet her parents-in-law. That was William's thought until he arrived at Carl's residence. Carl had long known William was coming today, so he specifically ordered the servants to prepare to receive him. But this reception was truly a reception. 2 rows of Dochi knights lined up in front of Carl's mansion. The terrifying Dochi fluctuations made William somewhat uneasy. Is this the Hongmen banquet? Not only that, besides these seemingly formidable guards, even the maids in the mansion were Dochi knights of rank 3 or higher. This had a lot to do with Carl himself. Carl wasn't actually a noble, he was Cadis's squire knight. But the two were no longer just superiors and subordinates. They had long been brothers in arms, but in public, Carl had to give Cadis face. But privately, Carl and Cadis were brothers. Carl was in charge of Cadis's most important force, the Night Guard. The Night Guard consisted of only about 300 men and women. But don't underestimate these 300 men. They were all Dochi knights, with the lowest cultivation reaching the 3rd level. The Night Guard had always been responsible for the safety of Cadis's female relatives. Later, Cadis chose to side with Leon, and Carl jumped on board without hesitation. The Night Guard had outlived its original purpose, and would cause considerable trouble. Cadis and Carl agreed to disband the Night Guard, but each took a portion of the Night Guard with them. They would use them as guards for the mansion. However, they did not send these knights to Leon. Nonsense! Sending Leon soldiers, and even more so, the equivalent of death squads, was Cadis really taking his own life? Later, when Chester returned, Cadis and Carl also sent some men to Chester. As for Winster? Go have fun on your own. So each of the 3 mansions was guarded by over 100 Dochi knights. However, Leon had long been aware of these men's existence, and they were all registered with the Intelligence Bureau. Ordinarily, they were just like ordinary people, like ordinary servants, inconspicuous. But today, to give William a warning, Carl ordered a proper reception. William was sweating profusely, as he looked at the Dochi knights before him. This was simply too shocking. Isn't this like having a bunch of swordsmen in your own home? William's legs and feet instantly became unsteady. Senior Carl, this is not a good sign. Rosina, standing nearby, was unimpressed. She simply loved the sight of knights in armor. Who says only men can wield the battlefield? Although Ruthina was a noblewoman, she had always been taught to be a lady. The other women being taught by the palace tutors were also daughters of noble families. Most of them chose to accept the teachings and become beautiful, elegant noblewomen. But Ruthina was different. She respected the palace tutor's instructions, and didn't make a scene in class. However, she refused to listen. In her eyes, the palace tutor's teachings were simply to support their husbands and raise their children, and to obey their husbands' orders. But for whom was life really lived? She didn't want to be a vassal of others. Adding her own natural talent and unwavering hard work, Ruthina quickly achieved success in the realm of fighting spirit, becoming a renowned Valkyrie within the Holy Empire. But Ruthina had never been in a relationship. And with her strong personality, she developed a Yandere streak. William unfortunately became the first test subject. But he was also lucky, for fate brought them together. William's taciturnity and gentle personality completely neutralized Ruthina's edge. Whether or not he would become a Yandere depended on William. Just as William stared blankly at the fighting knights, Carl returned from the capital. Looking at the two standing at the doorway, he gently patted William on the shoulder. "William, what are you doing? Why don't you come in? I have a score to settle with you," Carl said kindly, like a gentle old grandfather. If he hadn't heard Carl's murderous tone, William was so frightened by the sudden pat that he almost flew off the ground. Beside him, Ruthina stared at the scene with wide eyes. It was as if he had discovered something new. William seemed a little scared of his grandfather. Chapter 652. Looking at Carl's kind face, William was already endlessly complaining about Carl in his heart. "If I had your strength, I would definitely not back down. But this was just a final fantasy." William finally forced a smile. "Senior Carl." Seeing William call him, Carl didn't mind and spoke directly. "Come on. Don't stand around outside. Come inside. It's almost noon, time for lunch." Carl led the two into his mansion. This mansion was originally the residence of a marquis, but the owner, the marquis, had committed numerous crimes. For example, treason, abuse of civilians, various crimes of exploitation, murder, and price gouging. When Lion first entered the Sin territory, he chose to oppose Lion, and used various means to target him. He even sent his own private army to participate in the coup. So, naturally, the Marquis's property was confiscated, but the Marquis's mansion, as a building, was preserved. After all, a Marquis's mansion was worth a considerable amount of money, and Lion, being a penny pincher, certainly didn't want to tear it all down so crudely. So, it was distributed among high-ranking officials in Diyin. However, Lion was cautious. To avoid speculation, the highest-ranking property Lion allocated to his ministers was only the Marquis's mansion. If he had given the Duke's mansion to his ministers, not only would he have faced criticism from the public at home, but even from those who defended his morality abroad. Although Lion never paid any attention to minor matters, his subordinates were inevitably influenced by these rumors. Less trouble is worse than more, and the Marquis is more than enough. Currently, in Diyin, besides Lion, who owns a Duke's palace, only two people each possess a legitimate Duke's palace. Those are Caddis and Chester, the two pillars of the empire. They receive their Duke's palaces not through gifts, but through their own strength on the battlefield. The reputation of the two pillars of the empire still strikes fear in countless people, even today. They have repeatedly protected the Holy Empire from foreign invasions. They are true national heroes. So, as heroes deserve, Lion naturally retained their Duke's palaces. As for Carl? You're not a Duke, are you? Then get out, of course. A small number of people still reside in Duke's palaces within the Holy Empire. That's Lion's uncle, Emperor Charles. Although Charles has abdicated and lived in Liongrad for a while, Lion is not a bloodthirsty person, nor is he one to prey on innocent people. So, Lion chose to let Charles enjoy his old age in peace. After signing a pact of non-rebellion, Lion released Charles, allowing him to return to the imperial capital and his own ducal residence. However, the imperial palace in the imperial capital had already been sealed off. Lion didn't even have to intervene. The intelligence bureau had already sealed the palace. Nonsense! Now that the Holy Empire has changed hands, and it could even be said that the capital has become Liongrad, this palace has naturally lost its purpose. Its only purpose now is to wait for the future, after the unification of the world, when Lion will open it to the public. After all, this palace is the epitome of Holy Empire craftsmanship. It deserves to be admired by future generations. William entered Carl's marquise and sat uncomfortably on the sofa. Carl, on the other hand, glared at William with a sharp gaze, as if he wanted to kill him with his gaze. "William, what sins did I commit in my past life?" William, of course, felt Carl's unkind gaze. But as Ruthna's boyfriend, William couldn't afford to back down. So, the two began a sharp exchange of glances. Ruthna, who was chewing an apple, saw this and slowly ate it with interest. "So interesting. Is this what a man is like?" After a long pause, Carl spoke. "William, right? I heard there are 4 people in your family. In addition to your mother, you have a younger brother and a younger sister." William nodded. Yes, Senior Carl. Then do you know where this is? Carl began his conversation, linking things one by one. Your home. William said this very bluntly. This silenced Carl. I thought you know where this place is and then back off. I didn't expect you to be so far ahead of me. Your emotional intelligence is truly low. Carl hadn't anticipated William's response, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. Then I want to ask you, how will you support my precious granddaughter? Carl's question silenced William. Yes, how will I support her? She's a 7th level Dochi Knight. She needs cultivation resources that I simply can't provide. William clenched his fists nervously. Carl looked at the uneasy William and was instantly overjoyed. Looks like there's a chance to break up this group. My precious granddaughter can only belong to me. However, Carl hadn't expected this. The game breaker appeared. Ruthina grabbed William's neck and pulled him to her side, then said domineeringly, He supports me? Can't I just support him? Carl and William were silent, especially Carl. In his 80s, he had never witnessed such a shocking scene before. No, my precious granddaughter, what did you just say? You support him? The sky is falling. Carl felt his worldview severely shaken. William was also dumbfounded. What was going on? Ruth, the two men, who looked a little confused, didn't show any discomfort. Instead, they became even more aggressive. She directly picked up the apple she had just nibbled and placed it in William's mouth. Want to eat it? William, can I refuse? Ruthina, what do you think? And then, half an apple was stuffed into William's mouth. Carl, standing by, held his forehead in his hand. The sky is falling. This isn't a pig trying to dig up cabbages, it's a cabbage trying to dig up pigs. Looking at William, Carl suddenly felt a pity for him. But then he realized, that's not right. Why should I sympathize with him? He kidnapped my granddaughter. Shouldn't I beat him to death? The more Carl thought about it, the angrier he got. Just as he was about to explode, Ruthna also stuffed an apple into his mouth. Feeling the apple in his mouth, Carl suddenly calmed down. There's nothing he can do, his own granddaughter. Forget it, let her be. But as a grandfather, Carl still wanted his granddaughter to have a better life. When are you going to talk to Leon? Ask him to give you a better house. Your current one is too shabby, and I'm afraid Ruthna will suffer with you. Carl finally gave in, but Leon was miserable. After all, the housing market is already full, and if Leon wants to renovate a new one, he have to spend money. William listened to Carl's words with some surprise. She was wronged? Who was wronged? Chapter 653. Just as William was being harassed by Carl, the Great Flame Research Institute finally created what Leon desired most. That was the vacuum tube. In his previous life, the first electronic computer used a vacuum tube. It could perform 5,000 operations per second. Perhaps this computing power seemed useless in hindsight. But its birth marked the birth of the first generation of electronic computers. The first generation of electronic computers used vacuum tubes, but their efficiency was relatively low. The second generation of electronic computers used transistors, far surpassing the first generation in both size and performance. The Rabbit's second generation electronic computer was released in 1967, and its computing power reached 50,000 operations per second. But this was 10 years later than the West. The third generation of electronic computers used integrated circuits, which are the ones we see today. This type of computer was introduced as early as the 1970s and, upon its release, quickly became a leading force in the military. A large number of missiles began using it as an onboard computer. The first third-generation electronic computer was created in 1964. 6 years later, in 1970, we successfully developed our own third-generation computer. The journey from the first to the third generation of electronic computers took nearly 20 years. If Leon wants to succeed, he must complete this 20-year journey within 5 years. Because time waits for no one, neither the gods nor the people of this planet will allow the yin to grow too powerful. They will do everything in their power to hinder the development of great yin. Although Leon has already ordered the disarmament of the Papal States, this does not mean that the Papal States are on the verge of collapse. The Papal States' domestic economy is barely able to sustain them. After the defeat, Pope Holdras did not step down as Leon had expected. Instead, he used harsh measures to imprison all the elders of the Church Senate. He then took power and established a powerful dictatorship. What followed was a series of reforms and plagiarism. Reforms to the political system and the military, of course, if they still planned to establish an army. And then, there was plagiarism. They began directly copying every weapon used by Great Yin in this war. From T-62 tanks to Sun missiles, even AK-47s, they would copy them. In response to the Papal States' wishful thinking, Leon ordered the Intelligence Bureau to send as many agents as possible to disrupt their development. Although doing so might be a bit unkind. But this is a contest between nations. There are no so-called friends, only interests. Lion will absolutely not allow the emergence of a military force capable of rivaling Great Yin. This is not just for his own sake, but also for the sake of his fellow Great Yin citizens. With the Papal States' covert efforts, many gods began to seek contact with it. Even Irina, who had initially abandoned it, wanted to regain control of it. However, she was met with a stern rebuke from Pope Huldras. You abandoned us when we needed you most, and now you want to reconnect with us? We are human beings, not beasts to be manipulated at will. From that day on, the Papal States belong to the people of the Papal States, no longer a puppet of the gods. You can try to bring down the Papal States. Then, I guarantee that De Yin will gain another piece of territory. Although Huldras said this, he knew that he and De Yin were already at war. Or rather, if Leon revealed the truth about the Papal States would become the enemy of the entire world. However, Leon was already making intensive preparations, preparing for a bombshell at the most critical moment. De Yin, Lion, who had just been at home taking care of his children, learned that the vacuum tube had been invented and that they had begun to build a vacuum tube computer. Lion flew directly from home. He headed straight for the De Yin Research Institute, watching the researchers carefully assembling the vacuum tube computer. Computer. Leon was so excited. What could a computer do? It could go up into space. It could go down into the ground. A mature satellite necessarily requires a mature computer. Getting a satellite up there isn't difficult. The challenge lies in whether it actually works. Computers are crucial for satellites. Of course, this refers to mature computers. The first batch of satellites didn't have the computers we know today. The primary purpose of those satellites was communication and transmission. And back then, our computer technology was immature, nothing compared to today's. Solar charging technology hadn't even been conceived. So Dongfanghong 1 only operated for 28 days. But it was incredibly important to us. Once there's one, there will be another. That's why Lion took it so seriously. While he ordered the Research Institute to accelerate computer development, the Space Center was also converting the sun-scoring missile into a launch vehicle. There are examples of converting intercontinental missiles into launch vehicles. After the Cold War ended in the last century, both the Russians and the Gale Empire began converting some of their intercontinental missiles into launch vehicles to develop their space industry. This is why Lion issued the order. After all, if you can't retrace the steps of your predecessors, wouldn't you be a fool? This is one of the reasons why the Great Yin treasury is so empty. On the one hand, they have to support the war effort, ensure the operation of the arsenals, and replenish the military. On the other hand, they have to support the improvement of industrialization and ensure the welfare of the people. At the same time, the Research Institute, the most expensive center, continues to operate 24 hours a day. And there's also Perchit, the Underground Research Institute, and the as yet unannounced Space Research and Development Center. These plans and events have completely drained the Great Yin treasury. But Leon said he wasn't worried. It wasn't like his money had been embezzled. The money invested in the development of De Yin would eventually return to the people. But Leon's biggest headache was the subsequent activation and reverse engineering of Kuenberg's legacy. This was another huge fortune. Luckily, Kuenberg's tomb contained over thousands of tons of gold. But Leon was hesitant, because all the gold had been made into palaces. It was essentially a burial object. Wouldn't it be a shame to just dig it up for him? Forget it. For the sake of everyone's development, I'd be the bad guy. Leon decisively chose to dig up every golden palace within Kuenberg's tomb. Will Kuenberg forgive me? Chapter 654. Just as the Research Institute was about to develop the computer, Leon arrived at the Space Center he had secretly ordered built. Perhaps no one could guess where the Space Center was, because the Space Center wasn't located on the mainland of De Yin. Or rather, it wasn't located within the territory of De Yin or the Holy Empire. It was on a small, unnamed island at sea. Of course, this island actually had a name. It was called Fearless Island. As for why it was called Fearless Island, we have to ask Duke Chester the Fearless. Back then, Chester led the Holy Empire's naval fleet to confront the Western French Empire's fleet here. However, due to the Holy Empire's overwhelming odds, Chester was forced to lead the naval fleet into the Storm Sea, where they perished alongside the Western French Empire's fleet. Although the Holy Empire officially didn't name this unnamed island Fearless Island, the locals unanimously called it Fearless Island. The island is 243 kilometers from the Holy Empire's coastline, and half of it is flat, making it ideal for a launch site. Most importantly, this place is completely uninhabited, so Leon decisively chose to build a space center here. He also established a naval port on Fearless Island. He had a full-scale naval fleet to protect the space center on the island. This prevented malicious individuals from attempting to steal data from the space center. Even if they wanted to steal, how would they get in? Furthermore, this small island was publicly advertised as a secret naval base. From a distance, it looked only like naval buildings and a massive naval port. So everyone assumed it was just a naval port. However, little did they know that something world-changing would be developed here. Upon learning that the Research Institute had already developed a computer, the Space Center staff were thrilled. Although they were latecomers, the maturity of the sun-scorching missile had saved them many detours. But they hadn't expected the Research Institute to be so fast. So they put all their efforts into completing it in one fell swoop. In fact, the Research Institute had only developed the first generation of computers. To fully develop computers for space satellites, they would have to fast forward to the third generation. Would a third-generation computer be that easy to build? The answer was, of course, no. But did the locals understand this? Of course not. So, subconsciously, they assumed the Research Institute was far ahead of them, and so they unleashed their native superpowers. Rockets rubbing their hands. On a foggy dawn, Leon arrived at the Intrepid Island aboard a midway-class aircraft carrier that had just completed sea trials. On the deck, Leon watched the island approach. His mind wasn't on work, but on his daughter. Did he drink milk on time? Did he change his diaper on time? Was he being mistreated at home? Leon didn't realize that he had finally returned to the right path. As Yin developed, Leon, the leader, became increasingly detached from ordinary people. He gradually began to suppress his emotions and think about things with absolute calmness. In turn, he began to distance himself from the people at the bottom. Because if you want to implement policies that satisfy them, you must live among them. If a person lacks even the most basic emotions, can they truly empathize with the bitterness and suffering of the lower classes? The answer is, of course, no. And Leon's growing apathy is inextricably linked to the gods. After all, the gods are constantly targeting Leon. So it's not that Dian is fighting the gods, but rather that Leon is engaging in a silent game with them. The gods will do anything to erode and corrupt Leon. Yunli's birth, like a little angel, illuminated Leon's heart. It allowed Leon to truly live like a human being. Because he had experienced all the emotions of the human world, he had finally achieved fulfillment. Just as Leon's thoughts were drifting, the aircraft carrier successfully docked. Leon quickly regained consciousness and put on his raincoat. For the island was currently experiencing a torrential downpour. It doesn't usually rain on Fearless Island, but when it does, it's a torrential downpour. As long as you avoid these heavy downpours, you have nearly 300 days of good weather a year. This is incredibly important for the space industry. Not every place can launch a satellite. The right time, location, and people are all essential. Feeling the raindrops hitting his raincoat, Leon couldn't help but grumble. The Holy Empire is still the best, with continuous spring rains. The Holy Empire occupies the most fertile land in central China. If it's not powerful, who else could be? Leon arrived on the island without informing anyone. Even Chester, far away in the waters of the Dwarf Empire, only learned of Leon's trip to Fearless Island at short notice. So, they had to hastily dispatch an aircraft carrier, which had just completed sea trials, to Fearless Island for severe weather training. Leon took advantage of this opportunity and successfully landed on the island. The Navy soldiers remained silent as they escorted Leon to the Space Research Center. The people at the Space Research Center were unaware of Leon's arrival. At this moment, they were working overtime on the rocket modification. Inside the underground facility, a large number of lights illuminated the vast base. Everyone was busy modifying a missile body. Under the glare of the lights, they could no longer tell whether it was night or day outside. Does this matter? Of course not. What mattered was the work at hand. The commander-in-chief of the Space Research Center didn't stand aside in awe. Instead, he personally picked up various tools and joined in the modification. From the high-ranking commander to the lowest-ranking worker, they all worked hard for Yin. Leon sneaked into the base and quietly observed everything before him. He couldn't help but feel comforted and moved by these dedicated workers. You have to remember, they already spent nearly half a year on this island. Isolated from the outside world, they didn't even know what was happening outside, not even the wars. They only knew the Battle of Kursk was about to begin, but they didn't realize it was already over. They even believed the National Defense Forces were currently locked in a desperate battle with the Papal States. Everyone was working tirelessly to relieve the pressure on the National Defense Forces. Lion approached a young researcher who was intently modifying a component. They hadn't noticed Lion's arrival at all. "What are you researching here for?" Lion asked. The researcher replied without turning around. The leader said, "As long as we can get a satellite into space, the future will be in our hands. Everyone can see the beauty of our country without leaving their homes." Chapter 655. Leon listened to the researcher's words and fell into deep thought. Yes, those anonymous predecessors thought the same thing. Why shouldn't we have what others have? What others have, we must have too. All the beauty we see today is inseparable from the efforts of those days. Back when our nation was first born, many overseas elites wanted to return to China to help with its development. Besides the celebrities who contributed to the 2 bombs, 1 satellite project, there was another woman who played a vital role in the nation's development. That woman was Ms. Lin. In 1957, Ms. Lin worked tirelessly to bring back 50 grams of germanium single crystals and 100 grams of silicon single crystals. Perhaps these 150 grams of semiconductor material seem insignificant now. But back then, these 150 grams of semiconductor material were worth over $200,000. Remember that $200,000 was worth over $200,000 in the 1950s. Furthermore, at that time, my country's semiconductor materials were in their infancy, and even those abroad were still in their infancy. However, the 150 grams of semiconductor material Ms. Lin brought with her completely changed the course of my country's semiconductor development. Semiconductor materials are crucial to the development of integrated circuits, and the development of integrated circuits is crucial to the future of computers. And many high-precision weapons also require integrated circuits. Ms. Lin and the other builders of the Republic will never be forgotten by history. Perhaps their mark is less visible on the current internet, but their successors will always remember them. Looking at these researchers who worked tirelessly, Leon was filled with admiration. "Young man, do you have any dreams? Or what are your ideals?" Lion asked his question. The young researcher was slightly taken aback. He didn't understand why Leon would ask that question. And Leon wasn't dressed like a leader, but rather in a Navy uniform. This was to protect Leon from distractions. Looking at Leon in his Navy uniform, the researcher thought he was a fellow Marine, seeking shelter from the rain. After all, the downpour outside was so intense that even the underground aerospace research center was under a degree of martial law. Dreams or ideals? I haven't really thought about that. The researcher smiled, somewhat awkwardly. Lion looked at the researcher with interest. You know, there aren't many people in this world who can say that. Life should have dreams. Without dreams, what's the point? The researcher explained. Before coming to Dian, I was something of a heretic. In the Holy Empire, those church members had always sought to persecute those of us who violated the church's principles of development. Because we vigorously advocated for people's faith in science, we were persecuted by the church. However, at this critical moment, Dian was founded. But my colleagues didn't believe this, so I came to Dian alone. I later realized it was the best thing I had ever done. Here, I found a group of like-minded friends. Together, we joined Dian's highest institution of learning, Dian College. Yet, we haven't even graduated yet, and the leader has already sent us here. Is this the story about people disappearing while studying? The researcher smiled. This was one of their rare moments of lightheartedness. Leon rubbed his nose sheepishly. He also bore some responsibility for this matter. After all, not everyone can enjoy this honor. So what is your dream? Leon tried to get back to the point. The researcher then realized that he hadn't answered Leon's question. Then, looking at the rocket before him, he spoke with hope. I hope every Dayan person can use the television the leader talked about and see the colorful images. Listening to the researcher's words, Leon patted his shoulder. Yes, this. Everything. Leon said, smiling. Just as he was about to continue, the Space Center's commander suddenly noticed Leon's conversation. The commander's composure instantly lost its composure. He hadn't expected Leon to suddenly appear here. The commander was speechless for a moment. He hurried over to Leon and stammered. Leader? Why are you here? The researchers nearby were immediately shocked. They stared at Leon with wide eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. If you're not my brother, how could you be the leader? Leon touched his nose and spoke seriously. Because the war is over, and I have something very serious to tell you. That is, the Research Institute has developed a computer. The Space Center's commander's eyes widened instantly. No, bro, I was all prepared to give those old men at the Research Institute a good beating. And yet, today you tell me they already developed a computer? Looking at the Space Center commander, who looked skeptical, Leon was at a loss for words to comfort him. But the Space Center commander said, okay. The computer comrades have already developed a computer, so the next task is ours. We can't hold them back. The commander's response surprised Leon. Leon thought the commander would offer a brief rebuttal. In the end, he misjudged the commander's perspective. As if sensing Leon's embarrassment, the commander spoke. We don't envy their achievements. After all, we're all from Diyin. We're all working for a beautiful, strong nation in the future. Leon was at a loss for words after hearing this. Is this the ideological awareness of the older generation? At this moment, Leon suddenly realized that these researchers never seemed to have asked for anything, so he quickly spoke up. Is there anything you and your team need on the island? Or is there anything you lack? Leon asked the question that concerned him most. The commander-in-chief waved his hand. Leader, you're worrying too much. We don't lack anything. However, just as the commander-in-chief was about to decline, Leon suddenly noticed the researcher who was hesitant to speak. Are you sure? Leon asked again. The commander-in-chief finally spoke the truth. We do have some scarce items at sea, but we don't have fruit. We lack vitamin C. Listening to the commander-in-chief's words, Leon spoke hurriedly. We have everything. The fruit will be delivered via naval ships. The commander-in-chief began. Of course, it would be best if we could send some newspapers to let us know what's happening outside and see how far the war has progressed. After hearing the commander's words, Leon was speechless. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, scientific researchers are superior. But aren't they also a group of lovely people? Chapter 656. After agreeing to deliver supplies to the Space Center, Leon spent a day there. It must be said that life at the Space Center was truly difficult. Due to its sensitive location and the fact that the center could not be given too much attention, the Space Center received very little attention. Even the Navy rarely visited the island. They didn't want to be too involved with the Space Center. After all, no one wanted to face various interrogations upon returning from a visit to the Space Center, and to sign various confidentiality agreements. Although the Space Center didn't have much fruit, the Navy fleet always brought a large amount of supplies with them. However, these supplies were mostly canned goods and other foods with a long shelf life. The most luxurious item at the Space Center was canned fruit. Even the commander-in-chief couldn't guarantee he could eat fruit every day. The Navy brothers knew the hardships of the Space Center, and would ask in advance of each voyage what the center needed. But they rarely brought fresh fruit. After all, this stuff has a pretty shabby shelf life. The entire Space Center is located beneath Dreadnought Island. Aside from the launch site, which is partially exposed, almost the entire base is buried. And a hierarchical plan was established from the outset. The Space Center's resistance standards are based on the mushroom bomb standards established by the Wehrmacht. This means the Space Center can withstand mushroom bomb attacks. Furthermore, Leon dismantled a space battleship from the Kuenberg Mausoleum and transported it to the Space Center. Although the space battleship cannot fly into space due to its lack of the most important power system. But this didn't mean the space battleship was unusable. It simply couldn't escape the planet's gravity and leave the atmosphere. But Kuenberg had already taken a step forward. He had engraved anti-gravity magic circles on the space battleship. He had also inscribed numerous wind magic circles. This made Leon puzzled over Kuenberg's intentions. Was Kuenberg planning a space expedition, or was he planning to build an aerospace carrier? Leon was surprised to discover that within Kuenberg's mausoleum, there were over 100 of these empty shells of space battleships. They were precious relics of Kuenberg, symbols of the pinnacle of technology of the powerful Holy Empire of the past 1,000 years. After all, Kuenberg had strayed from the right path, so he'd stick with it. If the gods hadn't turned the tables on Kuenberg, then he might have actually been able to create an aerospace carrier, or even a space battleship. After all, the current aerospace carrier only lacked a power system. Kuenberg had a trick up his sleeve for Leon. He didn't make this space battleship a complete space battleship. Instead, he could even transform it into an aerospace carrier through Leon's modifications. It can be said that Kuenberg had anticipated Leon's intentions. And the modifications to the Burning Sun missile also borrowed some elements from this space battleship. After all, crossing the river by feeling the way is a good idea. This is a traditional skill of ours. After ensuring that the Space Center would be safe, Leon chose to return. Because the seas were currently unsettled. With the defeat of the Papal State, the gods began to seek new enemies for the Great Yin. But basically, all the land-based nations had been crushed by the Yin. Other nations fled at the mere mention of the Yin. How could they possibly fight? You want me to fight the Yin, on land, with the exception of the Dwarf Empire, which was still fighting to the bitter end, the rest had essentially given up. The gods were finding it almost impossible to incite these nations. So, they set their sights on the sea. They wanted to instigate the Sanshui Empire to war with the Yin. No matter how foolish the Sanshui Empire's emperor was, he knew how powerful that land-based nation was. After all, he had forced Chester's wife into marriage and nearly had Chester reduced to ashes. That unforgettable memory remained unforgettable. Even after a year or two, the emperor still dared not dream of it. After all, he knew the importance of his life over his second brother's. Unable to seduce the land-based nations, the gods began to target the underwater nations. The Sanshui Empire remained unaffected by the gods, thanks to their vastness, or rather, their arrogance. The Sanshui Empire occupied over 60% of the ocean. This meant that almost all smaller nations were subject to the Sanshui Empire's orders. As a true celestial empire, the Sanshui Empire's pride wouldn't allow them to bow to anyone. Nonsense! I'm almost unifying the underwater world, and you're telling me to obey the gods' will? Gods? He's a piece of shit. The Sanshui Empire's arrogance completely left the gods speechless. They had originally intended to use the Sanshui Empire as cannon fodder against the Great Yin. Unexpectedly, the Sanshui Empire directly ripped apart the gods. We are descendants of Neptune, the god of the sea. You despicable gods. You banded together to murder our main god, and now you're still dreaming of having us work for you. Go back to your divine realm. You are not welcome in the empire. The Sanshui Empire's unyielding stance directly broke the gods' defenses. The gods, completely broken, began to seek new representatives. They were the small nations that had suffered from the Sanshui Empire's oppression. After accepting Leon's revolutionary ideas, these small nations began to rise up against the Sanshui Empire's rule. But how could an empire that had existed for thousands of years collapse so easily? The Sanshui Empire's political system was very comprehensive. As long as it operated according to the system, the empire could function stably. Politically, the empire consisted of the Senate and the House of Representatives. Although there were powerful nobles, the law prohibited them from participating in politics, and even prohibited them from acquiring more than a certain amount of land, even if they purchased it through others or through various other means. Furthermore, upon reaching adulthood, all nobles were required to swear an oath to Neptune, the sea god, that upon becoming a noble, they would abide by the hundreds of pages of the noble code. Because the powerful could not interfere with the empire, the Sanshui Empire was able to function stably. Anyone who became emperor would be a successful ruler. That's right, even if you're tied up with a dog, you can still live a peaceful life. These small nations have revolted many times, but each one was suppressed by the vast Sanshui Empire. But their rebellious spirit remains undying. Where there's oppression, there's resistance. It's a pity they're being used as a tool. After repeated unsuccessful rebellions, the small nation rebels began to lose heart. And just at this moment, the gods chose to descend and support them at their most critical moment. These people, who had never seen a god before. When they heard the gods had chosen them, they were so excited that they almost fainted. However, this world isn't as beautiful as imagined. And gods aren't necessarily good. Chapter 657. Just as the war in the Yin ended and the Yin began to develop, the war in this world continued. The war between the Elf Empire and the Dwarf Empire continued relentlessly. It seemed as if both sides had reached a point of a fight to the death. However, facts proved that both sides had indeed reached a point of a fight to the death. And as the war progressed, the possibility of reconciliation between the two sides became increasingly slim. Negotiations were no longer possible. The Elf Empire was ready to fight to the death, and began to sell off its assets, almost all of its military equipment, to the Southern Defense Line. Sif, the Queen of the Elf Empire, also began her speech. She began to travel to major cities, giving speeches to the elves who were suffering from the war. She told them the reasons for supporting the war. Fellow citizens, we stand here today, able to live a relatively stable life, because the soldiers on the Southern Defense Line are holding off the invaders from the Dwarf Empire. If it weren't for the troops in the south resisting the Dwarf Empire's attack, we wouldn't be standing here in peace today. We would likely be dead, or even more likely enslaved by the dwarves. A replay of the dwarf factory tragedy from 6 months ago, where countless compatriots perished. This is due to the incompetence of the Western Elf Empire, but even more so to my inaction. Therefore, facing another invasion from the Dwarf Empire, I will fight to the end. I'd rather be a member of the Elf Empire than a thug's dog. Today, we're cutting back on our expenses to free up more supplies for the troops on the front lines. Give them more strength to fight the invaders. So everything we do today is truly honorable. Perhaps some, driven by temporary hunger, will criticize the government or curse me. But that doesn't matter. If I can lead the war to victory, I am willing to bear all the blame. Because I don't want to see this country shattered again. I don't want to see children displaced again. Fellow citizens. Temporary suffering will not harm us. Victory will surely belong to us. This was the content of the Elf Queen's speech. Sif, the Elf Queen, spent nearly 10 hours per day giving speeches, visiting every city in the Elven Empire, even in many small towns. This was the first time the Elf Queen had made such a large-scale trip since taking power. And it was also the first time she had shown such concern for the people's livelihood. Because in the past, the Elf Queen had never had the opportunity to leave her home. The Elf Queen was constantly under surveillance by various nobles until the war. It was only then that she had the opportunity to turn defeat into victory, successfully standing out and becoming a true Elven Queen. This speech greatly boosted Sif's popularity among the people. In the past, Sif was at most a lofty ruler to the elves. She might have been a bit more approachable, but the greater part of her favorability lay with the Yin. Because the Elven Empire is now extremely dependent on the Yin. Although the Yin only holds a 49% stake in these factories, they euphemistically claim to respect the rights of the Elven Empire. In reality, the remaining 51% stake is no longer important. Because if these factories leave to Yin, they won't be able to operate at all. They can only watch helplessly as the factories close and the workers are laid off. Layoffs are absolutely impossible. If workers were laid off, it would mean the complete collapse of the Elven Empire's fragile economy. The Elven Empire currently exists in a semi-agricultural, semi-industrial era. To sustain a protracted war, sufficient preparations must be made. However, if an agricultural nation wants to wage a modern war, or a war with hot weapons, it will cost the people blood and tears. Therefore, after the ammunition currently produced by the Yan's arsenals is stored, the previous stock will be sent to the Elven Empire. This will ensure the ammunition supply to the Elven Empire's front lines, and prevent them from being defeated by the Dwarf Empire. However, everyone knows that the outcome of the war between the Elven Empire and the Dwarf Empire does not depend on these two countries. The outcome of the war lies in the Yin. At sea, Chester, leading the Yin Navy fleet, is pressing forward, ready to launch a siege against the Dwarf Empire fleet at any time. At this point, the Dwarven Empire fleet had split into two. One section, consisting of light vessels, was engaged in a battle on the sea with the Great Yin Navy. The three war god battleships had already fled, entering the Dwarven Empire's largest naval port, attempting to evade the enemy, employing a strategy of preserving the ships and avoiding engagement. Although the Dwarven Empire's fleet commander wanted to lead his warships out of the encirclement and fight Chester's naval fleet to the bitter end, he was stopped by the Dwarven Emperor Andres. Andres believed that victory for the Dwarven Empire was impossible, and that he must preserve the fleet and secure a chance of survival. In other words, to preserve the Dwarf Empire's remaining military might. To prevent the Dwarf Empire from falling prey to the clutches of others. But is that possible? When you commit injustice, you must consider your own future consequences. No nation can evade responsibility after committing a mistake. If so, it's definitely not evasion. It's because, for various reasons, the Avengers are unable to act. But the Avengers will never forget their hatred, for hatred is etched deep in their bones. On the sea, Chester was overjoyed upon discovering that the Dwarf Empire fleet had chosen to avoid battle by protecting their ships. Because he feared the god of war battleships the most, fighting while on the move. This would place the greatest burden on the carrier-based aircraft and the fleet. A tank that moves, and a tank that stays stationary. Which is more dangerous? Is there even a question? So, that's why Chester was so happy. But beyond his joy, Chester began to formulate a battle plan. Because he wanted to completely sink these three war god battleships in this harbor. These three war god battleships were the backbone of the Dwarven Empire. If they were sunk, the Dwarven Empire's morale would plummet. It was even possible that the Dwarven Empire would surrender. Radical factions within the military even considered using mushroom bombs to flatten the harbor. But Chester refused. Using mushroom bombs would be too easy for them, and some innocent people would be killed. We can settle accounts, but we can't involve innocent people. Chapter 658. Chester waited outside the Dwarf Empire's first port for over 2 weeks. During that time, they had learned of the end of the Battle of Kursk. Chester felt more at ease, and focused all his efforts on the Dwarf Empire's port before him. As long as they could flatten the Dwarf Empire's port, they would win the war, but Chester kept waiting, even after 4 carrier battle groups had arrived 200 kilometers from the Dwarf Empire's port. They had formed a siege, completely trapping the Dwarf Empire's fleet within the port. Even so, Chester still didn't launch an attack. Every one of his generals was growing impatient. Because they now had an absolute advantage, there was no need to wait any longer. The opportunity was fleeting. The National Defense Army must seize the opportunity and crush the Dwarf Empire's port's defenses with a thunderous force. The Dwarven Empire seemed to have anticipated Chester's fleet attacking the port, so they deployed a large number of anti-aircraft and coastal defense batteries on the shore. This was to ward off Chester's attack. But even so, Chester didn't rush to launch an attack. He was waiting for the arrival of the submarine force. The submarine force's mission was to accompany the Dwarven Empire fleet back to the Dwarven Empire port. After the Dwarven Empire fleet returned to the port, the submarine force originally planned to launch a surprise attack, but Chester hastily recalled them. He wanted them to assist in destroying the light ship formation at sea. These light ship formations were so fast that the Great Yin Navy fleet was unable to encircle and destroy them in time. This often led to them being led by the nose by these light fleets. But they couldn't ignore it, because if they did, these light fleets would launch surprise attacks on the Great Yin fleet supply ships and attack their sea transport routes. So, submarine forces were dispatched to encircle and destroy these light vessels. After destroying the light fleets, the submarines immediately returned to the Dwarf Empire port. But returning took time. By this time, Chester had already arrived outside the port. So Chester waited for the submarine forces. The submarine forces would tear through the Dwarf Empire's port defenses. The Dwarf Empire fleet had confirmed that the Great Yin possessed an underwater combat unit, and it could launch a devastating attack on ships. The Dwarf Empire fleet commander immediately reported this to the Dwarf Emperor Andres. Andres was stunned. In all his years as emperor, he had never heard of underwater combat units, and their capabilities far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. At first, Andres thought it was just a single-person combat capability, something similar to a sea tribe warrior. But after hearing the report, Andres was stunned. He had assumed it was something like a sea tribe warrior. And based on the damage sustained by the Dwarf Empire's fleet, it seemed these underwater vessels were capable of firing something similar to artillery shells. The surviving soldiers on the sunken warships saw torpedo marks before the warships were destroyed. So, they concluded that a unit similar to a warship had attacked them underwater, using something similar to artillery shells. But what they hadn't anticipated was how the shells could be fired underwater. The Dwarf Empire fleet pondered over and over, but couldn't figure it out. But now it was no longer a puzzle. Andres was racked with worry, but the Dwarf Empire fleet commander was desperate. He had received a tip from the fishing boats. They had spotted a large number of Great Yin Navy warships in the distant seas. And these warships weren't rushing to attack, but instead were lingering in the distant seas. They had no desire to attack the naval port before them, a prized possession in the eyes of the Great Yin Navy. This was what filled the Dwarf Empire fleet commander with the greatest despair. The Dwarf Empire fleet commander had already guessed that Chester wasn't attacking in order to wait for the arrival of the submarine force. The Dwarf Empire fleet commander frantically pleaded with Andres to evacuate the port or to engage the Great Yin fleet directly. But Andres refused both requests. It's like a wife at home suddenly discovering a stranger loitering outside, searching for tools to break into the house. At this point, the wife, already aware of the stranger's movements, frantically pleads with her husband for help. But he simply waves his hand in refusal. What will become of the wife? 9 out of 10, there will be a typo. After repeated requests to no avail, the commander of the Dwarf Empire fleet finally opts for self-rescue. The commander of the Dwarf Empire fleet orders a large number of naval personnel to find a way to place a bomb on the water, used to hinder the ship's advance. However, due to their immature technology, they were unable to produce anything resembling mines. Perhaps they could use bombs floating on the water to block the ship's advance. But they couldn't withstand the submarine attack. As time passed, Chester finally received a message from Kenneth over the radio. The submarine fleet had arrived near the port, ready to attack at any moment. The wolves have arrived. After receiving the message, Chester checked the time. It was exactly 2 o'clock in the morning. And according to weather observers, a heavy fog would arrive in the coastal area at dawn. This fog would obstruct the return of the carrier-based aircraft. So the mission now was to take off immediately and bomb the Dwarven Empire's naval port. Then, taking advantage of the newly rising fog, withdraw the fleet, Chester immediately issued the combat order. Aboard the 4 aircraft carriers, the sleeping pilots were awakened by the combat alarm. One by one, they hurriedly put on their pants and flew directly to the deck. Their squadron leader and the cook were approaching, carrying a large crate of hard-boiled eggs. They then distributed the already peeled eggs to the newly awakened pilots, to replenish their energy and nutrients. Because bombing is no simple task, the carrier-based pilots quickly devoured the eggs. Chewishly, they boarded their aircraft parked on the deck and, taking advantage of the night, flew towards the peaceful Dwarven Empire port. The war should be over. Chapter 659. For Midway-class aircraft carriers dispatched over 320 carrier-based aircraft at once. Dian actually also possesses 2 Essex-class aircraft carriers. However, these 2 aircraft carriers are currently deployed in the waters near the southern border of the Elven Empire. They are used to provide rapid support to the Elven Empire soldiers. The 4 Midway-class aircraft carriers, as the main force, are responsible for attacking the Dwarf Empire port. The warships of the Dwarf Empire fleet are currently quietly anchored in the Dwarf Empire naval port. The naval soldiers have fallen into a sweet dream. Only the soldiers on guard duty and air defense alert remain diligently at their posts. However, they do not know what they will face next. As time passes, the carrier-based aircraft formation is approaching the Dwarf Empire port. And at this time, the submarine formation has already sneaked outside the port. They are lying in wait. If the carrier-based aircraft formation launches an attack, they will completely block any escape route. Let the Dwarven Empire fleet be forever buried in this harbor. The soldiers on guard duty in the Dwarven Empire fleet suddenly heard the roar of aircraft engines from the distant clouds. These Dwarven soldiers had certainly experienced bombing raids at sea, so upon hearing this familiar engine roar, instantly, the Dwarven fleet soldiers on air defense alert sounded the sirens. Woo! The piercing sirens rang out, waking many of the Dwarven Empire soldiers, who were still asleep, then looking around in bewilderment. What had happened? Flying the carrier-based aircraft in the lead were the most experienced ace pilots, carrying a large number of signal rockets. These rockets were designed to hit warships, and provide guidance for the bombers in the night sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A large number of flares rained down on the warships. These warships, previously hidden in the darkness, were instantly illuminated, providing guidance for the 300 bombers. 300 Stuka bombers immediately launched a dive. Each Stuka bomber carried nearly a ton of small pumpkins. And taking advantage of the first round of airstrikes, the Dwarf Empire was completely unprepared. With just enough speed, they could inflict a devastating blow on the Dwarf Empire fleet. After learning of the Great Flame's attack, some quick-witted Dwarf Empire soldiers rushed to the anti-aircraft gun positions, not even taking off their pants, and then maneuvered the anti-aircraft guns to fire at the incoming Great Flame bombers. But their luck was extremely bad. As soon as they had a chance to maneuver the anti-aircraft guns, they were spotted by the diving attack aircraft. The attack aircraft then had no time to change their weapons, and fired their flares directly at the anti-aircraft weapons. Then the Dwarven Empire soldiers operating the anti-aircraft weapons suffered greatly. Many soldiers were blinded by the bright light, and some were even more unfortunate and caught fire. Many soldiers witnessed the bombers dropping their bombs from the harbor, accurately hitting the anchored warships. The carrier-based aircraft formation dropped their bombs with remarkable precision. After all, these warships were almost all moving targets. The carrier-based aircraft formation prioritized attacking the smaller ships. These smaller ships moved quickly, and if they were set in motion, they would be easily lost to control. Therefore, the carrier fleet immediately launched an attack on these small vessels. However, the 3 top-tier battleships were not on the priority list. After the first round of bombardment, almost all the small ships suffered varying degrees of damage. More than a dozen light warships sank instantly after being struck. Some were broken in two, while others, even more unfortunate, were directly hit by ammunition depots and instantly shattered. After the first round of attacks, the fleet soldiers immediately boarded those warships that had not been completely destroyed and began to salvage them. Many more soldiers boarded those still functioning warships and attempted to leave the port directly. Ordinary powered warships would require a standard warm-up before they could be fully activated. But don't forget, this is a magical world. The greatest advantage of the Magic Crystal Drive is its ability to start up quickly. Under the Magic Crystal Drive, the warships were able to start up in an instant. And within just 10 minutes, they were successfully underway. Shipped toward the harbor, amidst this extremely anxious situation. Almost no one anticipated the simple mines deployed outside the harbor. Some soldiers involved in deploying the mines immediately reacted, wanting to inform their superiors of the mine's presence. Some officers, alerted by their men, began to slow their ships. But some ships, however, continued to advance without hesitation. For them, their lives were paramount. Stay here and they will be killed. And then tragedy struck. As the submarine forces ambushed outside the harbor prepared to launch their attack, these warships struck the mines. Boom! The deafening sound of the explosion, coupled with the sky-high flames, stunned everyone present. Many warships began to try to avoid the mines, but a few clever ones chose to follow the war god battleships. Even if the War God battleship struck a mine, it would be no problem for them. These 3 War God battleships, carrying the 20 or 30 warships behind them, fled the harbor. The soldiers and commanders on the warships breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. They finally made it out alive. What these Dwarf Empire Navy soldiers, thankfully surviving, didn't know was that they had been targeted. Or rather, they didn't realize that they had just escaped one trap and fallen into another. There are simply too many sixth-rate people in this world. The moment the Dwarf Empire fleet left the harbor, the long-laden submarine force finally launched its attack. They chose to attack the sailing War God battleships first. If the War God battleship could be stopped, this so-called top-tier warship would become a sitting duck. This was the most important objective of this operation. All the groundwork so far had been leading up to this moment, enabling the submarine force to stop the War God battleship. Over 20 submarines launched dozens of torpedoes from all directions towards the War God battleship. And to ensure a successful strike, these torpedoes were special torpedoes prepared for the War God. A single strike could sink a 10,000-ton warship. Can you withstand our torpedoes? Chapter 660. A large number of submarines launched an attack on the 3 War God battleships. A dense stream of torpedoes flew from underwater towards the War God battleships. The dwarves aboard the War God battleships panicked upon seeing the incoming torpedoes. Attack! Underwater attack! Many soldiers could do nothing but scream, trying to alert the captain. The captain, of course, knew he was under attack. But was turning the battleship so easy? Full left rudder. After clearly observing the trajectory of a torpedo, the captain decisively gave the order for full left rudder. The helmsman immediately turned the wheel, and the massive battleship veered to the left. Successfully dodged one incoming torpedo. But was there only one torpedo? Although the battleship dodged one torpedo, more torpedoes swam towards it from all directions. Half of these torpedoes missed due to the War God battleship's agile maneuvering. Yet, half of the torpedoes still accurately hit the battleship. Boom! The violent explosion instantly shook the entire God of War battleship. But it was only a vibration. The entire God of War battleship continued to move forward resolutely. Its magical plating had dimmed. After taking so many torpedoes, any other warship would have been shattered long ago. But the God of War battleship remained resolute. It seemed as if the torpedoes had no effect on it. Not only that, the God of War battleship recklessly charged towards the same target. The Dwarf Empire fleet commander gave the order, and the 3 God of War battleships led their respective fleets to break out from 3 directions. The fleet commander decided that remaining in the Dwarf Empire was no longer a viable option. But the Dwarf Empire fleet commander was helpless. They had nowhere else to go. If they continued to stay in the Dwarf Empire's port, they would only repeat the same mistakes they had today, constantly being led by the Great Flame. In the end, the entire fleet would be annihilated. But with the God of War's speed, how could it possibly escape the Great Flame's pursuit? The Dwarf fleet commander made a final plea to the Dwarf Empire Emperor Andres to declare war on the Great Flame fleet. Because the commander knew that if they didn't go to war with the Great Flame, they would be completely annihilated. Furthermore, the initiative in the war was already in the hands of the enemy, and they were now on the defensive. If they didn't engage in a decisive battle, they would completely lose all their chances. The Dwarf fleet commander hoped, with all his heart, that the Dwarf Empire Emperor Andres would issue the order to declare war. But the outcome was, the God of War battleship is the Dwarf Empire's last chance for a comeback. No mistakes can be made. Immediately proceed to the next port to protect the ships and avoid battle. Listening to Andres' orders, the Dwarf fleet commander was completely despairing. This emperor had once been a formidable warrior, until he met the Great Flame. In a foreign war, the Great Flame shattered his spine. From then on, he never recovered, never regaining his former glory. To this day, at this critical moment, the emperor considered retreating. It wasn't that Andres had grown weak, but rather that he had come to terms with reality. They simply couldn't win the war against the Great Yen. To increase their bargaining chips, they had to conserve some of their strength. Only then would they have a chance of gaining greater benefits from the Great Yen. But they overlooked one fact. What they couldn't gain on the battlefield, they couldn't expect to gain at the negotiation table. The Dwarf Empire fleet commander watched the carrier-based aircraft flying in the distant sky, and realized that the Great Yan's second round of attacks was imminent. The Dwarf Empire fleet commander immediately ordered the fleet to the location of the Yen aircraft carriers, and launch a direct attack on the carrier fleet, engaging the Great Yen in a decisive battle. However, their dreams were too idealistic. They simply couldn't achieve victory. How could a bulky battleship possibly catch up to the upgraded midway-class aircraft carriers? As the Dwarf Empire fleet advanced at full speed, they had already spotted the incoming carrier-based aircraft formation. just as they were about to launch a counterattack. A war god battleship, bombarded by a barrage of torpedoes, eventually succumbed to its magical defenses, unable to withstand the heavy load. One torpedo accurately struck the war god battleship's engine room. The war god battleship instantly lost its power system. That wasn't the worst of it. The most devastating was the magic crystal storage next to the engine room. The raging fire spread to these magic crystals. Then, these magic crystals instantly ignited. The entire storage compartment exploded instantly. However, the war god battleship was so durable that even with the violent explosion inside, its exterior remained undeformed. And thanks to its plentiful supply of materials, even the explosion in the magic crystal storage room was a problem. It only affected a few surrounding cabins, and didn't significantly impact the main battleship. The submarine fleet watched this incredible scene through their periscopes. They had just discovered through their periscopes that they had hit the war god battleship's engine room. The terrifying flames were undeniable, and the battleship had successfully stopped moving. They had either hit the power system or the ammunition magazine. Either was fatal to a normal warship. But for this impenetrable fortress, it didn't seem that important. The war god battleship, deprived of power, instantly became a sitting duck. The other two war god battleships attempted to return to assist the battleship with air defense. But they were stopped by the Dwarf Empire fleet commander. If the other two battleships had come to its aid, all three would have perished today. The Dwarf Empire fleet had no weapons to counter the submarine fleet. When the God of War battleship lost power, its fate was sealed. The remaining warships were forced to abandon the damaged ship and instead head towards the Great Yin aircraft carrier formation at full speed. The carrier-based aircraft formation abandoned their attack on the two moving coffins and instead turned to attack the powerless coffin. The soldiers aboard the God of War battleship watched over 300 carrier-based aircraft descend upon them. Everyone was paralyzed. Is this still war? Or how can it be fought? Over half of the over 300 bombs hit the living coffin. But to everyone's surprise, even after being hit by over 100 bombs, the God of War battleship remained resolute and afloat on the sea. And it still posed a certain threat to the carrier-based aircraft. The submarine force gasped upon seeing this scene. What kind of legendary coffin king is this? Chapter 661. After discovering that the carrier-based aircraft formation was unable to sink the war god battleship, the submarine force did not cooperate in the attack, but instead pursued the other two war god battleships. If only these two war god battleships could be stopped, the war would truly be over. The soldiers aboard the powerless war god battleship could only watch helplessly as the submarine force circumvented them. Then, they charged directly towards the other two war god battleships, ignoring the others completely. The war god battleship, heading towards the Great Flame Fleet, spotted the pursuing submarine force. The soldiers aboard the war god battleship attempted to disrupt the submarine force through some means. But at this moment, thick fog suddenly appeared on the sea. Submarine Commander Kenneth immediately ordered all submarines to dive. Taking advantage of the fog, they launched a final encirclement and destruction of the dwarf fleet. The returning carrier-based aircraft formation also noticed the fog and accelerated towards the aircraft carrier formation. There are plenty of accidents caused by foggy weather. Now it depends on whether the submarine force can deliver. The crews of the battleship God of War, preparing for a sea battle, suddenly discovered that, in the blink of an eye, the submarine force had vanished. Where had they gone? This question was all on the minds of the crews of the battleship God of War. However, out of their sight, submarines were drifting in the ocean currents in another direction. The combination of fog and currents made the submarine force truly unmatched. Not only that, the Great Yin fleet currently possesses a total of 13 aircraft carriers, 4 Midway-class aircraft carriers, 8 Essex-class aircraft carriers, and 1 Midway-class aircraft carrier currently undergoing sea trials. 2 Essex-class aircraft carriers are coordinating operations on the border of the Elven Empire. The 2 Essex-class aircraft carriers, 4 dreadnoughts, and 24 Königsberg cruisers comprise the High Seas Fleet. The High Seas Fleet is responsible for maintaining order on the high seas and providing ready support to Bonaparte's new West French Empire. Because the West French Empire fleet chose to avoid fighting at the outset of the war, it remained until the West French Empire was divided into two parts. The West French Empire fleet commander, Redence, commanded thousands of ironclad warships. After the West French Empire was divided into North and South, he instantly escaped the West French Empire's control. He fled directly to the high seas and became the Pirate King. Now he truly became the Pirate King. The high seas are home to many small islands, almost all of which are clustered near the Storm Sea. These islands are almost always inhabited by people engaged in illegal activities, including prostitution, gambling, drugs, and even the like. The disappearance of many fishermen at sea is likely related to these people. These illicit traders are incredibly rampant. Whenever a naval force from another country approaches, they flee into the stormy sea. Over time, the navies of each nation are unable to eradicate them. Redentus leads the West French fleet to a high seas pirate hotspot. Because of his power, he naturally becomes the pirate king. With the pirate king's backing, these pirates become even more rampant. They begin attacking Holy Empire fishing boats, and the number of fishermen disappearing at sea increases. Lion can't afford to ignore this, so he created the High Seas Fleet. However, the High Seas Fleet is newly constructed and still in its infancy. It's expected to begin patrolling the high seas within the next 3 months, taking on pirates along the way. After all that, it turns out there's still a shortfall of 2 Essex-class aircraft carriers. Where did the other 2 Essex-class aircraft carriers go? The answer is the southeastern coastal region of the Dwarf Empire. Yes, Chester chose to divide his forces because the Dwarf Empire had moved most of its heavy industry inland to avoid attack from the Great Yan Navy. But they still had a number of factories along the eastern coast, which provided 30% of the army's armaments. So what to do? Of course, attack directly. As Chester launched the battle, the other carrier fleet also began attacking the coastal factories. This is war. I have more aircraft carriers. What can you do to me? The weak must be prepared to be attacked, and when you are hit, you must stand at attention, on Chester's side. The submarine force caught up with the 2 War God battleships, and then, taking advantage of the fog, launched a surprise attack. Under cover of the fog, torpedo after torpedo struck the dwarf warships at full speed. Boom! 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 Violent explosions echoed as the War God battleships advanced. But the most devastating thing was the War God battleships' resilience. They could actually move forward. This was the first time the submarine force had encountered such a situation, and their torpedoes were nearly exhausted. Thankfully, these War God battleships had already been damaged in previous battles. The submarine force continued their torpedo attack, eventually penetrating the War God battleship's defenses, with the torpedoes striking the dwarven warship's main body. Giant holes appeared on both sides of the warships, and many torpedoes struck the ammunition magazines. Although the dwarves knew that the Great Flame warships had similar partitions, they had never seen one, and therefore had no idea how to build one. They could only copy the exterior. As a result, these specialized compartments were omitted. And then nothing happened. A violent explosion erupted within the warship, flames raging inside. Many Dwarf Empire soldiers on board jumped overboard. Because the burning of these unstable magic crystals releases a large amount of toxic substances. This is truly a case of fate. Mining these magic crystals cost countless lives, with every 100 unstable magic crystals representing a life. And today, these lives owed were finally repaid. Watching the numerous dwarf soldiers dive overboard, the submarine force chose to sink. The 2 War God battleships couldn't escape. It was time for them to return for supplies, as their torpedoes were almost exhausted. Their mission accomplished, it was time for them to hand over to their naval brothers. And just then, the fog gradually dissipated. It had come and gone as quickly as it had. It was as if prepared for a submarine attack. As the fog cleared, the aircraft carriers on the deck stood poised for action. The commander ordered the bombers to attack. The bombers flew towards these sitting ducks on the sea. The fate of these 3 War God battleships was sealed. The remaining smaller warships attempted to protect them, but the Dwarf Empire fleet commander refused. Get away from here now. Run. The farther the better. The Imperial Navy cannot lose its last remaining strength. The commander then stared silently at the War God battleships ablaze beneath his feet. The aircraft carriers began dropping bombs in turns. But what they didn't expect, or what no one expected, was that these 3 battleships actually held out for a whole day. Chapter 662. Over 300 bombers took turns bombing for a whole day. From day to nightfall, the 3 War God battleships remained firmly afloat. Even though the 3 warships were engulfed in flames, unable to resist, miraculously, they remained afloat. The fire ignited the entire sea. Although it was already dusk, and growing darker, with darkness approaching, the fire illuminated the night sky, and the sea remained as bright as day. Upon hearing this, Chester chose not to order the bombers to continue their attack. Instead, he ordered the warships to retrieve the drowned dwarf soldiers. These soldiers were very useful, because the War God battleships were a milestone. If the 3 warships had not sunk after the fire ended, these men would have been of great use. Because Chester simply couldn't understand how the Dwarf Empire, with its backward technology, could have survived even with a single focus on heavy industry. It's impossible to create something as terrifying as the god of war. As a naval admiral, Chester despised the bulky god of war. But that didn't stop him from admiring it. Regardless of its firepower, its ability to withstand blows alone surpassed the defenses of every nation. After retrieving a number of dwarf soldiers and interrogating them, Chester learned that the god of war's ability to withstand such attacks was due to the dwarf empire's special steel. Or perhaps it could be said that the dwarf empire's unique skill, its special steel forging technology, was the reason. If this steel forging technology were brought back, Diane's armored units would be taken to a new level. Not only would military-industrial enterprises profit, but other industries would also benefit. This is the height a marshal should possess. From the outset, the war was destined to be anything but simple. The sea creatures within the sea were also drawn to the terrifying commotion. One after another, they peered out to observe the unfolding events. The soldiers on the great flame cruiser, anchored near the god of war battleship, also spotted these sea creatures. But instead of driving them away, they warned them of the danger ahead, and told them to stay where they were and not go any further. Chester didn't drive away these sea creatures who were watching the excitement, because this was a great opportunity to flex his muscles. Chester even ordered the carrier's kitchen to prepare some snacks for these adoring sea creatures. Who says a fleet can only use cannons to force its way through a nation? Weren't Zheng He's voyages to the west meant for friendly exchange? Bringing hundreds of cannons was definitely not for breaking open the nation's borders, but only for self-defense and fighting pirates. Absolutely. We are pacifists. At first, these sea creatures were a little shy and embarrassed, but after a few bites, they were eager to climb aboard and into the pot. However, the Navy soldiers gave most of these snacks to the Sea Tribe children. Adults? 2 would be enough. With the god of war battleship losing its resistance, this overwhelming war was over. The Navy soldiers gathered on the deck and watched. Just watching it all in silence. Finally, I can go home. Elsewhere, Leon, who had just returned to his temporary office after 2 days of work, was signing orders inside. With Yunli's birth, Leon's work schedule had changed to 2 days on, 1 day off. Leon initially wanted to refuse, but was unanimously overruled. Everyone knew about Leon's family situation. He'd been toiling away for Diane for the past 2 years, leaving no family matters unaddressed. If they didn't address it, they'd be worried. So, the 2 day on, 1 day off work system was born. But it was only for these 2 years, and Leon had to return to the office for special circumstances. But that was enough. Leon could spend time with his wives in peace. However, just as Leon was about to leave work, Hans walked in with a document. Leader, the battle between the fleet and the Dwarf Empire is over. We achieved an overwhelming victory, Hans said, placing the document on the table. Lion then read over the battle report Chester had just submitted. As he read, he realized it was already time to leave. He then glanced at Hans, who was still waiting for his response. For the first time, Leon felt Hans was so inconsiderate. Hans! If I remember correctly, you're already around 27 or 28 this year, right? Isn't it time for you to get married? Hearing Leon's words, Hans looked stunned. He didn't understand why Leon would ask such a question at this time. But soon, Hans realized it was time to get off work. Thinking about Leon's actions, Hans finally understood why Leon said that. Leader. Hans tried to defend himself, but Leon refused. Lion spoke directly. Hans! I heard you're close to a girl. Her name is Tina, and she seems to be from the Shifa Empire. But now you come to Dian, and seem to be settling here. But your intelligence, as the director of the Intelligence Bureau, isn't up to par. I heard there's a couple who recently moved to Liongrad and are looking to get residency, so they're planning to adopt Tina. Are you really not planning on going to see her? Leon said, and Hans saw a look of surprise on his face. Because Hans really didn't know about this. Due to Tina's unique situation, the intelligence officers at the intelligence agency didn't dare pay much attention to her. Because she's their boss's woman, if they were to get their intelligence work done on her, they'd probably be killed tomorrow. Hans lost his composure after hearing this. He looked like he wanted to leave but didn't dare. This made Leon almost burst out laughing. Okay, go now. If you don't go now, Tina's going to be adopted. Hans tried to rush out, but Leon stopped him. You're not really going in that uniform, are you? It's black, the uniform of the intelligence agency. Won't the orphanage go into chaos if you go? Hans was stunned when he heard this, then rushed to his office. He changed into more casual clothes and headed straight for the orphanage. But what Hans didn't know was that no matter how he dressed, he felt strangely awkward. Because he'd been so cold all day, Hans had lost even the most basic ability to control his expression. At the orphanage entrance, Hans watched from afar as Tina played with the children inside. Just then, a little girl approached. Seeing Hans staring intently at Tina, she couldn't help but say, "Big brother." Handcuffs. She then pointed to the security patrol not far from the orphanage entrance and pointed at the gleaming silver bracelet. Hans, no. When did I become a pervert? Little sister, I'm not a pervert, I'm a good person. Hans said earnestly. No, big brother, handcuffs. Hans, Chapter 663. Looking at the serious little girl, Hans was at a loss for words. You say this little girl is very vigilant, and she is. She kept staring at Hans, thinking there was something wrong with him. But you say she's stupid, and she's a bit clueless. Because isn't she afraid that Hans would take her away? Just as Hans thought, the little girl hadn't considered that Hans would take her away. So she just kept clinging to him. Hans looked at the little girl, feeling both amused and embarrassed. Little sister, aren't you afraid that I take you away? Hans looked at the little girl, touched his nose, and then pretended to want to take her away. The little girl was instantly terrified. Wow. Big brother is a bad guy. The little girl looked like she was about to cry. Hans suddenly felt guilty. What was going on? Just then, the security guards patrolling the orphanage saw what was happening and trotted over. Hey, what are you doing? Kidnapping and molesting children in Dayin is punishable by death. The security guard said warily, rubbing the gun on his waist. Bad boy. The little girl hugged the security guard's thighs, crying. Hans was numb. The security guard looked at Hans and said, Hey, please come with us. Hans? ? No, fighting crime has fallen on my shoulders? Hans was a bit amused, as he was also responsible for combating child trafficking. This is like a flood that has hit the Dragon King Temple, and family members don't recognize each other anymore. No, it's the flood that's backwashing the Dragon King Temple. The noise at the orphanage gate was quickly heard by those inside. The teacher hurried out. Comrade security, what's going on? The little girl, upon seeing the teacher, immediately hugged her thighs. Teacher, there's a bad guy. He's been staring at Sister Tina. He's even saying he wants to take me away. The little girl pointed at Hans and said, Do you believe I take you away? The teacher knew Hans, because he was the one who brought Tina here. Mr. Hans? The teacher asked in confirmation. Hans nodded. The teacher instantly broke out in a sweat, because they knew Hans's true identity. This was someone who could stop babies from crying. You misunderstood. He's a family member. The teacher hurriedly explained to the security guard. But the security guard didn't give up at first. Instead, he carefully confirmed everything before leaving. Because Lion has many laws protecting the flowers of the Great Flame. If anyone dares to abduct and sell children, it will trigger a chain reaction. Once a child is confirmed to have been abducted, security forces will be dispatched within 3 hours. Photos will be sent to security forces in various cities. At the same time, border crossings will be strictly inspected. The abducted child is usually rescued within 10 hours. So everyone started joking. You're abducting children in Dayin, you might as well be robbing a bank. Nonsense. At most, you'd be caught by the security forces, and the sentence for bank robbery depends on the crime, so it might not be punishable by death. But if you abduct a child, you'd be damned. The security forces are just the easiest. Because they deploy special forces to hunt down the traffickers. Special forces pursue the traffickers. And this is just the beginning. If the traffickers are lucky enough to be caught mid-sentence, they can avoid physical pain. If they escape the clutches of the security forces' special forces, that's the beginning of a nightmare. The Intelligence Bureau will pursue them to the ends of the earth. And the Intelligence Bureau's mobile unit, known as the Devil, will make a final appearance. If caught, they'd be taken directly to the Intelligence Bureau for torture. Once in the Intelligence Bureau, even death is a distant prospect. Human trafficker, I just want to traffic a child. Some may wonder, why go to all this trouble? Wouldn't it be better to slowly follow the clues? This is because not only are the child's family distraught, but the child himself has also suffered serious harm. Most importantly, Dayin has a small population. Only the most severe measures can serve as a warning to others. Strike fear into the hearts of the traffickers. That's the only way to curb their rampant behavior. Human traffickers are no longer human. Don't tell Leon you can influence them with love. All Leon could do was reward them with peanuts, inside the orphanage. Hans quietly watched Tina, who was helping the teacher with the children. The coldness and sharpness in his eyes gradually gave way to calmness. Although Tina was in the orphanage, she had always been the leader of the children. She would always tell the children about the customs and stories of the Western Empire, and most importantly, about her experiences with Hans. Watching Tina become increasingly sensible, Hans wanted to approach her, but he didn't dare. He glanced at himself in the darkness. Hans realized that the lives of ordinary people were out of his reach. The teacher looked from Hans to Tina, and then at Hans' hesitation, and she almost couldn't help laughing. Is this still the ruthless killer? Just as Hans was about to step forward and greet Tina, a couple walked up to her. Tina's face, which had been full of smiles, suddenly changed. Tina, have you thought about it? We can take you away from here. Tina's expression was solemn. Hans's smile faded upon seeing this, and gradually grew colder. The teacher nearby shuddered. Then he caught Hans' murderous gaze. The teacher glanced at the couple trying to take Tina away. It's over. The teacher, seeing the situation was not right, hurried to find the dean. Hans activated the Intelligence Bureau agent's unique skill, Silent Step, and quietly came up behind Tina. He listened to the conversation. Tina, just agree to it. We only have one child, and we just moved here. Only by adopting you can we become citizens of Yin, Tina said firmly. So you're threatening me with your freedom? Marrying your son? I don't like him at all, the couple said disdainfully. Like? What good does liking someone mean these days? My family is a renowned merchant in the Holy Empire, noble imperial citizens. Great Yin will definitely welcome us. Without us, Great Yin will lose. Before Tina could object, Hans laughed. What do you mean Great Yin loses without you? No, you really think you're a piece of cake? Tina heard the noise and turned to look. She saw Hans standing not far behind her. Tina's eyes instantly filled with tears, and she hugged Hans, crying. Uncle, why are you here just now? Hans smiled a rare smile. Okay, I'm here now. How about I take you home? Chapter 664. Watching Tina lovingly embrace Hans, the couple instantly became displeased. They spoke directly. Okay, so I said you didn't want to marry my son because you were having an affair with someone else. The couple's words became increasingly venomous. Tina wanted to retort, but instead looked at Hans. Before, you bullied me because you were alone and helpless. But things are different now. Uncle will help me. Hans shielded Tina behind him and spoke coldly. If I'm not mistaken, you two adopted Tina just to gain the right to live in Yin, right? The couple didn't answer Hans's question, because if they nodded, it would confirm that they were simply using Tina. What do you mean by using Tina? Do you even know how to speak? We just can't bear to see her suffer. Unlike some people who, after having an affair with a woman, end up leaving her alone. The couple refused to give in. Hans's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he spoke calmly. You're done? If you're done, then it's time to ask the director. Just then, an elderly woman, led by a teacher, came running over. Her speed didn't seem at all like someone in her 70s. The couple, upon seeing the director approach, assumed he was offering support. However, just as they were about to greet the director, he passed them by. He came straight to Hans. Director Hans. Sir! The director was about to say Director Hans, but then he glanced at the children and held back the word. Hans nodded after hearing this. Teresa, you worked so hard running such a large orphanage, Hans said sincerely. The old woman before him was once a world-renowned nun, but later, due to infringing upon the interests of some, she was banished to the territory of Sin, where she remained for 40 years. During these 40 years, the old nun had seen countless orphans die from displacement. So, after Lion invested heavily in the construction of the Great Flame Care Home, this highly respected old nun was hired as the head nun. To completely resolve the orphans' problems, Lion also gave the old nun a seat in the Great Flame Council. This was to give the old nun a voice. And to tell everyone, anyone who dares to harm these orphans should not blame Lion for being ruthless. These orphans, upon entering this world, have lost their parents for various reasons. This is tragic enough. If the world doesn't show them some compassion, will there ever be warmth in the world? It's not hard. It's not hard. Hans, you're the one who's working the hardest. I don't see a single glimmer of happiness on your face, only sorrow. This isn't how a young man of 27 or 28 should behave, the old dean said kindly. Although his words were a bit blunt, his gentle voice made Hans completely shrug. Old dean, please stop teasing me. Hans touched his nose. How can this be teasing? It really isn't easy for you. You have so much to deal with every day, and is there anything you don't do well? The old dean finished speaking and patted Hans on the shoulder. Hans smiled, and then looked at Tina. By the way, Dean, has Tina been in no trouble these days? The old dean quickly waved his hand, then said with a smile, You're not allowed to say that about Tina. She's a 17 or 18-year-old girl, helping us take care of the children every day. She's no worse than the teachers. She's very conscious. Hans looked at Tina with some surprise. Tina lowered her head awkwardly, seeming a little shy of the dean's praise. Now it was the merchant couple's turn to be speechless. They had thought the old dean was coming to greet them, but he struck up a conversation with Hans, leaving them alone. "Dean, you promised us to adopt Tina. How can you go back on your word?" asked the wife of the couple. The old dean narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. "When did I ever agree to your promise? And it was only a teacher who agreed, not to mention that teacher took your money." The old dean snorted coldly. The couple's defenses were immediately broken. "Old dean, you can't say that, can you? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by your enemies?" The old dean's disdain grew even stronger. "Are you threatening me? I've been threatened countless times in my life. But no one has ever truly taken my life." The old dean spoke, and the aura of a 6th-level magician gushed out. The couple, sensing this aura, felt like eggplants struck by frost. "It's over. It seems there's no way to get Tina away." Hans was a little surprised. He felt that things were more complicated than that. "Tell me the truth, both of you. Why did you send Tina away?" As Hans spoke, the teacher who had accepted the bribe came over, carried by 2 other teachers. The female teacher met the dean's gaze and lowered her head in shame. "Dean, I was wrong." "No, you're not wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have hired you. As for your appeal, go speak to the intelligence agency." The old dean then looked at Hans, signaling that he could take the teacher away. But Hans remained unmoved. Instead, he continued to stare at the couple, because they hadn't answered his question. "What's it to you about us adopting Tina?" The couple was about to argue, but Hans couldn't wait any longer. "I give you 2 choices. Speak out here, or go to the intelligence agency for a chat." The couple, still unaware of their situation, continued to speak stubbornly. "Just you? You think you can get us into the CIA?" The teachers nearby couldn't help but burst out laughing. "What are you laughing at?" The couple was a little annoyed. "I'm sorry, we've been professionally trained. I wouldn't laugh unless it was a special case." Feeling insulted, the couple was about to argue when they saw several CIA vehicles parked at the entrance, followed by a large number of CIA agents. This time, however, these CIA agents weren't carrying guns. Instead, they were mostly carrying candied haws and lollipops. Even these ruthless CIA agents were getting a little too sweet. What a joke. If they actually brought a gun into the orphanage. The next day, no, that very night, Hans would have to be hung up and whipped by Leon with a whip. Hans, Chapter 665. Watching the Intelligence Bureau agents file in, the orphans, who had lived in the orphanage for so long, all opened their eyes wide. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Because in their eyes, these Intelligence Bureau agents were so different from their own lives, and they might never see one in their entire lives. But today, they did. Moreover, they witnessed the entire arrest operation with their own eyes. However, the Intelligence Bureau agents left no shadow in the hearts of these children. Instead, they established a towering image in their hearts. Because today, these Intelligence Bureau agents not only didn't carry guns, but they didn't even wear the hoods that symbolize fear. Moreover, none of the Intelligence Bureau agents had a stern expression. The children weren't frightened at all. But the couple and the teacher who accepted the bribe were in dire straits. Because the Intelligence Bureau agents' smiles were seen by them. It's incredibly creepy. 3 of you, let's go to the Intelligence Bureau. An Intelligence Bureau agent said calmly. The businessman and his wife, as well as the teacher, all looked resistant. But would resistance really work? In the face of a violent organization like the Intelligence Bureau, all resistance was meaningless. In the end, the couple and the teacher were undoubtedly taken away. But before they were taken away, the couple continued to be stubborn. For such stubborn people, the Intelligence Bureau has hundreds of ways to make them talk. That is, if the 2 of them can hold out until all those methods are exhausted. After sending these flies away, the dean and the teachers made the very sensible choice to avoid Hans and Tina, leaving the 2 of them alone. Looking at Tina, who lowered her head and remained silent, Hans said calmly, "How about a walk?" Tina nodded, and the 2 of them began a stroll through the orphanage. "How have you been lately?" Hans asked, gazing at the exquisite orphanage buildings. "Not bad, uncle." Tina looked at Hans, her face full of concern. "How else can I get by? Dealing with those things every day, of course." Hans finished, giving a somewhat helpless smile. "So, uncle, have you been having a hard time lately?" Tina seemed to see through Hans's thoughts. "Of course not. Life is like this every day. What good or bad is there? Hans shook his head, then picked up a fallen peach blossom. Tina shook her head in return. Although the quality of life in the orphanage is good, the children here all have some flaws. They yearn for the outside world. They hope to be loved by their loved ones. Most of them don't have parents, Tina said, lowering her head. Hans looked at Tina, as if hesitant to speak. Tina, seemingly sensing Hans' gaze, forced a smile. Uncle! It's getting late. You're going home too, right? You have work tomorrow, Tina said, hugged Hans, and prepared to leave. But this time, Hans didn't let Tina go. Come with me. You won't be happy if you stay here any longer. Hans placed his hand on Tina's head, speaking like an elder. Upon hearing this, Tina, though expressionless on the surface, was filled with joy. Because here, no matter how hard she worked, she would be in trouble. Although the director was very considerate of her, there were still many other teachers. They had learned of her relationship with Hans, and while they all pretended to respect her, the truth was, the rumors were already spreading throughout the orphanage. Although the director strictly prohibited discussion, gossip was inevitable. So Tina had always wanted to leave the orphanage. But she didn't dare to go to Hans. Hans's work was incredibly demanding, almost 24 hours a day, 16 of which were spent at work. Another 2 hours were spent on the road. Only 6 hours were left for rest and sleep. Hans's day was incredibly hectic. That was why Tina didn't want to disturb Hans. If she did, she would feel bad. But today was different. Hans took the initiative. Hans knew he couldn't stay in the position of director of the intelligence agency forever. One day, he would have to retire. What would he do after that? Hans thought back to the things he heard these days. For example, William and Carl's granddaughter were together, and Alan had found love. This made Hans feel bad. Why did they all have love? Aren't we all just like that? Hans wanted to find love, but the problem was that he appeared indifferent on the surface. But in reality, this was just a cover-up for Hans's inner flaws. It was like when he was talking to a girl, he'd get inexplicably nervous the moment he spoke. Unless absolutely necessary, Hans wouldn't initiate conversation with a woman. But Tina was the only exception. For some reason, Hans found that when he chatted with Tina, he didn't feel the same pressure as before. That was why Hans was willing to talk to Tina. Perhaps it was because they'd been on the run together. So have you thought about it? Come home with me, Hans began. Really? Tina was a little incredulous. When have I ever lied to you? Hans said, laughing and crying. Tina nodded happily. Well, I finally have a home again. Hearing this, Hans froze in his tracks. Yes, so Tina no longer had a home. He then went to the director and signed the papers to adopt Tina. But while it was called adoption, everyone knew that Tina was already grown up. So, the director very humanely replaced the adoption papers with release papers. Because the dean knew Tina actually had feelings for Hans, and Tina was already an adult. The adult world didn't have so many twists and turns. After signing the documents, Hans looked at Tina, who was jumping around beside him. For a moment, he was stunned. So there was a way to live like this. Life wasn't just about killing, but also about looking at the people you loved. Hans took Tina back to his mansion. Yes, as the director of the intelligence agency, Hans didn't live in an ordinary apartment like ordinary officials. Instead, Leon rewarded Hans with a mansion. But this mansion was completely empty, lacking even the most basic servants. And from time to time, an eerie and terrifying atmosphere emanated from it. Tina looked at the haunted house before her, somewhat incredulous. Uncle? Is this our home? Hans, Chapter 666. This is our home. Hans scratched his head a bit embarrassedly. Because of his busy schedule, Hans usually slept in the capital. Leon always said this. Hans's class is truly worth it. Not only does it pay, but it also provides free room and board. It's unique in Yin. Hans, Tina reached the door and pushed hard, but it wouldn't budge. Uncle, did you lock the door? Locked? No, who would rob my house? Who dares to rob my house? Hans looked at Tina, whose face flushed from exerting so much force, and said, trying to suppress a smile. Uncle, you're making fun of me. Tina instantly saw that Hans was trying to hold back his laughter and punched him. Hans smiled and dodged Tina, because the way she pushed the door just now was so adorable. She pushed for a long time, but the door wouldn't open, and she didn't try to figure out why. Her face was red from pushing. But she was too embarrassed to ask Hans for help, looking so stubborn and powerless. Hans patted Tina's head. Okay, stop it. Hans then gave a gentle push, and the door flew open. Now it was Tina's turn to be stunned. No! It opened right away. Tina stared blankly at Hans as he walked in, a look of disbelief on her face. What are you doing? Why aren't you coming in? Don't you want to go home? Hans turned around and saw Tina standing at the doorway, and couldn't help but ask. Tina hurriedly moved her short legs to keep up with Hans's pace. At the same time, she took in the mansion. It was a marquise mansion. It was ridiculously large. Or rather, the emptiness of the mansion now frightened Tina. Having been neglected for so long, it was filled with fallen leaves and cobwebs. Those who didn't know would mistake it for some abandoned building. The two of them walked all the way to the hall. Tina was surprised to find that the hall, the most important part of the mansion, was still dingy. Seeing the dust-covered hall, not only Tina, but even Hans couldn't contain himself. Uncle, is this your home? Hans nodded awkwardly. Tina shook her head. Uncle, could you please show some self-control? The two of them walked to the bedroom. Hans found Tina a spare room. But before Tina could enter, she rushed into Hans's room. Hans, shock! Hans stared at Tina rushing in, momentarily unresponsive, but then something struck him. Oh no! Something bad is going to happen. Hans flew straight into the bedroom. But he still couldn't catch up. Uncle, what is this? Tina was holding a fashion magazine, looking at Hans with a sly smile. Hans looked at the fashionable woman in the magazine and knew he couldn't get out of this situation. Let me explain. This magazine isn't mine. Hans still struggled. I know, Uncle. Are you going to say this? It was found in someone's house during a raid, and they accidentally brought it home. Tina said what she wanted to say directly, and Hans's face darkened. No. Hans seemed to be hesitant to speak. How did he end up with someone like this? Tina, you mess with me. Do you still think you can escape elsewhere? Just as Hans was crying, Leon was also crying. But the interesting thing was, both of them were crying because of a woman. Inside the Duke's mansion, Leon held his daughter Yunli, a look of despair on his face. It was 3 a.m. Yunli, seemingly aware that Leon didn't have to work the next day, immediately started to make a scene. She wanted to crawl from the floor to the ceiling. Leon had no problem with this. Yun Chi-Chi, I heard you have a problem, Leon. I never laugh again. Inside the room, Leon had finally managed to coax Yunli to sleep when Yun Chi-Chi arrived. Just when Leon thought his kidney was in danger again, Yun Chi-Chi was serious this time. Leon, I want to discuss something with you, Yun Chi-Chi said seriously. Looking at Yun Chi-Chi's seriousness, Leon immediately thought he was faking it. But after a while, it became clear that Yun Chi-Chi wasn't pretending. What's going on? Regarding the Orc Empire, my army is making great progress. But Urus of the Orc Revolutionary Army seems quite hostile to my army. Yun Chi-Chi began. Leon's mouth twitched upon hearing this. Nonsense! You attack their country, and they won't hate you. Although orcs and orcs share a common ancestor, the two sides have reached a deadly feud. Listening to Yun Chi-Chi's words, Leon was slightly stunned. He quickly realized what Yun Chi-Chi was up to. Because the Revolutionary Army and he were inextricably linked. And Yun Chi-Chi's questioning was precisely to gauge his attitude. Urus is a good boy, or rather, someone willing to fight for his people. But his presence won't be a good thing for us in the future. Leon spoke his mind. Because Urus and Baramert have now divided the Orc Empire in two. And because Urus personally leads the army on the front lines against the Orc Empire's forces, the people in the areas controlled by the Revolutionary Army live a very stable life. Industry is also gradually developing, and technology is advancing rapidly. If left unchecked, the Revolutionary Army will eventually become the sole power in the Orc Empire. The true Orc Empire royal family has declined. Its former glory is gone. Warring against the Holy Empire and the Great Flame, they have almost been wiped out. Half the young and middle-aged men of the Orc Empire. Add to that the Orc Empire's civil war that's been going on for over a year. How many young and middle-aged men are left in the Orc Empire? Lion hoped for the Revolutionary Army's victory, but he also didn't want it. The Yin and the Orc Empire have a deep-seated blood feud. Reconciliation is absolutely impossible. In the future, the two sides will inevitably stand on opposite sides. Yun Chi-Chi was slightly taken aback when he heard Lion's words. You mean, you want to reap the benefits? Lion looked at his pink daughter, listened to Yun Chi-Chi's words, and shook his head. It's not me who reaps the benefits, but you, or rather, Lil Yunli, who reaps the benefits. Lion said, poking Yunli's cheek. Yunli felt a slight discomfort, then turned over and went back to sleep. What do you mean? I don't want my daughter to get caught up in the maelstrom of power in the Great Yin Kingdom, But that's impossible. So, for my daughter's future, I must strengthen the Qingqi kingdom. Only when the Qingqi kingdom is strong enough can little Yinli be protected from being controlled. Lion said, glancing at young Qingqi, who hesitated to speak. I know you say I have 1,000 years of lifespan, but doesn't Kungberg have 1,000 years of lifespan as well? Having a way out is always a good idea. Then, the room fell silent. Chapter 667. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse, perfect for everyone's rest. Inside the Yin tank factory. The night shift, one of the 3 shifts, was producing T-72 tanks. Although the T-62 tank surpassed the T-54, the most classic tank remained the T-72. After all, even after modernization, it remained powerful, and most importantly, affordable and durable. A young boy, still immature, welded the hull of a T-72 tank with an electric welder. The factory was filled with the roar of steel. However, most workers performed relatively safe tasks. Only the extremely dangerous work was assigned to the skeleton soldiers. The number of skeleton soldiers in Leningrad was dwindling. This was because most of them were already injured. After over 1,000 years, even the best bones would eventually decay. And Lion adopted a strategy of not putting all their eggs in one basket. A large number of factories were relocated out of Leningrad. A large number of skeleton soldiers were also sent out. Lion even secretly operated numerous underground factories. These factories were extremely well hidden, and almost all of them were military factories. The weapons produced by these factories accounted for 35% of the current publicly available military equipment. And this was only the publicly available equipment. You never know how many sealed weapons a person with a phobia of insufficient firepower could possibly have stockpiled. Lion's role in these secret factories was to, in peacetime, they helped the Great Yin National Defense Army replenish its armaments. In wartime, when other factories were attacked and lost production capacity, they would operate at full speed to ensure the supply of military equipment for the National Defense Army. These secret factories were completely isolated from the outside world, and their personnel employed only skeleton soldiers. To completely disappear. This is why, even at the crucial moment in the defense of Leningrad, Leon refused to deploy the skeletons. Because Leon knew that even if the Crusaders could capture the capital, he could still leave Leningrad and conduct mobile warfare in the surrounding areas. Leningrad is just a city. As long as the people of the Yin exist, Leningrad is everywhere. The skeleton soldiers' concealment serves as the Yan's last line of defense. Unless the people are in mortal danger, Leon would never play this card. Even if he nearly died in this war, he still persevered. But now, the Yin has the shrimp bomb. Anyone who dares to mess with me, I launch a big Ivan. There's a saying. What's that noise? All that chatter. I have an idea. A big Ivan, hey! Is the world quiet now? Despite having the shrimp bomb, conventional forces are essential. Now the Yin is striving to rapidly upgrade its armaments. All factories operate in 3 shifts, running at full speed 24 hours a day. Kataka. Take a break, kid. You've been working straight for over an hour. Even a tough guy can't stand it. Can your eyes take it? In the tank factory, a worker spoke to a young man welding a tank body. Uncle Rod, don't blame me. Aren't you the same? I've been welding for an hour, and you've been installing the parts for hours too. Kataka couldn't help but grumble. This is 2 adorable people clashing. You kid. Can you even talk? Don't be distracted. Just weld well. If the military doesn't pass inspection, I guarantee you'll be in big trouble. Kataka chuckled disdainfully upon hearing this. How can there be good fruit? How can there be bad fruit? The moment it's picked, the fruit is no longer fresh. The only thing a fruit can do is to be enjoyed at its peak. The same goes for us. While we still have energy, let's work for the Yin for a few more years. No matter how vibrant the fruit, if left alone, it will just rot pointlessly. Kataka finished his words and began welding. Rhodes, standing by, was bewildered. Where did you learn that, kid? How come you have so much knowledge? You learned it secretly in the middle of the night, didn't you? Kataka shrugged dismissively. Can't you just read the workers' newspaper more often? The leader writes an article every day and publishes it there to enrich our knowledge. Listening to him, Rhodes wanted to retort, but he couldn't find any reason. After all, it was the leader who wrote it. How could he have the guts to confront the leader? The 2 workers exchanged barbs. The surrounding workers watched the scene with unperturbed composure. These 2 men did this all the time, constantly bickering with each other. The factory wasn't overly stressful. Even though they worked the night shift, the atmosphere was still very relaxed. Many people would even joke around when the pressure was on. The leadership, responsible for managing these workers, didn't stop their behavior. After all, no one under the red flag felt superior. Leon constantly emphasized equality for all. Even Leon never emphasized his leadership role. So over time, the social atmosphere changed. Originally a group of people transitioning from the feudal era to the socialist stage, they all had some feudal remnants. However, thanks to Leon's careful handling of the situation, and the fact that these people had been accustomed to hardship, they finally began to enjoy a hard-earned, happy life. Their ideological awareness suddenly soared. After all, they didn't want their hard-earned lives to be shattered. Not only did the workers in the tank factory work so hard, but those in other factories also worked very hard. How is steel made? The answer is, it's made by these people. The next day, Leon woke up with dark circles under his eyes. Although Yunli had been very quiet at the beginning of last night, she started to act up in the second half of the night. Leon finally remembered why those uncles and aunts who took care of children in his previous life could lose dozens of pounds in just 2 weeks of caring for a baby. Goodness, he just kept this schedule. Leon didn't even need a nutritionist to prepare his meals. Eating while he ate while he ate. Energy is conserved. But someone will never smile again. Not only that, Leon found that whenever he had a day off, everyone always liked to cling to him. Especially Xiao Yunli. They wanted to hang on to him. Leon had nothing to say about Xiao Yunli. After all, she was his daughter, and he had to endure the hardships. However, just as Leon was preparing for a relaxing vacation, the sea was no longer peaceful. That's right, in the sea, not on the sea. The sea was truly peaceful, just short of fighting the pirates. Chester was ready to head for the high seas, but at this critical moment, the small nations in the sea finally succumbed to the gods' bewitchment. The first batch of aid from the gods had arrived in the various countries. Small nations. It's time for dinner, brothers. Chapter 668. At sea, Chester had been separated from the fleet. The war against the Dwarven Empire was over. Or rather, the Dwarven Empire had unilaterally given up the fight. 3 war god battleships had been defeated by Diyin. These 3 war god battleships symbolized the hope of the entire Dwarven Empire. But now, 2 of these 3 war god battleships had been bombed and sunk, and one had burned to a bare hulk. But it had refused to sink, symbolizing the Dwarven Empire's final stubbornness. Regarding the unsunk battleship, Chester immediately issued an order. He ordered his soldiers to tow the empty hull back. After all, Diyin still needed to know how the backward Dwarven Empire had built a war god battleship. He left a number of warships to escort the burnout war god battleship away. Chester himself headed for the high seas, leading 2 Midway-class aircraft carriers. In addition to the 2 Essex-class aircraft carriers from the original high seas fleet, these 4 aircraft carriers formed a massive high seas fleet, used to suppress pirates. Pirate, I never been so proud in my life. Near the high seas islands, ironclad warships cruised the high seas. And yet, the high seas islands, once a gathering place for pirates, now had a group of uninvited guests. Commander Ridianis of the West French Empire fleet entered the archipelago, with thousands of warships. The tens of thousands of pirates gathered on the islands unanimously chose to oppose Ridianis. However, in the end, Ridianis used force to unify the islands. Faced with absolute force, the pirates were forced to submit to Ridianis' coercive control. Ridianis looked at the hundreds of small islands he controlled, each populated by over 100,000 people. He instantly felt incredibly swelled. On the small island in the center of the high seas islands, Ridianis looked at the pirate leaders who had surrendered to him. His face was filled with unconcealed joy, because these pirate leaders had surrendered to him simply to show their loyalty. And all this was due to his own strength. As expected, even without the West French Empire, he could still thrive. Many of these pirates didn't choose to become pirates voluntarily. There were only a few hundred pirates at the beginning, and most of them were soldiers of the West French Empire Navy. You could say that the pirates of the high seas islands are descendants of the West French Empire. Because the West French Empire's military regulations were too strict, and higher-ups could abuse and scold lower-ranking soldiers, this made many oppressed soldiers miserable. In the end, they chose to secede from the West French Empire. Some naval soldiers fled to these high seas islands and, relying on their exceptional seamanship, began robbing people on the high seas, collecting tolls. Over time, these pirates amassed a considerable fortune. However, they realized they couldn't sustain their group. So, they began raiding coastal areas to plunder decent women. They brought back any who were attractive. However, these pirates were very discerning, abducting women from ordinary families. Women from the Western Empire were almost universally plundered by these pirates. However, women from the Holy Empire were rarely abducted. This was because decades ago, the Holy Empire Navy and the Western Empire Navy were at loggerheads. And although the Holy Empire lost Kuenberg's legacy of chivalry lives on. All Holy Empire soldiers take pride in protecting their compatriots. The Navy, in particular, upon learning that the pirates were plundering coastal areas, even pursued them to the high seas. They bombarded the pirate islands there. From that moment on, the pirates never again dared to abduct people from the Holy Empire. Nonsense! 20 years ago, they just happened to run into that plague, Chester. If you think Chester isn't formidable enough, you could try challenging the West French Empire. In the eyes of the pirates, Chester alone is equal to the entire West French Navy. In the Central Archipelago, in the hall, Redens looked at the gold coins presented by the island owners, filling the entire hall. He couldn't help but grab a handful and weigh it in his hand. Excellent. A wise man knows the times. I'm very pleased with your actions. I led my army here today to ensure everyone a better life. As everyone knows, with the growing strength of the Great Yin, your living space is being squeezed. You don't even dare to openly plunder merchant ships, fearing encountering the Great Yin fleet. You know, I command thousands of warships. What the heck is the Great Yin fleet? Should we be afraid of them? With a wave of his hand, Redens threw gold coins into the air, tossing them to his men outside. The men immediately began to scramble for them. Follow me. If I have something to eat, you definitely have something to drink. The pirates heard Redens's promise, but their expressions remained unchanged. They clapped their hands symbolically, applauding Redens' words. Because Redens hadn't thought anything of what he said. If he had any brains, he wouldn't have left the West French Empire. Before leaving the West French Empire, Redens would have received a large monthly military payout. But now that they left the West French Empire, they no longer have the financial support they once had. Now they have to fend for themselves. This is why the lower-level soldiers of the West French Empire fleet are reluctant to leave the West French Empire. But Redens and his management have already made the decision. So they were forced to agree. However, many soldiers felt that coming to the high seas was a good decision. For soldiers with evil intentions, it was a paradise. There were no laws to constrain them, and all sorts of industries were rife in the pirate islands. Prostitution, gambling, and drugs were all there. Even scantily clad women could be seen on many islands. These respectable soldiers, fresh out of the regular army, felt their world suddenly shaken. Is this the outside world? So, to stabilize the army's morale, Redens ordered the soldiers to revel for 3 days on the island. Although the pirates faced some financial difficulties on the island, thanks to their looting, their other aspects of life were quite comfortable. The women they captured were almost always quite attractive. And the luxury goods they looted were almost impossible to sell. So on the island, they hardly considered these gold, silver, and jewelry valuables. If a woman pleased them, they would reward her with gold, silver, and treasures. Over time, these captured women accepted their fate. Of course, some never forgot their identities. They constantly hoped for rescue. What they didn't know was that 4,000 kilometers west of the high seas islands, for aircraft carriers and hundreds of warships were heading here. The end of these pirates was approaching. Chapter 669. Redens led his men to seize the high seas archipelago. But within a few days, a group of uninvited guests arrived in the sea. They were the small undersea nations aided by the gods. Now, the gods were desperate, finding themselves unable to find a major power to serve as cannon fodder. They could only choose small nations. In fact, at first, the gods looked down upon even these small nations. But there was no way around it. The Great Flame, the crusher of great powers, had already crushed nearly every powerful nation in the world. It had conquered the world without a rival. To the gods, these small nations were nothing more than useless. But useless so be it. The gods believed that with their support, these small nations would soon become powerful. And these small nations were very obedient to the gods' advice. The gods urged them to unite all possible forces to fight against the Great Flame. They decisively attacked the West French Empire fleet entrenched in the high seas. After all, no matter how weak the Shifa Empire is, it still has a massive fleet, right? This fleet couldn't possibly be shattered by the Great Yin fleet, right? Chester, guess? Redens looked at the envoy from the small underwater nation, his expression shifting. Marshal Redens, on behalf of the Deep Sea Rebel Alliance, I invite you to join. To show our sincerity, we have prepared a large amount of gold for you and your subordinates. The envoy clapped his hands, and a large number of sea creature soldiers carried treasure chest after treasure chest into the hall. Opening them, they were greeted by a vast array of gold coins. These coins were even the standard gold coins of the Holy Empire. Although all currencies are called gold coins, they can be good or bad. The best gold coins are those from the Holy Empire. The worst are those from the Orc Empire. Therefore, if someone wants to flee, it's best to carry some Holy Empire gold coins. While the value of gold coins hasn't changed, Holy Empire gold coins are more easily circulated. So, when Redence looked at the hundreds of thousands of gold coins before him, his eyes were filled with unquenchable greed. What do I need to do to join the alliance? Redence voiced his doubts. You don't need to do anything, because we have a common enemy, the Great Flame. The alliance envoy affirmed. The Great Flame? If I'm not mistaken, your initial uprising was based on Leon's speech, right? Redence struck a chord with a small underwater nation. That was in the past. We have received the god's favor. From now on, we are invincible. The alliance envoy said, his defense breaking. Invincible? Mercy? How can you speak so eloquently? The gods are helping you simply because you are valuable enough. And you are valuable because almost all the nations on land have been defeated by the Great Yin. And you, being used as cannon fodder by the gods, are you so grateful? I really don't understand what you're thinking. Redence spoke the truth. This made the alliance envoy's face turn blue and purple. Seawater dripped from his scaly face. It was impossible to guess the alliance envoy's inner thoughts. Marshal Redence, according to the intelligence we have, the Great Yin fleet is already heading for the high seas. If nothing unexpected happens, they arrive here soon. What will you do then? There's an old saying, he who knows the times is a hero. Marshal, although you may look down on us, we are your best option right now. Do you really think you can defeat the Great Yin with just these few shabby ships? The Dwarf Empire's god of war battleships were sunk, and these ironclad and wooden ships. Can they withstand the naval guns? The alliance envoy finished speaking and turned to leave. Because the alliance envoy knew that even if the two sides fell out, they would be forced to return to the table to discuss alliance matters. Because, for both the alliance and Redence, the only option left was the other. Wait! Just as the alliance envoy was about to leave, Redence stopped him. A smile broke across his face. So what if they look down on us? Doesn't that mean they still choose us? Redence didn't feel ashamed by his lightning-fast slap in the face. In the face of life and death, all this seemed less important. Marshal Redence, you ultimately made the right decision. The alliance envoy said with a smile. I can agree, but you must agree to one condition. Redence said seriously. Looking at Redence's serious expression, the alliance envoy's face grew grim. You say? Almost everyone present fixed their gazes on Redence. The next second, Redence spoke. More money. Everyone was stunned upon hearing what Redence said. Wait. You were so serious just to say those 3 words? The alliance envoy's face sank. I thought Redence would say something like he wouldn't initiate war with the Yin. To his surprise, Redence only said this. Looking at the alliance envoy's stunned expression and the strange faces of the island owners who had just surrendered to him, Redence didn't feel the slightest bit ashamed. What a joke. Isn't the reason to come to the high seas to make money? Since you decided to establish yourself as king, you must do whatever it takes to make money. Rather than being a so-called alliance partner, you might as well become a mercenary. Get the money you deserve, and do the work you need to do. That's enough. So how much more do you want? The alliance envoy said calmly. Another 500,000. No problem. The alliance envoy hesitated, but agreed. 1 million gold coins, buying a thug isn't bad. However, what the rebel alliance didn't know was that their every move had long been under the watchful eyes of the Tsangshui Empire. Even their meeting with Redence today was known to the Tsangshui Empire. What the rebel alliance didn't know was that the Tsangshui Empire had already assembled its forces to encircle and suppress them. For the Tsangshui Empire had also learned that Chester was leading the High Seas fleet towards the High Seas Islands. These pirates and rebels entrenched in the high seas would soon face a catastrophic disaster. In the ocean, a wall that looked just like a wall on land stood on the seafloor. If Leon had seen it, he would have been puzzled. Why were there walls on the seafloor? And these walls were filled with Tsangshui Empire soldiers in azure armor. And opposite these soldiers lay the endless darkness of the deep sea. In the pitch-black depths, it was impossible to see what lay ahead. But each of these soldiers was as if facing a formidable enemy. Until a loud shout came from the distance. All troops, form a line. The Tsangshui Empire centurion, riding a giant seahorse, drew his sword and roared. Hoo-ha! The thousands of soldiers on the city wall formed a dense infantry formation, pointing their spears outside the walls. Chapter 670. At the command of the centurion, all the Sanshui Empire soldiers aimed their weapons forward. At the same time, the heavy crossbows on the city walls were trained on the distant sea. The next second, there was a loud bang. Something seemed to be swimming towards them from afar, a tremendous pressure erupting from afar. Many of the Seahorse Knights' mounts were affected, and they fled in panic. But their knights calmed them down. These knights calmed their mounts with skill, as if they had seen this scene countless times before. The Sanshui Empire centurion looked at the mermaid magician nearby. The mermaid magician then burst into song. The mermaid's voice echoed throughout the entire city wall, but this was no ordinary song. After hearing the song, the Sanshui Empire soldiers instantly gained deep-sea night vision. With night vision, these soldiers could clearly see everything in the distance. These soldiers, originally calm, lost their composure in the next moment. Because outside the city walls, within a few kilometers, there were densely packed crustaceans of all kinds. And these weren't ordinary fish, for they lacked fish scales. Furthermore, almost every one of these crustaceans was incredibly exaggerated. Both their appearance and their behavior seemed to be influenced by something. Looking at these bizarre creatures, the Sanshui Empire soldiers recalled a story their mothers had told them when they were children, comforting them when they cried. "If you cry again, I let the monsters from the deep sea crawl out and eat you." These Sanshui Empire soldiers instantly recalled the fear of being dominated in their childhood. But amidst the fear, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Shouldn't these distorted creatures be near the BUNC nation? They live in the deep demonic abyss. How did they get to the high seas? But before the Sanshui Empire soldiers could figure out their origins, the distorted creatures had already launched their attack. The same eerie sound echoed. The soldiers, now equipped with night vision, finally saw the source of the sound. It looked like a giant beetle. How big was this beetle? It was roughly the size of a trilobite, about the size of a dozen whales. What disgusted the soldiers most was the disgusting appearance of these distorted creatures. It resembled those animals mutated by radiation. It made one want to vomit their lunch. The next second, led by the giant trilobite, a large number of distorted creatures rushed forward. The crossbows on the city wall instantly opened fire, their loaded magic bullets pelting the horde of distorted creatures. Each crossbow shot could clear a large area. But all this was just a drop in the bucket, for these distorted creatures were like an endless tide of corpses. The area cleared by the crossbows would soon be filled with other distorted creatures. This put the centurion under immense pressure. It was only today that he suddenly sensed the large number of unknown creatures appearing outside the city walls. At first, he didn't know what they were, but after using his magic power to sense them, he realized they were distorted creatures. They were the creatures that existed within the deep-sea demon abyss of the Azure Abyss Sea Nation. But why were they here? The centurion urgently assembled his troops. However, he didn't tell the soldiers that hundreds of thousands of mutated creatures had appeared outside. He simply ordered them to gather and stand by, ready to face the enemy from beyond the city walls. The moment he discovered the mutated creatures, the centurion immediately requested assistance from the Sanshui Empire's central government. He also reported the entire situation. When Emperor Obus of the Sanshui Empire received this news, he was terrified. "You know, the seabed is already in turmoil right now. Ever since Chester instantly killed a kraken, the krakens have been active, wreaking havoc across the nations of the seabed. Even the Sanshui Empire itself has suffered considerable damage. When these krakens strike, they can destroy a village or even a town. But each time, some people survive. This is because almost all of these survivors flee to the local temple of Neptune, the god of the sea, and save their lives. According to incomplete statistics, the kraken have launched over 100 attacks in the past 2 years. Each attack resulted in the deaths of hundreds, or even thousands of people. As the emperor of the Sanshui Empire, Obus was troubled. But he could only worry. Sanshui Empire Marshal Okadora was also helpless. Although the Kraken Blade and the Kraken share the same name, the Kraken Blade is the Kraken clan's treasure. Okadora obtained this precious blade during a chance adventure. But Okadora couldn't face hundreds of Krakens alone. Okadora considered seeking Chester's help countless times, but ultimately, out of respect for the Sanshui Empire, he chose not to go. But today, after learning of the appearance of aberrant creatures near the Sanshui Empire's high seas, Marshal Okadora finally lost his patience. He mobilized Sanshui Empire soldiers from the surrounding areas to the section of the defense line under attack. He also personally searched the sea for Chester. He also ordered the Sanshui Empire ambassador at Liongrad to meet with Lion and seek his help. Although De Yin lacked soldiers capable of deep-sea operations, they did have mushroom bombs and powerful warriors like Chester and Balian Caddis. If De Yin truly wanted to take action, then let alone the aberrant creatures, the entire Kraken clan would be scalded. On the high seas defense line, the aberrant creatures were forced to crawl close to the ground due to this special section of the wall. They could not swim freely in the water. They could only attack the wall along the ground, similar to how they would march on land. This special wall was built by Poseidon. In other words, throughout the entire sea area, as long as the Sanshui Empire built this type of wall according to regulations, the divine power left by the sea god Poseidon would grant this section of the wall the power of suppression. The Sanshui Empire and other sea creatures were able to repeatedly repel these aberrant creatures because of these walls. If the soldiers' fighting spirit contributed 50% to the success, then the other 50% was due to the wall. But as powerful as the wall was, it still couldn't stop the endless waves of aberrant creatures. These beetle creatures climbed directly up the wall. The Sanshui Empire soldiers pierced one aberrant creature after another with their halberds. But the aberrant creatures continued to climb the wall. And with Sanshui Empire soldiers suffering casualties, it was only a matter of time before the wall was breached. Chapter 671. A few hours later, on the seabed of the high seas, the Sanshui Empire's border wall was littered with the corpses of distorted creatures and soldiers. These bodies were almost all broken into several pieces. The entire wall was filled with devastation. The Sanshui Empire's centurion knelt on one knee, clutching his chest. Surrounding him were the dozen or so remaining Sanshui Empire soldiers. They were covered in wounds. After several hours of fierce fighting, of the 3,000 soldiers in this garrison, only these few dozen remained. And these distorted creatures weren't in a hurry to tear them apart. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for something. The centurion was puzzled. In the past, these distorted creatures would have definitely torn them apart. But now, these distorted creatures suddenly stopped. Why was this happening? Just as the centurion and the soldiers were puzzled, the distorted creatures made way. A mysterious figure in a green robe emerged from the distorted creatures and stood before the centurion. The centurion frowned. "What is your purpose here?" the green-robed figure asked. The centurion's face darkened as he listened. He had a feeling he had heard this voice before. Or rather, he must have known the green-robed figure before him. Just as the centurion was puzzled, the green-robed figure took off his hat. The centurion stared at the figure in disbelief. He knew this man, and the surrounding soldiers were also shocked. Not only did the centurion know this man, but even these lowly soldiers knew him. "Your Highness Orlet, aren't you dead?" the centurion said with a look of shock. The mysterious green-robed figure before him was actually the second prince of the Sanshui Empire. He was also the younger brother of the current emperor Obus. 20 years ago, he lost to Obus in the struggle for the throne and then disappeared. But at the time, everyone thought Orlet would ultimately take the throne, because both the emperor and the ministers unanimously supported Orlet. But in the end, Obus emerged as a dark horse and won the throne. This was beyond everyone's expectations. But the fact is that, no matter how much they couldn't understand it, Obus succeeded in ascending the throne and becoming emperor. As for the loser, Orlet, after his defeat, he disappeared from the Sanshui Empire. Some said he was dead, others said he had betrayed the Sanshui Empire. For a time, there were many different opinions. But no one knew the true outcome. But everyone remembered Orlet's appearance. Because back then, he was the most handsome man in the Sanshui Empire. He was practically every girl's dream lover. "Barax, I can't believe you still remember me after 20 years. Orlet said calmly. "You too, 20 years later, you still recognize me, a small guard." Barax wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said calmly. "So will you follow me? To destroy the entire Sanshui Empire." Orlet extended his hand, inviting this former guard to follow him and fulfill his great cause. "You changed. You become unrecognizable to us. Oles, why have you become like this?" Barax was puzzled. "It's not that I became like this, but that I saw through the true nature of the Sanshui Empire. How could a corrupt empire possess such a vast ocean? So, I believe this vast empire should be abolished. My research has revealed that the abyss is our final destination. Only death can give birth to eternity." Oates spoke in profound language, infusing it with magical power, and began to bewitch the people. Many soldiers were swayed by these bewitching words, and began to unconsciously move closer to Oates. But Barax remained unmoved, shouting loudly, "You are betraying the empire." "Oates, what have you been through?" Barax asked, puzzled. But before he could finish, a green spear pierced Barax's body. "You?" Barax tried to speak, but he found himself speechless. The green spear was rapidly devouring his own strength. Otis slowly approached Barax. "Since you don't want to join us, then die." Barax slowly collapsed, in his final moments of unconsciousness. Barrack saw Otis place his hand on the soldiers' heads. The next second, dark green gas poured directly into the soldiers' orifices. Instantly, the soldiers mutated. Their originally blue skin instantly turned dark green, and they mutated. What was this? Barracks was destined to never get an answer, for he had already left this world. With the fall of the border, the entire Sanshui Empire was shaken. Since almost all of the Sanshui Empire's regular troops were stationed around the BUNC kingdom, defending against the aberrant creatures within the deep demonic abyss, the troops stationed on the Sanshui Empire's borders consisted primarily of the weakest local forces. Once the border walls were breached, it would be nearly impossible to reverse the unfavorable situation, especially against these aberrant creatures with terrifying combat power. Obus urgently mobilized 100,000 elite Sanshui Empire soldiers from around the BUNC kingdom. He also ordered Odakara to personally lead the army to stop the aberrant creatures' offensive. While commanding the army to advance, Odakara personally searched for Chester. However, before Chester could reach Odakara, the Sanshui Empire ambassador from Liongrad had already located Lion. Leader Lion. Something terrible has happened underwater. Those abyssal creatures have, for unknown reasons, suddenly appeared in the high seas and successfully breached the border walls of the Sanshui Empire. They are now heading towards the central region of the Sanshui Empire. We implore you to send troops to aid the Sanshui Empire. The Sanshui Empire ambassador was unassuming and humble. Lion's face darkened as he listened to the Sanshui Empire ambassador's words. He had also received news from the Intelligence Bureau, which had established an intelligence station on the high seas. These aberrant creatures not only attacked the Sanshui Empire underwater, but also began to spread offshore, appearing on many islands in the high seas. These pirates, once reckless, were instantly dealt a fatal blow. Each of these aberrant creatures possessed strength exceeding that of a third-level Dochi Knight. However, their high-level combat power was very rare. Most were only at level 5 or below. But for ordinary people, these small-scale soldiers were a devastating blow. Looking at the once arrogant Sanshui Empire ambassador, now so humble. This clearly demonstrates the terrifying nature of this mutated creature. Lion already had the answer in his heart. Chapter 672. Based on the information transmitted by the Intelligence Bureau and the records of past dynasties, Leon learned the purpose of the deformed creatures. The deformed creatures' ultimate goal is to seize control of the entire world. In essence, these deformed creatures are opposed to the gods. But the gods have turned a blind eye to them. If in the past, the gods still cared about the seabed, Leon probably believed it. But now Leon understood. The gods have resorted to every possible means to target the Hien. The appearance of these deformed creatures in the high seas is a case in point. You must know that Poseidon had imposed a ban back then. This made these deformed creatures suffer terribly, and they were trapped in the small abyss of the deep sea. Their appearance on the high seas this time either means there is a traitor within the Sanshui Empire, or these deformed creatures have found a new way out. But no matter which point, there is one crucial point: the gods' indifference. The gods undoubtedly knew everything that had happened in the Sanshui Empire. But they ignored it, allowing the aberrant creatures to wreak havoc on the seafloor. Lion knew exactly why they were doing this. Isn't it just to drag him down with them? But if the aberrant creatures were left alone, they would eventually rise from the seabed onto the land, completely destroying the land-based nations, turning the entire world into a paradise for the aberrant creatures. Yes, these aberrant creatures from the seafloor could reach land. Long ago, when the aberrant creatures had just arrived in this world, they coincided with the Elven Empire during the Elven Age. On the seafloor, when the distorted creatures first arrived, the Sanshui Empire was just a small tribe. Or rather, the entire seafloor was filled with scattered tribes, devoid of any powerful nation. After the distorted creatures arrived, the entire seafloor was devastated. Almost all the sea creatures were slaughtered. It was during this period that the founder of the Sanshui Empire stepped forward, leading the sea creatures to fight against the distorted creatures. However, the distorted creatures were so powerful that before the sea creatures could fully react, they had already successfully reached land, colliding with the Elf Empire at its peak. However, even the Elf Empire at its peak suffered a devastating blow. Wherever the distorted creatures passed, they contaminated the land. This land seemed to come alive, or perhaps even become a living entity similar to the distorted creatures. The Elf Empire's decline was precisely due to this distorted creature's arrival. After suffering heavy casualties, the Elf Empire finally drove the distorted creatures back to the seafloor. Furthermore, the Elven Empire used the vast amount of Elven dew from its treasury to repair these polluted lands. This Elven dew represented the Elven Empire's accumulation over thousands of years. But it was all used to repair these lands. This hastened the Elven Empire's decline. Within 100 years of the aberrant creatures retreating to the seabed, the vast Elven Empire collapsed. The Elven Age thus ended. But the story of the Elven Empire, and the horrors of the aberrant creatures were recorded in books by those of the time. That's why Leon was so worried about these aberrant creatures. If they were allowed to reach land, both the land-based nations and the underwater nations would suffer a devastating disaster. Leon didn't hesitate, ordering Chester and Baryan to rush ahead. Elsewhere, a congress was hastily convened to prepare to dispatch Yan's top combatants to combat the aberrant creatures. Inside a renovated ducal palace, thousands of congressmen sat, awaiting Leon's orders. The Capitol building was about to begin reconstruction, and in the interim, the staff's daily work, as well as the meetings of Congress, would be conducted in this temporary building. The crowd was puzzled. Normally, Leon rarely called emergency meetings. And the war was already over, so there was no reason for Leon to call a meeting. But some well-informed individuals had already learned of the events in the sea. Their expressions were even gloomier than Leon's, who sat at the head of the table. What were aberrant creatures? They were more terrifying than the Orc Empire and the Demon Empire combined. After seeing everyone seated, Leon spoke. Before you is the latest intelligence from the Intelligence Bureau, as well as information provided to us by the Sanshui Empire's ambassador. The congressman immediately picked up the thick stack of documents and began to leaf through them. At first, there were whispers, but eventually, only the sound of flipping through documents remained. What's this? Abnormal. Oh my god! Many knowledgeable council members fell silent as they read through the documents. Half an hour later, Lion looked at them, finally finishing his reading, and then spoke. Everyone, make a decision. How should we help them? That's right. Leon didn't ask whether they should help, but directly asked how. Nonsense. As long as you're on this planet, you have to help the Sanshui Empire. Or you have to kick the bucket, leave this planet, and start wandering in space. The counselors' faces were grim. We should help the Sanshui Empire, but we lack the ability to fight underwater. And those monsters underwater possess considerable strength. Sending ordinary soldiers down would be a death sentence, wouldn't it? One counselor spoke. Leon heard this but didn't refute the counselor. So we're not planning to send troops directly. We're considering other methods. I intend to have high-level warriors, like Caddis, help the Sanshui Empire resist the aberrant creatures. Since the aberrant creatures aren't native to this place, there's no need for us to adhere to the rule of high-level warriors not interfering with low-level warriors. And we can also use mushroom bombs. We have Senior Witch and Senior Baryan in charge. After listening to Leon's words and pondering for a long time, everyone finally unanimously agreed with Leon's decision. Because nothing could be more suitable than this plan. Sending these high-powered warriors would both reduce the impact on the Great Flame and provide assistance. And on the same level as these powerful warriors were the mushroom bombs of unknown power. No matter how powerful these aberrations were, how many mushroom bombs could they withstand? Soon, Chester, who was on his way to the Sanshui Empire, received approval from Congress. After receiving the approval, Chester sped along. He had temporarily handed the fleet over to his deputy commander. Now, he sped along the sea. The glow of the Poseidon trident in his hand grew brighter and brighter. At sea, Chester's power would be greatly amplified. He could already sense the location of the rampaging aberrations. Chapter 673. Just after Congress unanimously passed aid to the Sanshui Empire, the aircraft manufacturer also unveiled another powerful weapon after the MiG-25, the Tu-95 bomber. The MiG-25 had already been built. If the Tu-95 couldn't be built, wouldn't Lion have to dismantle the aircraft manufacturer? A large white plane was parked on the runway. This was the second Tu-95 bomber. The aircraft manufacturer had already built a prototype. The Tu-95 originally had a metallic paint scheme. Under the design of the aircraft manufacturer's designers, this bomber was given a white paint scheme. Looking at this Tu-95 bomber, resembling a white swan, the people at the aircraft manufacturer were filled with pride. But this wasn't their proudest moment, because they didn't know this. This Tu-95 was about to arrive at Pierchet to be loaded with 4 magic mushroom bombs. The Tu-95 had a range of kilometers, and an attack range of 7,000 kilometers. Empty weight is approximately 85 tons, takeoff weight is 156 tons, and bomb load is 25 tons. Lion actually wanted to build a true white swan, the Tu-160, but not everyone could build one. Only by relying on the aircraft manufacturer's accumulated experience in aircraft construction could one create the Tu-160. Back to the present. This Tu-95 will take off from the aircraft manufacturer and fly to Pierchet to load its mushroom bombs. Then it will fly directly to the airfield on Fearless Island for a final refueling. Afterwards, it will be escorted by 4 MiG-25s to the high seas. Lion actually intended to use the mushroom bombs to flatten the abyss. But after some thought, he decided to deal with the aberrant creatures on the high seas first. Then, we see how the deep-sea demon abyss reacts. If the reaction is strong and De Yin finds it difficult, we slow down the pressure and find a way to allow the Sanshui Empire to continue defending. To be on the safe side, Lion had the 295 carry 4 magic mushroom bombs. 2 of them were equipped with 2 cubic centimeters of super-concentrated magic crystals, while the other 2, one with 5 cubic centimeters and the other with 10 cubic centimeters. The main strategy was to bombard the enemy with explosives if we couldn't kill them all. This could also serve as a deterrent to other nations. I don't need a high-level warrior to defeat you. The 295 gradually accelerated, took off from the aircraft factory runway, and disappeared into the eastern horizon. Perchit was already preparing to assemble the aircraft. After learning that the 295 had taken off, Lion was about to order Caddis and his men to depart. But then he saw Caddis and his men blocking the door. The white-haired Caddis was blocking him at the door. Leon blinked, somewhat unsure of Caddis's intentions. What are you looking at? I'm looking at you. Lion, you're also a 9th rank Dochi Knight. You can't hide behind us forever, can you? It's time for you to spread your wings and face more challenges. You must go to the sea this time, and this is a chance to test you. Can a 9th rank warrior without actual combat experience still be considered a 9th rank warrior? If you want to protect your daughter, your woman, you must take this step. We will all grow old, and the future belongs to you, but it's time for you to grow up too. Perhaps you're already mature enough, but that's not enough, because our enemy is the god above the clouds. Caddis said, and left. Leon was left standing there in a daze. A few minutes later, at the Duke's mansion, Lion looked at Yunli, who slept soundly in Yun Qingqi's arms, and couldn't help but pinch his cheek. I'm leaving. Take good care of Yunli and everyone else. Lion said gently, raindrops falling on his uniform. Well, when will you be back? I don't know yet. Who can say for sure what the conditions are like at sea? Lion shook his head, looking up at the frequent spring rain. This year must be a year of good harvest, right? Can't you just not go? You're the leader. Yun Qingqi asked a very naive question. You're right. Pregnancy makes you stupid for 3 years. Can the leader just not go? Am I just supposed to cower behind others and wave flags and cheerleaders? The leader can also wield the hammer and sickle. Only in this way can I protect our cake, ours, and everyone else's, and prevent others from taking advantage of the people's cake. Do you understand? You're so cute, and if I don't go to work, who will earn money for little Yunli's milk powder? Leon said, pinching Yun Qingqi's face. Yun Qingqi was speechless and angrily said, Hurry up, or they chase you. Leon glanced at the door after hearing this. Behind the door, Leia and Yanqi were eavesdropping on the conversation between the two outside. Heiyu was going with Leon this time, but Shuangxing was staying behind to take charge. Okay, I'm leaving, Leon said, putting on his hat. Come back soon. Got it. Almost all of the Yan's top fighters were heading to the high seas. Aside from Winster, Irina, and Zoe, who remained in Yin, the other 2 witches, Moya and Antia, had already headed for the high seas. Caddis Calbarian, along with a large number of squire knights, as well as the lord of Fallen Leaf City, the elven Valkyrie Kelt, and her best friend, the shadow elf Alina, the elf who nearly killed Leon. Not only did the top fighters of Great Yin set out in force, but even the Elven Empire sent a significant number of men. Although the Elven Empire was a bit underwhelming, it was still a millennial empire after all. As a millennial empire, they certainly had their strengths. Inside the Elven Empire's palace, Sif, still asleep, was awakened by her men. Then she saw the news that Great Yin had sent troops to aid the Sanshui Empire. After a brief moment of thought, Sif immediately stood up and began drafting orders, not caring at all that her pajamas had slipped off, revealing her lingerie. Sif? What are you doing? Why don't you come to bed? Sif's best friend, Tifana, woke her up from her bed. After the merger of the East and West, the former queen of the Western Elves decisively chose to come to her best friend's place for some free food and drinks. What a joke. I gave my bestie an empire, so what's wrong with getting free food and drinks? Stop it. Serious business. There's trouble in the deep abyss. Abnormal creatures have appeared in the high seas. The Great Flame has been dispatched, and we have to help. If the abnormal creatures reach the shore, we're all doomed. Tifnara immediately stood up upon hearing this, and tied up her silver hair. Then how many people should we send? Tivnara asked the most crucial question. We all go, since Leon is going too. By the way, where's your brother? Sif said, looking at Tivnara. Tivnara's mouth twitched. You still dare to ask? Sipes was kidnapped by Barian after the Battle of Sucras. His whereabouts are unknown now, but his spirit tree hasn't withered, and it's even stronger. Sipes, the wind swordsman, who was toiling as a laborer in Pirchet, suddenly felt an itch in his nose. Ha! Who's scolding me? Sipes put down the super-concentrated magic crystal he had just refined. Fuchsia, standing beside him, shook her head. Who would scold you? Are you stupid? The next second, Robert arrived in front of the two. You two, the leader has given orders. Take 4 mushroom bombs and head to the airport. Chapter 674. Lion and his companions have arrived on Fearless Island. In just over 3 hours, they reached Fearless Island. But don't ask how they got there, because Leon's body was still shaking. They flew without using space magic. This was to avoid detecting the fluctuations of space magic. As a 9th level Dochi Knight, Leon naturally knew how to fly. But this speed was simply too fast. Thousands of kilometers, reached in just 3 hours. Lion and his companions were flying at a speed comparable to a missile. So that's why Leon's legs felt weak. It was his first time flying so fast. Lion's legs felt weak. Looking at Leon's expression, the others didn't laugh at him. Most people's first flights were like this. Lion, Barian, and the others arrived at Fearless Island. They delivered a large amount of supplies via their storage rings. After a quick lunch, they set off for the high seas. Caddis and the others were very surprised. They had no idea Leon had built such a large base on this island. But beyond shock, there was more of a sigh. Leon had finally grown up, and he could keep some things to himself. He had also learned not to put all his eggs in one basket. After all, that's what happened to Kunberg back then, ultimately ruining everything. The group didn't linger for long, quickly departing from Fearless Island. The distance from the high seas to Fearless Island was only about 8,000 kilometers. And that was the center of the high seas. As for the Tsanshui Empire's border, it was only a little over 7,200 kilometers from Fearless Island. The group quickly reached the high seas. However, they were shocked by the scene before them. A large number of mutated creatures were emerging from the seabed and landing on the high seas islands. This frightened the pirates entrenched on these islands. Redence himself was terrified as he watched the mutated creatures emerge from the seabed. He had no idea where these mutated creatures had emerged from. What exactly were they? Before the pirates could react, the mutated creatures that had landed easily pierced them. The entire island was instantly in chaos. Redence ordered his warships to set sail and take the islanders with them. But the islanders totaled over 100,000 people. Although these thousands of warships could accommodate them, how could they possibly accommodate 100,000 people in such a short period of time? And so the stampede occurred. These pirates, while capable of raids and looting, were fine. But when you asked them to form a force similar to a regular army and hold the line head-on, this was practically impossible. The pirates' long-standing behavior had destined them to commit petty thefts. So, after the aberrant creatures landed on the island, they began to flee. The warships anchored around the island were their best bet. One by one, they boarded the warships of the Western Empire fleet. However, just when they thought they could escape, the warships began to sink. The Western soldiers on the bottom of the ship sensed something was amiss, and turned to see the aberrant creatures already inside. They easily shredded the ironclad warships. They entered the warships without a second thought. These fragile iron warships were as fragile as tofu against the aberrant creatures' distorted weapons. With the warships lost, the troops were forced to retreat to the island. Redence ordered his generals to defend their islands, and defend themselves against the aberrant creatures' attacks as much as possible. As the newly emerging Western Empire, and Redence having only recently taken over the Western Empire fleet, this meant that Redence had no idea what these aberrant creatures were. At first, they thought they were some sea monsters, out to claim territory. However, they were truly out to claim territory. And not just for territory, but more importantly for their lives. When the pirates first saw the Western Empire soldiers being defeated at lightning speed, they immediately considered targeting the aberrant creatures. However, this idea was quickly shattered when they saw a pirate who wanted to surrender being pierced by an aberrant creature. This immediately put an end to the pirates' surrender plans. Even Redence had considered surrendering. But this scene extinguished his thoughts. What else could he do? Surrender was out of the question, and fighting was impossible. Because Redence had witnessed with his own eyes those Western Empire soldiers trying to resist the aberrant creatures, and then being easily pierced by them. Regents had already lost all desire to continue fighting. As a true Western Empire soldier, facing a formidable enemy, they would uphold their finest tradition and surrender at the speed of light. If surrender was impossible, then destruction would follow. And yet, just as the high seas islands were about to fall, the situation in the Sanshui Empire wasn't optimistic either. After the fall of the Sanshui Empire's high seas border, these distorted creatures headed inland. Obus was gathering his troops while seeking help from all directions. Unbeknownst to him, Leon and his men had already reached the waters above the Sanshui Empire. And nearby, Leon and his men ran into Chester, who had just arrived. On the sea, Leon looked at Chester, who stood quietly on the surface, puzzled. "Senior Chester? Why don't you go down? Are you worried about something?" Caddis, standing nearby, also raised his own question. "Chester? What are you doing?" Chester's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, and he spoke calmly. "Something serious has happened." Caddis was surprised, then spoke. "Let me see what's going on." Chester spoke calmly upon hearing this. "Besides the distorted creatures, there are also krakens." Then, Caddis was stunned. "Not a buddy? What did you just say, kraken?" And before Caddis could react, Chester added, "Still hundreds." Caddis's brows knitted together at this, and he turned back to Leon and said, "Why don't you just go back? I feel a little dangerous." Now it was Leon's turn to lose his temper. "Brother, you really have to do this to me, right? I'm already here, and you're asking me to go back now?" Everyone stared at each other. Chester, Balian, Caddis, Carl, Moya, Antia, Celtic, Elena, and Leon. What a coward. "Let's do it." Everyone then enveloped themselves in their own magic or fighting spirit and plunged directly into the seabed. Then, they were shocked by the scene before them. Chapter 675. The entire territory of the Sanshui Empire is overrun with mutated creatures. There are also cities, towns, and tribes on the seabed. Currently, the vast majority of the Sanshui Empire's population is gathered in the cities, where their walls can temporarily repel the attacks of the mutated creatures. After the border was lost, Obus wanted to send a large army to retake it. But he found that the troops he could mobilize were too few. Although the Sanshui Empire possessed tens of millions of armored soldiers, how many of these over 10 million soldiers were trained by the Empire itself? Most of these soldiers were local armed guards. They might be fine for defending their own territory, but if you ask them to reclaim lost territory, then you have to fend for yourself. So, upon realizing he couldn't mobilize a large army, Obus immediately ordered all towns and tribes to flee to the cities. Major cities declared martial law and waited for reinforcements. At the same time, he urgently conscripted 500,000 young and strong men from the areas directly under Obus's jurisdiction to begin formal training. These 500,000 young and strong men were sent to the vicinity of the Bunc nation to exchange positions with the Sanshui Empire's royal guards. These 500,000 young and strong men were exchanged for 300,000 royal guards from the royal guards. These 300,000 elite soldiers were then dispatched to reclaim lost territory. This was a move Obus had no choice but to make. At the same time, Obus ordered the various lords to mobilize their forces and march to the high seas to combat the mutated creatures that were influxing into their territories. Lion and his men landed on the high seas. Then, seeing the scene before him, Leon was stunned. After entering the underwater world, the group began searching for any trace of the mutated creatures. But they soon discovered that they didn't need to search for any trace of the mutated creatures at all, because the entire seabed had been contaminated by aberrant creatures. The original sand had transformed into disgusting, wriggling creatures. It seemed as if aberrant creatures were parasitizing the sand. For a moment, the crowd couldn't even tell which was land and which was monster. The only thing they could distinguish was the Sanshui Empire's wall. Moya looked at these wriggling things with utter disgust. Then, with a simple flick, the aberrant sand around them instantly ignited. Leon watched the scene with some surprise. This is the seabed? Why can fire magic be used? What surprised Leon even more was that this fire element didn't seem to be affected by temperature or water. It could even ignite the surrounding seawater. The infested sand instantly let out a scream. The crowd didn't stop Moya, but instead moved forward, because they could sense an army of aberrant creatures attacking a city in the distance. They flew forward at high speed. The road was full of aberrant contaminated land. While the underwater creatures may live differently from those on land, they possess their own aesthetics and architectural styles. They also imitate human architecture in their construction. Furthermore, many of them possess the ability to breathe air. Many have journeyed to land to learn how humans build. Therefore, The internal structures of their homes are virtually identical to those of humans. Furthermore, the underwater world is not much different from the terrestrial world. It also possesses structures similar to the cities that never sleep in later generations. Although many cities were located in the deep sea, the light emitted by the bioluminescent creatures filled them with neon. Lion and his companions advanced, becoming increasingly astonished as they moved deeper into the interior of the Sanshui Empire. Most villages and towns were located near the central region of the Sanshui Empire. Several small villages along the border had been massacred by the aberrant creatures. What shocked Lion most was that the bodies within these villages had vanished. It seemed as if they had all become aberrant creatures. Lion could not help but marvel at the aberrant creatures' powerful pollution abilities. Even corpses could mutate and join the aberrant army. Lion and his companions arrived at the besieged city. The city's outer walls were covered in various pollutants emitted by the aberrant creatures. These pollutants were parasitic on the walls, and were beginning to seep through them. The Sanshui Empire soldiers, firing crossbows, ordered their men to remove the pollutants from the walls. The soldiers were shocked to discover that their spears, after being pierced by the contaminants, were corroded. The distortion factors were even crawling up the spears. Frightened, the soldiers quickly dropped their spears. They collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The centurion standing nearby didn't blame them, but instead spoke. "Are you ready? Once you caught your breath, pick up your weapons and fight. There are tens of thousands of people in the city watching us. We must hold the walls, or we be among them." After hearing this, the soldier forced himself to stand and grabbed a new spear from the nearby weapon rack. Because the Sanshui Empire had a long history, they frequently engaged in wars with aberrant creatures. They were naturally aware that aberrant creatures possessed various corrosive properties, and could parasitize anything. Killing aberrant creatures was difficult, but stopping their attacks was possible. Aberrant creatures felt no pain, and even lacked the ability to think. But they would continue to charge. At this point, simply severing their limbs would disable them. As for how to deal with these incapacitated aberrant creatures, that was not something the low-ranking soldiers should consider. Most aberrant creatures were mutated forms of various marine creatures, and even mini-sea creatures were among them. A soldier guarding the city suddenly spotted several familiar faces among the aberrant creatures. "Mom!" The soldier couldn't help but shout, because he saw his mother, and even his family and friends, among the aberrant creatures. But no matter how hard the soldier called out, he couldn't wake his loved ones. Once infected by the mutation factor, one either had to undergo amputation or become one of the mutants. If amputation wasn't done in time, you were bound to become deformed. Most of the soldiers defending the city were directly recruited from surrounding villages, so when they saw their loved ones among the deformed creatures, they could no longer fight. They were terrified that they would become like this, and they were angry about why their families had become like this. The deformed creatures surged upward like a tide. Some even started playing Jenga right under the city walls. Just as the wall was about to fall, a golden trident suddenly flew from afar and landed among the deformed creatures. The next second, a violent wave of magical energy exploded, instantly clearing the entire area around the wall of deformed creatures. The Sanshui Empire soldiers all looked off into the distance. Leon and his group had finally arrived. "We're here." Chapter 676. Chester threw out the trident of Poseidon, and the resulting powerful wave easily annihilated a large number of the aberrant creatures. The aberrant creatures also noticed Leon and his men, splitting some of their forces to deal with them, while others continued to attack the city. The city wall, which had been on the verge of collapse, suddenly remained. The soldiers of the Sanshui Empire on the wall suddenly regained consciousness and came forward. Although they didn't know who was coming, they knew they were attacking the aberrant creatures. The soldiers regained their fighting spirit, brandishing their halberds. They pierced one aberrant creature after another that tried to scale the wall. The Sanshui Empire's magicians also went all out, enchanting the weapons of every Sanshui Empire soldier. This temporarily protected their weapons from the aberration factor. The Sanshui Empire soldiers instantly lost their worries, swinging their halberds so fast they practically leapt after images. "Meow! You're the only ones who can corrode our weapons, right? Take this halberd." The Sanshui Empire soldiers launched a fierce counterattack, directly repelling the attacking monstrous creatures. The monstrous creatures were momentarily stunned. But they didn't retreat. Instead, they continued to gather. Because they had no ability to think, they simply kept charging forward. Even then, tens of thousands of these monstrous creatures attacked Leon and his men. But before Leon could make a move, Chester swung his trident, easily transforming tens of thousands of them into liquid. Looking at the somewhat aggressive Chester, Leon couldn't understand why Chester was so ferocious today, as if he had been fed with gunpowder. Chester looked at these deformed creatures. If it were the Chester of the past, he wouldn't have felt anything. But now, he had awakened Poseidon's memories, and he could sense the fury emanating from the trident in his hand. As the god of the sea, Poseidon and the deformed creatures were inextricably linked. Back then, Poseidon's fall was inextricably linked to the individuals and gods behind the deformed creatures. Originally, the gods should have aided Poseidon in combating the deformed creatures and the forces behind them, but these gods, driven by their own selfish interests, chose to betray him. So, upon seeing the deformed creatures, Chester's fury reached its peak. If Leon hadn't been by his side, he would have used the trident to move the water away, and then let the navy destroy them with their naval guns. Looking at Chester's glory, Leon was stunned. He finally understood why Ketis had said he couldn't defeat Chester. And whether at sea or on land, Chester's own strength alone would have been enough to put Cadis on equal terms, and with the trident of Poseidon, Chester was practically invincible in the sea. But looking at Cadis, who usually wore a serious expression and kept his true nature secret, Leon felt that Cadis was hiding something. Because Cadis never shared his own story, almost all the history books of the Great Yin Empire and the Holy Empire only covered the glorious deeds of Violet Grand Duke Cadis. But they never described what Cadis had encountered or the true extent of his strength. They only spoke of what Cadis had become, who he had defeated, and what he had encountered. He never mentioned the extent of Cadis's strength. He always claimed that Chester and Carl were stronger than him. But he never revealed his own strength. Cadis's wife, Leon's aunt, Zoe, never mentioned anything about Cadis. The two treated each other with respect. Leon had never heard of any conflict between Cadis and Zoe in recent years, or even over the past decade. As for Cadis's 2 sons and 1 daughter, although they have now faded from public view. After all, the Violet Duchy has been incorporated into Great Yin. Only one of Cadis's 2 sons and 1 daughter can inherit Cadis's title. But this title is more of a spiritual existence, no longer the literal title of the past. As Cadis's descendants, these 3 began their own legends after learning that the Duke had become a thing of the past. It must be said that Cadis taught them well. Thanks to Cadis's education, these 3 noble children have embraced Lion's new policies, some pursuing business, others pursuing research. The most outrageous of all is Cadis's eldest son, who has already successfully acquired the entire Demon Empire's arms distribution rights. It also appears that Cadis's eldest son will succeed Cadis, or at least enter politics. As for Cadis's daughter, she has entered the beauty industry, and thanks to the initial capital injection from her family, she has made rapid progress. However, although she has developed many new products, sales in her home country have been dismal, forcing her to switch to sales to the Elven Empire and the Holy Empire. Because only these 2 empires still had a certain number of wealthy families. There might still be some old nobles in Great Yin, but after their titles became honorary, they began to hide their wealth. The main point was, I have no money, don't look at me, don't come to me. Leon didn't pursue these old fools. Because their survival proved they were qualified nobles. The grass on the graves of unqualified nobles would probably be 3 meters high by now. So Leon believed that Cadis was definitely hiding his wealth. He was even stronger than Chester and Carl. After all, Carl was actually very arrogant, and there were few people who could suppress him. As if sensing Leon's gaze, Cadis shifted uncomfortably. Leon, why are you looking at me? I doubt you're the strongest, Leon said, his eyes fixed on Cadis. Cadis felt a little uneasy. Chester's full-blown attack didn't affect Cadis and Leon. Barian, upon hearing Leon's question, looked at Leon with his eyes bright. As if to say, you finally figured it out. Seeing Leon's serious expression, Cadis couldn't help but cough twice. Damn, when Old Six got discovered. I might, maybe, just a little bit stronger than Chester. Cadis rubbed his thumb and index finger together, indicating to Leon that he was only a little bit stronger. Lion, do you believe me? The next second, a dark green attack suddenly appeared before everyone with lightning speed, leaving Chester no time to defend himself. But the next second, Cadis, still chatting and laughing, suddenly drew his sword and easily blocked the attack, which even Barian hadn't noticed. Barian, do you believe me if I say I did it on purpose? Chapter 677. After blocking the dark green attack, everyone turned their gazes towards Cadis. Leon thought to himself, great. The old fox finally showed his tail. Cadis gave an awkward smile. Then he easily returned the attack. The others followed the attack and sensed movement from afar. After their attack was stopped, the attackers instantly fled. The next second, the aberrant creatures, which had been attacking the city in an orderly manner, were suddenly leaderless. The aberrant creatures, which had initially attacked in echelons, instantly transformed into a swarm, charging forward. This immediately caused Chester to fire his Poseidon trident. According to Chester's conservative estimate, there were at least 300,000 aberrant creatures here. But in front of Chester, Cadus, and the others, these 300,000 aberrant creatures were nothing but cannon fodder. They could be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Moya watched Chester finish clearing out the aberrant creatures, and then unleash a grey flame, burning all the land contaminated by the aberrant creatures to ash. After clearing everything, Leon and his companions reached the city walls. The merman general of the Sanshui Empire was in charge of defending the city. After seeing that Leon and his companions were human, the general, after a brief moment of surprise, accepted their reality. Now, anyone who came to help them, regardless of their race, must be treated with courtesy. After all, this wasn't just the Sanshui Empire, a matter for one nation, but for the entire planet. According to their obligations and responsibilities, all nations must contribute to the Sanshui Empire's aid. "Excuse me, are you?" The Sanshui Empire's merman general asked politely. "My name is Leon, his name is Chester." The one standing off to the side with a proud look on his face is Carl, and next to him are Keates, Barian, Moya, Senior Antia, and Lion introduced himself immediately, and when the righteous general heard the word Lion, he nearly fainted. He then heard Chester, Carl, Keates, and so on, and even heard the names of 2 witches. The merman general nearly fainted. This is amazing, to think he met so many top-tier experts in his lifetime. The merman general was 47 years old, considered young among mermen, whose average lifespan exceeds 300. Because of his own strength and family connections, he had obtained the position of city garrison general. Although the general was young and frivolous, he also had some knowledge of the continent. So, when he heard Leon conduct a mass mobilization of the Khan's troops, the merman general nearly fainted. My life was worth it. Looking at the somewhat out-of-control merman general, Leon didn't blame or despise him. "General, may I ask what the current battle situation is?" The merman general, having recovered with the help of his men, waved his hand after hearing Leon's question, and a 3D map made of water appeared before his eyes. "Leader, we are near the high seas, but we are located in the tip zone, or the salient. In fact, the armies of aberrant creatures that have circled from the left and right flanks have advanced at least 300 kilometers. But they should soon be stopped by the second line of defense." The mermaid general finished speaking, and pointed to the high wall on the map. Lion and the others followed the mermaid general's gaze. "What is this?" "This is the Sanshui Empire's defensive fortification, something we're very proud of. Poseidon, the god of the sea, left behind the Poseidon Wall, but it's not perfect, it always has weak spots. So, thousands of years ago, our Sanshui Empire began building a second line of defense to prepare for future situations. First, numerous military fortresses were built within 500 kilometers behind the Poseidon Wall. At the same time, a new wall was rebuilt along the 500-kilometer dividing line. Although this wall is significantly inferior to the Poseidon Wall, it still provides some protection. If nothing unexpected happens, Emperor Obus has already transferred a large number of troops to the second wall, and the aberrant creatures should be stopped there. After the mermaid general finished speaking, he immediately handed the map to Leon and the others. Lion and the others studied the map intently. This was their first time obtaining a detailed underwater map, and military maps were unlike any other. Their level of precision and accuracy far exceeded ordinary imagination. Looking at the map, Leon memorized as many important locations as possible. This was not only for the upcoming action, but also for the future of Great Yin. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Whether in the future or now, the Sanshui Empire wasn't currently on their side, but what about the future? Who could say for sure? As everyone pondered the map, the mermaid general seemed to be hesitant to speak. Seeing the merman general seeming to hesitate, Leon asked, "General, what's the matter?" "I don't know if I should tell you." The merman general hesitated, then glanced at the surrounding Sanshui Empire soldiers. Leon looked at Barian, who immediately understood and enveloped the 2 of them with divine power. "Go ahead." "It's absolutely safe here," Leon said directly. The merman general finally spoke with confidence. "I suspect there's a traitor within the Sanshui Empire, closely connected to the aberrant creatures of the deep-sea demon abyss." Leon frowned upon hearing this. "What do you mean?" "Because I spotted a lot of familiar faces among the aberrant creatures that just attacked the city. Most of these faces are soldiers who recently died in the war to suppress the small nation uprising. Ordinarily, they should be buried. But they appeared among the aberrant creatures," the merman general said with a scowl. Leon's face darkened, as he listened to the mermaid general's words. "Can you guarantee what you're saying is true?" Leon asked, confirming. "I'm certain of this, because a former classmate of mine died in battle a few days ago. And yet, he appeared among the mutated creatures. Even though he mutated, I could still recognize him. It was definitely him." The mermaid general finally revealed the secret he'd been holding back. He wanted to tell the others, but he was surrounded by people from the Sanshui Empire, and he didn't know if his words would be heard by the traitor. But the mermaid general chose to believe Leon. As a qualified general, he knew the reason behind Leon's visit. It wasn't just to help the Sanshui Empire repel the mutated creatures. It was more about preserving Great Yin and increasing its influence. This was the true contest of interests between great powers. So, was there a traitor in the Sanshui Empire? Chapter 678. The merman general of the Sanshui Empire looked at Leon quietly. He seemed to be waiting for Leon's response. Leon didn't respond. This was strictly a matter within the Sanshui Empire, and had nothing to do with Leon and his men. However, Leon remained cautious. He had Baryan use his spiritual sense to keep an eye on these Sanshui Empire men. Although Leon didn't want to intervene, he didn't want to be backstabbed. After reassurance that the city was safe, Leon and his men began their march towards the second wall. The merman general also reported Leon and his men's arrival. Obus jumped up in excitement upon learning of their arrival. Obus didn't care that he had lost face when Chester had shoved him to the ground. Which was more important, face or life? Although he was an emperor, face was something he earned, not given by others. In the hall, the ministers also heard the news of Leon and his men's arrival. Then, they began to whisper. Half of the ministers were overjoyed, for they had finally received reinforcements. And these weren't ordinary soldiers, but rather a group of powerful warriors led by Leon. With these warriors alone, they could easily defeat the aberrant creatures. But a small number of faces were filled with worry. These were conservatives, believing that Leon's assistance to the Sanshui Empire was not without purpose. They would undoubtedly demand compensation from the Sanshui Empire. As representatives of the conservative faction, they naturally did not want the Sanshui Empire to be threatened, or for its current pie of profits to be divided. But now they had no choice but to turn to the Yin for help. So, each of them had a worried look on their face. But some of them didn't show any worry, nor did they smile, but instead looked calm. They were planning how to report Leon and his group's arrival to their master. They were the ones bribed by the deep-sea demon abyss. The creatures within the deep-sea demon abyss weren't from this planet. To be more precise, they were from another world. But after Leon learned the secrets of the divine realm, Leon believed that this other world might also be another planet. And this planet was probably of the same level as the divine realm. This was why they wanted to invade this planet, but were instead confined within the deep-sea demon abyss. If its level was higher than that of the divine realm, they could easily break through the divine realm's blockade. Then, they could directly seize control of this world, and completely isolate it from the divine realm. But they didn't do that. Or perhaps they were restricted. Thus, Leon began to wonder why they invaded their own planet. You have to remember that they had been attempting to enter this planet for thousands of years. At first, they sought to seize control of the planet through force. But after being repeatedly crushed by the major empires on land and in the sea, they were ultimately driven back into the abyss. The nations then signed a treaty to support the Azure Abyss Sea Nation to prevent the distorted creatures within the abyss. It can be said that the Azure Abyss Sea Nation's continued existence to this day is inseparable from the support of these nations. Furthermore, there was the support of the gods, though the gods did not overtly intervene in the Azure Abyss Sea Nation. Instead, they used their various divine powers and might to ensure the Azure Abyss Sea Kingdom enjoyed abundant weather and harvests year after year, free from illness and natural disasters. The price they paid was Poseidon's death. Poseidon's fall was not only a conspiracy of the gods, but also a conspiracy of the aberrant creatures. But before his demise, Poseidon secured a final advantage for the Azure Abyss Sea Kingdom, spreading his divine consciousness throughout the ocean. Using his final divine might, he preserved this world. He also sent his temple directly to the depths of the abyss. He used the temple to suppress the passage connecting the two worlds. This thwarted the aberrant creatures' plans. They had originally intended to leverage the gods' connections to bring about Poseidon's fall, then exploit the opportunity to invade the entire world. But they miscalculated. Poseidon was gone, and then they, too, were sealed. For thousands of years, they had been trying to break the seal. But no matter how much they thought, they still couldn't find the best solution. So they began to use their brains. Although the lowest level of the aberrant creatures lacked any ability to think, gods existed within the aberrant creatures. These gods began to use their brains and began to infiltrate the Sanshui Empire and the Bunc Kingdom. However, the Bunc Kingdom, protected by the divine power of Poseidon, was hardly susceptible to the aberrant creature's influence. But the Sanshui Empire was different. They worshipped another sea god, Neptune. However, Neptune did not care for his followers like Poseidon did. This was because Neptune was a native of the divine realm, while Poseidon had ascended from the lower realms. It was cultivated by a true sea creature, ultimately breaking free from its shackles and achieving the throne of sea god. Thus, Neptune's fall was inextricably linked to Poseidon's fall. After Poseidon's fall, Neptune, observing the close relationship between the Sanshui Empire and the Bunc Kingdom, relinquished control over the Sanshui Empire. The reason was simple: Neptune simply disliked Poseidon. He believed that Poseidon, a god ascended from the lower realm, was unworthy of sitting at the same table with them. Thus, after discovering their inability to influence the Bunc Kingdom, the aberrant creatures began infiltrating the Sanshui Empire. To ensure their infiltration plan's success, the gods of these aberrant creatures expended considerable effort to create creatures identical to the sea creatures. It was as if these gods had used their own power to create a new species. They then infiltrated the various sea clans. These infiltrated aberrant creatures remained undiscovered at first, and they behaved like ordinary humans, continuing to reproduce and carry out their daily tasks, even communicating with the sea clans without any hindrance. To fulfill their plans, the gods of the distorted world strictly ordered the infiltrating distorted creatures not to reveal themselves. After thousands of years of reproduction, these infiltrating distorted creatures have already squeezed into the major empires, and many have even entered the land nations. But they have not transformed into humans, because 5 witches alone have already put them in a difficult position. Not to mention the old monsters living in the divine realm. Ascended gods are shunned by the gods of the divine realm. They are more concerned about what is happening below. If they knew their race was contaminated, they would definitely fly down and destroy those distorted creatures. Of course, this contamination refers to the distorted creatures themselves, not the products of interbreeding with other humanoids. After all, the newcomers are outsiders, and what's more, these outsiders have ulterior motives? Chapter 679. Upon learning of Leon and his companions' arrival, the entire upper echelon of the Sanshui Empire was thrown into chaos. These leaders began to do whatever they could to protect their own interests. Meanwhile, the distorted creatures that had infiltrated began contacting their brethren within the deep sea demonic abyss. Deep sea demonic abyss. A massive crack appeared on the seafloor. The crack stretched for dozens of kilometers. However, that wasn't the most important thing. The most crucial thing was that the crack was bottomless. Looking down from the edge of the crack, there was only darkness, or the occasional flicker of an eerie green light. It filled one with a sense of reverie. Not only that, one could occasionally hear various eerie noises emanating from the depths of the abyss. On either side of the crack, magnificent walls stood, enclosing the crack, although it appeared to be utterly harmless. But in reality, this rift could harbor hundreds of millions of distorted creatures. If someone were unfortunate enough to fall in, they'd likely be reduced to bones in less than a second. No one knows the depths of this abyss, nor does anyone know what lies within. At the bottom of the abyss, surrounded by darkness, a palace shimmers with golden blue light. The surrounding dark green, magical fluctuations constantly seek to intrude upon the palace. But they are blocked by 2 golden armored statues at the entrance. The 2 statues, holding tridents, collide with each other, forming a protective shield around the temple. The palace's exterior walls are covered in a variety of magnificent patterns. This suggests that its former owner was extraordinary. Surrounding this palace were numerous ruins. These ruins were engraved with incomprehensible characters, and stood utterly out of place within the palace. It was as if the palace before them had appeared from outer space. In front of the palace, dozens of mysterious figures in dark green robes gazed upon it. Looking at the closed gate, these mysterious figures stood in silence. Lord, news has arrived from the Sanshui Empire. Leon and his men have arrived and are preparing to repel our attack. The mysterious figure standing at the front, upon hearing this, turned and looked at the man who had just reported. You mean Leon and his men are here? Then Poseidon is here too? The mysterious figure removed his hat, his long dark green hair falling to his waist. His eyes, gleaming with an eerie light, gazed at the person before him. It must be that we sense the power of Poseidon's trident. The man didn't dare even look up at the woman, his head bowed as low as he could. Poseidon, Poseidon, we've been fighting for nearly 10,000 years, haven't we? Can't you just let me go? The woman shook her head, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Lord, this temple's power is nearly depleted. We estimate that within the next few days, we'd be able to breach its outer defenses, enter, and destroy Poseidon's remains, thus opening the door to our world. Another mysterious figure spoke. The woman with dark green hair didn't respond to the mysterious figure. Instead, she stared at the temple in a daze. After a long pause, the woman finally spoke. Then act quickly, otherwise, by the time Leon and the others arrive, it will be difficult for us to succeed. Inform our compatriots lurking within the Sanshui Empire to take action. Completely overthrow the Empire, and force Leon and the others to lose their focus here. Yes. All the mysterious individuals responded simultaneously. Soon, the millions of distorted creatures dormant within the Sanshui Empire began to move. They had already spread throughout the major cities of the Empire. After receiving the order from their master, they immediately sprang into action. They directly activated their distortion factors, and then spread them through the seawater. Many border cities fell almost instantly. Because the distortion factor spread so rapidly, anyone infected with it, without a strong individual to deal with it, will quickly mutate. Not only did distortions instantly erupt in remote cities, but also in many central cities. Even the Sanshui Empire's capital, where Obus was stationed, was in chaos. The general in charge of defending the capital, upon seeing this, immediately activated the city defense formation. However, the general discovered that these factors were spreading from within the city. He immediately ordered the palace to activate another protective array. This protective array, radiating from within, directly expelled all the distortion factors within the city. The capital was temporarily saved. But the thousands of distortions within the city remained. After breaking through their camouflage seal, these distortions began a rampage, infecting the city's residents as they slaughtered. The general garrisoning the capital immediately mobilized troops from the barracks to eliminate these distortions. Obus, inside the palace, also received alerts from all over. Almost simultaneously, the entire Sanshui Empire erupted like thunder. Deformed creatures appeared in almost every city. In all his years on the throne, Obus had never encountered such a situation. He was, in fact, an emperor of mediocre ability, and faced with such a situation, he was actually at a loss. But having been emperor for so long, he knew he couldn't show any weakness now. He had to remain calm. Obus ordered all cities to begin emergency defenses, granting the garrison generals of each city the right to act at their discretion. He also allowed them to temporarily recruit city garrisons. At the same time, he requested assistance from the land powers. Although Obus didn't know why the deformed creatures had suddenly appeared in the major cities, he knew this action was unprecedented, which meant the deformed creatures might be brewing a larger conspiracy. Or even that the conspiracy had already begun, and we were already in the vortex. Lion, who was rushing to the city walls, also sensed the unusual situation in the major cities. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Weren't they supposed to stop the aberrations at the second line of defense? Lion and the others froze in their tracks. After a brief hesitation, Lion decided to divide his forces to encircle and eliminate these aberrations. Although he didn't know why they were appearing in various cities, if we just took them down one by one, we could eliminate them. But Lion had a feeling something was amiss. Why had so many problems arisen since he arrived? Just as everyone was about to act, Chester suddenly called out, "Wait!" Everyone looked at Chester. Chester, sensing the signal from the Poseidon trident in his hand, said with a firm expression, "There's a problem." Chapter 680. What's the problem? Everyone asked in unison. The trident told me it's a conspiracy. The exposure of these mutated creatures is to cover up something. Chester said calmly. Cover up what? If this is a deception operation, then their original goal wasn't to attack the Sanshui Empire from the high seas, but... Lion suddenly looked up as he spoke. Everyone realized what was happening. Nonsense! Currently, there are only two places where these mutated creatures can be found. One is the Sanshui Empire, currently under attack by the mutated creatures, and the other is the deep sea demon abyss, surrounded by the walls of the BUNC nation. After understanding the whole story, everyone chose not to rush to the deep sea demon abyss. Let's put it this way. The Sanshui Empire can't stand by and watch, and on the other hand, the deep sea demon abyss can't afford to slack off. Just as Lion was about to assign personnel, Antia and the others took the initiative to speak. Moya, Celtic Alina, Carl, and Caddis are all here with me. We go to the Sanshui map to help eliminate the distorted creatures. Meanwhile, Caddis will be dispatched to the vicinity of the Abyss Sea Waves, ready for mobile support. As for you, Leon, you will personally take Balian, Chester, and Blackfeather to the Deep Sea Demon Abyss. With Balian and Chester here, there's no need to worry too much about your safety. and Tia laid out her plan. Lion had no objection, but Blackfeather did. What did that mean? What do you mean Balian and Chester can guarantee Leon's safety? What about me? I'm a dragon after all. I'm a dragon. I can roar like a dragon, just as everyone was about to separate. Lion looked at Heyu, who lowered his head, his mind agitated, and couldn't help but touch his head. Heyu? Question mark. What are you standing there for? Hurry, let's go! With that, he grabbed Heyu and began to fly. Everyone headed towards their respective targets. Moya and the others each took a city and immediately began to eliminate the deformed creatures within. How to eliminate them? The answer, of course, is to kill them all. Don't talk to me about a nation of etiquette and civilization. A nation of etiquette, bang! 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 As everyone began to eliminate them, Leon and the others arrived at the Azure Abyss Sea Kingdom. The Azure Abyss Sea Kingdom was currently relatively peaceful. The Azure Abyss Sea Kingdom, attacked by the Kraken a few days ago, has returned to normal. And order has returned to its former peaceful state. King Copy sat on the throne, listening to reports from his ministers. Your Majesty, mutant creatures have appeared in almost every city in the Sanshui Empire. But one thing is certain, these mutants did not originate from within our territory. Our city walls remain intact, and no mutants have been found within our territory. A minister reported to Copies. Hearing his minister's words, Copies was momentarily unsure how to respond. The Sanshui Empire was in turmoil, yet they remained remarkably stable, and other small nations were beginning to stir. The world had changed. Perhaps these small nations were being taxed by the Sanshui Empire. But these taxes aren't actually that high. Otherwise, the BUNC kingdom wouldn't have survived to this day. The reason those small nations are suffering so terribly is because their nobles continue to impose exorbitant taxes. If the Sanshui Empire provides military protection for these small nations, they only need to pay 20% of their harvest. But the nobles of those small nations continue to exploit them, raising the tax to 70%. They then pocket 50%, and use 10% of that 50% to bribe the Sanshui Empire's prosecutors. This creates a closed loop. The Sanshui Empire only receives a portion of the money, but it bears the brunt of the blame. The citizens of these exploited small nations hate not their own nobles, but the distant Sanshui Empire. So, after listening to the minister's report, Cappies wanted to send troops to help the Sanshui Empire overcome its difficulties. After all, the BUNC kingdom boasts 1.2 million full-time soldiers. These 1.2 million full-time soldiers were nearly equal in combat power to the Sanshui Empire's 1.5 million royal guards. So, they were fully capable of standing on equal footing with the Sanshui Empire. But the problem was, he now had three options. One was to continue heavily guarding the deep-sea demon abyss. Another was to dispatch soldiers to help the Sanshui Empire deal with the domestically generated aberrant creatures. And the final option was to remain inactive, observing whether the smaller nations would take advantage of the chaos to attack the Sanshui Empire, and then helping the Sanshui Empire suppress them. So, Cappies was now in a state of panic. He had to prioritize. What should he do? Beside him, the mermaid princess, Kalena, stared at her father with her jewel-like eyes wide open, blinking. What's wrong with my father? Why is he so gloomy again? Kalena was puzzled. At this moment, the border soldiers of the BUNC nation suddenly spotted Leon and his men charging towards them. Unbeknownst to Leon and his men, the soldiers, seeing them speeding towards the BUNC nation, assumed they were planning an attack. An instant alarm bell rang. The entire BUNC nation was instantly plunged into a tense atmosphere. Many cities were placed under martial law, and many deployed their shields. At the same time, Cappies also sensed Leon and his men approaching. But after a mental scan, Cappies detected the aura of Poseidon's trident. Then, realizing it was Leon and his men, he hurriedly called off the troops on alert. Seeing the troops return to calm, Leon and his men breathed a sigh of relief. I thought another fierce battle was about to break out. Although the BUNC nation and Leon and his men had calmed down, the creatures within the deep demonic abyss were far from calm. After hearing the BUNC nation's war alert, these creatures instantly tensed up. After all, their supreme leader had already ordered a surprise attack on the BUNC nation in the next few days. So they were extremely nervous, and at this critical moment, the BUNC nation suddenly sounded the alarm. These deformed creatures thought their actions had been discovered. Each of them almost reacted violently. But fortunately, these deformed creatures were restrained by their commanders. They went unnoticed by the BUNC nation soldiers on the city wall. If the BUNC nation soldiers had gazed down into the abyss, they would have noticed. The dark shadow, originally some distance away from the city wall, was now getting closer. Just a hair's breadth away. Chapter 681. Inside the BUNC Kingdom Palace. Cappies met with Lion and the others. He also looked at Chester, with a complicated expression. After all, Chester was his brother-in-law. Soraya was still in Dian, as she was currently in seclusion for a breakthrough. Otherwise, she would have followed Chester to the BUNC Kingdom. Leader Lion. Cappies extended his hand. Lion shook hands and asked, "Is everything alright in the BUNC Kingdom, Your Majesty, King Cappies?" "Everything is fine, but problems are brewing in surrounding nations," Cappies said solemnly. Lion's expression was predictable. "What are you going to do?" Cappies was slightly taken aback, then said calmly, "We don't know yet. Let's take it one step at a time." Suddenly, Cappies realized. "What's your business?" Leon glanced at Chester, motioning for Chester to explain everything. Chester approached Cappies and spoke gravely. Something might be wrong with the abyss. A serious problem. Seeing Chester's serious expression, Cappies' calm expression gradually turned solemn. Chester's words seemed to be true. "What do you mean?" Cappies asked. "The Trident of Poseidon tells me that the abyss is plotting something. So what's inside the abyss? Or is there a connection to the Trident of Poseidon?" Chester asked his question. In addition to the deformed creatures, the abyss also contains Poseidon's temple and his remains. Cappies finally revealed the abyss's greatest secret. "Temple?" Leon questioned. "How could a temple appear in such a desolate place? The abyss should be a place everyone loathes. How could a temple be there?" Seeing Leon's confusion, Cappies explained. "That's Poseidon's temple. To suppress these aberrant creatures, Poseidon sent his temple into the abyss to subdue the aberrant creatures within. It also seals the passage between the two worlds, preventing the other from allowing more powerful beings to descend upon this world." Listening to Cappies' words, Leon's face twisted into a knot. Goodness, so there are only a few gods in this world who actually work, right? What are all those other gods in the divine realm doing? Could it be that something's wrong with the abyss? Chester said, stroking the trident of Poseidon. Maybe. But they haven't made any moves these past few days, Cappies said, then fell into deep thought. Hey you, watching the chattering crowd, felt bored. Then he spotted the mermaid princess, Karana, standing nearby. Hey you's previously calm eyes suddenly lit up. What a lovely young lady. Then he immediately removed his shield and instantly entered the embrace of the sea. Dragon Rider. Gurgle gurgle. Hey you was about to charge when seawater poured into his mouth. Lee. Gurgle gurgle. Ong. Hey you waved his limbs in terror. Leon, standing nearby, looked at him like he was idiot. Leon. I'm drowning. Hey you saw Leon remained unmoved and glared at him angrily. Leon couldn't help but hold his head in his hands. You're such a silly dragon. Didn't you realize it can't drown you? Hey you. Question mark. Hey you then realized that this seawater couldn't possibly drown him, or perhaps he was born to live in the sea. Why, looking at Hey you's bewildered face, Leon couldn't help but walk over and pinch his face. You silly dragon. I always tell you to study, but you ignored my advice. You're a dragon, not a human. You're telling me, as a giant dragon, you can't live in the sea? Hey you paused in thought. Yes, he's a dragon. How could he drown? Looking at Hey you, who suddenly realized the truth, Leon couldn't help but hold his head in his hands. It's over, my family is ruined. A stupid rabbit, a foolish dragon, a shy elf, an aloof iceberg, and a snake that wants my kidneys. This is truly a time when the stars dim. However, just as Leon was lost in thought, Chester, who was talking to Cappies, suddenly realized something and flew out of the palace, rushing towards the abyss. Leon and the others hurriedly followed. They reached the city wall. But the abyss was not in any danger at this moment. The soldiers were still defending it strictly. The creatures within the abyss had not yet begun to attack. But Chester kept feeling uneasy. And as time passed, the trident of Poseidon in his hand became increasingly restless. What was going on? In fact, the trident of Poseidon had been telling Chester that these deformed creatures were about to break through the seal left by Poseidon. But the sea god Trident found himself unable to utter these words. It was as if these words were unspeakable. In reality, only gods could do this. And these gods weren't gods of the aberrant creatures. Because they were gods of the divine realm, the primary gods of Leon's world. Why did they do this? Because they wanted to kill with a borrowed knife, using these aberrant creatures to destroy Leon. In their eyes, even if this world was destroyed by the diseased creatures, they could rebuild it. As for the dead, they were dead. These gods would naturally create a new race. and then continue to build a new civilization in this world. As for Leon and his companions, in the eyes of the gods, they posed a far greater threat than the aberrant creatures. Unable to speak, the Trident could only warn Chester that something was amiss with the deep-sea demon abyss. But Chester still couldn't grasp the Trident's meaning. While everyone could guess that something was amiss with the deep-sea demon abyss, they didn't know how to solve it. Actually, there was only one solution: jump down. Let Chester return to his own temple and retrieve Poseidon's remains. Eliminate those who attempted to invade the temple. However, Trident couldn't reveal this solution. The others could only let time pass. Night. Lion looked at the special room prepared for their group and couldn't help but marvel at Cappy's thoughtful arrangements. Cappy's had deliberately drained the seawater, creating a terrestrial-like environment for them. Lion fell asleep in this environment, paying no attention to Blackfeather, who was trying to get it. Want it? Get lost. Kidneys are precious. Blackfeather looked at the sleeping Leon, sulking. I won't sleep tonight. I'm going to teach you a lesson. The next second, Blackfeather fell asleep. Lion fell asleep, and then his soul once again left his body. Wake up! Leon. Chapter 682. Just as Leon was drifting off to sleep, he suddenly felt someone slap him across the face. Leon. Wake up! From his sleep, Leon faintly heard someone calling him. Then Leon was jolted awake. Leon stood up and saw Galena before him. What are you doing? Leon was in a very bad mood after being woken. Stop sleeping. Something terrible has happened. Galena couldn't help but ask, looking at the sleepy Leon. What happened? Leon perked up instantly. Your tribute is missing. Oh no, it's about the mutant creatures. Galena almost let it slip. Leon, standing by, was completely stunned after hearing the first half of her sentence. Not sisters? What do you mean? You think the tribute isn't enough? Is your stomach a bottomless pit? Seeing Leon looking at her strangely, Galena tried to restore her image in Leon's heart. But what she didn't know was that her image in Leon's heart had already collapsed. What happened to the distorted creatures? Leon asked. They planned to break the seal of Poseidon's temple within the next few days, and then launch an attack from the abyss to the surrounding areas. Galena said seriously. Leon listened with a thoughtful look. Logically, the city wall should be able to hold it back, right? That so-called city wall might be able to hold back ordinary people, but holding back the distorted creatures is practically impossible. The reason the Azure Abyss Sea Nation has been able to hold back the distorted creatures for so many years is directly related to Poseidon's seal. Poseidon's seal prevents the aberrant creatures from unleashing their full power. And the aberrant creatures in the abyss only account for 15% of the aberrant world. If Poseidon's seal is broken, the aberrant creatures will invade en masse, and the so-called Azure Abyss Sea Kingdom's walls will be a joke. Galena stared at Leon seriously, hoping for a response. I understand, but I still have a question. What do you say? So how do we solve this problem? Or how do we prevent the temple from being destroyed? Leon asked. It's simple. Just jump. Galena said without hesitation. Leon looked at Galena in disbelief. Leon, are you sure? Galena, yes. After staring at Galena for a full 30 seconds, Leon confirmed that Galena wasn't joking. Really jump? Yes. Leon still felt a little uncomfortable after hearing that. After all, Leon hated things that moved. Something. Plus, he had a mild phobia of trying to reach his limit. To be honest, Leon was terrified he'd die if he jumped. But then he thought he was a 9th level expert after all. Being so cowardly would be demeaning. Seemingly sensing Leon's concern, Galena handed him a golden crystal. What's this? A life-saving device. If you die, who will pay tribute to me? Leon, 6. So the value of my existence is to pay tribute to you, right? Seemingly sensing Leon's dissatisfaction, Galena immediately took action. She drove Leon out. Just as Leon was about to disconnect, Galena grabbed his shoulder and said seriously, remember to offer me an offering. I'm starving. She then sent Leon back home. Leon jolted awake stunned, watching the scene unfold. This couldn't be a dream, could it? Leon then saw the golden crystal in his hand. Looking at it, Leon had a question in his mind. Had he just gone to the temple? Was it his soul that had passed away, or his body? If it was his soul, how had he brought this crystal back? Leon fell into deep thought. But after a brief pause, he suddenly remembered that he still needed to explain the situation to Chester. He then rushed into Chester's room and quickly called him out. Senior Chester? Wake up! Chester immediately opened his eyes. Lion? Galena told me that those aberrant creatures are plotting to destroy the temple of Poseidon. If they succeed, The seal left by Poseidon will be broken, and the aberrant creatures will then attack the world without restraint. Lion spoke the key words directly. Chester frowned at Leon's words, then glanced at the trident of Poseidon, as if wondering if Leon was right. However, the trident of Poseidon nodded in a very humane manner. Chester's eyes widened at the sight. Good heavens, if that's the case, then things are really bad. Chester looked at Leon. What else did the goddess of light say? She said the only solution is to jump down and eliminate all those aberrant creatures. That's the only way to interrupt their destruction of the temple. Before Leon could finish his words, Chester dragged him away. Senior Chester, what are we going to do? Nonsense. Jump, of course. Leon, ? No, at least let's prepare, right? Chester dragged Leon and knocked on Barion's door. Then he explained the situation to Barion. Barion's brow furrowed upon hearing this. This is the abyss, not some other place. But after a brief moment of deliberation, everyone decided to jump. As for why they took Leon with them, if Barion and Chester both went down, it would be even more dangerous for Leon to stay alone above. After all, there are powerful monsters in the sea. If Leon went alone, he could be ambushed or assassinated. If even Barion couldn't help Leon escape, then there was no point. Just surrender. Besides, Galena had given Leon a way to survive. So what was there to be afraid of? Everyone quickly reached the city wall. Cappies also received the news and rushed over. What are you doing? Cappies couldn't help but ask, watching the three people preparing to jump. Leon explained the whole story to Cappies. Cappies wanted to help, but he was powerless. Cappies wasn't a skilled fighter. In fact, his strength was only at the early 9th level. And this 9th level was even weaker than Leon's. Leon had at least gained his power through trials, while Cappies simply relied on external resources. Looking at the bottomless abyss, Leon felt a sense of unease. Furthermore, the underwater world wasn't as bright as the land. Under the sea, especially in the deep, light was almost invisible. Total darkness was the norm. But with Chester there, he cast a spell that enabled everyone to see underwater. Just as Leon hesitated, you followed him, and, observing his hesitation, gave him a wicked grin. Then, while bracing himself, Leon suddenly felt a shove and leaped. Who did this? Leon vanished into darkness. Chester Barion also leaped immediately. You transformed into a giant dragon and soared down. The three of them moved gracefully, but Leon remained spinning throughout his descent. Chapter 683. As the other three descended gracefully, Leon was performing endless backflips in the air. Although Leon had once experienced pilot training out of curiosity, Leon had promised himself he would never do it again. But what Leon hadn't expected was that he would experience it again. As he fell, he could feel the distortion factors from the surrounding seawater rushing towards him. The surface of Leon's pennants shone with golden light, instantly annihilating the distortion factors. Some of the distortion creatures tried to kill Leon. Let me see what's going on. A giant crab leaped forward, waving its huge claws. And then, with a snap, it was shattered by Leon. The shell fragments flew everywhere. As he fell, Leon suddenly felt himself collide with something. But Leon remained unfazed. What a joke. Who could be stronger than repentance? This was crafted by Kunberg using secret techniques, spending a full 180 days in the sun. No, 9981 days. Absolutely imperial made. Kunberg Moya, are you still making this up? Just as Leon was about to collapse, Black Feather, in his black dragon form, caught up and lifted him up. Black Feather. Was it you? That pushed me. And made me puke. Leon, dazed, was about to ask, but he vomited instead. Black Feather, who was diving, instantly went ballistic. You jerk. Don't puke on me. It's so dirty. Black Feather said as he accelerated downwards. As if flying fast enough, he could prevent Leon from vomiting. The depth of the abyss was beyond Leon's imagination. Leon thought a few thousand meters would be the limit. To his surprise, Leon and his companions had descended over 10,000 meters. And they hadn't reached the bottom yet. It was as if the abyss was endless. As they descended, the mysterious figures at the bottom of the deep-sea demonic abyss also sensed Leon and his companions' presence. They all looked at the woman in the center. The woman looked up at the darkness above and said calmly, "Since they're here, let's leave them here." The woman continued to gaze at the temple before her, as if Leon and his companions' arrival were insignificant. As Leon and his companions descended, they crushed the deformed creatures that tried to intercept them. And as Leon and his companions deepened into the demonic abyss, the situation in the Sanshui Empire grew increasingly critical. In a border village of the Sanshui Empire, outside the Empire's second city wall, This area was inhabited by the lower classes. Anyone with a bit of power would move to the other side of the city wall. Those who remained were the most ordinary sea creatures. There were the common mermaids, and then there were the sea monster like shrimp soldiers and crab generals. They had lived together for a long time, and perhaps there had been friction between them in the past. But not anymore, as they were all busy making a living. Where would they find the energy to scheme against each other? These hard-working sea dwellers went to the coral reefs every day to forage for food. They farmed a large number of fish there, and also cultivated some underwater crops, such as grass. They relied on these to sustain themselves. They had originally thought that life would continue peacefully like this, until the arrival of the aberrant creatures. After the border wall fell, the Empire issued an evacuation warning to everyone. But the defenders of the second wall refused to let the refugees in. It wasn't that the defenders didn't want to, but rather that the nobles didn't want to. Because the worlds inside and outside the walls were completely different. The land behind the walls was fertile, and food was plentiful. The world outside was desolate. The nobles feared that the refugees' entry would destroy their businesses. So the following scene unfolded. In a small, unassuming village. The village, once bustling with people, was now deserted. Most people had chosen to flee. Since the nobles wouldn't let them enter the walls, they simply walked further along them. Staying here would mean death anyway. In a house in the village, a young mermaid was caring for a young mermaid. The girl appeared to have injured her tail, leaving her unable to move. The young mermaid found food and medicine for her, hoping for a speedy recovery. Medulas, leave me alone. Go quickly. The monsters are coming soon. The beautiful girl said weakly, her face pale. If it weren't for his pale face, perhaps this was another beautiful person. Radina, what nonsense are you talking about? Your tail was pierced by the weapons of those fleeing soldiers while you were trying to save me. I won't abandon you. Listen to me and drink this medicine, okay? Medulas said, his eyes filled with guilt as he touched Radina's head, hoping to ease her pain. The young man had a handsome face. Although he looked only 16 or 17, he exuded maturity. Yes, I drink it. Radina's pale face forced a smile. The two were from the same village and had grown up together. They had already secretly agreed to marry, and neither of their parents objected. After all, they were both talented and beautiful, and both came from the lower classes, so why would there be so much disdain? Originally, they lived a peaceful life, and everything was going well, until the invasion of the aberrant creatures. The two families fled together, but they experienced several attacks from the aberrant creatures along the way. Both families were separated. Only the two remained. Watching Radina drink the medicine she had painstakingly found, Medeiros finally smiled. Radina looked at Medeiros, who was standing by, and couldn't help but speak. Medulas, do you think we can escape? I don't want to die yet, because I haven't married you yet. Radina's voice grew softer, a blush spreading across her pale face. Yes, we will. Medulas lied. Because he knew the aberrant creatures were less than 10 kilometers away. Radina's fishtail was nearly broken, completely incapacitated. Medulas could have easily abandoned her, but he didn't. Because Medeiros was deeply in love with Radina. Medulas, do you remember the envoy from Poseidon's temple we met when we were little? He said you were the foremost deity under Poseidon, and that when aliens descended upon the sea, you would stand firm. Ahem. Radina's eyes shone. Although her face was still a little pale, what girl wouldn't want her partner to be a peerless hero? Looking at the lovely Radina, Medeiros shook his head helplessly. Are you tired of hearing this story? Tell it again. I want more, Medeiros. You're the best storyteller. Looking at Radina's pale face, eyes filled with longing, Medeiros' heart softened, and he spoke. Chapter 684. The Charlatan says. Just as Medeiros was about to speak, Radina pouted beside him. Don't say that, Master Temple Envoy. Okay, the Master Temple Envoy says. A long time ago, the sea god Poseidon was the fruit of love between a human man and a mermaid. But the mermaid violated the rules of the sea tribe and fell in love with a human, and was eventually executed. The man was heartbroken and wanted to die. But then he thought of the young Poseidon. So he raised Poseidon until he reached adulthood, and finally, when Poseidon reached adulthood, he committed suicide by jumping into the sea. Poseidon then learned the whole story. He didn't blame anyone, instead, he hated himself. If it weren't for him, perhaps his parents wouldn't have met, but this posed a paradox. What if his parents met again, but Poseidon wasn't there? Wouldn't the ending be the same? Thus began Poseidon's 10-year chaotic life. During these 10 years, he was impoverished and wandered from place to place. He eventually settled in a church, where he heard the church bells and witnessed the kindness of the nuns. These 10 years of wandering opened Poseidon's eyes to the fickleness of the human world. After 10 years of wandering, Poseidon only wanted to find a place to spend the rest of his life in peace and quiet. But in a dramatic twist, the church where Poseidon was staying was right by the sea, and fate brought Poseidon back to the sea. But then, over 10,000 years ago, when the land was still a warring land of gods, the church was dedicated to a minor deity, and that deity's church soon became the target of the other gods. Those gods easily allowed their followers to destroy their church. Afterward, Poseidon and his companions were driven into the sea. Unbeknownst to them, their actions had unleashed a long-dormant talent within Poseidon. Poseidon's hands and feet were bound and thrown into the sea. Just when he thought he would die, he miraculously survived. To his astonishment, he discovered he could breathe underwater. His legs had transformed into a mermaid's tail, and Poseidon finally realized he could survive underwater. The next day, when Poseidon returned to shore, he found his original church destroyed. And the nuns, who had been so kind to him, were all dead. The battered bodies lay before the statue, as if mocking the god's weakness. Looking at the wrecked church and then the unscathed statue, Poseidon felt for the first time the hypocrisy of these so-called gods. It was this experience that made Poseidon fully realize the true nature of this world, where the strong reign supreme. Poseidon buried the nuns, and then chose to plunge directly into the sea. He discovered that he could actually cultivate in the ocean. Thereafter, Poseidon began his life at sea. Perhaps due to his hybrid nature of human and mermaid, Poseidon's talent for water magic reached its peak. He effortlessly cultivated to the pinnacle of 9th-level magician. Then, as we all know, Poseidon defeated the Kraken and successfully obtained the trident of Poseidon in the unspeakable land. He then defeated dozens of ancient sea gods and deposed them, leaving him as sole god of the sea. He no longer wanted to see ordinary people worship weak gods, who were incapable of protecting their followers. From then on, the underwater world was unified. After Poseidon's reign, peace returned to the entire underwater world. Until the War of the Gods, Poseidon, as god of the sea, faced the gods and held his own. But later, alien invasions led to Poseidon's ultimate downfall. And that old charlatan always claimed to be a capable subordinate of Poseidon, but he never revealed who I really was. Metellus began to paint again, a look of disdain on his face. Rodina's smile froze upon hearing the other's comments, and she pouted. "Ah, yes, you're the best," Rodina said, attempting to turn her back on Metellus. Metellus, seeing this, became anxious and came directly to Rodina. "I said the wrong thing, don't worry about it." Rodina heard this and, with a tilt of his head, he turned to the other side. "You?" Looking at Rodina's temper, Medeiros was at a loss for words. Then, deciding to change his tactics, he spoke. "If I were a god, you wouldn't be hurt. Also, because of that old charlatan, we've been carrying this stone pillar. We lost a lot of supplies because of it," Medeiros said, looking at a 3-meter-long stone pillar nearby, as thick as an arm, with a look of disdain. "Don't be like that. This is what the temple messenger said. And this is what I want to carry. If you want to blame someone, blame me." Upon hearing this, Rodina immediately turned over and looked at Metellus. She closed her eyes, looking as if she had done something wrong, awaiting Metellus's punishment. Metellus smiled, and kissed Rodina on the forehead. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from the village outside. Metellus immediately picked up a nearby stone stick and approached the door, quietly listening. Through the crack in the door, Medeiros could clearly see everything outside. Outside, a large number of aberrant creatures were entering the village, searching for any sign of life. These aberrant creatures quickly spotted the two hiding in the house. They could smell the scent of life. In an instant, they surrounded Medeiros and his companions. Metellus looked at Rodina behind him, and couldn't help but ask, "Are you afraid?" Rodina shook her head, speaking weakly but with determination. "Don't be afraid, because you're here." Metellus caressed Rodina's head affectionately, and Rodina smiled. Although the two were about to face death, they weren't afraid at all. Death wasn't the most terrifying thing, dying alone was. Watching the distorted creature approach, the two men silently closed their eyes. However, just as they prepared to face death, the stone stick in their hands became restless. The stones on it fell off in large quantities, eventually revealing the stick's true form. A golden spear appeared before the two men. Old charlatan. Oh no, the temple envoy hadn't lied to him. Metellus gazed at the spear in his hand, lost in thought. What is this? Chapter 685. Looking at the golden spear in his hand, Medeiros was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? After the old sorcerer finished telling this story, he gave Medeiros this stone stick. At first, Medeiros wanted to throw it away, but Medeiros' parents disagreed. The old sorcerer had repeatedly warned Medeiros' parents. Tell them that Medeiros would definitely throw the stone stick away, so they had to keep it. The old sorcerer's prestige alone would have ensured Medeiros' parents agreed without hesitation. But the old sorcerer had left a sum of money, and because of this money, Medeiros couldn't bear to throw the stone stick away. When he heard the prophecy, he almost laughed out loud. Because of an invasion by distorted creatures? How could this be possible? And then, there was nothing else. Looking at the golden spear in his hand, and the distorted creatures outside the door, Medeiros' mouth twitched. I hadn't expected the old charlatan to be such a liar. And surprisingly, today, this stone stick actually came in handy. Just then, the distorted creatures at the door rushed in. Medeiros swung his spear, piercing the foremost distorted creature with a single strike. The movements were fluid, as if they'd been practiced countless times. Watching the spear wield with such ease, Medeiros could sense a deep connection between him and it. He could wield it with such mastery, even without practice. Stab, pierce, chop, lash. Wielding the spear, he easily dispatched the distorted creatures. Feeling these techniques, Medeiros was speechless with astonishment. For the first time, he felt so powerful. It was as if these techniques were innate. The aberrant creatures rushed forward one by one, like vegetables being served, only to be chopped down by Medeiros. The aberrant armor, so proud of the aberrant creatures, was like paper against the golden spear. Radina, standing by, stared at Medeiros in amazement. She watched as Medeiros' body grew brighter and brighter. His blue skin, originally a mermaid, also changed. The blue skin gradually took on a golden sheen, and then, this metallic sheen transformed into a golden armor. It shone in harmony with the golden spear in his hand. Radina could also feel the magical fluctuations emanating from Medeiros growing stronger. From a first-level magician, his level soared rapidly. Radina witnessed Medeiros' power rise steadily. Level 4. Level 5. Level 6. Finally, he reached the 9th level. Radina was stunned. She couldn't understand why Medeiros' strength was increasing at such a rapid rate. Are 9th rank experts these days like cabbages worthless? Medeiros felt the magic power within him surging. The sudden surge made it difficult for her to control it. Then, with a sudden thrust forward, a massive surge of magic power erupted from the golden spear. Then, the abrupt shift in momentum reduced all the deformed creatures before him to ash. Not only that, but the entire village was flattened. Even the small hut they were in wasn't spared, but fortunately, Medeiros reacted with lightning speed and protected Radina. After dispatching the aberrant creatures, Medeiros held Radina in his arms, staring blankly at what he had done. I did this? Medeiros felt the warmth of the person in his arms, confirming that this wasn't a dream. It was reality. He had instantly slain so many aberrant creatures in real life. The army of aberrant creatures had also noticed the movement here. After all, the energy fluctuations had just occurred. It had terrified everyone around. They all thought some powerful being had taken action. What they didn't know was that the powerful being who had taken action had just been an ordinary person. Moya and her group, who were dispatching the aberrant creatures nearby, also noticed the unusual fluctuations. So Ketis rushed over to see what was going on. Just as Ketis arrived, Medeiros also began treating Radina. Medeiros hadn't used magic on Radina before because he himself was too weak. The healing magic he used wasn't low level. Radina's injuries were completely untreatable. But things were different now. Medeiros had become a powerful being. Even the most basic healing techniques could heal many wounds that were once incurable. A ball of golden light converged on Radina's severed tail, and soon, Radina's tail began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short while, Radina's tail was restored to its original state. Watching Radina's recovery, Medeiros smiled knowingly. And at this moment, Medeiros suddenly felt the call from the abyss. Or rather, a summons from the Temple of Poseidon. Although Medeiros hadn't yet recovered his memories, he knew the Temple of Poseidon was calling him. Looking at Radina before him, Medeiros lifted her up. Then, he effortlessly flew over the city wall and arrived behind it. The defenders behind the wall immediately surrounded Medeiros. But Medeiros immediately unleashed his 9th level magic. These shrewd soldiers and generals were relatively incompetent, and often simply followed orders from above. The siege of Medeiros was also an order from above, but these shrewd soldiers and generals decisively laid down their weapons. We are foolish, but we are not stupid. Feeling Medeiros' 9th level magic, these shrewd soldiers and generals dared not act rashly. Several nobles hurried over, hoping to seize this opportunity to curry favor with Medeiros. But Medeiros was unimpressed by these flatteries. If it weren't for this spear, he and Rodina would have perished in the village outside. If I were an ordinary person, I would have been blocked from the city walls long ago. Rather than these nobles frantically trying to curry my favor like this. These nobles were also afraid of death. Seeing Medira's 9th level strength, they naturally hoped he would stay and defend the second city wall. But Medira's wouldn't stay, as he was about to head to the abyss. And these nobles, Medira's, wouldn't let them go. But now wasn't the time to kill them, Medira's still had to use them. Take good care of this mermaid girl. If I return and she loses a hair, I use you as a sacrifice. After saying this, Medira's expression shifted, and he looked at Rodina with a smile. Wait for me. Chapter 686. Lion and his group finally reached the deepest part of the abyss. As soon as they descended, they were met by a group of green-robed figures staring at them. What the hell? Are you so self-deprecating? I'm a strict self-deprecating person, aren't I? As if sensing Lion's strange gaze, the mysterious figure present couldn't help but release his own aura. A terrifying pressure descended upon the four. The pressure instantly enveloped them, and then nothing happened. The four looked at the mysterious figures before them, as if nothing had happened. To them, this so-called pressure was nothing more than a tickle. Barian had already attained godhood, Chester possessed the trident of Poseidon, and Blackfeather was a dragon herself, the daughter of the Dragon Lord, and possessed royal blood. The worst of them all was Lion. But Lion now had 2 swords hanging from his waist. One was the Yulindel, and the other was the mountain and river sword. These 2 swords possess a growth attribute. As Leon grows stronger, their levels will also grow stronger. As Leon ascends to the 9th level, the 2 swords also evolve to the level of quasi-artifacts. So, these pressures have no effect at all. Weak strength? Is it enough? Looking at the calm expressions of Leon and the others, these mysterious individuals are almost losing their temper. They are all about to attack, their magical power surging. Just then, back off. A female voice echoed, and a woman with long dark green hair approached. Everyone back off. The mysterious individuals hurriedly retreated, fearing to anger the woman with long dark green hair. You finally come, Poseidon. The woman in dark green said, looking at Leon and the others. Leon and the others instinctively looked at Chester. Chester himself was bewildered. Am I not Chester? I am Poseidon, yes, but that was my past life. No way. This woman has a grudge against Poseidon? Is she coming to settle the score with me? Looking at the bewildered Chester, the woman with dark green hair continued as if she hadn't seen anything. Poseidon, I actually admire you very much. 10,000 years ago, our Lord sent me to this world to investigate. As luck would have it, I ran into you. Due to your own distorted magic, you pursued me all the way. We met through fighting, and then for thousands of years. I fled, you chased, until you became a god. We became friends, but fate plays tricks on us. Just then, the Lord gave the order to open the passage connecting the 2 worlds. You may have noticed, but I took advantage of your trust. The woman with dark green hair spoke, tears streaming down her face. The other mysterious green-robed figures fled in terror. They feared they would witness this scene and be silenced. Later, as the passage opened, the mutated creatures invaded. You found me, and asked me why I did this. I didn't answer you. I exploited your trust again and stabbed you. Because I knew you were a good person, you would definitely be deceived by me. The dark green-haired woman spoke with increasing dismay. Chester remained unresponsive, yet a piercing pain pierced his heart. You? Chester tried to speak, but found himself unable to speak due to the pain. Leon and the others hurried forward to check on Chester. I'm fine, I just suddenly felt a lot of pain. It felt like my heart was broken. The woman with dark green hair continued. Then I ran away. I was afraid you'd come after me, but I also hoped you'd find me. I did this because I'm from the abyss, and the Lord's absolute control forced me to do this against my will. I hoped you'd come find me, because I knew I'd done so much to backstab you, and you'd be so cruel as to kill me, so I could die at your hands. The woman with dark green hair stopped abruptly. She then looked at Chester calmly, as if waiting for his response. However, Chester was currently struggling with his body. For some unknown reason, this body had suddenly lost control. Seeing Chester didn't respond, the woman continued. But I still underestimated your kindness. You didn't attack me until you died. The woman had already broken down in tears. It's not because I'm kind, but because he loves you, Chester managed to say. The woman looked up abruptly, her face filled with disbelief. What does that mean? At this moment, the previously sealed temple of Poseidon suddenly opened. Although the shields and seals remained, the door swung open. The next second, A man in golden armor, wielding Poseidon's trident, emerged from behind the door. He approached the group. The mysterious green-robed figure, upon seeing this, immediately prepared to attack him. Because in their eyes, anyone who emerged from this temple was their enemy. Facing an enemy, they would attack without mercy. Then, the next second, the golden-armored man wielded Poseidon's trident, effortlessly transforming the mysterious figures into seawater, as if they had never existed. The woman with dark green hair observed this scene without a flicker of expression, as if these people's deaths had nothing to do with her at all. Poseidon. The woman with dark green hair couldn't help but say, as she saw the man in golden armor approaching. Poseidon didn't respond to the woman's words, instead continuing on his own. He's right. It's not because I'm kind, it's because I love you. But it doesn't matter anymore. What's past is past. He's not me now. He's Chester now, not me, Poseidon. Poseidon ignored the stunned woman and walked over to Chester. You're here. There's something I haven't explained clearly. Chester looked up suddenly at Poseidon's words. What do you mean? The trident of Poseidon you're holding is the youth version, Poseidon said calmly. Chester's expression was abstract. Big brother, are you serious? How dare you say that? What do you mean by youth baby version? Your Poseidon trident has installment payments, right? And growth attributes, right? As if sensing Chester's surprised look, Poseidon said calmly. You think you haven't achieved godhood yet? Would I give you a divine weapon? Chester, Now that you say that, it seems to make sense, doesn't it? Leon, standing by, was stunned. There's this? The sky is falling, and the woman with long, dark green hair seemed to be left out in the cold. Chapter 687. Poseidon looked at the group before him, somewhat uncomfortably, because their eyes had collectively cleared. Nonsense, anyone would have to be clear. It's like you're all set to do something, but then she tells you she's underage. Poseidon couldn't help but hold his head. Then, he spoke. Stop daydreaming. I'm in a hurry. Listen carefully. Everyone, ? The power of the temple will soon disappear, and the seal will break. All you have to do is hold off the incoming aberrations. The aberrations now are just minor incidents, the real thing hasn't happened yet. The aberrations behind the seal are the real aberrations. Chester was stunned after hearing this. What do you mean the seal is about to break? What do you mean you're asking me to hold off the aberrations' attacks? Are you sure you're not kidding me? Looking at Chester's face of disbelief, Poseidon ignored him and continued. Don't worry, you succeed. Don't ask why, because you are me, you are Poseidon. Poseidon said, taking advantage of Chester's daze, and swung his trident. Terrorizing divine power emanated from the trident, filling the entire abyss. The power continued to spread rapidly, soon enveloping the entire ocean. The image of Poseidon holding the trident appeared to every creature in the sea. You, creatures of the sea, have endured enough suffering. You are all creatures, and not all of you are good. But I always believe that if someone becomes evil, it's definitely because of the people around them. I don't blame those who surrender to the gods, it's because I'm not strong enough. Let them be. You can teach them a lesson, but remember, we are brothers of the same race, brothers everywhere. The invasion of the aberrant creatures concerns us all. I don't want to see my people slaughtered, for I experienced such a tragedy before. I defeated the other sea gods of the sea, fought against the gods of the divine realm, and fought against the abyssal world. All to protect you. But I failed. I couldn't protect you. So let me, an irresponsible god, make one last effort for you. Poseidon summoned his divine power, instantly activating the power covering the entire ocean. The Sanjue Empire soldiers battling the aberrant creatures suddenly felt their strength increase, and their wounds healed rapidly. But the aberrant creatures were in dire straits. The divine power blossomed upon them. Yes, blossomed. Golden flowers bloomed upon the aberrant creatures. The next second, these deformed creatures were reduced to smithereens. All the deformed creatures in the entire ocean were reduced to smithereens. These deformed creatures were most proud of their mutations. Now that they had blossomed, they must have been overjoyed. The deformed creatures that had been wreaking havoc on the seafloor were instantly wiped out. That wasn't enough. Poseidon plunged his trident fiercely into the ground and roared. Swept across the seas. The seas surged. Then he yanked the trident free. The next second, the previously calm sea suddenly boiled, as if welcoming its master. Poseidon manipulated the sea and launched it into flight. Of course, it wasn't Poseidon who flew, but the sea, the waters, freed from gravity's grip, left the seabed. The sea, stripped of its waters, instantly revealed its bottom. The sea creatures were also enveloped by the ocean. The terrifying krakens were also controlled by Poseidon. effortlessly engulfed in the waters, like docile baby octopuses. For the krakens had no idea what was happening. They only knew that the once calm waters had suddenly boiled, a surge of joy within them, as if their king had returned. Not only was the seabed exposed, but even the waters of the abyss were instantly drained, the remaining waters falling from the rocky cliffs on either side. Seeing this, the woman with dark green hair could no longer sit still. Poseidon. You're mad. Poseidon shuddered. I'm not crazy. I'm simply protecting this world my way. Poseidon's golden armor instantly shattered, transforming into a fleet of tiny golden seahorses. They soared out of the abyss, heading for the seabed contaminated by the distorted creatures. Wherever they passed, the polluted seabed returned to its original state. The creatures, coral reefs, and underwater plants all returned to their original appearance. The sea creatures stared at this incredible scene with wide eyes. What is this? Is this Lord Poseidon? Watching the land restored to its original state, the sea creatures smiled with joy. Finally, they didn't have to leave their homeland. Unbeknownst to them, Poseidon was already on the verge of collapse. His once sturdy body was becoming increasingly transparent. The woman with dark green hair beside him had frozen in place. In the divine realm, one god after another stared intently at Poseidon's every move. One, his body ablaze with flames, said with disdain, Poseidon is so foolish, wasting his divine power on these lowly ants. Indeed, I never imagined that Poseidon's remaining spirit could possess such powerful magic. Irina, sitting in the main seat, couldn't help but exclaim, What's the big deal? Back then, Poseidon single-handedly slaughtered his way through the entire divine realm, all for a single mortal ant. Indeed, if Poseidon hadn't been so foolish as to fall out with us over a single ant, would he have ended up like this? Ha ha. Everyone exchanged glances, and the next second, the divine realm erupted in laughter, as if mocking Poseidon's folly. Undersea world, the abyss of the sea. After repairing the seabed, Poseidon returned the water. Then, he felt as if his soul had almost shattered. The woman with long, dark green hair rushed forward. Poseidon. Don't be so stubborn. The woman with long, dark green hair hugged Poseidon. Poseidon said calmly, Liliana, you shouldn't have come back, or rather, we shouldn't have met again. Poseidon said weakly. What nonsense are you talking about? I stay here and wait for you. Poseidon was a little surprised. Looking at Poseidon's surprise, Liliana covered her mouth and chuckled. Don't you hate me? Of course I do, but I hate my own weakness and helplessness even more. If I could have taken you away, perhaps none of this would have happened. Perhaps we were destined to be in trouble, but it doesn't matter. This is how it is in this life. As Poseidon finished speaking, his body began to fade into invisibility. Liliana reached out to grab Poseidon, but her hand slipped through him. Poseidon then tossed the trident to Chester. It's your turn. The future is yours, and I, like this temple, shall vanish into the river of history. Chapter 688. Chester took the trident, somewhat dazed. Then he saw Poseidon begin to dissipate. Is there no way to save you? Chester asked naively. You think it's easy to kill a god? Poseidon smiled and shook his head. Then he looked at Liliana with a complicated expression. Poseidon didn't know how to deal with Liliana. Of course, he knew Liliana's identity, and he also knew she had no intention of harming anyone. For thousands of years, Liliana had almost never killed a human or a sea creature. Her hands were completely unstained by blood. When they fought, she had never used a lethal move against him. This was out of place among the aberrant creatures, and it was precisely because of this that Liliana was ostracized. She had never understood why the abyssal world had to invade others. Young and ignorant, she came to this planet and witnessed the happiness of its people with her own eyes. Although these lower-class people suffered immense oppression, they never lost hope in life. Liliana continued to live in the human world, until she met Poseidon. The two of them fell in love and hatred, entangled for thousands of years. Although in the story, Liliana backstabbed Poseidon, but these are just stories meant to fulfill Poseidon's wish. So, Poseidon never forgot Liliana. And Liliana hadn't forgotten Poseidon either, but the two were destined never to meet. Watching Poseidon gradually dissipate in this world, Liliana could no longer bear it. She wanted to reach out and grab Poseidon, but could only watch him leave. Do you think we meet again? Poseidon said. Yes, I definitely will. We be together in our next life. Liliana cried as she reached out. She didn't look like a god at all. Leon looked at Chester. Aren't you Poseidon? Why don't you have any feelings for Liliana? I'm Poseidon, but I'm not Poseidon. Chester's lips twitched. Although Chester was the reincarnation of Poseidon, he was only a fragment of his soul. A fragment of a god's soul is enough to create a new personality. This meant that Chester was an independent entity. A fragment of a god's soul, combined with nurturing, successfully shaped Chester into a living person. He had his own thoughts, values, and even his own perspective on love. Chester loved Salia deeply, just as Poseidon loved Liliana. So, in response to Leon's teasing, Chester offered his own answer. Leon listened, a look of deep thought looming. So even gods can be so complex. Just as Poseidon drifted away, a sudden tremor erupted from the depths of the abyss. The Poseidon temple before him began to crumble, pieces of debris falling. Leon could sense a wail in the surrounding water. It was as if the water mourned Poseidon's passing. Liliana watched helplessly as Poseidon vanished. And at the very moment Poseidon vanished, the entire temple collapsed. Looking at the ruins, Leon's mouth twitched. Those mysterious people had just worked for thousands of years, but in the end, the temple wasn't destroyed by them. It collapsed on its own. But it wasn't just that. Those mysterious people's claim of draining the temple's energy was just self-deception. Because the temple's energy was constantly declining, their efforts were in vain. Chester merged the two Poseidon tridents into one. A flash of golden light flashed, and a new Poseidon trident appeared. The complete Poseidon trident. But looking at the nearly unchanged Poseidon trident, Chester fell into deep thought. Is this really the new Poseidon trident? But at that moment, as the temple shattered, the seal that had been suppressing it instantly began to loosen. In the world behind the seal, a desolate planet, its surface covered in vast expanses of purple-gray earth. You could even see something moving. At the highest point of this desolate world, what seemed to be a temple. A group of human-like creatures sat in their seats within the temple. Each of them craned their necks, eyes wide, watching the seal about to break. The god sitting in the main seat laughed heartily. Well done, Liliana. You've finally broken the seal. Now that Poseidon is gone, there's no one left to stop us from invading that world. Inform our hundreds of millions of troops. Tell them to prepare for the attack. There are billions of aberrant creatures on this planet. Each aberrant creature is a soldier. So these gods can easily assemble an army of hundreds of millions. Because the lives of aberrant creatures are worthless. A large army of aberrant creatures gathered near the space tunnel, where the seal was about to be broken. Waiting for the seal to be broken. Hiss. We just need to charge in. Kill everyone there. Their homeland will be ours. Hiss. Charge. Deep sea demon abyss. Watching the seal about to be broken, everyone took up battle stances. You scumbag. You got to hold on. Hey, looked at Leon, who was slightly shorter than him, and couldn't help but tease him. Hey, you patted Leon's head. Leon, Liliana slumped on the ground, stunned. As if lingering on Poseidon's final breath. Baryan also drew his sword. Prepared to meet the enemy. The next second, the seal's surface flickered, and numerous cracks appeared, shattering instantly. A multitude of distorted creatures leaped forth from the seal. A crab monster led the charge. Hi. Here I come. Puff. Baryan stabbed the crab monster with his sword. Sheathing his sword, thrust out, Baryan repeated this simple movement, his attack slow, but the distorted creatures refused to get close. Chester was even more ferocious. He brandished the Poseidon trident, each swing stirring up a wave of water. The invisible water instantly grew sharp. He blew the distorted creatures to pieces. Hey, you initially considered transforming into a dragon and biting them, but realizing that was a bit dirty, he shook his head. No. Dirty. Then he transformed into a humanoid form and smashed the distorted creature in front of him with a single punch. Leon was stunned by this scene. Could these little fists be so powerful? The distorted creatures that had just approached were stunned. Aren't we just blocking the spawn point? Some of the aberrant creatures retreated back into the abyssal world. Their leader shouted. What are you doing? Commander. There are defenders. We can't defeat them. How many people? The commander's face darkened. It looked like he was going to send out a large force. Four people. Commander, ? Chapter 689. The commander of the aberrant creatures looked at his fleeing men and gave this shocking answer. What did you say? 4 people? 4 people blocked you? The commander said in disbelief. Yes, sir, and I even saw Poseidon among those 4. Yes. That's definitely Poseidon. I swear on my life. Thousands of years ago, I joined the invasion and saw Poseidon's true form. I never forget that trident of Poseidon that terrified me. The commander of the aberrant creatures spoke with such certainty, as he looked at his men. He began to waver. Perhaps his men had a point? And they wouldn't lie to him. After a brief silence, the commander immediately sought out their chief deity. "This is the situation, my god. What should we do?" the commander said respectfully. The god seated above frowned. "Poseidon can't possibly be alive." "Absolutely not." The gods of the abyss were furious upon hearing this news. The god sitting in the main seat, in particular, couldn't help but smash a nearby cup. The abyss's fear and hatred of Poseidon had reached a fever pitch. Poseidon single-handedly held back the abyss and the world for 10,000 years. He prevented one plane from invading, and then another. But in Leon's world, few knew of Poseidon's deeds. The commander looked at the enraged gods without a trace of emotion. Instead, he internally complained. "You may be angry, but could you please explain your battle plan first? Hundreds of millions of troops are still awaiting your orders." As if they had guessed the commander's predicament, the abyss gods began issuing orders. "Since the main passage is blocked, then we take another one. After all, there's no force on the high seas capable of resisting you right now. Go through the high seas and maximize your victory before they arrive." The god sitting in the main seat spoke. The commander nodded immediately. Then he hurried back to the army, gathered his troops, and chose to enter the other passage. Currently, there are two routes for the abyss to invade Leon's world. One is the sealed route suppressed by Poseidon. The other is a recently opened route. This route is largely thanks to the almighty gods. If it weren't for their help, these abyss creatures might not have successfully invaded Leon's world. After all, opening a new route is difficult. On the other hand, after Leon and his men had slain hundreds of thousands of distorted creatures, looking at the seal that no longer spawned mutated creatures, he was momentarily confused. "What's going on? Why aren't there any more monsters? I haven't finished gaining experience yet, buddy," Leon panted, pulling the mountain and river sword from a nearby corpse. Baryan and Chester stared at Leon speechlessly. "Good boy, you were the one screaming in fear, and now you're the one screaming the loudest. So hard to please." Looking at the seal that no longer spawned monsters, Leon was puzzled. Why did the mutated creatures suddenly stop attacking? Could they be moving? Just as Leon thought of this, something unexpected happened on the high seas. High sea islands. Redentus and his men were reveling on the island. Just now, Poseidon had unleashed a full-scale AoE attack, directly wiping out all the distorted creatures on the high seas islands. Redentus believed he had moved the heavens, earned the gods' favor. Watching these drastically altered creatures, which had once threatened his life, vanish, Redentus instantly became elated. He led his men on a revelry on the island. "Comrades, the gods are watching over us. These evil creatures were annihilated in an instant. We are the chosen ones. Pass my command. For the next 3 days, let's revel." After Redentus finished speaking, the others present couldn't help but echo him. Long live the Marshal. The entire high seas archipelago had once again become a haven for crime, a place of pleasure and indulgence. Unbeknownst to Redentus and his companions, just beneath the high seas archipelago, in the boundless ocean, a passage that had been temporarily sealed had reopened. A vanguard of millions of aberrant creatures appeared out of nowhere, directly following their initial attack route, and sweeping across the Sanshui Empire and the underwater world. These millions of aberrant creatures were only the vanguard. Hundreds of millions more were blocking the passage, queuing to enter Leon's world. Redentus and his companions had barely been reveling for a few minutes, when they saw the previously calm sea suddenly surge. One after another, krakens emerged from the sea and began wreaking havoc on the high seas archipelago. For these krakens had received a command from the god of the abyss, to help the aberrant creatures conquer this world. The long-dormant kraken finally began to stir, and they were aiding the aberrant creatures in their conquests. Chester instantly sensed something was amiss on the high seas through the Poseidon trident. Something's happened on the high seas. The aberrant creatures had changed their direction of attack, Chester said with a worried look on his face. Lion's eyes lit up. "The high seas? They went there?" Chester nodded gravely. "That's great." Lion couldn't help but applaud. This stunned Baryan and Chester. "Is this kid crazy, or just stupid? Is he not seriously ill?" Hey, placed his hand on Lion's forehead, puzzled. "You don't even have a fever?" Lion's face darkened, and he said, "I'm not sick. It's because a 295 carrying 4 mushroom eggs is heading for the high seas. If nothing unexpected happens, the two sides will collide." Baryan and Chester looked as if they were about to suffocate when they heard this. "That's not how you play surprises, right? I thought it was going to be a tough fight, but you brought a USB drive and started spinning, right? Is this the power of technology? Over the high seas." A 295 bomber was heading towards the high seas islands. 4 MiG-25s were escorting it. Because the 295 bomber was significantly slower than the MiG-25. The four fighters were like bound wild horses. Once freed, they would burst into unimaginable speed. Just as the formation was flying smoothly, tentacles stretched out from the sea. The 295 pilots were stunned by the sight. What the hell? Chapter 690. These Kraken's arms instantly stretched out from the sea, waving towards the aircraft formation in the air. The 295 bomber immediately climbed, and the MiG-25 fighter jets immediately began attacking the tentacles. The MiG-25 was not equipped with a cannon. This went against the Russians' usual practice. After all, the Russians even equipped the Su-57 with a cannon. Yes, they equipped a fifth-generation aircraft with a cannon. Even when the Su-57 was introduced, other nations were stunned. Who would be so kind as to equip a fifth-generation aircraft with a cannon? The 295 bomber ascended, while observing the tentacles below. The MiG-25 began to disrupt the tentacles' attack. Because the most important aircraft in this formation was the 295 bomber. The 295 bomber pilots were stunned. What kind of deep-sea monster was this? It was using its tentacles to harass us right away. What were we capable of? The two pilots had no idea their bomber was loaded with 4 mushroom bombs. They thought they were just 4 ordinary bombs. They thought this was just a mission as ordinary as it could be. They had no idea they would become famous because of this one. The MiG-25 fighters flew at high speed, completely breaking the speed limit. Because their mission had shifted from escort to cover, the 4 MiG-25s flew at such high speed that the Kraken was completely stunned. Although it had spotted the ascending bombers, the MiG-25s were still in its sights. It extended its tentacles to attack the MiG-25s. But he overlooked one fact. How could it possibly catch up to a fighter traveling at Mach 3? One of the 4 MiG-25s launched a powerful counterattack. It flew close to the sea, drawing the Kraken's full attention. The Kraken extended dozens of tentacles, attempting to capture the MiG-25. The pilots of the other 3 MiG-25s were all sweating for its safety. Who was this pilot so formidable? From the cockpit, Alan sneered at the attacking tentacles. Even if you were a Kraken, so what? Could your tentacles reach speeds of 1,000 meters per second? Alan flew close to the sea, performing high-speed maneuvers. He swung directly into the Kraken's tentacles. The Kraken, enraged, waved its tentacles wildly, attempting to intercept the MiG-25. But its attacks were unable to catch the swiftly flying MiG-25. Then, under Alan's deliberate provocation, the Kraken's tentacles became tangled. That's right, not severed, nor injured, but simply entangled. Twisted into a knot. But the poor Kraken had no idea its tentacles were tangled. To its surprise, Alan had actually slowed down. So, the Kraken thrust its tentacles out, trying to grab Alan's tail. But just as it was about to grab the MiG-25's tail, the Kraken found its tentacles could no longer extend. The Kraken then realized its tentacles were tangled. Kraken, woohoo! Her large eyes were filled with terror. What was going on? Why had its tentacles become like this? This Kraken, according to its actual age, was still just a baby. Eager for fun, it spotted a formation of planes flying overhead and surfaced, attempting to grab them. Because, in its eyes, these planes were its toys. And then nothing happened. Its tentacles tangled. The 3 MiG-25s in the air, and the climbing 295 were stunned by this scene. And before they could recover from their shock, they saw that the entire high seas had turned a dark purple. What was going on? A large number of aberrant creatures were crawling out of the sea onto the high seas islands. The reveling regents were stunned. Weren't the aberrant creatures gone? Why did they suddenly appear again? What were they doing? Fuchsia, who was inside the 295 bomber, opened her eyes. She and Sipes had been on an escort mission. At first, Fuchsia didn't understand why she and Sipes were assigned to the escort mission. It wasn't until she saw the aberrant creatures on the high seas that she understood Leon's intention. Then she used magic to contact Leon, who was at the bottom of the sea. Leon? Are you sending us here to blow up those aberrant creatures on the high seas? Listening to Fuchsia's words, Leon stroked his chin and spoke. We can blow them up, or not. I'm afraid the high seas islands will be wiped out. Fuchsia's eyelids twitched when she heard this. What kind of talk is this? The high seas are already polluted. Are you sure you want them? Leon's laughter instantly stopped when he heard that. What? The high seas are polluted? Are the islands on the high seas polluted too? Is it the islands, or something else? Fuchsia came to the cockpit and took a look at the sea. Looking at the purple water, Fuchsia said calmly. Not to mention the land, even the sea is polluted. Leon, a deformed creature, huh? Leon's aura suddenly changed, instantly filled with murderous intent. Hey you, standing beside him. sensed this murderous aura and subconsciously moved aside. How could this person change so suddenly? Is he mentally ill? Then let's blow it up, with the highest yield. See if we can purify the seawater. Fushia's face lit up with joy. Finally, she could go all out. Fushia then smiled strangely. Sipes, standing nearby, saw this and his face, already pale from air sickness, turned even paler. What kind of smile is that? Is this still the sunny and cheerful Great Witch? You weren't like this when you were at the base. Though Sipes wanted to complain, he found himself unable to speak. As a 9th rank expert, the Wind Swordsman of the Elven Empire, Sipes could be considered a top-tier expert. But Sipes was airsick. That's right, a great man of his generation, a lifetime of fame, ruined on a plane. Sipes looked at Fushia, whose smile was becoming increasingly sinister, and recalled her appearance at the base. Sipes, look at this, isn't it like this? Sipes, can you do me a favor? Recalling the past, the gentle Fushia in Sipes' memory overlapped with the Fushia with a sinister smile before him. Fushia immediately ordered the pilot to fly the bomber over the high seas. The pilot followed Fushia's order without hesitation, for she was the one in charge on this plane. The 295 bomber arrived over the high seas, and Fushia pressed the release button. A magic mushroom bomb, loaded with 10 cubic centimeters of super-concentrated magic crystals, dropped. After doing all this, Fushia hurriedly ordered the pilot to speed away. Watching the 295 flying incredibly slowly, Fushia immediately used space magic to move the fighter plane away. What a joke. If I don't leave now, I never be able to leave again. Chapter 691. The 295 flew directly over the high seas and, at Fushia's command, released a mushroom bomb. Without a word, Fushia teleported the entire aircraft. At first, the pilots didn't understand why Fushia did this. On the high seas islands, Redence and his companions, defending against the invasion of mutated creatures, saw a small black speck falling from the sky. What is this? That was the question on everyone's mind. Then, a second later, they saw it with their own eyes, plummeting into the sea, not far from them. Ah, that's it. After several minutes, the mushroom egg still didn't explode. Watching the Great Yen Air Force drop a dud, Redence and his companions burst into laughter. What is Great Yen doing? Is this a joke? Traveling all this way just to drop a dud? The island erupted in laughter. What they didn't know was that Alan's 4 MiG-25s were leaving the high seas at full speed. Although they didn't know what was happening, seeing Fushia teleport the bombers away, they realized the seriousness of the situation. Fushia also ordered them to leave at full speed. Alan and his men immediately took off at full speed. In a flash, they vanished. Those on the open islands were still confused, self-righteously believing that Leon and his men had given in. This so-called great leader, even giving in before these monsters, Redence said sarcastically. But the Kraken in the sea had learned its lesson, even though it had no idea what had just been dropped. But it could sense it wasn't a good thing. After all, that human had just been teasing it. Humans are all bad. The Kraken took off in a flash. In doing so, it successfully avoided catastrophic destruction. Originally, to protect the bombers from the explosion, the mushroom egg's detonation timer was set at 10 minutes. For a 295, 10 minutes would be enough for it to fly 150 kilometers. So even that was a conservative estimate, since even Fushia herself wasn't sure of the mushroom bomb's power. Fushia informed Leon that a mushroom egg had been dropped. Leon instinctively asked, "What's the yield?" Fushia was silent, then said seriously, "I don't know." Leon, But eventually, Leon learned that it was a mushroom bomb loaded with 10 cubic centimeters of super-concentrated magic crystals. After hearing this payload, Leon's eyes widened. "Are you planning to blow up the high seas?" However, as Leon and the others were talking, the countdown for the mushroom bomb was nearing its end. The mushroom bomb landed on the seabed, right next to the aberrant creature's teleportation channel. The aberrant creatures that had just emerged heard a strange ticking sound. Looking around, they soon discovered the ticking mushroom bomb. The aberrant creature surrounded the mushroom bomb and began a conversation in their own aberrant language. "What is this? Why does it keep ticking? How do I know? Is this the iron lump? I don't know, but I always feel like this sound is creepy." What the aberrant creatures didn't know was that this was their final countdown to death. As the aberrant creatures were whispering among themselves, the Redence of the high seas islands were about to fall. The aberrant creatures surged towards the islands like a tide. The fact that Redence and his men had managed to hold out until now was already a remarkable feat. However, at this critical moment, the mushroom bomb finally ran out of time. A newly emerged aberrant creature suddenly noticed that the mushroom egg, which had been ticking, had suddenly stopped. Confusion filled his face. Why had this thing suddenly stopped? The next second, the aberrant creature felt a flash of light before his eyes, and then nothing. The aberrant creatures, marching underwater, suddenly sensed a bright flash behind them. Turning around, they saw an incredibly blinding white light. Who threw this flash? Not only that, but the bright light was accompanied by a terrifying explosion and shockwave. The terrifying explosion sent the high seas water soaring into the air. Redence and his companions, who were resisting, suddenly saw the previously purple waters instantly explode. You know what I'm going to say. Then, a massive mushroom cloud rose from the ocean. This is... Before Redence and his companions could even begin to speak, they saw a bright light before them. Not only that, but the aberrant creatures on the seafloor were also in dire straits. The mushroom bomb's explosion directly wiped out millions of aberrant creatures. And that wasn't counting the damage from the shockwave. Since the mushroom bomb exploded on the seafloor, its yield was substantial. The violent explosion directly impacted the tectonic plates. While it couldn't shift the plates, it could certainly trigger an underwater volcanic eruption and, incidentally, an undersea earthquake. The fleeing kraken also felt the terrifying explosion, and frantically waved its tentacles to flee. However, before it could escape, a terrifying shockwave washed over it, sweeping through the water. And then, it swept the kraken away. Kraken, aminos, many aberrations near the center of the explosion escaped damage, but were nonetheless blown away by the shockwave. Many aberrations were even shattered to pieces by the terrifying shockwave. Even Alan and his companions, flying dozens of kilometers away, could feel the terrifying ripples. Who set off these firecrackers? Redence and other warlords and pirates entrenched in the high seas had no comment. Because they're no longer in this world. You can see the impact of the mushroom bombs with your own eyes. So do you think you still have a chance of survival? However, Redence wasn't alone. His best subordinates and those good pirates had all perished. Even many islands in the high seas had been flattened. Fushia scanned the area with her psychic power and reported the results to Leon. Leon wasn't concerned about how many aberrations had been destroyed, but rather that 4 or 5 high seas islands had been destroyed. That's all precious land. Leon clutched his chest, feeling a little uneasy. Fushia suddenly noticed some aberrations still remnant on the seafloor. Why don't you throw another one? Those aberrations aren't completely wiped out yet. Leon, hearing that he could still set off firecrackers, instantly perked up. Who could resist the allure of a giant firecracker? Leon and his men were pleased, but those in the abyss were not. In fact, the power of this mushroom bomb was far greater than that, as some of the force flowed through the passage to the abyss. Chapter 692. Just as Fushia was about to launch another mushroom bomb, the abyssal world on the other side of the tunnel erupted in chaos. The magical fluctuations from the mushroom bombs poured directly into the abyssal world through the tunnel. The abyssal world was already fragile, and tens of millions of distorted creatures were crammed into the tunnel. A considerable amount of magical power poured directly into the tunnel. The terrifying magical fluctuations instantly reduced the tens of millions of distorted creatures within the tunnel to ash. And these creatures then flowed through the tunnel into the abyssal world. The abyssal world was instantly devastated. The abyssal world was only a small plane. Its volume was roughly half the size of Leon's world. The surface was filled with desolation and desolation. The abyssal creatures didn't seem to be carbon-based, or rather, not simple carbon-based creatures. Because they seemed to be able to survive in space. They were like alien tardigrades. The terrifying magical power blossomed directly on the surface of the abyssal world. Many aberrant creatures were affected, and even earthquakes occurred on the already fragile surface of the abyss. The abyss gods, upon seeing this, could not help but intervene. They murmured, "Is this the power of humanity?" The abyss gods fell into deep thought. One of them spoke. "Then shall we continue our invasion?" The Lord God took a deep breath, then spoke. "Continue. But not now. Pass my orders, close the passage, and let the humans revel. Their gods won't let them prosper like this. How can a mortal wield the power of a god?" If Leon heard this, he would surely burst out laughing. What a joke. They can't win, but they always find some high-sounding excuses to justify their defeat. If this isn't hypocrisy, what is? Figure 95. The pilot couldn't help but glance towards the rear cabin. The two pilots gasped, fearing their planes would be affected. "Sipes. Let me go!" "I won't. Haven't you noticed? The abyss passage is closed. If we bomb the high seas again, we'd be gone." The man and the elf were now entangled. Sipes clung tightly to Fushia, while Fushia placed her hands on Sipes' face, trying to push him away. But Sipes was, after all, one of the strongest men in the Elven Empire. She held Fuchsia tightly with both hands. Fuchsia was instantly enraged. "Are you going to let go?" Sipes's face was distorted by Fuchsia's push. "No." Looking at Sipes's stubborn expression, Fuchsia was nearly furious. Normally, Sipes was a little puppy, always obeying her, a truly good child. Sipes was instantly less cute. "You're not going to let go, are you?" Fuchsia's face darkened. "Huh?" Sipes suddenly realized something and turned his head. He saw Fuchsia kick him in the face. Sipes was thrown back by the kick, but with his quick eyes and hands, he grabbed Fuchsia at the last moment. The two of them were tied together like conjoined twins. "Sipes," Sipes said. "Come here." "Little puppy." "Old woman." The two of them immediately engaged in a struggle. This made the pilot sit up straight. "No, buddy. Don't shoot here. There are still 3 mushroom bombs in the plane. And most importantly, we're both ordinary people. Help, underwater world." Lion listened to Chester's report, lost in thought. Chester had just sensed it, and discovered that the passage to the abyss was closed. And currently, apart from the Kraken and Liliana beside them, there were no other aberrant creatures in this world. Strictly speaking, Krakens weren't aberrant creatures. After years of evolution, they had transformed from aberrant creatures into giant octopuses. The aberration factor within their bodies had long been assimilated by the divine power of this world. Or perhaps, it was assimilated by Poseidon's divine power. It's just that these Krakens don't know it yet, they already taken on the form of someone else. Wait, why does that sound a bit off? Realizing the crisis was over, Leon breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Liliana beside him. "What should we do with this big shot?" Just as Leon was about to step forward to ask, Chester stopped him. "She already has the answer. Let's go." Before Leon could react, Chester dragged him away. At that moment, the abyss began to collapse. Heiyu and Barian also hurriedly left their positions, and flew towards the city wall. Leon couldn't help but look down. He saw Liliana walk into the ruins of the underwater temple. The next second, a large amount of falling rocks fell on the temple ruins. Liliana was buried inside. "Senior Chester, is Senior Liliana dead?" Leon was puzzled by Liliana's behavior. "She's dead, but not quite. Just know that she helped you in the future," Chester said, and fell silent. Leon, "Damn, you're all just playing dumb, aren't you? I kill you. Everyone return to the city wall," Cappy said, suppressing his shock. "Have the abyssal creatures been dealt with?" Chester said. "For now." Cappy's face lit up with joy. "Great. What do you mean by for now?" Cappy's voiced his doubts. "Because the abyssal world unilaterally closed the passage." Cappy's brow furrowed, but Chester showed no intention of staying. Instead, he prepared to leave. "Leon, we still have one more thing to do," Chester said. "What for? So urgent?" "To slaughter the Kraken." "Leon, north of the Storm Sea, north of the continent. This is what the world calls the North Sea. Here dwells the Kraken. Legend has it that, like the Storm Sea, this is a forbidden area for ships. On the edge of the North Sea, for people were flying close to the sea's surface. The 4 of them were flying at high speed, their movements and poses looking quite impressive. That is, if Leon hadn't been freezing cold. "Ha! Why is it so cold?" Leon couldn't help but grumble as he watched everyone stop. He had even seen the floating ice in the North Sea. Resisting the cold is also a form of training, Barian said with a determined look. Then he stripped Leon's clothes off and put them on himself. "Leon, stop teasing. Get in the water." Leon hurriedly put on his confession, but was only halfway through when he was dragged under. Underwater world. The underwater world of the North Sea wasn't much different from any other place. Except for the surprise of meeting. A shark was chasing a small black octopus. The octopus was actually luring the shark towards Leon and his group. Leon twitched his lips, punched the shark, and then grabbed the strange little octopus, which was the size of his fist and had tentacles less than 3 centimeters long. Why does this look so much like a ball? Chapter 693. Leon punched the shark, sending it flying. The shark, instantly enraged, charged at him with its jaws wide open. Leon looked at the small octopus in his hand, which instantly looked at him with tears in its eyes. "Leon, not a buddy? You're doing this, aren't you?" Leon was about to release the small octopus, but it clung to him. A pair of eyes filled with pity looked at Leon. Leon was completely speechless. Watching the shark charging at him, he raised his hand again and clamped the shark's jaws shut. The shark bit Leon, but found it couldn't move. Leon clamped his jaws shut. The shark opened its jaws wide, attempting to bite, but found it couldn't budge. After half a minute, the shark finally realized that Leon had clamped its jaws shut. It tried to pull back, but found Leon still holding it. The shark panicked instantly. It frantically flapped its tail, trying to leave. "But you can come and go as you please. Do you think this is your home?" The pitiful shark suddenly became even more miserable. It had been chasing its prey, and had been inexplicably punched, but now it was being held by a biped. The most important thing was that it couldn't defeat this unicorn. "Shark, I'm quiet. Please spare me. I don't want this baby octopus anymore. I give it to you. Let me go." Chester and his friends looked at the pitiful shark and couldn't help but hold their heads in their hands. Why did you provoke him? Isn't that the light in the bathroom? In the end, Leon chose to let the shark go. After all, sharks in the North Sea aren't at the top of the food chain. Lion immediately withdrew his hand, and the shark instantly gained freedom, scuttling away. Lion then stared at the baby octopus in his hand. Lion had a feeling this baby octopus was a little too clever. The baby octopus seemed to sense Leon's gaze, then shuddered, covering its eyes with its tentacles. "Who are you?" Lion stared intently at the baby octopus in his hand. The baby octopus seemed to sense Leon's gaze, shielding its eyes, while secretly trying to escape from Leon's grasp. Lion exerted a slight force, gripping the baby octopus in his hand. The baby octopus shuddered violently. It closed its eyes resignedly, then lay in Leon's hand like a dead fish. "Not a buddy? I haven't even asked you clearly, and you're already lying down? Don't try to scam me. I don't have any money. Bro," Leon thought as he picked up the baby octopus and shook it. "Brother, don't die. If you die, I have to pay for it." The baby octopus was completely bewildered by Leon's shaking. Originally, it was just trying to pretend to slip away from Leon, but if it continued to pretend, it would likely be killed by Leon. Just then, Chester spoke. "Stop shaking. If you keep shaking, this baby octopus will really die." Leon then looked at the baby octopus, whose eyes were sparkling. The baby octopus stretched out its tentacles to accuse Leon, but as soon as it did so, it collapsed into Leon's hands. It fainted. Another second later, and it would have been a dead fish. Leon stared at the baby octopus, stunned. Chester spoke up next to him. "This baby octopus is special. You can take it back. It can even walk on land." Lion's eyes widened upon hearing this, staring at the octopus. But the baby octopus had already fainted, unaware it was being targeted. Lion immediately tucked the baby octopus into his pocket and followed Chester to the Kraken settlement. At this point, the Kraken had returned to their gathering place in the North Sea. Originally, they had planned to invade this world with the aberrant creatures. Then they miscalculated. The Kraken were astonished to discover that the aberrant creatures were repelled in an instant. The Kraken had no choice but to return to their gathering place and unite their strength to fight the Sangshui Empire. Originally, they wouldn't have been so frightened, as they had also sensed the collective disappearance of the aberrant creatures within the abyss. My goodness, how strong could the enemy be? They were instantly defeated, so the Kraken obediently chose to return to the North Sea. "As long as I hide, I won't have anything to worry about." Not only that, the Krakens were already prepared upon returning to their gathering place in the North Sea. They activated their clan's magical defense shield and chose to retreat and cultivate. "As long as I hide myself, you won't be able to find me." And then they were found by Leon and his companions. Lion and his group arrived directly outside the Kraken's habitat. Looking at a massive natural cave, Leon felt a chill. For it seemed like a gaping abyss, ready to swallow everything. Chester walked straight in, Poseidon's trident in hand. As he reached the entrance, a dark green light flickered. This blocked Chester out of the cave. Chester frowned upon seeing this, then extended Poseidon's trident, effortlessly piercing the magic shield. The Kraken's vaunted defenses were like bubbles before Chester, easily punctured. Chester led Leon and the others straight in. The sleeping Krakens quickly spotted Chester and his group, instantly awakening one after another. Thousands of them charged towards Chester and his companions. Leon's claustrophobia nearly gave way to a fit of claustrophobia at the sight. Imagine being in pitch-black darkness, with thousands of tentacles emitting a faint blue light charging towards you. To those who didn't know, they might have mistaken it for a sky full of stars. But just as the tentacles were about to touch Leon and the others, Chester snorted coldly. A wave emanated from the Poseidon trident. Then, the tentacles vanished from sight in an instant. And completely. The roots of the tentacles were still there, but the broken ends were incredibly smooth and rounded. It was as if they had never existed from the beginning. The Krakens were furious upon seeing this. Chester, that idiot, had no moral principles. He summoned the divine power of the Poseidon Trident, directly suppressing them through his bloodline. The Krakens were still trying to resist, but an older Kraken stood up. Enough. Lord Poseidon, what is the purpose of your visit? To resolve the hidden danger. Can you please spare our clan? I'm only here to resolve the hidden danger, Chester repeated. The Kraken leader instantly understood Chester's meaning. We, the Kraken, are guided by our own bloodline. We swear to God our unconditional loyalty to Leon. The Kraken leader was very perceptive. Although the Kraken are an alien species, they are an indispensable force. After all, having hundreds of Kraken capable of rivaling quasi-gods is a tremendous asset. Watching Chester so easily dispose of the Kraken, Leon instinctively glanced at his pocket. Where's an octopus this size? Leon then looked around. This was the toy he'd brought for little Yunli. Chapter 694. Lion turned around and discovered the baby octopus in his pocket was missing. Lion frantically searched for it. Finally, he found the baby octopus hiding near a reef on the seafloor. Just as he was about to approach, he saw a giant fish pounce on the baby octopus. Nearly frightened, Leon rushed over to the baby octopus's location. With one punch, he sent the fish flying. Fish? ? The 2 to 3 meter long fish stared at Leon in shock. Two-legged beast, what are you doing? The baby octopus's eyes lit up at this sight. Lion recaptured the baby octopus, held it in his hand, and said earnestly, you can't die. If you die, little Yunli will play tricks on me. Lion said, and put the baby octopus back in his pocket. What Leon didn't know was that, at the very moment the fish attacked the baby octopus, the baby octopus was already poised to attack. If Leon hadn't acted in time, it would have ripped the fish to shreds. Chester stared intently at the baby octopus. He had already seen its exact composition. The Krakens also stared intently at the baby octopus in Leon's hand. When they saw Leon poking the baby octopus, their hearts leaped to their throats. Not a buddy? Don't do it. We all die. But as Leon tucked the baby octopus back into his pocket, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After Leon explained some matters to the Kraken leader, he prepared to leave. After all, I'm a human. How could I stay underwater forever? With the departure of Lion and the others, the underwater incident came to a complete end. Obus wanted to see Lion and the others off respectfully, but Lion and the others didn't even give him a chance. Regarding his silent departure, Lion made no comment. If you truly wish to thank us, then be a good emperor and protect your underwater world. Although the Sanshui Empire has decayed, that's ultimately someone else's business. Lion found that as his time as leader grew, his once fervent passion gradually cooled. In the past, he was just a foolhardy young man, doing whatever he wanted. But later on, he realized that his youthful stumbles had led Yin down many detours. Though young now, Lion was already gradually developing into a shrewd and calculating person. The successive wars had left Yin with no respite. Although the economy hadn't collapsed, Lion knew. Whether it was the soldiers or the people, they all needed a break to adjust to life. Yin was changing almost daily. Many soldiers had been fighting for 3 years straight. Although there had been breaks in between, they had never truly rested. So Leon planned to take advantage of the next 5 years of development to give these soldiers, who had been fighting for so long, a good vacation. As for the Sanshui Empire and other countries, it all depended on their own luck. Elsewhere, the two men on the plane were still locked in a fight. Little pup. Let go! Or you be in trouble when I get back. Fushia, the 1,000-year-old witch, tugged at Sipes like a shrew. Old woman, what are you barking about? Sipes, the wind swordsman of the Elven Empire, responded with a shrewish tone. You know, Sipes is the epitome of elegance in the Elven Empire. And Fushia is the epitome of quietness in Dian. If Leon had seen them like this, he would have definitely filmed it. You two have such a contrast? Brilliant, truly brilliant. Even the internet isn't this brilliant. The two of them tangled like this all the way back to Pirchet. After arriving at the base, Robert looked at the 3 remaining shroom bombs with a puzzled look. What's going on? They should have been used up, right? Robert was puzzled. He prepared these 4 shroom bombs, so he could use them all up. And you tell me there were still 3 left? Do you look down on us shroom bomb makers? Sipes explained the whole story. Then Robert fell into deep thought. Finally, Robert said something. What kind of garbage? You can't handle one? The Papal States can handle one without complaint. If Leon knew, he would definitely say something. Someone knows how to handle this thing. They can handle 2 without saying a word. Lion and his group quickly returned to Fearless Island, though Caddis and his group had arrived before them. Originally, Leon and his group hadn't returned so quickly because the high seas were contaminated by the distortion factor. But as luck would have it, the explosion of that mushroom bomb directly annihilated the distortion factor. This accidental cleansing of the high seas. Lion had once again developed a new use for the mushroom bomb. Wouldn't it be better to use it to blow up the reservoir? Leon had another bold idea. Fearless Island. After inspecting the space base, and confirming that the command center was operating smoothly, Leon returned to the mainland. He returned home after several days away. Just as Leon was about to leave, he suddenly realized he had forgotten something. He hurriedly reached into his pocket, and pulled out the nearly starving baby octopus. The baby octopus was practically starving. Leon rushed into the Duke's mansion, and into the kitchen, intending to feed the baby octopus some meat. But the baby octopus wouldn't eat meat. Seeing the baby octopus showing no interest in meat, Leon couldn't help but scratch his head. Is this baby octopus so picky? It won't even eat meat, baby octopus. Your baby eats meat? Little Yunli, ah. The baby octopus looked at Leon, looking bewildered, and reached out a tentacle, very humanely holding its forehead in its hand, expressing its speechless expression. Then, with a sudden leap, he landed right next to little Yunli's formula can. He extended his tentacles, and began devouring it furiously. Leon's smile froze at the sight. You're touching my daughter's formula, aren't you? Then, the sounds of fighting erupted from the kitchen. Yuan Qingqi, who was taking care of the children upstairs, suddenly heard the commotion downstairs. He came downstairs to see Leon clutching the baby octopus tightly in his hands. He grabbed its little head, and began to pull it out. How dare you steal my little Yunli's formula? The baby octopus rolled its eyes. Brother, it's just some formula. And you call this delicious thing powder? Yuan Qingqi's eyes widened when he saw the baby octopus. A strange smile appeared on his face. The baby octopus shuddered. Chapter 695. Ahem. Just as the octopus and the human were entangled, Yuan Qingqi coughed twice, signaling Leon to come forward. What are you doing? Ping pong. Leon looked at the octopus clinging to the milk powder can tightly, his lips twitching helplessly, then spoke. I'm fighting with this baby octopus for little Yunli's milk powder. Leon looked at the octopus clutching the milk powder can, momentarily unsure what to say. Aren't you an octopus? How come you're eating milk powder? Yuan Qingqi couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle when he heard this. You mean, you fought with the octopus? You haven't beaten him yet? Leon listened to Yuan Qingqi's words, feeling so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. This was too humiliating. Yuan Qingqi then approached the baby octopus, who, seeing the strange woman approaching, tried to hide the milk powder can. Finally, finding nowhere to hide, he simply hid the can behind his back. He glared at Yuan Qingqi fiercely. Looking at the little octopus trying to cover its ears and steal the bell, Yuan Qingqi felt a mixture of laughter and tears. Then, he extended his giant hand from the abyss. Seeing this, the little octopus closed its eyes in resignation. Fish. This is where I end my day. However, the expected attack didn't come, and instead, he found himself lifted up. Little cutie, where are you from? Why do you have 7th level magic fluctuations within you? Yuan Qingqi said, rubbing the baby octopus. The baby octopus stared blankly at the smiling woman. Why is she so beautiful? Do you have a name? The baby octopus shook his head. Yuan Qingqi frowned upon seeing this, and began to ponder. Since you're dark-skinned and have 8 tentacles, I call you Mo-Chi. Mo-Chi was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. That's not right. Didn't I say I have 8 tentacles? Then why call me Chi? Leon was also confused upon hearing this. My wife has a knack for naming. Okay, Xiao Qi, are you hungry? Do you want some milk powder? Yuan Qingqi asked with concern. Mo-Chi nodded hurriedly upon hearing this. Yuan Qingqi smiled and patted Mo-Chi's head, then said, Wait a minute, I make you some. It's not good to eat dry milk. Mo-Chi's eyes flickered as he watched Yuan Qingqi make milk powder for him. Leon, watching from the side, also sat quietly on a chair nearby. It's just a can of formula. I don't feel bad, I really don't. Lion immediately pulled out a few coins from his pocket and counted them repeatedly. Suddenly he froze. Oh my! A silver coin and 3 copper coins fell. Lion had been in such a hurry on this underwater trip that he forgotten to take out the coins from his pocket. Lion hurriedly glanced at his trouser pocket. Looking at the hole in his trouser pocket, Leon felt like crying. I'm running out of money. Even elsewhere, Yuan Qingqi had prepared the formula and used his magic to cool it slightly. He came over to Mo-Chi. Can you drink hot, Xiao Qi? Mo-Chi nodded, then hurriedly took the bottle and began to drink. Feeling the warmth of the bottle, Mochi's emotions instantly spiraled out of control. Ever since he could remember, he'd been hunted by creatures from the North Sea. Mochi didn't know who his parents were, only that he lived a life of wanting more than one meal. Seeing Mochi losing control of his emotions, Yuanchinchi hurried to comfort him. Xiaoqi, drink slowly. We still have some milk powder. If it's not enough, I have Leon buy more. After hearing this, Leon looked at the 3 silver coins and 1 copper coin in his hand with grief. 1 coin for the milk powder, 1 for the party dues, and 1 to buy clothes for little Yunli. As for the remaining coin, it was his pocket money. Mochi finished the milk in the bottle in the blink of an eye. Have you finished? Are you still hungry? I make you some more. Mochi looked at the gentle Yuanchinchi and remembered the hardships he had endured in the past. Instantly, his emotions lost control. The next second, in a flash of white light, Mochi disappeared. A silver-haired little girl, no, a little silver-haired girl, clung directly to Yuanchinchi. Mom? The little girl looked at Yuanchinchi with pity, afraid that Yuanchinchi would refuse. It was as if the little girl would burst into tears if Yuanchinchi refused. Xiuqi? How can you transform? Xiuqi is so adorable in human form, Yuanchinchi said, patting Mochi's head. Mochi didn't answer, but instead stared blankly up at Yuanchinchi. Mommy? What do you call me? Mommy? Where are your family? Yuanchinchi grew serious. Xiuqi doesn't have a mom or dad. Mochi spoke word by word. Yuanchinchi was stunned. He hadn't expected Mochi to be an orphan. After a brief silence, he hugged Mochi and spoke affectionately. Xiuqi is so adorable. How could anyone not want Xiuqi? Since you call me mom, you're my daughter. No one can bully you, okay? Especially someone. After saying this, Yuanchinchi gave Leon a death stare. Leon was so frightened that he almost dropped the coin in his hand. Feeling his wife's death stare, Leon turned his head away and whistled. Can't see me, can't see me. Yes, mommy, Xiuqi has a mom too. Mochi nodded vigorously upon hearing this, ignoring her tears and hugging Yuanchinchi tightly. Though a little surprised, Leon quickly accepted the fact that Mochi had joined the extended family. Isn't there a saying that goes like this? When you're poor, you can take care of yourself. When you're rich, you can help the world. Leon was a leader, already capable of helping the world. Although he didn't know why Mochi had lost his parents, Leon knew that even if Mochi wasn't human, in the end, the Sea clan would join the Great Yin Empire. The entire world was like this. Except for 3 countries that Leon disliked, he didn't target the rest. Some countries were backward, but their ideas were not. Whether a country is just isn't determined by its development. What matters is what it does, and the values of its citizens. Just as Leon was pondering this, another noise came from upstairs. Daddy? Leon instinctively looked up. A sleepy little black-haired girl came down from upstairs. The steps were quite high, and the petite girl could only cautiously hold onto the railing as she descended. What did she call me? Leon's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. As if guessing the answer, Leon looked at Yuanchinchi and pointed at the black-haired girl. Yuanchinchi smiled and nodded. Leon was even more shocked. This is little Yunli? I've been away for less than a week, and little Yunli can already walk and talk? Leon stood there, letting the coin roll to the ground. Chapter 696. Little Yunli? Leon asked tentatively. Huh? Daddy doesn't recognize me anymore? I knew it. Daddy doesn't want me anymore, sob. Little Yunli immediately launched into a 3-hit combo. Leon's mouth twitched. Where did this little cotton-padded jacket learn her skills? How could she possibly possess such power? Little Yunli, seeing Leon's lack of reaction, burst into tears. Woo-woo, Daddy doesn't want me anymore, you bad daddy. Leon rushed over and hugged little Yunli. Okay, little Yunli, stop crying. How could Daddy not want you? You're Daddy's little princess. Little Yunli stopped crying, and was about to end her performance, when she smelled something. Poop. Ugh. Stinky poop. Lion had been soaking in the sea for the past few days. As anyone who frequents the ocean knows, soaking in the seawater for a few days gives you that authentic smell. Little Yunli, who hadn't had any pants to begin with, burst into tears the moment Lion embraced her. Little Yunli slipped out of Lion's arms, and ran towards Yuanchinchi stunned. Because Mochi was currently in Yuanchinchi's arms. The 2 little girls' eyes met. Watching Yuanchinchi holding Mochi, Yuanchinchi's smile, originally anticipating a hug from her mother, instantly vanished. She stared at Yuanchinchi in disbelief. Ugh! Mommy doesn't want me anymore. Mommy has a new daughter. I'm redundant. Little Yunli's heart was broken. Sobbing, she trotted back upstairs. But not watching where she was going, she bumped into a nearby pillar. But no one was hurt, just the pillar was cracked. Little Yunli was thrown back, plopped down on the ground, and cried even harder. Leon wanted to hug his daughter, but then thought of her scent. He was caught in a dilemma. Alas, pity me, this old father, so worried. Yunqi quickly put Emochi down and picked up little Yunli. My little Yunli, who bullied you? Tell mommy, okay? Yunli was about to ask Yunqi who Emochi was. But looking at the incredibly adorable Emochi, she suddenly gave up the idea and said calmly, It's Daddy. Leon, ? Leon was stunned, pointing at himself as if to confirm. Not my buddy? Is that what's going on? It's over, my little cotton-padded jacket is leaking. I have to practice a new trumpet. Seeing her daughter's answer, Yunqi burst out laughing. For the first time, she realized how happy it was to have a child. Leon, are you happy? Who's suffering while you take care of the child? I'm shivering. I'm going to regain my strength. I make you kneel down and sing conquer. Little Yunli, lying doesn't make you a good child. Daddy's giving you one more chance. Tell it nicely, or I won't sleep with you tonight. Leon was directly threatening the child. What Leon didn't expect was that little Yunli spoke directly. Then I don't want a dad anymore. I have a mommy, stinky daddy, bad daddy, hateful daddy. Leon was stunned. What was all this? As expected, when she was young, he took care of his daughter, and now that she's grown up, she's chosen to be the opposite of him. Looking at such a rebellious little Yunli, Leon's mouth twitched. For some reason, looking at little Yunli, Leon always worried that she'd say the words that would cause him to have a heart attack and die. Old dang. Explode gold coins. Yunqi covered his mouth secretly after hearing this, grinning from ear to ear. As expected, whenever Leon came back, he always found something fun to do. Just then, Heyu, freshly showered and still wrapped in a towel, emerged from the first-floor bathroom. Little Yunli? Let mommy hold you. Heyu said happily, looking at the taller little Yunli. When little Yunli saw it was Heyu, she appeared unimpressed. But she still hugged Heyu sincerely. Heyu mommy. Heyu burst into laughter upon hearing this, but still feigned displeasure. Can you take mommy's name off? Mommy just wants to hear you call me mommy. Little Yunli's thoughts were instantly piqued. Sure. Then mommy, can you help me teach daddy a lesson? Leon suddenly realized that he no longer had a place in this family. Amidst his sadness, Leon recalled Heyu's reaction. He didn't seem at all surprised by Xiao Yunli's sudden growth. What was going on? Xiao Yunli had grown to the size of a year or two in just 10 days. Is this a genetic mutation or a variant? As if sensing Leon's confusion, Heyu spoke. Xiao Yunli has half-orc genes, and half-orcs and orcs share the same genes. This growth rate is considered slow. Orcs typically give birth to several children at a time, and then grow to about 5 or 6 years old in a month or two. Xiao Yunli's development is still quite slow. A typical orc or half-orc would be about 4 or 5 years old by this time. After listening to Heiyu's explanation, Leon finally understood the power of the Orcish genes. My goodness, this isn't an orc? It's a goblin. Leon shook his head, suddenly remembering his hostile policy toward the Orcish Empire. Thankfully, power lies in the hands of civilization. Leon finally understood why the Holy Empire had previously struggled to annihilate the Orcish Empire. With that rate of reproduction and growth, how many agricultural civilizations could possibly eradicate such terrifying creatures? However, just as Leon was pondering this, Yunli and Emochi started playing together. Who are you? I'm Emo. Chi. Little Emochi hid behind Yunqi, clutching the hem of Yunqi's skirt, revealing only a small portion of his head as he looked at Yunli and answered. Then why are you hiding behind my mom? Yunli questioned, hands on her hips, like a little adult. Mom is also my mom, Emochi said with a bit of a lack of confidence. Yunli looked at her mother, Yunqi. Yes, Emochi will be your older sister from now on. You two must get along well. Yunqi patted Yunli's head and spoke earnestly. Why is she your older sister? Because she's older than you? Yunqi said, patting Yunli's head. Yunli wasn't worried that Emochi would steal her mother away. Instead, she wondered who was the older sister and who was the younger sister. Because Yunli knew that even though her father wasn't very good at talking, Dad always held her in high esteem. He would never let her suffer the slightest injustice. If Dad knew someone was stealing her mother, he would definitely treat them to mushroom bombs. So Yunli couldn't help but ask, Dad, if I was bullied, would you treat them to mushroom bombs? Leon, ? Time passed, and Imochi's arrival didn't cause any discord. Because Imochi had been brought back by Leon, he had already been screened by Barian, Chester, and the witches. Although Imochi's origins were somewhat murky, he was absolutely safe. Lion lay at home, relaxed, for the better part of a month. Then he received a call from Fearless Island. The rocket was ready. Chapter 697. After lying dormant at home for the better part of a month, Leon instantly perked up upon hearing the latest news from Fearless Island. The rocket is ready. Leon didn't hesitate. He dashed out of the Duke's mansion and headed straight for the airport. Early in the morning, Xiao Yunli, who had just come downstairs, was about to act coquettishly towards Leon. Instead, she saw Leon dashing out like a rocket. Lil Yunli was a little bewildered, her small eyes filled with confusion. Didn't Daddy say to rest? Leon went to the airport and, instead of boarding a regular transport plane, jumped directly into a MiG-25 trainer. He ordered the trainer to fly directly to Fearless Island. The trainer was stunned. Looking back, he saw the leader sitting right behind him, and was stunned. After a brief exchange of words, the trainer quickly took off. Something so urgent that Leon was worried must be something major. However, one of the flight training base's only 4 MiG-25 trainer aircraft had already been taken. And the aircraft manufacturer had already delivered nearly 20 MiG-25s. Some might wonder why Leon didn't just go in a MiG-25. This is because all the MiG-25s currently manufactured are single-seaters. Only the trainer aircraft are two-seaters. Leon couldn't possibly be hanging on a plane, could he? Dauntless Island is over 6,000 kilometers from the mainland. But for a MiG-25, that's only 2 hours of full speed. 2 hours later, the MiG-25 landed safely at the Dauntless Island airfield. This was the instructor's first time on Dauntless Island. But soon, the instructor noticed something was amiss. Because this airport alone exceeds the standards of many other airports. Generally, military bases have 2 runways, while large military bases have 4. And this unassuming airport before us surprisingly has 8. You should know that only the airport in the capital, Leningrad, has 8 runways. And these 8 runways are being built for the future. With the current capabilities of Great Yin Airlines, it's difficult to operate all 8 runways at full capacity. This is because Great Yin Airlines is mostly receiving retired aircraft from the Great Yin Air Force. In fact, Lion also wants to develop air transportation and civil aviation. But the aircraft manufacturing plant has limited production lines. Even with daily expansion, prioritizing military equipment production is the top priority. The war of the past few years has almost completely drained Great Yin's industrial capacity. Although Lion has consistently ensured the basic needs of the people at the bottom, there are clearly better options. But because of the war, the people can only continue to wait for a better future. Currently, Great Yin has begun to gradually reduce the proportion of military equipment production and shift its focus to civilian industries. At present, blindly pursuing weapon upgrades will only lead to massive waste. It's better to first produce a batch of high-quality equipment, then wait for technological innovations before directly upgrading them. This is equivalent to following the traditional evolutionary path, where equipment is upgraded gradually from level 1 to level 5. But Leon has been speedrunning. If he follows the traditional equipment upgrade path, upgrading from level 1 to level 5, a phenomenon will occur. In a short period of time, a large amount of old equipment will be eliminated, even though this old equipment has only been used for a few years. Those Mauser rifles are an example. There are still some unopened Mauser rifles in the Yan's arsenal. Frequent upgrades will lead to a waste of productivity. Recognizing this, Leon began to slow down the production of excessive armaments. He ordered the Research Institute to accelerate research on cutting-edge weapons. Once the weapons are fully mature, they can be upgraded directly from level 1 to level 5 equipment. This will save a lot of manpower and material resources. And the biggest advantage is that it frees up more productivity to produce what the people want. As for being overtaken in technology, Leon isn't worried at all. Forget whether those people who haven't even figured out how to operate a tank can actually produce reactive armor. I'm almost launching a satellite, while you're still tinkering with airplanes. What can you compare with me? And Leon's greatest strength is the legacy of Kielburg. According to the latest data, Kielburg's legacy includes 37 space battleships. Although it was just an empty shell, Leon was confident that Robert and his team would master the power system. In addition to these space battleships, there were also 200,000 exoskeleton-powered armors. These 200,000 exoskeleton-powered armors were the same exoskeletons used by the soldiers of the Holy Empire Legion, established by Kuenberg. Back then, Kuenberg relied on these 200,000 Astartes to conquer the world. Although the Papal States later established their own Astartes, they were still unable to withstand Kuenberg's attacks. As their research deepened, the Great Flame Research Institute compared the Holy Empire exoskeleton with the Light Knight exoskeleton. They discovered that the Holy Empire exoskeleton was far superior to the Light Knight exoskeleton. Whether in terms of transmission, materials, or design, the Holy Empire's exoskeleton far surpasses the Knights of Light by several levels. And these 200,000 exoskeleton power armors are ready to use as soon as they're donned. But there's still a problem: the power source. It's not that this thing lacks power, it just consumes a bit too much. Back then, Kuenberg mobilized nearly all the magic crystals in the world to support this legion. The current magic crystal reserves of the Holy Empire and neighboring countries are barely enough to support the Holy Legion's return to the continent. The production of magic crystals is inseparable from magic power, and magic crystals are produced naturally. After a magic crystal absorbs all of its contained magic power, it transforms into a transparent crystal. If the crystal is left undamaged and exposed to the air, then the magic power in the air will, over time, dissipate and settle back into the magic crystal. The magic crystal then transforms from crystal back into a single magic crystal. However, it would take nearly 1,000 years for this magic crystal to return to its original level of magic power. Of course, it could also be manually loaded by magicians. But where would so many magicians come from? Leon couldn't possibly be robbing them, could he? Wait, robbing? No, paying tribute. Leon suddenly remembered a term he learned earlier. Space base. As soon as Leon got off the plane, he saw the rocket secured to the launch pad. Alongside, numerous magicians were using anti-gravity magic to load the satellite. Logically, the satellite should have been loaded long ago. In fact, it was only loaded now because the satellite had just been delivered. Because no aircraft could accommodate the satellite, it had to be transported from Nanshu port via an aircraft carrier fleet. And observers were monitoring the weather, preparing to determine the optimal launch time. Chapter 698. Night soon arrived, and the launch site was ready for launch. The Space Center had originally planned to launch during the day, but they couldn't find a window. They had to wait and wait. Finally, at nearly 11:30 p.m., the Space Center finally found the perfect launch opportunity. A satellite launch requires extreme caution, but don't forget, this is a magical world. To ensure the satellite's successful launch, Leon summoned Air Force Commander Carl. He then produced a large oxygen tank and handed it to Carl. When Carl saw it, he immediately felt something was amiss. Are you trying to harm me? Senior Carl, how could that be? I'm a good person, and your next steps will safeguard the satellite. This is our first satellite. Although it was launched by the Space Center, it's still just one word away from aviation, so please bear with me. Aerospace is also aviation, Leon said calmly. Hearing this, Carl couldn't help but twitch his lips. What does space travel mean? Why don't you go to space? Carl shook his head, as if guessing Leon's thoughts. Then he sighed, and resolutely shouldered the oxygen tank beside him. He then donned the oxygen mask Leon had prepared for him. What Carl didn't know was that this action would instantly make him the first person to go into space. Just 10 minutes before launch, a man holding a magic crystal camera was setting up the camera, preparing to record the upcoming satellite launch. As time ticked by, the space crew members present all grew nervous. The closer the launch day got, the more nervous the crew members became. It was like their wife was about to give birth. How could they not be nervous? Leon pulled out a spacesuit. Although Carl's physical condition meant he wouldn't need one. But don't forget, there will still be people who want to go to space in the future. Since Carl is the one providing the escort this time, let's be the guinea pig once again. After all, I already been a guinea pig. Carl, ? However, Carl didn't sit in the rocket. Instead, he planned to fly out on his own. Based on the strength of ordinary people, even a peak 9th level magician would find it difficult to escape the atmosphere. There are certain limitations. Not only due to gravity, but also due to the limitations of the gods. But Leon had already informed the gods in advance. At first, the gods were reluctant to agree, because Leon's method of awakening them was a bit strange. Leon found a statue of an unknown god from the garbage dump and patted it, trying to call upon the god. But the god ignored Leon, so Leon decided to take drastic measures. He simply threw the statue into the cesspool. This toss immediately blew out all the gods. The gods appeared in Leon's dream, and these were the exact words. Leon, what are you doing? We know you despise God and blaspheme him. But we gods have to maintain our dignity, right? What's the point of throwing the statue into the cesspool? Leon didn't apologize after hearing this, but instead spoke calmly. Well, I'm going to launch a satellite. I open the restrictions and have Carl escort it into space." The gods were stunned. Just as they were about to retort, Leon made a signal gesture, smashing his cup. The gods were stunned. "Brother, let's talk things over. Can you please stop pulling out mushroom bombs?" The gods couldn't help but look at the god whose statue had been thrown into the cesspool. They had come to seek justice for this god, but they hadn't expected Leon to threaten them again. In the end, the gods agreed to Leon's request. After all, if you pissed him off, he'd blow up the planet. The gods had no place to cry. Lion looked at Carl standing beside him, and couldn't help but remind him. "Senior Carl, why don't you take the rocket? There's a seat reserved for you. It's not very comfortable, but it's comfortable. What are you afraid of? It's just going to the sky. Can going to the sky really kill me?" Carl looked fearless. But he seemed to have forgotten that he was the first person to ascend to space. Previous ascents to space had all been direct ascents. This was the true ascent. Soon, as the seconds ticked away, the director of the Space Center pressed the launch button without hesitation. A violent tremor and a mighty roar echoed across Fearless Island. A rocket, modified from a scorching sun missile, slowly rose into the sky, emitting an orange-yellow tail flame. Beside him, Carl was not far behind. In a flash of lightning, Carl vanished from his spot and reappeared in the air. He was significantly ahead of the rocket. Looking at the rocket lagging behind him, Carl felt a certain disdain. "Is this the sun rocket? That's not fast, is it?" But Carl's laughter soon ceased. As the sun rocket gained altitude, its speed grew faster and faster. It had already reached a speed beyond gravity. Now it was Carl's turn to get anxious. Watching the rocket beside him easily surpass him, Carl also put in all his effort. Although it was far above the ground, people on the ground couldn't see the specifics of what was happening in the sky. But through astronomical telescopes, the rocket's orange-yellow tail flame was still visible. And Carl, standing next to him, became a conspicuous sight. As for how conspicuous, the lightning and thunder in the sky were enough to prove it all. Watching Carl racing against the rocket, Leon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was so grown up, yet he still acted like a child. About 10 minutes later, the sun rocket had reached the first cosmic velocity. It had successfully left the mesosphere and entered the thermosphere, and would soon reach the exosphere. But this altitude was definitely enough to launch a satellite. Leon hadn't set his sights too high initially. This satellite was only a low Earth orbit satellite. Typically, low Earth orbit satellites have altitudes between 500 and 1,000 kilometers. Even those below 2,000 kilometers are considered low Earth orbit. The Space Center planned to launch this low Earth satellite at an altitude of approximately 800 kilometers. The satellite's primary function would be to observe the weather and perform communications. This was only the first satellite, more would follow. By then, the satellite's functions would gradually become more specialized and more powerful and effective. This satellite was also named Pioneer 1, and its intended operating time was 4 months. This long operating time was only possible with a large reserve of magic crystals. After all, the Donghong 1 only had an operating time of 28 days. Chapter 699. In the dead of night, everyone in Deyin was asleep. Except for those working the night shift, Deyin had fallen into silence. However, what these people didn't know was that Deyin had quietly accomplished something significant. That was spaceflight. The Lai Sun rocket launched a satellite into low Earth orbit, then separated from the main rocket. Carl, standing nearby, came directly to the Lai Sun rocket. He grabbed the falling Lai Sun rocket, and with a flash of light, Carl retrieved the Lai Sun rocket into his storage ring. This completed the rocket recovery process in one step. Rockets can be reused, saving significant costs. But it does take a bit of a man named Carl. A photographer nearby captured the entire scene. The photographer stared blankly at the rocket disappearing into the sky. As the satellite unfolded, the hearts of the people at the space base were in their throats. Whether the rocket could launch was important, but whether the satellite aboard it could successfully enter orbit was even more important. Watching the satellite gradually merge into orbit according to the predetermined trajectory, when it was fully in orbit, the people at the Space Center were instantly excited. Because they had succeeded, Deyin's first satellite, after just one use, without even any experiments, successfully entered orbit. The head of the Space Center, with trembling hands, pressed the activation button. Soon, the satellite far in the sky received the information from the Space Center. Originally, the satellite's reception and transmission functions should have been located elsewhere, not at the launch site. However, due to the hasty nature of the space program, the Information Reception Center was also installed at the Space Center. However, The information center would soon be relocated to Leningrad. After all, Leningrad was the heart of Dayin. The next day, people went to work as usual. But they noticed something unusual. Today's newspapers had already appeared at the newsstand. Even the first edition of the morning paper was piled up. Normatively, the first edition of the morning paper was printed in very small quantities. This was because it was printed in a hurry. It was for the workers, who had just finished their shift that morning, to buy and read. This morning, these workers saw the mountain of newspapers in the newsstand early in the morning. They were all stunned. "Boss, what's going on today? Why are the newspapers already printed?" A steel mill worker, who had just finished his shift, couldn't help but ask, looking at the pile of newspapers in the newsstand. "Huh? Oh, you just got off work. I forgot to tell you something big happened last night." The boss said this in a mysterious tone. Upon hearing this, the workers nearby grabbed the newspaper and read the text with concern. But as soon as they picked it up, they were stunned. The workers saw the large words printed on the newspaper. Spring of the third year of the Great Yin calendar, April 18th, 11:30 p.m. The Great Yin First Space Launch Site successfully launched its first artificial satellite, Pioneer 1. Looking at the large words dominating the headlines, the workers were stunned. They didn't know what an artificial satellite was, but they knew it was featured in such lengthy text on the front page. And it took up almost the entire headline. This hinted at the immense importance of this artificial satellite. Because the last time it dominated the headlines was the mushroom bomb explosion. Even the news of a war with an enemy nation didn't dominate the headlines. The workers continued reading. They saw the introduction to the satellite. Workers stood motionless by the newsstand, staring intently at the text. Passers-by, seeing this, couldn't help but peek over to take a look. Even the passers-by stopped, and the crowd grew larger and larger. Almost every newsstand was packed. These people were poring over the newspapers intently. Across Leningrad, and even across Dayin, large crowds of people gathered around newsstands. Many, confused, reported the situation to the security forces. When the security forces arrived and uncovered the truth, they were both amused and embarrassed. Our Dayin people are truly inquisitive. People stared intently at the text. It explained the specific purpose of this satellite. Especially when they saw that it could monitor the weather, they were instantly excited. Most of them were workers now, but they had once been farmers. They knew the profound impact of weather on agriculture. So, after they saw the satellite's capabilities, they couldn't calm down for a long time. However, the last line of text was the most disturbing. It said that at 6 o'clock tonight, the footage of last night's launch would be replayed via projection at every intersection in Dayin. Although Dayin is currently researching televisions, and has even developed them, entertainment in Dayin is currently very scarce. So, Leon plans to first develop entertainment, then capitalize on this momentum to launch televisions. This is to prevent the TV from being released with only one channel. That means endless replays of Leon's speech. Hearing this, it suddenly felt a bit terrifying. Could someone really want to be stared at all hours of the day? No. Maybe. Right? Throughout the day, the people of Dayin remained dazed. Though everyone was working diligently, their minds were almost completely distracted. Their supervisor, upon seeing this, didn't blame them. Because the supervisor himself was distracted. He desperately wanted to get off work immediately, rush to the intersection, and watch the projection. Having heard about the projection today, many factory workers, who were supposed to finish their shifts at 8 p.m., left early, just so they could see the projection. The result was a phenomenon. At 6 p.m., the entire Leningrad was packed. The streets were packed, even surpassing the crowds of the previous National Day. To deal with this situation, security forces were urgently dispatched to maintain order, fearing any potential shoving or trampling. To cope with the massive crowds, Lion made a huge investment. The projection was projected directly over Leningrad, not just on the streets. A massive projection was even set up in the sky above Leningrad, allowing everyone in Leningrad to see the video of last night's launch. As for other areas, Lion showed no favoritism. Huge expenditures were made to install projections in other locations as well, but only in major cities. Because, within the current Dayin-controlled area, even projecting projections in villages would be prohibitively expensive. So for now, the rural brothers would have to suffer. But Lion has never forgotten these brothers who share his roots. Lion has prepared a new plan. 5-year agricultural reform. It will completely change the lowly status of farmers worldwide. Chapter 700. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the streets of Dayin were packed with people. Everyone was watching the projections around them. Although there was no sound, Because the footage was recorded using magic crystals, it wasn't the traditional black and white, but color. Even without sound, everyone could clearly see the rocket launch. They watched with their own eyes as the rocket ignited and took off from the launch pad, then flew faster and faster until it disappeared from the camera's field of view. Everyone was stunned. Some people, even those watching while eating, almost dropped their bowls. Although it was a rocket, to put it more figuratively, it was a missile igniting and taking off. It was like everyone present was watching a missile launch up close. But did you think that was the end? Carl's spacesuit also had a camera. The scene changed, and the footage on the ground disappeared. Watching the projection disappear, everyone present thought it was over. After watching for a while, just as they were about to leave, the scene reappeared. But this time, the view shifted from land to high altitude. The footage projected now showed Carl's accompanying flight. However, Carl's perspective had been edited, cutting out scenes in the troposphere and focusing directly on the footage of the satellite's release from low Earth orbit. When Carl's video appeared before everyone, they were stunned. This was even more shocking than the previous rocket launch. The shock was no less than flying a fighter jet right before the ancients. It was the first time they had seen what a planet looked like from high in the sky. The corners of the planet were surprisingly round. Although they'd been taught in books that planets were round, this was the first time they experienced what a planet truly looked like. The drifting clouds and the vast expanse of land deeply shook their souls. They all recalled Leon's words. The present is ours, and the future is ours too. The earth and the sky will be filled with our footprints. The scene shifted, and the view quickly locked onto a satellite detaching from a rocket. Watching such a tiny satellite detach from the rocket, many people wondered. Such a large rocket, just to send up such a tiny thing? Isn't that a waste? The leader went through all this trouble just to send up a tiny piece of metal? A worker, who had just finished get off work, wondered. A student nearby replied. Uncle, didn't the leader say that bigger isn't necessarily more useful? Look at the Dwarf Empire's airship. It was used as a live target. Dwarf Empire, stop lashing out. The worker rubbed the back of his head in sudden realization after hearing this. It seems to make sense. The others continued to watch the footage, noticing that after the satellite separated from the rocket, it began to orbit the planet. A child pointed at the satellite on the screen and said, Mom, why is this big iron ball flying so slowly? The mother holding him tried to speak, but found herself speechless. The people around him tried to explain, but found themselves speechless. A physics student from Dian First College patted the boy's head and said with a smile, Little boy, have you forgotten something? Our planet also rotates, and the satellite you see moving slowly is only because you see it, not because the satellite itself is moving slowly. The little boy listened to the student's words, completely confused. The people around him couldn't help but cover their heads, their expressions a mask of pain. As expected, physics is the most daunting thing. The students of the Yin First Academy stared intently at the projection before them, because they knew what the satellite meant to the Yin. They had already spent 2 or 3 years at the academy, and while they weren't the best students, they were still good enough. The best students had already been admitted. Even many of their classmates, who had enrolled at the same time, had disappeared. Some students tried to track down these students, but only found one answer: no such person existed. At first, these students thought the missing students had been purged. But when Robert appeared in public, they realized that these talented students had been assigned to various specialized positions within Dayin. Over the past 3 years, Dayin First College has trained over 20,000 talented individuals for key positions across Dayin. Currently, Dayin First College has nearly 100,000 students enrolled. At the same time, Lion plans to build Dayin Second College. The second college will also enroll a full 100,000 students. Regarding the background and educational requirements for these students, Lion has only one requirement: deep love for Dayin. Anyone can take the entrance exam for Dayin Academy. No matter who you are, whether you're in elementary school, middle school, or high school. You can also be a worker or someone from any other profession. Even those of other races can take the exam. But there's a prerequisite: you must love Dayin. This is especially true for those who aren't from Dayin. Lion's attitude towards them won't improve just because they come from far away. Lion always believes in one thing: those who aren't of my race must have different hearts. Of course, the orcs, tribes, and other ethnic groups within Dayin don't count. After all, they're our own people, fundamentally different from outsiders. As for these outsiders, if you just do your job honestly and contribute to the development of Dayin, Lion won't do anything to them. But if you eat and take things, Leon will reconsider the meaning of parking a vehicle from the Intelligence Bureau downstairs late at night. What? You're saying we in Great Yin are xenophobic? Coincidentally, this isn't xenophobia, but rather a way to let you know that we belong to Great Yin, not your family. On Great Yin land, you must abide by all its rules and regulations. If you want to do whatever you want, then the Intelligence Bureau will do whatever they want. At first, everyone's attention was on the satellite, but soon, everyone's attention shifted to Carl, standing nearby in an astronaut's suit. Why does this old man look so familiar? A Great Yin Air Force civilian officer, watching the projection, suddenly exclaimed. This is Air Marshal Carl. Everyone couldn't help but recall Carl's appearance. After all, Carl was a public figure, and he was always present at every meeting. Unbeknownst to Carl, he had become famous. Chapter 701. Just yesterday, after Carl became famous, a wave of people emulating Carl swept across to Yin. Of course, they weren't trying to imitate Carl's tantrums, but rather, they were learning how to become a qualified astronaut. However, the first requirement for becoming a qualified astronaut is to become a qualified airman. Because to become a qualified astronaut, you must learn to fly various spacecraft and pass various tests. If you can't even pass the pilot test, how can you possibly fly into space and become an astronaut? This led to the Air Force recruitment office in Leningrad being completely overcrowded the next day. Looking at the surrounded recruitment office, the Air Force officers there were so frightened that they almost drew their guns. These officers had just finished morning exercises and lunch, and opened the recruitment office doors promptly at 8 o'clock, ready to go to work. What they saw was a huge crowd of people standing at the entrance. In the past, people came to the recruitment office every day. But today was the first time this had happened. After inquiring about the reason, the recruitment officer was stunned. These people were all here to apply to become pilots. Looking at the thousands of people at the gate, the recruitment officer nearly collapsed on the ground. This is killing me. Are we going to be exhausted to death? Looking at these simple fellow citizens of Dian, many of them were workers, yet they still had aspirations to become pilots. There were even many women at the gate. In response to these enthusiastic compatriots, the officer immediately contacted Air Force High Command, who urgently dispatched a large number of personnel to assist. Air Marshal Carl's mouth was crooked with a smile. Finally, our Air Force can hold its head high. Although our Air Force has always had the best equipment, it's undeniable that we always had the fewest new recruits. The Army recruits tens of thousands at a time, and the Navy recruits hundreds or even thousands, but the Air Force is struggling, only recruiting dozens at a time. Recruiting hundreds at a time would be completely insane. And yet, today, there were thousands of people at the gate alone this morning. So, the number of applicants today couldn't exceed tens of thousands, right? So, the following scene unfolded. Air Marshal Carl was personally copying the application forms. He couldn't hide the smile on his face, and even glanced provocatively at the Navy headquarters across the street. This infuriated the Navy. Okay, you old man, you're so arrogant now that you had your luck, huh? Carl, I'm arrogant. Hit me if you dare. Can you beat me? To amp up his star power, Carl hurriedly called Alan, who was still in training. Although Carl had become famous, many people still couldn't forget Alan, the aerospace hero. Carl is a tough guy, Alan is a tough guy. Alan, in the middle of training, suddenly received a direct order from Carl. He rushed to the Air Force recruitment office, bewildered. Then he shared the same expression as the officers there. Confused. After a brief moment of confusion, everyone immediately began making arrangements. The officers at the Air Force recruitment office began recording information for these people. The officers in the recruitment office also smiled broadly. Although most of them would be screened out, as long as everyone was willing to apply, there would always be qualified candidates. And the current Air Force recruitment requirements weren't very high. After all, Yin is just getting started. So Leon's strategy is to take anyone who meets the physical requirements in the Air Force. As for the cultural aspects, recruit them first and then slowly educate them. As long as they have no intellectual deficiencies and receive dedicated instruction, they will definitely pass. If you're wondering what happens if they fail, then ask those pilots who successfully passed the test 3 years ago but still haven't received their licenses. It's not that the pilots didn't work hard enough, nor that they're incompetent. It's because their cultural level isn't up to par. However, Leon still gave them a chance. If they truly don't pass within 5 years, then they truly fail. When the crowd saw Alan arrive, they erupted in excitement. Most of the people present had heard of Alan's exploits to some extent, especially those who saw Alan arrive. Everyone wanted to rush into Alan's arms. With Alan's grand finale, the Air Force recruitment was in full swing. And Carl, standing nearby, had already opened a bottle of champagne at halftime. Today is a good day. May all your wishes come true. Sitting in his office, Carl was already humming a song, directly provoking the Army and Navy across the way. The Navy could still tolerate it, since they would also be involved in the Air Force pilots. But the Army truly couldn't stand it anymore. It's only the recruits who are bullying us, right? If that's the case, don't blame me. Carl Oldman, an Army general, approached Carl and shouted in front of everyone at Air Force headquarters. Hey, isn't that brother Carl? I think I saw your granddaughter on my way to work just now. It seems like she's secretly dating our William. Carl, who had been beaming, froze in an instant. He rushed directly to the Admiral. Theseus, what are you talking about? Carl grabbed Theseus by the collar and asked with concern. Oh, it's nothing. It's just that your granddaughter and William are dating. They're so sweet together. You might become a great-grandfather soon. Theseus patted Carl's shoulder with a congratulatory gesture. Theseus, don't think I won't hit you just because you're a squire like me. You saved my life, but do you believe I really kill you? Carl was instantly furious. Theseus shook his head. Look, he's getting anxious. After saying this, Theseus leisurely walked out, his hands behind his back. The Air Force officers present instinctively turned their heads away. Only Carl, with a look of grief and indignation, sat in his chair. Was Theseus lying? Of course, Carl knew Theseus was telling the truth, the absolute truth. It's just that Carl hadn't wanted to face it. Heartbroken. On the other hand, Ruthina had no idea her grandfather was heartbroken again. At this moment, she had finally managed to get William. This little white rabbit was tricked out. No, I finally managed to get William out. The two of them walked down the street. William changed into ordinary clothes because he found the military uniform really conspicuous, especially at his age. As long as he walked around in his military uniform, someone would come up and ask if he was married. Once, right after training, Ruthina asked him out, and wearing the military uniform made him stand out. Even with Ruthina by his side, many middle-aged women, including a young woman, were still bold enough to approach William. Although Ruthina didn't stop him, the murderous look in William's eyes remains unforgettable. Chapter 702. William, dressed in casual clothes, looked at the cheerful Ruthina beside him. For a moment, he felt a little ashamed, but quickly shook his head and cheered himself up. After all, he was a general, right? How could he not be worthy of Ruthina? As if seeing through William's inner thoughts, Ruthina placed her hand on his forehead. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Ruthina said solemnly. Nothing, I'm just thinking. William smiled. Ruthina, on the other hand, looked at him with suspicion. Really? Why do you always say that when you lie to me? Ruthina put her hands on her hips and stared at William seriously. William felt instantly uncomfortable being stared at. It seemed like he had said the same thing when he had lied to Ruthina before. Really, it's okay. William stuttered more and more, while Ruthina rested her chin on her hand, watching him with interest. Are you really okay? William, lying isn't right. Ruthina stared at William with an understanding look. William remained stubborn. It's okay, William said, as he secretly hid something behind his back. Ruthina noticed William's subtle movements and snatched the item from behind him. No! William tried to stop him, but Ruthina had already taken the initiative and removed the item from behind him. Good on you, you actually did that behind my back. Ruthina's words stopped abruptly. She had initially assumed William was doing something sneaky, but she hadn't expected that what he was hiding was actually a rose. Where did you get it from? Ruth said, her head lowered. William heard her calmly speak. Just now, while you were looking at the dress, I bought it directly from the flower shop next door, William said, then lowered his head shyly. This was William's first time giving flowers to a girl. So not only Ruthina, but William himself was also very excited. Ruthina looked up and suddenly said, Then why didn't you just tell me directly? Why did you let me snatch it from you? Well, I was a little worried. I was afraid you wouldn't accept it, William said naively. This man, so calm in war, has become a fool in love. Today, the fool finally blossomed, but it still turned out a little foolish. Looking at the dazed William, Ruthina couldn't help but smile. Little fool, why are you so stupid? Do I dislike you? Ruthina couldn't help but hold her forehead. William lowered his head in embarrassment. Oh no, I'm being scolded again. Ruthina looked disappointed. But inside, she was beaming. Little William is so adorable. I really want to hold him tightly in my arms. Forever. Forever. Never apart. William, head bowed, didn't notice the red light in Rosina's eyes. Suddenly, As if suddenly realizing something, William said, "How about we go to Leningrad for a day? And maybe go on a spring outing?" Rosina quickly put away her sickly smile, and in an instant, a bright smile appeared. It was as if she was a completely different person now than she was just now. And there was no sense of dissonance between just now and now. If William knew Ruthna's true situation, would he have taken off the train overnight? After all, as everyone knows, liking a Yandere is a story, being liked by a Yandere is an accident. Especially in a situation like William and Ruthna, where the Yandere is stronger than the average person. Maybe they truly become one. William drove Ruthna out of the city in the car assigned to him by Deyin. They didn't even have food prepared. But they weren't worried. What if they were hungry? They could just eat at a local farmer's house. What if they didn't have any money? Wouldn't it be easier to just give the farmer a day's farm work? Deyin had completely shed its past of being unable to afford food. Farmers now had shifted from focusing on filling their stomachs to focusing on yields. A large number of farmers were being taken to small classes by officials sent by Leon. They were being taught new knowledge, how to cultivate crops scientifically and rationally, and the importance of food. When these farmers heard that food would be crucial to Deyin's survival during wartime, they were instantly filled with energy. Because it was the first time, they realized how important they were. In the past, although during the Kuenberg era, Kuenberg improved the peasants' treatment and lifted their low status, but with the fall of Kuenberg, the peasant status once again fell to its lowest point. After thousands of years of evolution, the peasants had gradually adapted to their lowly status. After all, these rulers brainwashed and exploited them daily, forcing them to wholeheartedly adapt to their lowly status. Until Leon's arrival, Leon radically changed the very nature of the peasantry. That was by giving them an education. And it was mandatory. First, the peasants near Leningrad were forced into night school within less than 6 months of Leon's rule. What? You don't want to learn? It's okay, the soldiers standing guard at the gate will make sure you learn. On the highway near Leningrad, Ruthina rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window at the scenery. Her long golden hair flowed in the wind. In the fields nearby, numerous farmers were working with tractors. Although spring plowing had passed, many crops still needed to be planted. After all, vegetables were indispensable in Deyin. William, driving the car nearby, glanced at Ruthina. How could she be so beautiful, and she looked so quiet? William was secretly delighted. He actually managed to find such a wonderful girlfriend. This was completely unrelated. William's heart was filled with joy. But William didn't know Ruthna's other side. If William had known this hidden side of Ruthna, I'm sure he would have cried. Ruthna leaned against the car window, a smile on her face. As a 7th-ranked Dochi knight, Ruthna could certainly detect William's subtle movements. Her face was filled with happiness. But soon, Ruthna looked at the farmer and his wife working diligently in the fields, and her smile froze. Although the farmer and his wife's work was tough, they supported each other. The woman always wiped the farmer's sweat, even when they were both sitting on the tractor. Ruthna suddenly turned and looked at William. William's smirk suddenly stopped. What's wrong? When will you marry me? Ruthna suddenly approached William, looking at her so close. William was instantly panicked. Before William could say anything, Ruthna took the initiative to turn the steering wheel. Watch the road. Chapter 703. Looking at Ruthna before him, and hearing her fateful question, William felt completely unwell. This is like holding a knife to your neck. You're caught between a rock and a hard place. Although William appeared calm on the surface, his heart was practically on the verge of exploding. What should he do? What should he do if his girlfriend threatened him? Waiting online. Looking at Ruthna before him, William was completely bewildered. He couldn't help but think of Leon's 5 wives. How did the leader handle the relationships with his 5 wives? Just one of them would have cost him his life. Leon, are you the leader, or am I? Do you really think having 5 wives is a good thing? If Leon knew anyone envied him for having 5 wives, he would definitely drag that person over and give them a slap in the face. This is easy to say when you're standing, of course, it hurts even when you're lying down. Hurry up, Ruthna demanded, straightening the steering wheel. Hurry up. When will you marry me? Otherwise. Ruthina's tone changed, and William subconsciously looked in her direction. Huh? William questioned. Otherwise, I tell Grandpa you're bullying me. Sob. Sob. Ruthina immediately went soft, and William panicked. Hey buddy, aren't all female creatures this scary? Leon, very scary, bro. No, can't I marry you? William was tricked into using his ultimate, and flash with a basic attack. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Ruthina's eyes. So, when will you marry me? Ruthina sobbed. Well, I don't know. William told the truth. Ruthina was about to go all out to completely control William, but then William spoke up. I don't know either. Although the leader said 5 years of development, based on past experience, the second 5-year plan is likely to be overfulfilled. And so-called peaceful development is just for you. The world isn't at peace yet. We must be prepared for war at any time. The Orcs, the Papal States, and the Dwarf Empire. William's heart sank as he spoke. But just as William was feeling down, Ruthina spoke up. Stop! William was slightly startled, thinking Ruthina was about to get out of the car, and then quietly parked it by the side of the road. Ruthina. You? William closed his eyes, and was about to speak when he suddenly felt something on his lips. He quickly opened his eyes, and saw Ruthina forcefully kissing him. What a forced kiss! After a long moment, their lips parted. Ruthina looked at him aggressively, grabbing him and saying, Remember, you're mine for life. If you ever abandon me, I promise you never forget it. William couldn't help but shudder at Ruthina's words. He didn't know what they meant, but he sensed a strange feeling from them. Something eerie and creepy. For some reason, William felt like Ruthina was about to eat him. Well, how about we talk this over with your grandfather? Ruthina's fury instantly flared up at this. Talk? What do you want to talk to my grandfather about? Are you going to be a heartless person? A strange glint flashed in Ruthina's eyes. Little William is actually going to be a heartless man. Then I can only... Hee. No, I'm going to talk to Senior Carl about the wedding date. Putting it off like this isn't going to work. William seemed to sense Ruthina's indulgence, and said a little embarrassedly. Really? Don't lie to me. Alan's almost having a child, and we haven't even gotten married yet. Ruthina instantly transformed from a strong woman into a sheep. She had William in her grasp. As someone who grew up in the palace, Ruthina had been exposed to the intrigues of the harem. Naturally, she knew how to manipulate a young man like William, who was inexperienced in the world. When have I ever lied to you? William said sincerely. Yes. Last time. Ruthina pointed it out to William. Huh? William was stunned. What do you mean by last time? He didn't seem to remember ever lying to Ruthina. And he never seemed to have lied to anyone else. As if sensing William's confusion, Ruthina couldn't help but speak. Don't you know? Last time you said you go out with me, but you ran off halfway. Huh? William rubbed his head, momentarily confused. Ruthina tapped William's head gently, then spoke calmly. Because last time you left the camp, you were called back, and the Battle of Liongrad broke out. William suddenly understood. If it wasn't my friend, how could this be blamed on me? I couldn't possibly have single-handedly wiped out all the Crusaders, could I? How could this be blamed on me? Shouldn't this be the Crusaders' fault? Damn it. Okay, I'm just kidding. So why don't we go back to Grandpa right now? Ruthina launched into a powerful attack. William felt like if he went to Carl now, Carl would be furious. Carl, you want me to give you the gold coins? Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Are you kidding me? William was instantly enraged and grabbed Ruthina. What are you doing? I screamed. Ruthina acted like a weak, helpless little white rabbit, as if she was tempting William to commit a crime. William was a little excited, because this was the first time he'd seen Ruthina like this. A little excited. Wait, something's wrong. Why is Ruthina even more excited? William was about to bully the little white rabbit, but he realized Ruthina was even more excited than him. Don't pull me. Hey! Don't pull me. Ruthina's eyes lit up as she looked at the frightened William. Little William. Hee. Don't come over here. Little William, you can't escape. No. Yamit. Just as William was suffering from his torture, the entire world was becoming increasingly peaceful, with the exception of a few countries. Eastern continent. As the world moved towards peace, the Western Empire defied fate. The border between the new Western Empire and the Western Empire. The Silas River, the second longest river in the Eastern continent. The two armies faced each other across the river. The new Western Empire was growing stronger, and while the Western Empire had been awakened, how could independent research and development compare to cheating? The Western Empire was firmly suppressed by Bonaparte. What's the best way to deal with cheating? The Western Empire finally cheated. The gods saw that the Western and Southern continents had been shattered. Even the aberrant creatures in the sea had been defeated. They could only turn their attention to the insignificant Eastern continent. The Western Empire instantly accepted the gods' gift. Technology exploded, and then the military expanded and actively prepared for war. A war of unification was getting closer and closer. Chapter 704. In preparation for its march north, the Western Empire frantically produced armaments and undertook a massive military expansion. This was to exploit the Western Empire's remaining war potential. The temporary capital of the Western Empire, the southern city of Dikaravit. A large number of refugees gathered beneath the walls of Dikaravit. They sought to enter Dikaravit for relief. But the towering walls and the soldiers stationed at the gates completely blocked their hopes of entering Dikaravit. They could only watch helplessly as the bustling city before them flourished. Food was within easy reach, yet they simply could not obtain it. The waft of food incense from the city walls drifted out. Wouldn't the Western Empire's nobles offer relief? Of course they would, but that was only the beginning. They realized that if they didn't, the common people would begin to abuse themselves. Many, starving, sought to sell themselves to the nobles. This way, they could obtain a little food, which would allow them to feed their families. The nobles, in particular, discovered that among the refugees were many attractive women. Most of them were still unmarried, and some were married women. So, if these nobles had only delayed helping the refugees a little, they would have gained everything they desired. The people of the entire Western Empire were in dire straits. And this was even happening in the capital, Dikaravit. As for how miserable the people of the Western Empire were elsewhere, I dared not even think about it. On the other hand, in contrast to the Western Empire's war preparations and the suffering of its people, the new Western Empire was currently a land of happiness. Although the new West French Empire established by Bonaparte still had some feudal nobility, it was a semi-democratic, semi-feudal state. However, Bonaparte firmly controlled the military, using force to counterbalance these nobles. These nobles sought to seize power and influence within the new West French Empire, but were suppressed by Bonaparte. Furthermore, Bonaparte built a new capital city on the site of the former West French Empire, Maple Leaf City. Bonaparte originally intended to name it Fallen Leaf City, symbolizing the return of fallen leaves to their roots. However, he later discovered that a Fallen Leaf City already existed in Great Yin. If he named it Fallen Leaf City, he would likely face questions from Lion. The construction of Maple Leaf City symbolized the gradual rise of the new West French Empire. Currently, Maple Leaf City is still a construction site. Only a few buildings have been erected, the most important of which is the government building used to handle state affairs. Secondly, Bonaparte didn't even initiate the construction of city walls. Instead, he prioritized residential areas. If the enemy truly reached Maple Leaf City, what good would the city walls do? Inside the Maple Leaf City construction site, a large number of the lower classes were spontaneously helping to build the new capital. Tearing down the original capital and rebuilding it symbolized starting over from scratch. As it turned out, everything really did start over from scratch. Bonaparte abolished almost all of his previous policies that were unfriendly to the peasants, except for a few that were stubbornly enforced by the aristocracy. If Bonaparte wanted to reform, he would have to completely eliminate these aristocrats. At the moment, Bonaparte had no intention of doing so. If these nobles were eliminated now, the civil war would erupt. The currently weak new West French Empire would struggle to withstand the West French Empire's offensive. The hypocrisy and cunning of today are for the sake of future prosperity. Some may wonder why Bonaparte didn't seek Lion's help. A qualified national leader wouldn't rely on external forces to save his country. As a hero, Bonaparte naturally knew he could easily unify the West French Empire with the help of Lion. But Lion's power wasn't impermanent. As Bonaparte built up the new West French Empire, it was then that Bonaparte realized Lion had no good intentions. Or rather, the treaty Lion had forced Bonaparte to sign had practically restricted the entire new West French Empire's progress. A considerable portion of the iron, ore, and oil resources fell under Lion's control. Even North Wind Harbor, the most important port in the northern new West French Empire, had been seized by Dion. Although the lease was for 20 years, whether Lion would still be in his possession at that time was another question. As a hero, Bonaparte harbored a certain amount of pride. Since becoming the leader of the new Western Empire, he has set out to change its backwardness. But he realized that if the new Western Empire wanted to rise, it must become self-reliant and independent, free from the influence of the Great Yin. Although he knew that if he joined the Great Yin camp, he could practically celebrate with his arms raised high and his life would be free from struggle, but Bonaparte refused to rest on his laurels. He was willing to fight for the Western Empire once more. The revolution had been a struggle, and now, de-Dainization could also be considered a struggle. Bonaparte had already begun building new production lines. While they couldn't develop cutting-edge equipment, they could replicate it. They could reverse engineer the Great Yin's weapons. Bonaparte's strategy proved successful. They had already caught up with the Great Yin before its technological explosion. Their technological level had reached the mid to late stages of World War II. While the gap between the early and mid to late stages of World War II wasn't huge, remember, Bonaparte and his men only took a year. This was the benefit of an empire, or rather, the benefit of a government with a single voice. Although the New West Empire was a centralized state, Lion knew every word and action of Bonaparte. Lion was certainly aware that Bonaparte had harbored thoughts of breaking away from Great Yin. However, given the New West Empire's geographical location, Lion wasn't yet ready to completely antagonize Bonaparte. Also, Lion had already benefited sufficiently from the New West Empire. So, Lion wasn't in a rush to impose sanctions on the New West Empire's small moves. After all, although Bonaparte wanted to de-Lionize. But there's been no falling out yet, and Lion has no reason to do so. And if this history were written into a story, Lion would be an unmitigated villain. After all, the protagonist of this story is Bonaparte, and it's him who made the New West French Empire independent and strong. But does it matter if he's not a villain? Lion only knows that if you don't stand with the yin, you're my enemy. There are no so-called friends, no so-called allies. There's only one thing, profit. As for whether Bonaparte can restore West French glory, that depends on his next actions. Chapter 705. The Western Empire has long been preparing for war. While the new Western Empire was developing internally, it remained committed to defending the South. The friction between the new and Western empires profoundly impacted the Eastern continent. The Eastern continent was not comprised solely of the Western Empire and the new Western Empire. Besides the behemoth Western Empire, the Eastern continent also boasted numerous smaller nations. And many strange, small races inhabited the Eastern continent. All of these races, without exception, shared a common characteristic: their magical power was extremely low. In other words, their magical power levels were far lower than those of other continents. This explains why the Western Empire was able to dominate the Eastern continent. If there was an average of 1 magician per 100 people in Zhongzhou, then in the Eastern continent, there might be only 1 magician per 1,000. This extremely low magical power level allowed the Western Empire to leapfrog and become the dominant power in the Eastern continent. After all, its dense infantry formations, coupled with the maturing technology of muskets, the success allowed the Western Empire to sweep across the Eastern continent. The Western Empire also became the sole empire on the Eastern continent. 3 kingdoms united to challenge the Western Empire. Among them were 2 kingdoms that had fought the Western Empire to the bitter end. One was the Kingdom of Puran, and the other was the Kingdom of Sulan. Ever since the coup in the Western Empire, the new Western Empire had been at odds with these 2 kingdoms, frequently using various tactics against them. These 2 kingdoms were also resolute individuals. Faced with the suppression of the Western Empire, they simply turned the tables and launched a fight. The 2 kingdoms directly hindered the development of the Western Empire. These 2 kingdoms fought against the Western Empire for nearly a decade, and recently they also brought in the Eastern continent's only remaining kingdom, the Kingdom of Indran. These 3 kingdoms directly blocked the Western Empire's eastward expansion. To the east of these 3 kingdoms were 10 smaller kingdoms. This constituted the entire Eastern continent's kingdom alliance. However, without exception, these 10 smaller kingdoms were not founded by humans. The Eastern continent's lack of demons also protected these smaller kingdoms, as this world once had many races. And tens of thousands of years ago, it was an era of gods vying for supremacy. According to incomplete statistics, there were tens of thousands of famous gods alone. These gods each founded their own race. However, with the subsequent War of the Gods, many of the smaller gods began to fall. Many of the races they left behind were destroyed. Only a few smaller races remained, and most of these smaller races were dependent on the overlords of Zhongzhou and the other 3 continents. However, some minor races chose to flee to the East continent, a land poor in magic, choosing to avoid the limelight and survive in obscurity. These 10 races are all, to varying degrees, highly attractive. For example, the dwarves' close relatives, the goblins, and the goblins. The goblins and goblins on the East continent have established their own kingdoms. Besides these 2 races, several others have also drawn considerable attention. These include the legendary succubi and giants. The East continent's lack of magic has actually protected these races. After losing the support of their gods, their magical power has plummeted. Only the Eastern continent could protect these races from extinction. After all, it was well known that the succubus race was extremely vulnerable to attack. Especially after losing the support of the gods, the succubi had virtually no power to resist the magical powers of other continents. Originally, the Eastern continent was very peaceful. Although the Western Empire was powerful, under the rule of Bonaparte's father and grandfather, it did not launch large-scale wars. Instead, it maintained a very peaceful relationship with the other nations of the Eastern continent. For nearly 1,000 years, the Western Empire had lived in peace with the other nations of the Eastern continent. This tradition had been preserved. The other nations also regarded the Western Empire as their big brother. Until the coup 11 years ago, the situation in the Eastern continent changed overnight. The entire Eastern continent was no longer as peaceful as it had been before. Since then, the nations of the Eastern continent have engaged in war against each other. But the three kingdoms took up the banner and stubbornly resisted the invasion of the Western Empire. What none of the three kingdoms could have imagined was that while they were fighting tooth and nail in the front, these 10 smaller kingdoms were actually in chaos. However, the source of all this was the unruly goblins. Freed from the suppression of their larger brother, the Shifa Empire, the goblins instantly unleashed their own might, setting their sights on the smaller neighboring kingdoms. After all, these goblins lacked other abilities, their only advantage being their sheer numbers. With their vast numbers, they began harassing various nations. They particularly targeted the succubus kingdom like mad dogs. This was why Leon had encountered Kassa, the succubus tailor, upon entering the Sin territory. And Kassa was the dignified princess of the succubus kingdom. Kassa then fled to the territory of Sin to escape persecution from the goblin kingdom. With their numerical superiority, the goblins overran the small nations of the eastern continent. The three kingdoms also wanted to sanction the goblins. However, they had to face the onslaught of the Western Empire, while also offering assistance to the other small nations. Do they really think of the three kingdoms as superheroes? Not all nations have the ability to fight on two fronts. But the goblins still have some sense, albeit a little. That is, the goblins chose not to harass the three kingdoms, giving them enough strength to resist the Western Empire's invasion. For a while, the three kingdoms were unable to do anything about the goblins. If they were to purge the goblins, they would inevitably withdraw troops from the front lines. That would give the Western Empire an opportunity to exploit. But now things are different. The new Western Empire and the Western Empire are at war, giving the three kingdoms a moment to breathe. However, to everyone's surprise, these three kingdoms failed to restore the order left by the former Western Empire. Instead, they intensified their persecution of the 10 small kingdoms, and took the lead in aiding the goblins in their conquest of the succubus kingdom. The succubus kingdom was already in danger, and now these three kingdoms were assisting the goblins. This caused the succubus kingdom to collapse instantly. The succubus kingdom, once a tiny territory, instantly lost most of its remaining territory. This immediately unnerved Kassa, who had been staying in Great Flame. But Kassa discovered something very strange. Her mother had not allowed her to seek out Leon. She requested Great Flame to send troops to aid the succubus kingdom. Although Leon adhered to the principle of not taking action without profit, he was indeed bold enough to act if offered money, and as Kassa knew, there was a natural iron mine within the succubus kingdom, a renowned iron mine in the entire eastern continent. Using this iron mine to exchange for Leon's aid and preserving the kingdom's legacy is paramount. But why doesn't my mother let me go find Leon? Chapter 706. As the daughter of the succubus queen, Kassa should have lived a carefree life. But things went against her will. Geopolitical factors dictated that the succubus kingdom was forced to drift with the tide, unable to protect its abundant resources. The surrounding countries offered no support to the succubus kingdom, each viewing it with skepticism. Some countries were after the succubus, others after the resources. But this doomed the succubus kingdom to be unable to please both. Kassa's mother sent her to another country to prevent her from being drawn into politics in the future. But can escaping politics be avoided? The answer is of course no. Escaping does not evade politics, nor does it evade responsibility. But when responsibility arrives, the evader will discover that their responsibilities, far from diminishing, have become even heavier. Kassa is currently in this situation. She has received a summons from the succubus kingdom's subordinates. The entire kingdom was in imminent danger. 3 of the 4 remaining towns had already been occupied, leaving only the royal city, where her mother lived, struggling to hold out. Kasha was now completely panicked. She had originally thought that by coming to the territory of Sin, hiding her identity, and starting a new life, she could begin a new life. But when events unfolded within the kingdom, Kasha found she could not forget her homeland. After repeatedly pleading with her mother to no avail, Kasha decided to go and talk to Leon in person. But Kasha simply headed straight for the Duke's palace. Anyone would have been stopped, but this was Kasha. Leon knew Kassa's true identity. So Leon ordered the guards not to stop Kassa if she came looking for him, but to report him directly. Because Leon knew Kassa would come looking for him one day. Given the complexities of the succubus kingdom, hadn't Kassa come to the territory of Sin simply to save her life? And given the intrigues among the 10 small nations of the eastern continent, Leon was certain that war would break out among them. After all, Some nations possess abundant resources, while others can only watch helplessly. Sure enough, Leon, working in his bedroom, received a report from the guards. Casa had come looking for him. Lion then glanced at the detailed map beside him, which marked the succubus kingdom. This map had been sent by Bonaparte. Looking at the detailed records on the map, Leon couldn't help but become interested in this iron mine. This iron mine supported 1/3 of the entire eastern continent's steel production. This was the reason why the succubus kingdom had been able to maintain its long-term stability. After all, guarding such an iron mine, the revenue from its exports alone could guarantee the kingdom's long-term peace. But without military force to protect wealth, it was bound to be taken away. With the changes in the West French Empire, the succubus kingdom began to be gradually eroded. Leon was not a savior, he was merely a politician. No gain, no early rise, action leads to loss. This was Leon's motto. What? You want me to take action? Of course. In one word. Pay money. Looking at the tightly dressed Casa before him, Leon signaled to the maid to bring her a cup of tea. Princess Casa, what brings you here? Leon revealed Casa's identity directly. Casa's brows furrowed in frustration. Casa had believed her identity was hidden, unaware that Hans had uncovered everything about her. Leader, do you know my identity? Casa asked, somewhat surprised. Ever since we learned you were a succubus, someone has been investigating you thoroughly. Leon finished, leisurely sipping a cup of tea. Casa's mind raced, trying to come up with a response. Finally she spoke. Since you know my identity, you should understand why I come here, right? Leon didn't nod in response, nor did he remain silent. Instead, he glanced at Casa. Casa, noticing that Leon didn't move, instantly grew anxious. Because if she couldn't secure Lion's aid, her country would likely be destroyed. So, she was determined to secure Lion's assistance at all costs. Our succubus kingdom has a plentiful iron mine. Casa immediately revealed her final trump card. I know, Lion said calmly. Casa, ? If you know everything, why are you still so calm? Now it was Casa's turn to be stunned. Princess Lion, do you know how far the succubus kingdom is from Great Yin? Lion's words hit the nail on the head. Although the eastern continent was small, its area was not small. The distance from Great Yin to the succubus kingdom was approximately 1.5 times that of the Western Empire. What can Bonaparte offer us in the West French Empire? He can give us iron ore and oil ports. What can we offer us in the succubus kingdom? An iron ore? No. Is it worth it to spend half as much effort just for an iron ore? Of course not. Bonaparte can still be self-reliant. A few weapons and some support will suffice. What about the succubus kingdom? Just a few weapons? That's not enough. He most likely go down and fight for the succubus himself. He's already going down and fighting, and you tell me he only give me an iron ore? Looking at Leon, who looked like he didn't have enough chips and needed more money, Casa couldn't help but clench her fists, her delicate hands carelessly catching the hem of her skirt. Can't you just help the weak? Realizing she had no cards in her hand, Casa played her dumbest card. Helping the weak? Miss Casa, this is reality, not a fairy tale. The world is bustling with people seeking profit, and the world is bustling with people seeking profit. Do you think you have enough leverage? Leon said coldly. Casa knew she had completely lost the initiative. What should she do? Casa stood there, at a loss for words. Leon looked at the bewildered Casa and spoke. Since you can't think of a solution for now, just sit down. Leon said, moving a chair for Casa. Casa sat down stunned. Suddenly Casa spoke. I know the location of the dragon's lair. Now it was Leon's turn to be surprised. The location of the dragon's lair? Wait, the dragon's lair? Leon suddenly had a bold idea. It's common knowledge that where dragons live, there are tons and tons of small coins. Vilya, who had just returned to the dragon's lair, suddenly felt a chill on her back. Who's after me? Chapter 707. Lion sent Casa away, but didn't tell her of his decision. Because Leon was hesitant. After all, the current trend in the Yin was toward peaceful development. The incessant wars had completely drained the Yan's war potential. If the war continued, it would inevitably affect the living standards of ordinary people in the Yin. Lion didn't want to see this happen. If the living standards of ordinary people were affected, it would mean that the war was already heading towards failure. Or, in other words, it would mean that the pressure of the war had shifted from the military to the people. Perhaps war was everyone's concern, but Leon didn't want it to fall on ordinary people. So, this was the fundamental reason why Leon supported Blitzkrieg. As long as the Blitzkrieg was fast enough, the lower classes would be unable to react. They would only marvel at the war's swiftness, not dwell on its impact on them. Lion truly didn't want to see the words he had seen before. After the war, politicians profited, arms dealers amassed untold wealth, and ordinary mothers searched for their children's names on tombstones. So Leon has always adhered to a single strategy. If you can win, fight. If you can't, then wait and see. If you absolutely must, fight. It was because of this old six approach that Leon successfully reduced military casualties. But there were still casualties. War is always a casualty. Lion had done all he could. Do your best and leave the rest to fate, that's all. This was why Leon was reluctant to engage in a major war. I can't possibly change Yan's future development plans just for you, Casa, or for a remote, small nation. That's impossible. Lion immediately returned to the meeting hall of the temporary capital. He convened an emergency meeting with dozens of high-ranking officials. I have something to tell you. According to the latest developments, the princess of the Succubus Kingdom from the eastern continent has appeared in Yin and contacted me, requesting military assistance. The Succubus Kingdom possesses a large iron mine, but that's all. However, the Succubus Princess offered another bargaining chip. She said she knew the location of the dragon's lair. But I didn't give the Succubus Princess any answer. Instead, I told her to go back and await the latest news. So, colleagues, everyone, what should we do? The pressure fell directly on the high-ranking officials present. Most of those present were people Leon knew well. Caddis, Barian, Chester, Zoe, and some representatives elected from the Holy Empire region. Wait, Leon, what did you just say? The Succubus Kingdom? Balian's voice suddenly rose an octave. Seeing Barian's reaction, Leon was somewhat surprised. Because Barian's actions seemed to indicate a connection between him and the succubus. Leon's interest was instantly piqued. What? Senior Barian has a connection with the succubus? This is a huge news. Seeing everyone's gaze fixed on him, Barian chose to speak about his past. It all started back in the days of Kunberg. 1,000 years ago, Kunberg had nearly unified the entire continent, but the shadow of war didn't stop there. Instead, it began to drift across the sea and to the distant eastern continent. At this time, Kunberg didn't want us to attack the east continent blindly, or without any information. So he sent me to the east continent to gather intelligence. Leon's eyes widened instantly. While Senior Barian had such a past, everyone continued to listen to Barian. But this trip to the east continent changed my perception of it. Because this trip to the east continent almost made me explode. Barian said with a wry smile, then hesitated, but seeing everyone staring at him, he could only finish it in one breath. As soon as I landed, I was targeted by the Western French Empire. But fortunately, at that time, the Western French Empire and Kunberg hadn't fallen out. Back then, the Western French Empire wasn't ruled by the Bonaparte family as it is today. I tried to probe the Western French Empire, but they blocked my attempts. I could only focus on the three kingdoms to the east, but they also held hidden talents. I was once again struck down. I was forced to turn my attention to the smaller nations further east, but they were truly utterly awful. After visiting several of them, and witnessing the goblins and gnomes, I completely lost interest in them. Because they were so disgusting to me, especially the goblins and gnomes, I almost drew my sword and chopped them all down. However, just as I was about to leave, Barian suddenly paused, then continued with a pained expression. However, just as I was about to leave, I was targeted by the Succubus Queen. I thought my peak 9th level strength would allow me to travel anywhere on the Great Road. But there are always people who are better than you. I understand that, but I didn't expect there weren't just people who were better than you, there were also succubi. Barian suddenly became as excited as a guinea pig. The others grew more and more excited as they listened. Because the news was so shocking. The Succubus Queen's strength far surpassed mine. It could even be said that she had already stepped halfway into the divine realm. I was planning to explore the Succubus Kingdom, but I quickly realized something was amiss and prepared to leave. But it was too late. The Succubus Queen simply detained me. And then came years of torture. Barian finished these words painfully. Puff. The witch Evelyn beside him couldn't help but burst out laughing. As the witch of knowledge, Evelyn considered herself knowledgeable. But I didn't expect this to be so completely devastating. Moya, standing by, also covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Antia knew she shouldn't laugh, but a hint of a smile remained. But everyone present was extremely serious, for they could sense Barian's murderous intent. Later, I escaped, but unexpectedly, in the war before that, the one fighting against the invasion of the Dwarf Empires Andre during the unification of the Elven Empire, I once again encountered the Succubus Queen. Hearing this, Leon instantly perked up. The Succubus Queen had appeared? Was it that mysterious woman in red? Chapter 708. It seemed to have touched a sore spot for Baryan, and he was completely upset. Because Baryan had always been reluctant to talk about this matter. After all, he wasn't captured for just a few days. He had been imprisoned for a year or two. A year or two. Do you know how I spent those 2 years? At that time, Baryan, already heartbroken by the death of someone he loved, was instantly subjected to such torture. Baryan was completely numb, completely tormented. The key point was that the succubus queen wasn't simply holding Baryan captive. She had a crush on him. For a succubus, if they liked someone, they would definitely get them. And so, she got Baryan, who hadn't yet become a top-tier powerhouse. The succubus queen simply imprisoned Baryan in the basement. And then, she exploited him for 2 long years. In those 2 years, Baryan couldn't tell the difference between day and night. This dark history was also the one Baryan was most reluctant to talk about. After all, who wants to have their dark history aired in public? The most shocking thing was that Baryan was tortured for 2 years. Baryan no longer had any feelings for the succubus queen. But the succubus queen grew fonder of Baryan. She even treated him like her own precious child. The succubus queen even planned to marry Baryan and announce it to the world. And then, Kynberg was mortified. He was, after all, a trusted and beloved general under his command, and yet he was imprisoned and abused for 2 years. Although Kynberg wanted to rescue Baryan directly, Dreen was already making moves, so Kynberg had to ask Baryan to remain silent for a while until he could finish his business. And before the matter was even settled, Baryan escaped on a dark and stormy night. Baryan had been tortured for 2 years, reduced from a top-tier warrior of 180 centimeters tall and 150 kilograms to a mere 120 kilograms of skin and bones. This speaks volumes about the succubus queen's terror. Of course, for some, this wasn't necessarily torture, it could be a reward. Baryan simply ran. He fled all the way back to the Holy Empire and beat up Kynberg. Because Kynberg refused to rescue him. Kynberg felt incredibly wronged after the beating. I found you a wife, and you didn't want her? She has everything you want, a beautiful figure, and she's devoted to you. And she gave you her virginity, and you took it all and ran off, didn't you? Baryan knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't seek revenge. Despite the 2 years of torture, the succubus queen actually gave Baryan considerable freedom. She respected him immensely, giving in to his every decision. That's why Kynberg chose to let it go. Goodness, you don't want a wife like that. However, it turned out that Baryan really didn't agree. Baryan never got over that noble lady. Unbeknownst to Baryan, the succubus queen had also taken over his heart. So much so that when they met again later, they started fighting. The two had originally met through fighting. What Baryan didn't know was that the succubus queen had given birth to a child. And Baryan didn't know who it was, but now he had a guess. Casa might be his daughter. This was truly outrageous. What frightened Baryan most was that, despite her lovesickness, the succubus queen was truly intelligent. She knew something was about to happen in the eastern continent, and she guessed she would be resurrected after Leon's birth. So, she sent Casa to the Sin territory. To protect Casa from harassment in the Sin territory. If Casa were her daughter, then everything would make sense. Casa possessed not only her own talent, but also her mother's. A child born from the union of 2 supremely gifted beings would inevitably break free from their shackles. For thousands of years, Casa had been well protected by the succubus queen. She feared Casa would be exploited by those with ulterior motives. One thing led to another. What a succubus queen. Baryan suddenly thought, and looked at Evelyn. Evelyn smiled and spoke. Baryan, what's wrong? Are you finally realizing this? Leon, standing by, was bewildered. Moya, seeing Leon's expression, offered an explanation. Kasha is Baryan's daughter. Your meeting with her, Baryan's appearance, and the coup in the West French Empire were all planned long ago. Diana is more than what you see now. Moya said, then looked at Evelyn, who took over the conversation and spoke. Do you remember the prophecy? Or rather, the so-called prophecy of Dreens? When all races gather under the red banner. Iron eagles streak across the sky, and iron horses gallop across the land. When ordinary people once again become the masters of this continent, the treasure belonging to the gods will appear. Some once believed this was said by Dreens, but it wasn't, and certainly not by Kynberg. Evelyn finished her words, looking at Leon as if to ask him to guess. Leon racked his brains. Damn, they all love playing tricks. If it's not Kynberg or Dreen, then who could it be? Which? Evelyn shook her head. God? Evelyn shook her head. Who could it be? Brother, stop teasing me. Evelyn couldn't help but speak, looking at the frantic Leon. It's this planet, The world we live in. Leon was stunned. Everyone present was almost stunned. Evelyn continued. Actually, I was also kept in the dark. I initially thought we were agents chosen by the gods. Later, I discovered the gods had deceived us, and I thought we were abandoned. But belatedly, I discovered the truth. We weren't sent by the gods, we were chosen by this world. Evelyn spoke seriously, while Leon and the others listened in a daze. To put it simply, Leon's appearance wasn't the gods' negligence, but rather this world's way of saving itself. The gods didn't create this planet, they invaded it. Or, in other words, the gods' power is the result of stealing this world's power. They use this world's energy to nourish their planet, thus enabling them to become gods. So, our appearance is inevitable, this world's final struggle. Haven't you noticed? The number of top-tier experts in this world is dwindling, from the ascension of countless races tens of thousands of years ago, to the current dominance of Baryan. Don't you understand? Ordinary people don't just refer to ordinary people, they also refer to everyone on our planet. After Evelyn finished speaking, the entire room fell silent, leaving only astonishment. Leon couldn't help but swallow. So his time travel was a foregone conclusion, not a coincidence. As expected, the Great Fortune Envoy knows how to arrest people. Chapter 709. After sorting out the whole story, the top brass unanimously decided to aid the Succubus Kingdom. Not to mention the Succubus Kingdom's iron ore, and the location of the dragon's lair. Just based on Cassidon's status, the Yin had to lend a hand. After all, she was Baryan's daughter. If it weren't for Baryan, Leon would have died countless times. Baryan made enormous contributions to the Yin. And the top brass only mentioned aid, not troop support. Does giving weapons count as aid? As we all know, the cheapest ammunition is a gun. A PKM firing for just over 10 seconds costs $100. Do you think guns are expensive? Just like the arms dealers in my past life, if it weren't for legal restrictions, they would have given away guns for free. Some arms dealers were even more straightforward, selling guns by the pound. Leon also planned to send some junk to the Succubus Kingdom. No, Great Yen munitions. There were currently over 100,000 brand new, unopened Mauser rifles in the warehouse. And over 600,000 used Mauser rifles. These 600,000 second-hand Mauser rifles could be cleaned and still be used. Second-hand goods, personally used by Great Yen soldiers, 99% new, and best of all, free. No money. Lion charged a nominal fee, 1 gold coin per ton of Mauser rifles. Yes, you heard right, by the ton. In addition to the initial 10,000 Mauser rifles, Leon also sent 500,000 rounds of ammunition. It wasn't 10,000 rifles that was the limit, it was 500,000 rounds of ammunition. Would Leon be so kind as to give the Succubus Kingdom so much stuff for free? 500,000 rounds of ammunition might not be much, but it was still a significant amount of aid. As long as the Succubus Kingdom used firearms, they would continue to send money to the Yin. Although the Succubus Queen was Senior Baryan's wife. After all, even brothers in the family had to settle accounts, let alone a wife. Baryan didn't express any dissatisfaction after learning of the higher-ups' decision. Baryan had no fondness for the Succubus Kingdom, but if necessary, he would take the Succubus Queen away. After all, she had given him a child. If he didn't protect her and her mother, would he still be a man? After briefly finalizing the plan, Leon immediately signed the order to prepare the armaments. After receiving the armaments, Baryan teleported directly to the East Continent. The soldiers who were handing over the armaments were stunned. They had assumed Baryan would use conventional means to take the armaments away. To their surprise, Baryan hadn't considered shipping them to the Succubus Kingdom. Baryan simply transported all the supplies away. Then he rushed to the Succubus Kingdom. Baryan was so anxious because he wanted to confirm one thing. Is Casa his daughter? However, Baryan didn't go to Casa first, but instead went to the Succubus Queen. He didn't want to affect Casa. If he turned out not to be Casa's biological father, it would be a huge misunderstanding. Eastern Continent, Succubus Kingdom. Succubus occupy an inconspicuous area of the Eastern Continent. This territory is not even half the size of the Sin territory. Yet it is teeming with nearly 1 million succubi. These succubi don't seduce men of other races as in myths. Instead, they are building fortunes through their hard work. Although these succubi weren't skilled in farming, they persevered. However, since the succubi lacked males, they had to seek males elsewhere to reproduce. But as luck would have it, the children born to succubi could only be girls. And only succubi. After thousands of years of cultivation, the succubi have freed themselves from their former dependence on others. Though they now endured hardships, they were incredibly happy. No longer dependent on others, they lived their own lives. But good times didn't last long. With the goblin invasion, the succubi were no match for the goblins' powerful human wave tactics. After losing a significant amount of territory, the succubi were forced to retreat to their last city, the succubus kingdom's capital, Hymia. This was a beautiful city, filled with numerous exquisite buildings. Though its area was small, the architecture was remarkably refined. It evoked the exquisite beauty of Elven Empire architecture. Furthermore, these buildings seemed to combine the best of various nations, yet were not as ugly as a patchwork of monstrous structures. Instead, the succubus developed its own culture. And then, this supposedly peaceful town suddenly became restless. The streets, once bustling with people, suddenly became deserted, while a large number of succubus soldiers on the city walls, weapons and shields in hand, watched the goblin army outside. These goblins had been besieging the city for 4 days. They had been surrounding it without attacking, simply to deplete the city's food supply. Although the succubi had stored a large amount of food in Hymia, the opposing goblins showed no intention of retreating. They seemed determined to fight the succubi to the bitter end, and would not retreat until Hymia was conquered. On the city walls, although these succubi were soldiers, their enchanting figures formed a beautiful sight. The sight of these succubi evoked a flood of imagination. The goblins across the way, upon seeing these succubi, showed no fear and instead grew even more excited. The succubi, watching the goblins in the distance, couldn't help but reveal a look of worry. Just then, a succubus with a crown and red hair arrived behind them. One succubus, upon seeing the succubus queen, immediately bowed in greeting. "Your Majesty." The other succubi saluted in unison. "Everyone rise. We face a formidable enemy, we needn't be so fussy." The succubus queen hurriedly summoned the succubi. "Your Majesty." A succubus spoke with some concern. "What's wrong?" The succubus queen asked with concern, without a hint of the airs of a queen. Furthermore, the succubus queen's face wasn't alluring and enchanting, but rather cold and natural. If you took away the succubus's horns and tail, she would undoubtedly be a cold, ordinary person. At that moment, a goblin shaman suddenly emerged from the opposing goblin camp and made his way to the city walls. "Queen Tiana, our king says, stop resisting. It's pointless. Our king will not wait to see these succubi wither away. They are still as young as flowers. Queen, surrender is the best option." Tiana looked at the goblin shaman and couldn't help but clench her fists. She then glanced at the young succubus soldiers nearby. The average lifespan of a succubus is around 500 years. But the succubus birth rate is nearly negative. We finally had a lot of newborns in recent years, only to be confronted by war. Tiana looked at these succubi, her heart tangled. And then, suddenly, Tiana sensed something, and a smile she hadn't seen in recent days appeared on her face. "You're finally here." Chapter 710. Tiana turned to look at the nearby city wall. Barian, dressed in aristocratic black attire, stood there. Seeing the man she longed for so long right before her, Tiana's previously aloof queen image instantly crumbled. "Barian. You?" Tiana wanted to embrace Barian, but he didn't seem to be moving in the same direction, leaving her in a dilemma. She wanted to hug Barian, but he wasn't warm to her either. So torn. Barian's lips twitched at Tiana's adorable presence. Goodness! After 1,000 years, the true succubus queen Tiana is still so naive? How had she managed to develop the succubus kingdom for 1,000 years? The other succubi, upon seeing Barian appear, drew their weapons. Although they didn't know how he appeared, protecting the queen was their duty. Watching the succubi's unwavering support for Tiana, the fearless devotion in their eyes, Barian realized for the first time that Tiana before him was actually a beloved ruler. "Well, I come here with no ill intentions. I'm here to bring you weapons and equipment," Barian said, waving his hand. A large number of military green boxes appeared on the city wall. This alarmed the succubi. Tiana's smile instantly faded, her expression grim. "Who sent you here?" "Leon, no. Casa." Barian spoke the truth. "Did Casa come looking for you after all?" "And you?" Tiana said hesitantly. "Casa didn't come to me, he went directly to Leon. After discussing with us, Leon unanimously decided to send me with weapons and equipment to help you." Barian said this, then looked at Tiana quietly. The succubi on the city wall, having overheard their conversation, froze in their places. Who had they just heard? Leon, and it looked like Leon, far away in Zhongzhou, the legendary Leon, the demon who eats children alive and kills hundreds of people every day. Leon? ? How could I eat children alive? How could I kill hundreds of people every day? Succubus, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Tiana's expression grew even more solemn after hearing Barion's words. Because Barion's words sent a signal, Leon sending aid was most likely because Casa had persuaded Leon. What else could Casa have persuaded? Thinking of this, Tiana's face instantly filled with grief and indignation. My daughter, it's all because of your mother's uselessness. If I tried harder, maybe you wouldn't have been made a political victim. Ah. Barion was completely stunned by Tiana's sudden change of expression. Dude? What are you doing? Seeing Barion's surprised look, Tiana suddenly realized something, blinked, and paused her movements. Casa used the iron ore and the location of the dragon's lair, and most importantly, Leon wanted to know if Casa was my daughter. Casa used all of this to gain Leon's support. Barion couldn't help but hold his head. This succubus queen, you say she's smart. She is indeed very smart. You call her stupid, right? Look at her self-conception. She truly is the so-called big brainless. After all, this granary is truly enormous. The children won't have to worry about food. After hearing Balion's words, Tiana instantly regained her composure, returning to her aloof succubus queen self. The little succubi stared at the green boxes, their faces filled with curiosity. However, since Tiana hadn't given the order, they wanted to come up and inspect them, but they didn't dare disobey her. Looking at these troubled little succubi, Balion was struck for the first time by the endearing side of succubi. Sure enough, spending every day with Leon's stinky men would make her even stinkier. Lion, who was processing a mountain of paperwork, suddenly sneezed. Who's talking about me? Tiana immediately ordered the succubus soldiers to collect the weapons. Although the succubus kingdom had never encountered the Great Flame, Tiana had long understood the true reason for its unrivaled dominance. With the invincible firearms of the Great Flame people, they have already swept across several continents. They even vaguely reached the heights of Kunberg. The young succubi excitedly opened the boxes, initially expecting the weapons to be long swords or something similar. But when they opened the boxes, they discovered something resembling sticks. This left the succubi dumbfounded. What were these? One succubus curiously picked up a Mauser rifle, twirled it in her hands, and pointed it directly at her companion. Barion, standing by, was terrified. He then walked directly in front of the succubus. The little succubus instantly dropped its gun, lowered its head, and slammed its tail to the ground, as if to say, "Don't hit me." Barion, Looking at the succubus's silly antics, Barion took back his words. Who said succubus are smart? Succubus are pretty stupid. Because Barion picked up the weapon manual that Leon had ordered the people at the arsenal to stuff into the box. After all, this is a foreign trade version, so it should come with a manual, right? He looked at the manual in his hand, and then at the succubus trying to avoid punishment by acting cute. This is a tough job. Then, Barion took the manual and explained the Mauser rifle to the succubus with a serious tone. How many men do these little succubi see in a year? But looking at Barion's serious expression, stars of love welled up in their eyes. Then Tiana couldn't hold herself back. What? You guys are actually trying to steal my husband? Diana rushed over to Barion, squeezed into the crowd, and dragged him away. Ouch, what are you doing? Barion looked puzzled. What do you think? Diana said angrily, dragging Barion towards the city without looking back. Are you jealous? Barion suddenly thought of something. Who said I was jealous? I'm the philandering succubus queen. A succubus queen with hundreds of men. How could I be jealous? Diana grew increasingly excited, not realizing her face was already flushing red as a braised prawn. Barion laughed. Hundreds of men? Little succubus, what nonsense are you talking about? Then why, when I used my psychic power to scan your chambers, even the mosquitoes were female? Barion finished, then slammed him against the wall. Attack and defense are out of shape, succubus. Chapter 711. What are you doing? You? Tiana whispered, her voice gradually fading. Guess? Barion suddenly felt like a weird uncle molesting a little girl. Although Tiana before him was a top-tier succubus with a queenly figure, there was still an inexplicable feeling. Then come on, Tiana said, giving up resistance and appearing ready to be exploited. Now it was Barion's turn to be dumbfounded. I just landed a basic attack, and you used your ultimate? Now it was Barion's turn to be stunned. No, you're the succubus queen. Where's your former pride? Where's the way you ravaged me? Can you be more normal? But Tiana didn't seem to notice Barion's strange expression. Instead, she kept her eyes closed, preparing for the ravages that were about to come. Wake up! What are you doing? Barion grabbed Tiana's shoulders and shook them violently, interrupting her. Aw? You won't touch me? Now it was Tiana's turn to be shocked. She had braced herself for a brutal ravage, and yet Barry remained silent. What did I do to you 1,000 years ago? Can't you just give it back? Come on, bring it on. Baryan had no idea how Tiana had become like this. Is this still the person he remembered? It turned out that Baryan's memories were correct. Tiana was still the same Tiana. It was just another side of her. Before, in the Dwarf Empire, Tiana had discovered that her methods seemed to be wrong, and she couldn't capture Baryan at all. Returning to the Succubus Kingdom, she began to ponder her failure. So, Tiana finally came up with this idea. What are you thinking about? You're still thinking about these things even with the enemy at your doorstep. Baryan couldn't help but hold his head. Why shouldn't I think about it? Haven't you heard the saying? Eating and bittering. Now that I'm full, shouldn't I be bittering? Tiana said proudly, hands on her hips. Baryan was completely stunned. What kind of outrageous statement was this? A succubus, as expected? Can you be serious? The war is about to begin, and you're not training your army, Baryan said. I'm here, husband. Tiana was completely shameless. Baryan couldn't help but cover his eyes. I couldn't bear to watch it. Why didn't I think you were so shameless before? But joking aside, Tiana said as she straightened herself. Then she walked directly towards the city wall. He immediately began training his several thousand succubus soldiers. Indeed, the vast succubus kingdom had fewer than 6,000 soldiers. And most of these 6,000 were young men. Almost all the middle-aged and elderly succubi had chosen to distance themselves from politics and the nation. These middle-aged and elderly succubi acted this way because they felt no sense of belonging to the succubus kingdom. In their eyes, Tiana was simply born into a wealthy royal family and easily inherited the throne. Only these young succubi were willing to listen to Tiana's words. Because in the eyes of these young succubi, Tiana was not only a queen, but also a mother figure to them. Their mother practically abandoned them after giving birth. Tiana has been both father and mother for years, raising these thousands of young succubi. This is why the succubus kingdom has been able to withstand the prying eyes of various nations for so many years. Although the succubus army only numbers 6,000, on this demon-poor continent, succubi naturally possess first and second level magical power, easily crushing ordinary people. But there are simply too many goblins. Millions of goblins besiege the succubus kingdom, devouring it bit by bit like termites eating away at a dam. On the city walls, many young succubi had obtained weapons from the Great Flame. However, they had almost no idea how to use them. They repeatedly read the manuals, but found them completely incomprehensible. Several young succubi gathered around the manual, repeatedly reading it, but couldn't understand it. The text is clearly easy to understand, but why is it so hard to understand when you add in the pictures? The little succubi huddled around a manual, their tails gently wagging. The thunder was squeezing them so hard they were practically deformed. This made the goblins below the city furious. Master Shaman! It's time to attack! Some goblins pleaded with the shaman to attack. The shaman was in no hurry to attack, having just sensed a terrifying surge of magic. This terrifying surge wasn't from the succubus queen, it seemed to be some unknown kind of magic, yet it made him want to kowtow to her. At first, the shaman couldn't figure out whose magic it was. But then the shaman suddenly realized that there was only one kind of magical power that could make him kowtow 3 times and 9 times. That was divine power. But why was there divine power here? The shaman's face grew increasingly serious. Although most goblins were of low intelligence, there were always a few that possessed wisdom. Not only was the shaman serious, but the other intelligent goblins were also pondering Baryan's sudden appearance. However, just then, Tiana returned to the city wall and began teaching the young succubi how to use a Mauser rifle. One of the young succubi listened attentively to Tiana's instructions, then raised the Mauser rifle and aimed it at a goblin outside the city. 3 points in a straight line. Bang! However, the goblin the young succubus was aiming at missed, and instead, another goblin nearby was shot in the head. The goblin and the young succubus were stunned. The young succubus, in particular, had her eyes light up as she watched the Mauser rifle in her hand. So this long, straight black staff is so powerful. The little succubus's eyes instantly sparkled. The goblins outside the city were stunned. One bravely went to investigate the injured goblin. Before running over, he took one look from a distance and simply ran away. This situation is hopeless. Because their minds are all fuzzy, is there any hope? The goblin army instantly erupted in chaos. The shaman ordered his giant goblins to control the rioting goblins. Then, with a solemn expression, the shaman looked at the rifle-wielding succubi on the city wall. The shaman muttered, "If I'm not mistaken, those appear to be guns used by the Western Empire." The Goblin King frowned upon hearing this. Master Shaman, are you sure? Didn't you say the Western Empire wouldn't aid the succubi? The Western Empire won't, but they're not the only ones with guns. Chapter 712. Listening to the Goblin Shaman's words, the Goblin King's face became grave. Shaman, what should we do then? Should we try to contact the Western Empire? The Goblin King asked tentatively. The Western Empire is useless. Bonaparte to the north is holding it down tightly. There's no way for the Western Empire to escape. Even if they could break through Bonaparte's blockade, the three kingdoms to the east would completely block the Western Empire to the west. The shaman said disdainfully. Then what should we do? If we can't take Hidemiya, we can't carry out our plan. The Goblin King said with a look of worry. The Goblin Shaman spoke calmly. No matter what, Hidemiya must be taken. If we don't, then all our plans over the past few centuries will be wasted. Listening to the Goblin Shaman's words, the Goblin King nodded in agreement. Then we should have prepared early. Now that a third party has intervened, Hidemiya won't be so easy to capture. The Goblin King continued. The Goblin Shaman sneered. My king, have you forgotten that there's another race also eyeing the succubus? Listening to the Goblin Shaman's words, the Goblin King's face was filled with doubt. Which race? We already suppressed several races on the eastern continent, and now we have the succubus pie all to ourselves. Shaman, I don't understand what you're saying. The Goblin King said, somewhat bewildered. The Goblin Shaman spoke calmly. Have you forgotten the dragon's lair? Lord Birdwell, the Dragon Lord's son, has always supported us. We owe our success today to Lord Birdwell. The Goblin Shaman revealed the truth behind the Goblin Kingdom's growing strength. Wait, Master Shaman, what do you mean by that? The Goblin King pondered for a moment, then suddenly seemed to have a flash of realization. Are you talking about our special Goblin army? The Goblin Shaman nodded, then said with disdain. So what if we have weapons? As long as we bring out that army, these so-called weapons will be nothing but fire with sticks. The Goblin King nodded in agreement, but then pressed on. Then what exactly does Lord Birdwell want from us? After annexing the succubus kingdom, Lord Birdwell wants half of its succubi. The Goblin Shaman said with a cold expression. The Goblin King gasped. Goodness! He wants half of its succubi in one fell swoop. You see, the goblins attacked the succubus kingdom precisely for these succubi. With these succubi as mothers, goblins could breed goblins with magical talents. This laid a solid foundation for their dominance over the eastern continent. Originally, the Goblin King, driven by his greed, wanted to capture every succubus in his possession. But after hearing the shaman's words, the Goblin King finally suppressed his inner greed. Seeing the Goblin King's somewhat regretful expression, the shaman spoke. My king, you must understand that greed is insatiable. There are some things you can only take so much. Don't think of taking more than you can handle. We couldn't have achieved what we have today without Lord Birdwell's support. I appreciate your advice, the Goblin King said respectfully. But we're being manipulated now. But we might not be in the same position in the future, the Goblin Shaman said grimly. Master Shaman. The Goblin King looked at the gloomy shaman and instinctively shrank back. This was the first time the Goblin King had seen a Goblin Shaman like this. In the past, the Goblin Shaman had always been a wise man, appearing elegant and refined in front of everyone. This was the fundamental reason for the Goblin King's surprise. This was truly shocking to the Goblin King's worldview. However, what the Goblin King hadn't anticipated was that the Goblin Shaman had been a bad person from the beginning. Even on the other side, the succubi looked at their weapons with excitement. They had just shot a goblin to pieces. The headless goblin's corpse still lay on the ground, as if testifying to the power of the Mauser rifle. Seeing this scene, the little succubi were extremely excited. The little succubi were excited, but the goblins were in dire straits. The little succubi were using the goblins as targets for training. The sound of gunfire continued, instantly scattering many of the goblins gathering outside the city. They had originally planned to siege the city, but the succubi were using them as practice targets. They were driven to flee in panic, reporting the situation to their superiors. Finally, the Goblin King ordered the goblins to retreat 500 meters. They reached a distance of 1,000 meters, successfully avoiding the effective killing range of the Mauser rifles. The little succubi stamped their feet in anger as they watched the goblins flee. What? Aren't you all pretty arrogant? Keep going. The little succubi looked at the retreating goblins, each one with their hands on their hips, their tails raised high. It's good to have someone to back you up. What can you do to me, you little bastards? As intelligent creatures, the succubi quickly mastered their firearms and became proficient. Each of them quickly mastered the use of the Mauser rifles. Some of them even used their Mauser rifles to aim directly at goblins from over 1,000 meters away. A resting goblin was awakened by a stray bullet. What's going on? How can they get shot here? Just as the goblins were wondering, one of them was hit in the butt by a stray bullet. However, due to the dissipated kinetic energy, the bullet hit the butt but failed to penetrate the goblin's small body. This led to this amusing scene. A goblin covered its butt and screamed. Ouch! The giant goblin nearby was instantly enraged at the goblin's leaping, screaming rage. Damn it! Everyone's asleep, and you're yelling here, aren't you? The giant goblin slapped the goblin with a giant slap. The goblin was stunned. It seemed to be asking, why did you do this? I'm so wronged. I got spanked. The goblin burst into tears, feeling wronged. The giant goblin didn't care. Looking at the crying goblin, the giant goblin slapped him again. The goblin could only endure the pain and wipe away his tears. Just wait. I definitely become the Goblin King, the goblin thought as he prepared to rest. The next second, a stray bullet struck him in the head. The goblin died before he could even say a word. The legend of the grassroots goblin ended so abruptly. Chapter 713. Faced with the succubus attacks, the goblins outside the city were forced to retreat again and again. Even after retreating 1,000 meters, the succubi continued to harass the goblins tirelessly. Later, the goblins pushed their forces further than 1,500 meters, but to their surprise, they were surprised. These succubi put their skills to good use. By using their magic to attach themselves to bullets, they nearly doubled the range. While the Wehrmacht could do the same, the benefits were disproportionate to the cost. However, these succubi didn't care about the cost. They simply wanted to vent their anger and avenge their comrades' tragic deaths. After the goblins captured the succubi, they faced endless torture. In the more than half a month of the goblin invasion, over 20,000 succubi perished, and nearly 100,000 were captured. Considering the succubus kingdom's total population is only a few million. So, these young and energetic succubi were furious, eager to chop all the goblins into pieces. Having finally acquired weapons capable of crushing the goblins, they had no choice but to put them to good use. As a result, the goblins were forced to retreat again and again, causing the cost of their attack to skyrocket. Generally, engineering equipment is extremely heavy, so the goblins had to use local materials and build near the city walls. Originally, they could have built their equipment within 500 meters and easily pushed it to the base of the city walls. But the succubus attack disrupted the goblins' planned actions. The goblins were forced to relocate their positions farther away, but this resulted in a dramatic increase in the cost of transporting their battering rams and towers to the base of the city walls. But the Goblin King had no solution. The goblins were harassed by the succubus all night long. Bullets occasionally hit the goblin camp, causing the goblins unbearable pain. Goblins were often hit in the middle of the night. As a result, the goblins didn't get a good night's rest. The next day, every goblin had huge dark circles under their eyes. The Goblin King ordered half of his goblin soldiers to rest in a distant place, while he ordered the other half to attack. Originally, last night would have been the best opportunity for the goblins to attack. But because the Goblin King was busy last night, he had to give the goblins a hard time. So, he didn't rush to order the attack, missing the best opportunity. Now, after being harassed all night, the goblins have lost their energy. They are now far less effective than before. Many goblins were drowsy and almost fainted in the formation. But the Goblin King still sounded the attack horn. Watching the goblins forming a battle formation, Varian's face was filled with curiosity. These goblins could actually form a battle formation? You know, throughout history, goblins have always been the weakest, synonymous with low intelligence. Varian actually saw these goblins forming a battle formation. This was like a knife stabbing his ass, an eye-opener. Not only that, Varian also saw goblin soldiers with clear divisions of labor among these goblins. Goblin archers, goblin shieldmen, goblin boar riders. Wait! Boars? Varian couldn't help but wipe his eyes against the wall at this eye-catching sight. Is the hog rider serious? Facts prove that goblins can only ride boars. Thousands of goblins surged forward. They had no idea they were just cannon fodder, merely the Goblin King's way of testing the strength of the succubi after their transformation. These goblins even believed they were favored by the Goblin King, sent to spearhead the attack, to capture cities and territories, and to be the first to enjoy the succubi. Nevertheless, this was just a dying fantasy of the cannon fodder. Ready! A leather-armored succubus captain raised his right hand. 3 rows of succubi crouched down, forming the classic 3-stage formation. The 3-stage formation played a significant role in the lobster soldiers' sweep across the world. However, this was before the advent of the hand-cranked Gatling gun. The advent of the machine gun made this line-and-shoot tactic obsolete. Napoleon's sweep across Europe was due not only to his advanced artillery, but also to the so-called line-and-shoot tactic. In the age of muskets, accuracy at a range of 100 meters was truly a matter of luck. But at 50 meters, the accuracy doubled. This is the secret to Napoleon's sweep across the continent. He strictly ordered his soldiers to wait until they were 50 meters before opening fire. And most enemies completed their first volley at 100 meters. A concentrated fire attack at 50 meters could instantly crush enemy morale. But it required immense courage. This is how they earned the nickname Gallic Rooster, though now they're not just weaklings, they might as well be black chickens. As a highly intelligent species, the succubus kingdom already possesses a certain level of musket technology. But there's still some gap between them and the Western French Empire. The slightly improved firearms technology faced the strengthened goblins. What's the use of hammers? Thankfully, the succubi now possessed a vast array of weaponry, and they finally held their ground. As the goblin army entered the 600-meter range, the succubi didn't rush to fire, but instead quietly waited for the goblins to advance. As considerate succubi, they naturally waited until the goblins were completely within their attack range before opening fire. Unable to bear the sight of the goblins' suffering, they chose to purify them with a single bullet. The goblin army surged towards the walls of Idmia, as if the towering walls before them were but mere decoration. Capture the city. We can enjoy the succubi within. Charge! A giant goblin shouted. Before she could finish her words, a bullet blew the giant goblin's head off. A sulphur-faced succubus sheathed her Mauser rifle. The succubus captain beside her couldn't help but speak. Xia, will you obey orders? Xia's expression remained unchanged. The captain didn't blame her, for her mother and sister had been murdered, and her feud with the goblins was a dead end. The other succubus looked at her with sympathy. She used to be full of smiles, her long hair a source of envy. But now, she had a cold expression, and her long hair had been cut short. This is war. It changes us all. Chapter 714. Just as the succubus kingdom was mired in the turmoil of war, Leon learned that the succubi were unable to quickly adapt to weapons. And according to the latest information reported by Barian, the iron mine was worth Leon's risk, because it contained a large amount of rare metals, which could be used to develop a variety of advanced weaponry. Every war is a gamble, but Leon dislikes gambling. He prefers wars where he has absolute control, because only in this way can casualties be minimized. So, faced with this situation, Leon chose to send troops to aid the succubus kingdom. But he couldn't send too many people, as that would complicate matters. So Leon carefully selected a battalion of soldiers. Most of the men in this battalion were non-commissioned officers, not ordinary soldiers. And this battalion was made up of a variety of soldiers, including, but not limited to, infantry, artillery, motorized vehicles, and even some armored troops. Leon felt a little sorry for the officers in this battalion. But then he thought about the iron mines within the succubus kingdom. Leon's heartache suddenly faded. As for who to choose as the battalion commander, for a moment, Leon was undecided, until he saw a report from William. William was in charge of training the 1st Guards Division, which had just been established and much was still under preparation. So, as the division commander, William harassed Leon daily. He frequently reported various requests to Leon. Then it was Leon's turn to be dumbfounded. William, in particular, stared intently at the new tank production line in the tank factory. The tank factory had just produced 5 T-72 tanks, when William personally led his soldiers to the factory to seize them. In William's own words, anyway, these T-72s were originally intended for our Guards Division, and we're the 1st Guards Division, so take them. Although William and his men had blocked the war factory, they didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Instead, they simply used it to intercept friendly forces and prevent them from seizing the tanks. At the same time, William reported this to Lion, playing the victim. Lion, feeling both amused and helpless, had no choice but to approve the tanks for William. As a result, William's 1st Guards Division now possessed relatively complete weaponry. Looking at the triumphant William, Lion suddenly thought of his younger brother, Fleischtam. The 6th Regiment was nearly annihilated in the Battle of Leningrad, leaving only Fleischtam alone. However, the 6th Regiment was also expanded into the 6th Guards Division. Fleischtam had also been promoted to Deputy Battalion Commander a few days ago. After all, Fleischtam hadn't had it easy. He had been in the army for nearly 3 years, had fought in as many battles as anyone else, and had been awarded 2 gold medals. Whether based on merit, seniority, or ability, Fleischtam deserved a promotion. So, Fleischtam was promoted to Deputy Battalion Commander Major. Thinking of this, Leon decided to give Fleischtam a bit of a boost. So, while training with the 6th Guards Division, Fleischtam suddenly received a transfer order from High Command. Especially after seeing the order, signed personally by Leon, he instantly perked up. At first, Fleischtam thought the transfer order was simply to a place near the Holy Empire. It wasn't until Fleischtam saw the soldiers of his acting battalion commander's battalion that he realized the seriousness of the situation. This battalion consisted almost entirely of non-commissioned officers. This meant they were supposed to be training troops for another country again. However, Fleischtam hadn't expected that his group wouldn't be transported by sea or land. Instead, they were directly loaded onto a transport plane, each given 2 parachute kits. Finally, the transport plane flew directly to the eastern continent without landing. This left Fleischtam and his men bewildered. Even if they were in a rush for training, it wouldn't have to be so fast, right? Airlift? And yet, it turned out to be a very urgent matter. After a day of flying, Fleischtam and his men were completely groggy. And before they could even rest, they were thrown from the plane by the pilots. Fleischtam and his men had only undergone basic parachute training, but that was enough. Because a large number of succubus soldiers were still on the ground ready to meet them, and to prevent the paratrooper packs from becoming stuck, Leon thoughtfully equipped them with automatic activation devices. With a little magic, this effect could be achieved. Fleischtam and his men were transported to the succubus kingdom on the eastern continent like cargo within 24 hours. This was even faster than express air freight. Fleischtam landed perfectly under cover of darkness. By this time, the succubus kingdom had already endured a day of fierce fighting. The thousands of cannon fodder sent by the goblin army were easily dispatched by the succubus soldiers, and then the goblin army fell silent. They launched no attack all day, and even as night fell, the goblin army still hadn't launched an attack. The succubus even wondered if the goblins were fools. They were standing right here, why didn't they come and play with them? Goblin, I'm here to play with you. With what? With my life? The succubus below stared at the parachutes descending from the sky, their eyes widening instantly. The soldiers still couldn't understand why their usually steady leader would be so reckless. They were told to just jump out of the transport plane without even much preparation. This left them completely bewildered, and even after they jumped from the plane, the soldiers still couldn't understand why their leader would do such a thing. It wasn't until they saw the succubus flying towards them that they were stunned. What are these things? Why do they look so much like succubi from a storybook? And the kind you can't spread. Then, with the help of the succubi, the soldiers of this battalion landed safely. And Fleischtam was successfully plucked from the air by a short-haired white succubus. Looking at the short-haired succubus beside him, Fleischtam was somewhat bewildered. Because the succubus was staring directly at him, Fleischtam, a young man who had been single for over 20 years, admitted. From childhood, apart from interactions with his sister Charlotte and his mother, he had virtually no contact with the opposite sex. In the past, he was always busy making ends meet. How could he have time for romantic pursuits? Xiao looked at Fleischtam with a cold expression. Although she didn't know who Fleischtam was, it seemed as if he was the leader of these humans. So, he must be very powerful, right? Since he was very powerful, she would find an opportunity to fight this human. Fleischtam, not a buddy? I'm fighting a succubus? Chapter 715. Tiana was also the first to receive the news. She then rushed over overnight to greet Fleischtam and the others. Upon arrival, she saw the neatly arranged formation of Wehrmacht soldiers. Most of these soldiers had recently been withdrawn from the front lines, most having recently fought at the Battle of Kursk. Most of these soldiers were from frontline units, and their uniforms had not yet been replaced. This meant that their uniforms were still the most traditional, first-generation Wehrmacht uniforms. Looking at the Wehrmacht soldiers in gray uniforms, many of the little succubi had a strange glint in their eyes. Why did they look like ordinary people, yet the impact they brought seemed so extraordinary? The Wehrmacht soldiers seemed oblivious to these glances, instead fixating on Fleischtam. Attention! At ease? Just a few words. Fleischtam said, picking up the training target Leon had handed him. Looking at the training target, thicker than a dictionary, Fleischtam felt for the first time how abstract this world could be. Because this training is targeted at the succubus kingdom. And because the succubus kingdom is severely out of touch with current technology, this means that Fleischtam and his team will have to stay here for a long time. Until all the people of the succubus kingdom are trained. Because the Intelligence Bureau's investigations into the Eastern continent have revealed that Bonaparte's desire for self-reliance is growing stronger. This means that if Bonaparte completely breaks free from the control of the Great Flame, he will have the power to sweep across the Eastern continent. By then, no country will be able to contend with the new Western Empire. Bonaparte will completely unify the entire Eastern continent, and at that point, the situation will return to that of the Kuenberg era, with the Eastern continent at war with the rest of the world. So, Lion has already begun planning to support a new leader, or rather, to foster a new force to counterbalance Bonaparte. This force doesn't need to be powerful, it just needs to be able to hold Bonaparte back while Great Yin implements its second 5-year plan. This will prevent Bonaparte from completely overthrowing the throne. The symbolic event for Bonaparte's overthrow will likely be the Southward War. After unifying the Western French Empire, Bonaparte will undoubtedly step out and secede from Great Yin. After all, Bonaparte is no ordinary man. Once, his wings were still young, but now he's a soaring eagle about to spread its wings. Succubus Kingdom. Everyone, when you hear this, you already arrived in the Succubus Kingdom. But don't panic. You're here to help the Succubus Kingdom. According to the plan, you need to help the Succubus Kingdom develop its own artillery, infantry, and even armor. We must at least keep the Succubus Kingdom technologically ahead of the new West French Empire. Fleischham read as he read, a strange expression on his face. Although Fleischham didn't understand politics, his brother William always told him stories about various countries. Fleischham had also heard stories about Bonaparte leading his army against West French Empire rule. Even his brother William praised Bonaparte highly. So, this was what surprised Fleischham. In theory, the two should be partners. But based on this training objective, it seemed as if a certain rift had developed between de Yin and Bonaparte. Or perhaps it was that their relationship was no longer as close as it once was. Fleischham didn't dwell on it too much, for a soldier's duty was to obey orders. All he needed to know was that for now, he had to train these succubi. Fleischham approached Barian and reported loudly. General Barian, there are 827 people in the de Yin training camp. 827 people actually arrived. Please direct. Thank you for your hard work. The succubi have arranged a camp for you, Queen Tiana. Let the succubi take you there. Barian said, pointing to a beautiful area of buildings in the distance. Understood. Fleischham and his 800 men immediately packed their bags and checked in. After seeing him off, the succubi went back home to rest. However, these succubi didn't know what they would face next. After entering the temporary camp, the Wehrmacht soldiers didn't rush to sleep. Instead, they received their own training objectives. The NCOs were stunned when they looked at the thick stack of training objectives in their hands. The leader is going to torture the succubi to death, time is tight, and the goblins are still attacking Edmea. These succubi must be trained as quickly as possible to become combat ready. At the same time, a complete army must be established. Time is short, the task is heavy, succubi, just endure the hardship. However, many Wehrmacht NCOs smiled like squad leaders training new recruits. It's time. The next day, before dawn, the succubus soldiers were still sound asleep in their dormitories. At that moment, the Wehrmacht NCOs brought in a large number of pots and pans. Because they searched everywhere, but couldn't find anything resembling a drum. And since these succubi had never heard a reveille before, they resorted to the most brutal reveille. They banged pots and pans with all their might. Dang, dang, dang. The succubi were instantly interrupted from their sweet dreams, and one by one, irritated by the thought of getting up, they leaped out of bed. Who the hell is disturbing my sleep? I'm going to skin him alive. Many succubi pushed open the door, only to be stunned. Before them stood a row of Wehrmacht NCOs, standing at attention. Seeing the succubi awaken, Fleischham immediately picked up his megaphone and spoke. Brothers. Oh no, soldiers. From today on, we will be your instructors for a long time to come. Your queen has entrusted you to us. In the days ahead, you must obey our orders unconditionally. Of course, these so-called orders are reasonable, meaning during training. If you feel an order is unreasonable, you may protest, but you must consider the consequences. Fleischham closed the notebook and looked at the succubi before him. The succubi were also looking at them. Sister Xia, they look like ordinary people. Why does the queen want us to obey their orders? A succubus asked quietly. Xia, standing nearby, had a cold expression, but her expression changed slightly after hearing the little succubus question. I don't know, but I might know who is helping us. Xia stroked the little succubus's head and spoke like an older sister. The little succubus nodded. Brave demon, fearless of hardship. Everyone, start with a 3-kilometer appetizer, then you can have breakfast. Fleischham said harmlessly. The nightmare began. Chapter 716. The succubi were collectively stunned upon hearing this order. Although they were soldiers, since these succubi were magical units, they hardly needed to train physically. If they felt tired, they would use recovery magic to restore themselves. In the eyes of magicians, it's better to spend more time on magic than on physical training, which is why many low-level magicians tend to have low physical fitness. But facts have proven that higher-level magicians have stronger physical fitness. This is not just due to their inherent strength, but more importantly, their focus on training. High-level magicians have discovered that without a strong physique, it's difficult to withstand the aftermath of large-scale magic. If they're not careful, they might die. But these little succubi had never heard of such a training method. What kind of training is this? Xia's expression froze. What kind of training was this? Just as they were stunned, Fleischtam had already divided the 2,400 succubi before them into teams, assigning 3 to each instructor. He was adopting a 1-on-3 strategy, ensuring they could master the skills. I just couldn't believe it. One person leading 3 people, could that be a quick pass? The instructors approached their assigned succubi. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. Because these were all magicians, it was natural for magicians to be arrogant. This also left the instructors at a loss as to how to proceed. Looking at the instructors, none of whom wanted to be the villain, Fleischtam sighed helplessly and ultimately decided to be the villain himself. Fleischtam took the lead, shouldering the backpack beside him, and broke into a run. The instructors, upon seeing this, hurriedly shouldered their backpacks. Damn it! The battalion commander's leading the training, and I'm still slacking off? The succubi, upon seeing this, had initially considered remaining unmoved, but upon seeing Xia following suit, they followed suit one by one. While Xia wasn't sure what this would bring them, she wasn't one to be ignorant. She often visited the troubadours to gather intelligence from various continents. Most of the troubadours in the succubus kingdom were from the Shifa Empire. Most of these troubadours had heard stories of the great flame sweeping across the continent. So, many of them had recounted stories of the National Defense Army within the succubus kingdom. The knowledgeable Xia, observing these soldiers, seemed to have a striking resemblance to the images of the National Defense Army soldiers she had heard so much about until she was almost nauseated. And, most importantly, these soldiers had come from the air. It seemed as if they had leaped from an iron bird. This further solidified Xia's suspicions. The people before her were from the Yin. The Yin possessed immense power. In Xia's view, anything that could make her stronger was something she must learn, for only then could she avenge her mother and sister. The succubi were galvanized by Xia. Then they began their 3-kilometer march. At first, the succubi were full of curiosity. But as the distance increased, they became increasingly miserable. Soldier, can you give me a break? My legs hurt. A succubus said pitifully, rubbing her leg. The officer nearby, upon seeing this, was about to offer assistance, but then remembered that these succubi were also soldiers. Even though he's a soldier, he's still so fussy? More training. Must be. The sergeants flashed perverse smiles and spoke directly. Get up now, or you won't have breakfast. With that, the sergeant galloped off, chasing Fleischtam's pace. Fleischtam was a distant second, always in the lead. A few powerful succubi behind him briefly overtook Fleischtam, but were ultimately left behind. Xia was puzzled. Why did this ordinary guy always manage to surpass them? Fleischtam looked relaxed to everyone. But only Fleischtam knew how embarrassed he felt. Damn, leader. He just grabbed me, and I'm still wearing officer boots. My combat boots are still burning. Then Fleischtam exploded. Running in officer boots is a unique torture. But Fleischtam gritted his teeth and persevered through the 3 kilometers. The finish line. Having just crossed the finish line, Fleischtam looked back and saw that Thea had already crossed second. What's your name? Fleischtam's eyes lit up. This person is a promising talent. Thea? Very good. Wait here for a while. Once your companions have finished, you can have breakfast. Looking at Thea, whose face was a little pale, Fleischtam didn't make any further demands. The reason Thea looked pale was that during this training session, the succubi were not allowed to use magic and could only rely on their physical fitness. The result was predictable. The original passing score was 13 minutes and 20 seconds, and Fleischtam and his team's average time was around 12.5 minutes. The Imperial Guard supermen could all run under 12 minutes. The succubi, however, were lagging behind. They were all running after 15 minutes. Watching the last succubus shakily cross the line, Fleischtam's face darkened. Look at your results. If this were on the battlefield, you have lost nearly 2 precious minutes because of your speed. Fleischtam now had the aloofness of a hellish instructor. Many of the younger succubi couldn't help but drop their pearls at the sight of his ferocious demeanor. How could they be trained like that? Looking at these pearl-dropping succubi, Fleshtam's inner and outer expressions were two completely different things. It's over, it's over, it's over. It was just a few harsh words. Why drop pearls? Had he gone too far? Wasn't this damaging the friendship between the two countries? Fleshtam feared that any mistake he made would tarnish the image of Great Yin. Not everyone could go out and train the military for another country. This not only demonstrates national strength, but also reflects the character of the Great Yin army. I'm very dissatisfied with your performance. According to regulations, you won't have breakfast. Fleshtam spoke like a demon. Many timid little succubi cried even harder. But none of you gave up, and today is the first day of training, so we can tolerate your mistakes today. Everything takes time to adapt. If after 3 days, you still haven't made any progress, don't blame us for being ruthless. Fleshtam said, turning around, leaving behind a cold and ruthless back. At the same time, he gave the instructor a sharp look. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you go get the medical kit? If you wait, these succubi will die. Chapter 717. As time passed, these succubi began their brutal training. In the eyes of these succubi, these Wehrmacht instructors were top-tier demons. They, the succubi, were the demons, to think that hell was empty, and demons were on earth. The real demons were these instructors from the Great Flame. After a few days of getting to know them, the succubi learned that these instructors were the legendary Great Flame people. The distant and powerful Great Flame. At first, these succubi were completely unconvinced by Fleshtam and his men. In their eyes, Fleshtam and his men had simply chosen the right place to be born, a good place. But as they learned more, these succubi discovered that the Great Flame wasn't inherently powerful, but had risen rapidly in recent years. Especially after hearing the story of the Great Flame's near-world domination in just 3 years, they were stunned and speechless. After all, the Great Flame wasn't much larger than the Succubus Kingdom. The land of the Succubus Kingdom was even more fertile than that of Great Yin. Yet in just 3 years, Great Yin swept across the world and established a vast nation. The feudal system had been overthrown, retaining only a few nobles who had made contributions to Great Yin, but these nobility existed in name only. After daily training, the succubi would gather on small stools and head to the instructor's quarters to listen to the instructor's stories of Great Yin. At first, the instructors simply discussed the matter after their meals. But on the very first day, a succubus would cling to the window to listen to their stories. Over time, recounting Great Yin stories after meals became a regular occurrence. Every day, several instructors with eloquence were surrounded by succubi, meticulously recounting the story of the Yin. This made many instructors almost unable to contain themselves and beat them up. Why are you surrounded by little girls? Why are we supposed to just stand by and watch? However, the worst suffered was Fleshtam. As the head of military training, Fleshtam had to play the good guy. So, he had to maintain his stern instructor demeanor. As a result, Fleshtam, a fan of the hustle and bustle, could only watch from afar as the crowd gathered around the lively bonfire. The sight of him wanting to join in the conversation, but being held back by his status, was truly pitiful. Gazing at the distant bonfire, Fleshtam stretched out his hand, then sighed, and returned to his room. But then, a female voice rang out from behind. Captain Fleshtam? What are you doing here? Aren't you going over? Fleshtam turned around and saw Xia standing behind him, holding a few skewers of barbecue. Xia tilted her head, looking at Fleshtam with a hint of surprise. This was the first time Xia had ever seen Fleshtam like this. In Xia's eyes, Fleshtam had always been a cold and heartless person. This cold-faced instructor's image had become even more pronounced during these few days of training. What left Xia and the others speechless was that Fleshtam had shown no sympathy at all. He was training them like soldiers. So, when Xia saw Fleshtam standing alone from a distance, she quietly approached behind him. Instead, he witnessed such an amusing scene. It's okay. Seeing someone see through his disguise, Fleshtam forced himself to maintain his image as a cold instructor. However, as a succubus, Xia possessed a powerful sixth sense. The more Fleshtam pretended, the more certain she became that he was just putting on a front. Captain, I want to ask you something. Xia suddenly lowered her head and asked. This left Fleshtam, who had been preparing for Xia's questioning, stunned. What do you say? Fleshtam was somewhat surprised. After we finish our training, can we kill all those guys? Xia suddenly raised her head and asked with a firm expression. 2 clear tears streamed down her once beautiful face. Because Xia didn't know what her training had actually done for her. The magic power within her hadn't increased at all. This left Xia confused. Xia wanted to become stronger and kill all the goblins? Hearing Xia's question, Fleischtam was a little surprised. Why does this little girl want to kill all the goblins so easily? Why do you want to kill all the goblins? Goblins reproduce very quickly, making them almost impossible to kill. Although we never fought goblins, according to the book's goblin characteristics. Fleischtam hesitated, unsure how to begin with Xia. If you learn to use firearms, can you kill all the goblins? Isn't that the same as whether you can kill all the orcs if you learn firearms? So Fleischtam couldn't answer Thea's question. So what we learned is still useless, right? Tears streamed down Thea's face. Fleischtam wanted to offer comfort, but he didn't know how. No, buddy, you're asking me to comfort a girl, are you crazy? Looking at Thea, tears streaming down her face, Fleischtam still tried to maintain his stern instructor persona. After staring at her for half a second, Fleischtam finally gave up on his stern instructor persona. He then hugged Thea. Okay, stop crying. While learning to use these firearms won't guarantee you kill all the goblins, it will guarantee they won't bully you like they did before. Fleischtam comforted Thea like a little girl. Thea instinctively looked up and asked innocently. Really? Really, even more real than the lamb kebab in your hand? Fleischtam said. Thea's tears instantly broke into laughter. Then it's fake, because what I have in my hand isn't even a lamb skewer. Huh? Fleischtam was momentarily bewildered. Is there such a thing? Looking at the stunned Fleischtam, Xia's unhappiness instantly vanished. So, this stern instructor actually had such a cute side. As if sensing Xia's teasing, Fleischtam's face instantly turned unhappy. What are you laughing at? Am I funny? Fleischtam asked sternly. Xia's laughter only deepened as Fleischtam puffed up like an angry pufferfish. Ha. No. I'm not laughing. It's not funny at all. Ha. Xia laughed until her stomach ached. Fleischtam's face darkened. Since you love to laugh so much, you should practice extra tomorrow. Xia's smile froze instantly. No. Chapter 718. Looking at the bewildered Xia, Fleischtam instantly felt like he turned the tables. But judging by the eyes of others, Fleischtam hadn't turned the tables, and instead had completely lost. Since you say you can make me stronger, can you give me extra training? Ah? You really want extra training? Xia's reaction completely threw Fleischtam off. Is there anyone who forces extra training? What's wrong with this world? Fleischtam's eyes widened. You know, during training, I always wanted to reduce the amount of training. The instructors at Dian weren't so humane. If you didn't meet the standards, you didn't meet them. If you couldn't eat, you couldn't eat. Fleischtam had often gone hungry because he didn't meet the standards. Even his brother, William, was sometimes tortured for not meeting the standards. Don't think military school is easy. Cadet students like William, who were favored, were subjected to brutal torture every day. In a nutshell, it's better to sweat more in peacetime than bleed less in war. Because of this saying, William and his companions suffered greatly. But at the same time, these hardships also forged William and his companions' strength. As long as they persevere, it will pass. My thoughts return to the present. Yes. That's right. Xia wiped away her tears and said with a firm expression. Fleischtam, on the other hand, hesitated. Because Xia was standing before him, they didn't know what they would face next. Seeing Fleischtam's apprehensive expression, Xia reached out and handed the kebab to him. Want some? Freshly grilled. Xia looked at Fleischtam expectantly. Fleischtam was a bit confused. Isn't there no barbecue tonight? Where did you get your barbecue from? Fleischtam was mid-sentence when he suddenly realized something and looked as if he had suddenly realized something. No. I give you all the barbecue. Just don't tell anyone, okay? Xia gave him a pitiful look. Fleischtam pointed at her, at a loss for words. Because Xia had definitely gotten her barbecue from the kitchen. The Succubus Kingdom's kitchen wasn't formalized, but rather informal. Because the succubi fought in units of almost 100, each century was assigned a kitchen. But this kitchen was quite independent. Due to the Succubus Kingdom's small population, the people in charge of each kitchen were almost always familiar with each other. Often, succubi, hungry in the middle of the night, would sneak into the kitchen to eat. This was a common occurrence, often even caught in the act by the succubus queen Tiana. But Tiana didn't regulate this behavior. After all, the Succubus Kingdom is already rotten enough. If you restrict these succubi from doing so, wouldn't that make it even more rotten to the core? This is the advantage of a small country with a small population, but it's also its tragedy. Although the Succubus Kingdom boasts a population of millions, Tiana actually controls only about 200,000 of them. The succubi are divided into 4 factions, and there is no interaction between them. After Tiana took power, She wanted to unify the entire succubus kingdom, but in reality, the other three factions constantly obstructed her unification. If Tiana unified the succubus kingdom, the leaders of the other three factions would inevitably be severely affected. Their power would be greatly reduced. So they did everything they could to obstruct Tiana's efforts to unify the succubus kingdom. After thousands of years of effort, Tiana still hadn't unified the succubus kingdom. The fragmentation of the succubus kingdom endured. This was why the goblin kingdom was so unstoppable during the invasion. The various factions watched each other, unwilling to intervene to help the others. Naturally, they were defeated one by the goblin kingdom. Only after being captured did the succubi realize the foolishness of their intrigues. But there was no way to regret it. The succubi had already been imprisoned. His thoughts returned to the present. Looking at Thea before him, Fleischham ultimately chose not to punish her. Instead, he waved his hand, signaling Thea to leave quickly. At this moment, the succubus in charge of the kitchen approached Fleischham. "Captain, there's a thief in the kitchen. You said there's going to be a food restriction these days. So what should we do now?" A succubus said anxiously. In reality, this was just a token display. The succubus's kitchen was always short on food. A thief in the kitchen? Is that thief really that stupid? And he doesn't look very bright, otherwise how could he have been discovered? Fleischham launched into a barrage of indirect criticism. Xia, standing by, was practically exasperated. Damn it! Damn humans! Fleischham certainly sensed Xia's displeasure, but having finally seized his opportunity, he decided to pull it off again. If I could pull it off just once, I'd be the true winner. Genius. I'm a genius. Just as the few of them were chatting and laughing, a horn suddenly sounded outside the city wall. Then the succubi on the wall sounded the alarm. The goblins, silent for days, finally launched an attack. The goblins hadn't launched any attacks in the past few days, as if they were planning something. But every day, the succubi would conduct aerial reconnaissance of the goblin camp. Not finding anything unusual, the succubi gradually assumed the goblins were planning a large-scale siege. Besiege the succubus kingdom until it collapsed. However, the succubi miscalculated. Just a few days later, right now, the goblin army launched another attack. The succubus soldiers on the city wall immediately took up defense. This time, however, the goblins sent only a small force, charging from a distance. The succubi focused their attention on the distant targets. They all wanted to see what these goblins could do. They had firearms in hand. How could they be afraid of mere goblins? However, it was too early to say anything. The goblin shaman waved his magic staff, and a vast mist enveloped Hydnia. All the goblin attack routes were obscured by the mist. Seeing this, the succubus soldiers panicked. What was going on? Why was there so much mist? The succubi immediately mobilized their magical powers to counterattack. But they found that their magic had no effect on the mist. No matter their wind magic or other spells, they couldn't dispel it. Tiana quickly received the message and flew over from the palace. With the cover of the mist, the goblins quickly reached the city wall. They immediately assembled ladders on the spot and quickly scaled the wall. Actually, these so-called ladders are just a few thin sticks. Given the goblins' height and weight, why would they need proper ladders, battering rams, or towers? A few sticks, slightly modified, would be enough. Before the succubus soldiers could react, they heard the sound of ladders being attached to the city walls. The goblins are coming! Chapter 719. The goblins were preparing to attack the city, while the succubi had been training in the most basic techniques for the past few days. This meant they hadn't mastered the use of their weapons at all. The succubi watched the goblins climbing the ladders, and many of them were terrified. Some experienced ones even drew their swords and beheaded them with a single blow. Then they shouted at the dazed succubi. Pick up your weapons. Do you want to be captured by the goblins too? After hearing this, the succubi finally reacted and took up their weapons to stop the attacking goblins. The succubi brandished their swords while casting magic. They only cast magic at the most critical moments. After all, this was a demon-poor continent, and magic power would take a long time to recover. So they conserved their energy as much as possible. Although the goblins were numerous, the succubi used their magic to directly block the goblin attacks. Many succubi used fire magic to ignite the ladders. These ladders, as thin as sticks, burned them completely with a single ignition. Many goblins were trapped beneath the city walls, unable to climb up. This was the disparity in strength. Seeing the ladders were useless, the goblins resorted to blasting through the walls, hoping to blow them apart. But the succubi would not let them, and a fierce battle ensued around the walls. Succubi usually fought very cautiously, often using their wings to distance themselves before piercing the goblins with a single strike. The goblins suffered greatly from this. How could this be called war? They're clearly just treating themselves like dogs. The Goblin King, watching this scene from afar, couldn't help but clench his fists. Why was Hedmea so difficult to conquer? The other cities had been taken almost instantly, but only this city before him held out stubbornly. The Goblin King was furious. The consequences could be dire. The Goblin King then looked at a high-level succubus nearby and grabbed her face. Didn't you say Tiana would surrender? Why would she lead these 200,000 succubus in the city to fight to the death? The Goblin King said with a ferocious expression. Your Majesty, don't be angry. Tiana must have failed to appreciate your prowess. The high-level succubus said with difficulty, offering an ingratiating smile, hoping to get the Goblin King to release his grip. The Goblin King snorted coldly, then tossed the succubus aside like trash. A flash of murderous intent flashed in the high-level succubus's eyes, but she quickly calmed down. Looks like we have to use those, the Goblin King said gravely. Just then, the sound of engines suddenly reached the sky. Fleischtam and his companions, watching from within the city, received news from Yin. The second batch of aid was about to arrive. Due to the rush of time, the first batch only contained rifles and ammunition. But the second batch was different. This batch of munitions was transported directly from Yan's Northwind Harbor Airport in the New West Empire. It was originally a large batch of obsolete munitions stored at Northwind Harbor. This batch of munitions had arrived long ago, but had been stored in the arsenal, originally intended for Bonaparte. But now, Bonaparte was gradually considering leaving Yin. So, whether or not this batch of arms would be delivered depended on Leon's orders. But as the war intensified in the Succubus Kingdom, the fate of this batch of arms became increasingly uncertain. Which country should this batch of arms be given to? Leon chose the Succubus Kingdom without hesitation. After all, for Bonaparte of the New West Empire, this batch of weapons was merely a simple bonus, but for the Succubus Kingdom, it was a timely help. Because this batch of arms included not only a large number of Mauser rifles, but also a small number of PPSH submachine guns. But all of them were in top condition, used by the Wehrmacht. In addition to a large number of light weapons, there were also a number of heavy weapons. Among these heavy weapons were not only second-hand Laudonma rifles, but also a large number of Panzerfausts. Ever since the advent of the RPG, the Wehrmacht had turned its back on Panzerfausts. A typical example of forgetting the old when the new comes. And Panzerfausts were produced in large quantities, and they haven't even been used up yet. So they began exporting these and used Panzerfausts. In addition to the Panzerfausts, they also had a large number of hand grenades. But that wasn't the point. The point was that Lion had originally intended to help Bonaparte build an armored corps. But now, this armored corps was no longer needed. Although the tanks sent were mostly second-hand for their own use, there were still quite a few good ones. Currently, all of Yan's tanks were being developed towards the Cold War era. This meant that nearly 10,000 tanks needed to be disposed of. Most of the heavy tanks were melted down and recast. Some other heavy tanks met a different fate. Some were displayed in exhibition halls, while others were sent to other countries. The fate of light tanks was completely different. Although some were severely damaged and scrapped, the vast majority remained in service at home. The T-34 light tank was simply converted into a tractor. After all, tanks are originally tractors. There was once a saying, "Is this a tank? It's a tractor. I'm just taking my tractor for a spin in your country." The reason for this was that the Holy Empire had a vast amount of arable land. This arable land would be difficult to cultivate with human labor alone. So why was there not enough arable land in the Holy Empire before? Because most of the arable land at that time was controlled by the nobility. Unable to make money, the nobility would rather let the land lie idle, than hoard grain and sell it at a high price. Over time, a large amount of fertile land was abandoned. After Lion purged the nobility of the Holy Empire, a large amount of arable land was freed. Having land was not enough, a large amount of manpower was needed to cultivate it. But if the Holy Empire wants to catch up to the Great Yin within a few years, it must develop various industries. It's irrational to concentrate all manpower on farming. So these light tanks are being put to good use. Back to the Eastern continent. The Succubus Kingdom, located east of the Eastern Great Road, was originally a landlocked country, but due to a war, it gained an exclave. This exclave has become the Succubus Kingdom's only coastal territory. The Northwind Port Air Force airdropped a large amount of weapons and equipment tonight, but many heavy weapons were not airdropped. With AC-47's payload capacity of less than 10 tons, what else can you transport besides some light weapons? You can't possibly cram a tank in there, right? So, the armored instructors among Fleischtam and the others were very frustrated. Damn it! They asked us to come here to teach them how to drive tanks, but they won't give us any tanks. What the hell is going on? Among these armored instructors, one stood out, because he actually had a gold medal on his collar. Chapter 720. Coke looked at the goblins attacking the city with a blank expression. This was originally a war between succubi and goblins. It had nothing to do with the Yin. However, due to mutual interests, the Yin sent them to aid the succubus kingdom. But it was clear that the succubus kingdom had not yet reached the point where the National Defense Army would take direct action. If the National Defense Army were to take direct action, the country would either be doomed or become worthless. The succubus kingdom had clearly not reached that point yet. The few thousand goblins were merely cannon fodder, as the succubus kingdom's capital, Hydamia, had a unique geographical location. Hydamia was not located on a plain, nor in a forest. The entire city was built on a mountainside. Surrounded by mountains on three sides, the two sides were extremely difficult to climb. This made Hydamia difficult to capture. For the most part, the enemy could only launch an attack from Hydamia's western wall. But such an attack was doomed to failure. It's not impossible to launch an attack from the surrounding mountains. But the succubi have built some low walls on the surrounding hills. These walls are very effective in stopping small climbing groups. And with over 200,000 succubi living in the valley, given this geographical location and the surrounding environment, how could the enemy possibly invade Hydamia? That's why Coke and his men weren't worried at all. Instead of worrying about whether Hydamia would be captured by the goblins, they should focus on when the Wehrmacht's weapons and equipment would arrive. Watching the transport planes flying overhead, Coke didn't share the excitement of the other NCOs. The other NCOs were pleased to receive new weapons. But Coke was unhappy. You all have new weapons, but what about me? Where are mine? Who is Coke? During the Battle of Sucrus, Coke commanded Tiger Tank No. 213, destroying a total of 27 dwarven tanks. He also protected numerous friendly forces, earning him fame. Afterward, despite his fame, Coke did not become complacent. Instead, he continued to serve humbly in the front lines. Even though Coke was one of the few tank commanders in the entire armored forces to receive a gold medal, he remained undeterred. He led Tiger Tank No. 213 and its crew in the war to liberate the Holy Empire. He later participated in the Battle of Kursk, where Tiger Tank No. 213 was severely damaged. After protecting the retreat of over 200 infantrymen, Tiger Tank No. 213 was damaged in its engine by a Golden Knight of Light and was forced to abandon its position. Following the post-war cleanup, the Tiger 213 was successfully transported back to Dayin. It now resides in the Dayin War Museum. The Tiger 213 served for over 2.5 years, destroying 47 dwarven tanks and 28 Demon Empire tanks. It even used its onboard machine gun to shoot down a damaged Dwarven Empire aircraft flying at low altitude. If it hadn't been for the subsequent Battle of Kursk, which damaged the tank and caused it to disappear from public view, the legend of this tank would have continued. With the story of the Tiger 213 now concluded, the original crew was sent to a training academy to learn how to operate the T-72 tank. As for Coke, he was originally due for a promotion. But halfway through, he was sent straight to the Succubus Kingdom. Coke had initially thought this was a training session, but he hadn't expected to be here teaching others how to drive tanks. Watching the parachutes falling from the sky, Coke's heart grew colder. No armored units. Could you at least send an armored vehicle? But as it turned out, there weren't even any armored vehicles. Forget armored units, there wasn't even a wheel to be seen. Coke, oh heaven, how can you be so unkind to me? Fleischtam couldn't help but feel sympathy for Coke after seeing this. This is a skill with nowhere to go. The two sides, originally engaged in battle, suddenly saw a large number of parachutes floating down from the sky. Both sides were drawn to them. Ever since they learned that the instructors had parachuted in, they developed a resistance to parachutes. Because of their inherent beliefs. The parachute would bring bad things to them, like the instructor, question mark. But this time, they miscalculated. The airdrop was a massive amount of weapons, and the instructors were even more excited than they were. They turned into bandits and stole everything. When they opened the airdrop, the instructors were stunned. The expressions on their faces at the sight of the second-hand weapons inside were truly captivating. One instructor, in particular, saw a familiar serial number on a gun, because it was his own. But later, after being promoted to non-commissioned officer, his weapon was upgraded to an MP40. The original Mauser rifles were replaced. After so many twists and turns, they unexpectedly found their way back to their own hands. Many instructors also found their own weapons and exchanged glances with amusement. How could they be taught this way? Could they simply tell them their weapons were second-hand? Thankfully, although Leon was a bit stingy, at least these weapons were still usable. They were a bit worn, but their basic performance was still there, far superior to those whose rifling was almost worn out. The infantry might have new equipment and could begin training, but the armored troops were in a tough spot. When would their weapons and equipment arrive? As the airdrops began to land, freighters from Northwind Harbor arrived at the port of the Succubus Kingdom's enclave. The Succubus troops stationed within the enclave attempted to intercept these freighters, but seeing the escorting warships, the Succubi gave up instantly. Since I can't refuse, I must learn to enjoy it. Why does that sound strange? Then, the National Defense Force successfully landed at the port. After briefly explaining the situation, the Succubi asked Tiana. It was finally confirmed that the National Defense Force was not the enemy. But a more serious challenge lay before them. The Succubus Kingdom's port was 500 kilometers away from the Succubus Kingdom itself, but 3 small kingdoms lay in between. Critically, these 3 small kingdoms were mutually hostile and frequently engaged in war. One was the Goblin Kingdom, one was the Giant Kingdom, and the other was the Birdman Kingdom. Logistically, the Birdman Kingdom should have belonged to the Orc Empire, but a serious disagreement arose between the Birdman Kingdom's god and the Orc Empire's beast god, and the beast god subsequently tore the Birdman Kingdom's god apart. These birdmen were forced to flee to the eastern continent, where they lived in vain. Looking at these 3 kingdoms before them, the people responsible for transporting weapons and equipment felt a headache. When will the railway finally reach here? Chapter 721. The Succubus Kingdom began to develop. But similarly, Great Yin was also developing. But those who observe carefully will notice that Great Yan's development speed is far slower than that of the first 5-year plan. And it's much slower, because Leon has focused all his energy on a railway. Once completed, this railway will completely connect central China with the western continent and the northern continent. This railway has a main line and 2 branch lines. The main line is divided into 3 sections. 2 of these sections are located within Great Yin and the Elf Empire. These 2 sections were built long ago. The Great Yin main line uses one of the 2 horizontal and 2 vertical lines. It runs from the Violet Duchy in the east to Fallen Leaf City in the west. The Elf Empire's railway, on the other hand, runs through the entire Elf Empire, starting from Fallen Leaf City in the east, and then running through the entire Forest Elf Kingdom, almost following the main cities of the Elf Empire to the west, finally ending at Decadya, the northwestern city of the Elf Empire. Decadya is the northwestern gateway of the Elden Empire. Opposite Decadya lies the once mighty Papal States. These 2 sections of railway were completed long ago, and the Elden Empire section even played a crucial role in the Battle of Cuzco. A large amount of supplies were transported to the northwest of the Elden Empire, and then, via a temporary railway built within the Demon Empire, to the Cuzco Plain. A branch line of the new railway extends south from the Elden Empire's capital, directly to the Elden Empire's southern border. It traverses the entire Elden Empire. The other main railway line extends north, from Fallen Leaf City. Entering the Demon Empire, the route then traverses the empire from east to west, ultimately reaching the Curse Plains. Connecting to the hastily repaired railway, it forms a closed loop within the Demon Empire. Building a railway within the Demon Empire is not difficult, as the Demon Empire itself possesses powerful iron-making capabilities and a substantial industrial base. So Leon didn't pay much attention to this section of railway. After all, the Demon Empire's industrial development began much earlier than the Dwarf Empire's. And it was the first to complete the Industrial Revolution. If it couldn't even build a single railway, would it be worthy of the title of a pioneer of the Industrial Revolution? Aside from the railways within the Demon Empire, the most important section of the railway is the one from the Holy Empire. The Holy Empire's railway section traverses the entire Holy Empire. It connects to the Violet Duchy in the west, then passes through the Holy Empire's capital, traversing several other duchies. Finally, it reaches the Holy Empire's easternmost point, the port of Rhone, its largest port. Once this railway is completed, Yin will be able to transport large numbers of troops in a short period of time. Furthermore, goods can be transported from Port Rhone to the northwest of the Western Jinling Empire within 3 days. This will greatly promote economic exchange among the 4 nations of the Holy Empire, the Great Flame Demon Empire, and the Elf Empire. The Qinchi Kingdom to the north could also benefit. After all, there's a famous saying that goes, to become rich, you must first build roads. Furthermore, this railway was designed from the outset for dual military and civilian use. Beyond the most basic civilian uses, it also needs to meet military requirements. After all, with the dirt roads currently within the Holy Empire, armored units seeking rapid transportation can only rely on rail and air transport. But airdropping armored units requires a sufficiently large transport aircraft. The IL-76 is still under construction, so the importance of railways is self-evident. Instead of expending considerable effort on building roads, it's better to complete the most important railway first. As soon as the railway is completed, the builders of the Holy Empire can build roads along it. With the railway, the highway won't be far behind. This is Leon's ambition, and with this railway, all those who attempt to overthrow the rule of the Great Yin will be punished by this railway, for they simply cannot occupy a place for long. If the rebels dare to show their presence, they will have no way of escaping the railway network's blockade. During World Wars I and II, to control occupied territories, the armies of these territories generally relied on railways to build fortifications. And it was during these periods that armored trains emerged. Although the Holy Empire can be considered one's own, one must remain vigilant. Leon has nonetheless prepared a number of armored trains. The more of these war behemoths, the better. Return to the Succubus Kingdom. The Goblin army took advantage of the fog to launch an attack, but they were completely unable to take the walls of Hymea. They couldn't even capture the ground beneath them. After all, the Succubus, at the slightest disagreement, unleashed a barrage of spells, raining down upon them. The Goblins suffered utterly. Even if they raised their shields, they couldn't stop the penetrating damage from the magic. These thousands of goblins became cannon fodder once again. But the Goblin King showed no remorse. Because the Goblin King was planning a new operation, the more these low-level goblins died, the better it would be for him. Because the Goblin King had the Goblin Shamans prepare special magic. That was to limit Hydamea's magic power. This would prevent the succubi within Hydamea from recovering their magic power for a short period of time. In other words, as the saying goes, use it as little as you can. This was why the Goblin King kept sending goblins to attack. He simply used these low-level goblins to drain the succubi's magic power. When it was nearly depleted, the Goblin King would dispatch his hidden troops. Diana also noticed the dwindling magic power, but she couldn't do anything. Because she sensed a terrifying presence near the goblins. Because she had Balian, she could only learn to call for help if she couldn't defeat them. Thus, the two sides fell into a strange stalemate, with the goblins sending thousands of goblins daily to their deaths. For the goblins, a few thousand goblins would only take a few days. Despite being a small nation, the goblin nation numbers over 15 million. And the number is increasing by tens of thousands every day. This is because the goblins have launched wars of aggression, annexing several small neighboring nations. The number of mothers acquired has skyrocketed, and naturally, the goblin birth rate has soared. These days, the succubi have been training non-stop. After the first week of amicable training for the new recruits, Fleischtam and the others revealed a sinister grin. You had the best first week, didn't you? After the first week, the little succubi truly realized the horror of the brutal training. They often starved you for a meal, called you to assemble in the middle of the night, and even forced you to take a 5-kilometer cross-country run. Many of the little succubi have lost weight through training. But what can be seen is that their obedience and physical fitness have skyrocketed. In just 2 weeks, these little succubi have become a stark contrast to their lax and disorganized self. In time, they will surely become excellent warriors. But the goblins can't wait. Chapter 722. After nearly 2 weeks of stalemate, the Goblin King finally accomplished his plan. He successfully drained the magic power of the succubi, defending the city almost completely. Watching the succubi's magic usage decrease as they defended the city, the Goblin King finally smiled. The day of Hydamea's fall is not far off. The succubi finally realized the goblins' sinister intentions. So they began to restrain themselves, minimizing their magic usage. However, this also resulted in a sharp increase in casualties among the succubi defending the city. At first, Fleischtam saw this and wanted to distribute grenades to the succubi defending the city. But Barian stopped him. Barian's exact words were as follows. If you want to raise a bunch of useless people, then you can just give the grenades to those soldiers. These succubi have never seen blood. We must make them aware of the cruelty of war, so that they can be reborn through subsequent training. Thus, we can achieve our goal. Barian's words were actually quite euphemistic. Leon's original words were, I don't want to use the money of the people of Diyin to raise a bunch of useless people. Since the Succubus Kingdom has accepted our aid, they must fulfill their responsibilities. They must build an army strong enough to challenge Bonaparte. Who is Bonaparte? He could bring down the Western French Empire with just 10,000 guns. If your Succubus Kingdom isn't strong enough, then, let alone competing with Bonaparte, you won't even have a chance at the table. I'm a lion, don't act like a kitten. This is why Baryan is so cold towards succubi. However, if succubi suffer heavy casualties, Baryan will still intervene to rescue them. However, no succubi have died in recent days, most have suffered minor injuries, with a very few seriously injured. This is because the goblin weapons are simply incapable of effectively inflicting fatal damage on succubi. But as the succubi's magic wields dwindled, the Goblin King finally lost his patience and chose to play his trump card. A group of bizarre-looking goblins secretly arrived in the forest west of Hymea. These goblins stood over 2 meters tall, and most strikingly, their pupils were vertical. With their muscular build, strange tails, and even a spike on their foreheads, it was hard to believe they were goblins. But the facts proved that they were indeed goblins. The goblin shaman looked at the hundreds of unique goblins before him with a wave of pride. These hundreds of goblins were the product of nearly 1,000 years of planning. 1,000 years ago, during the reign of Kunberg, the goblin prophet predicted a major transformation would occur 1,000 years from now. So the prophet went directly to Birdwell, the young dragon lord. He struck a deal with Birdwell and subsequently acquired a female dragon imprisoned in the dragon realm for a crime. After nearly 1,000 years of breeding, the Goblin Kingdom acquired 1,000 dragon-born goblins. What does 1,000 mean? A dragon-born goblin is born equivalent to a 5th-level Dochi Knight. This is also due to their dragon bloodline. However, only the first few dragon-born goblins can break through to the 9th level. The strength of subsequent goblins decreases, with the most recently born only reaching the 3rd level. And aside from the first few who can cultivate, the remaining goblins' talents are practically locked away. This was all due to the mother dragon. Excessive reproduction had drained her natural talents. The mother dragon was already on the verge of death. However, the goblins didn't care. They had successfully acquired these 1,000 dragon-born goblins. With these 1,000 goblins, they were more than enough to sweep across the entire eastern continent. Tiana and Baryan quickly noticed something unusual in the forest. They could actually sense the presence of a dragon. Although the dragon's aura was faint, it was undeniably a dragon's aura. How could there be a dragon? And what troubled Tiana was this. It seemed there were more than one dragon. But Baryan had already guessed. Soon, as the morning mist dissipated, the 1,000 goblins appeared before everyone's eyes. The succubi were stunned by the sight of these goblins. Are these still goblins? Aside from green skins, are these dragon-born goblins related to goblins in any way? The goblin shaman looked at the stunned succubus with a satisfied smile, then swung his staff fiercely. Attack! After you take the city, each of you warriors will take 5 succubi. The dragon-born goblins charged immediately. But today's defenders were different. The succubi, previously depleted of mana, had all been withdrawn. Today, each succubus guarding the city was armed with a Mauser rifle. The instructors also took to the battlefield. Most of the infantry instructors each carried an MG42. Ever since using the PKM, the MG42 has lost its appeal. So, the expressions on the infantry instructors' faces, when they picked up the MG42 again, were truly remarkable. Elsewhere, artillery was also being installed within the city. While heavy artillery couldn't be airdropped, the SFH-150 howitzer could be airdropped. After all, its combat weight didn't exceed 6 tons. So 12 were delivered at once. This delighted the artillery instructors. What's the most important thing for an artilleryman? Besides his wife, it's his artillery. In their own words, if I had to choose between my wife and my artillery, I choose my artillery girl. The artillery instructors were delighted, but we were exhausted. It was the first time they had ever seen such heavy firearms. And the expressions on the succubi's faces, looking at the muzzles larger than their faces, were truly remarkable. Fleischtam, who was on the city wall, saw the advancing goblins and immediately sent the coordinates to the artillery position. The artillery commander, a captain, immediately gave orders to the succubus soldiers upon hearing Fleischtam's orders. Girls, stop wasting time and reload. The little succubi worked together to carry nearly 100 kilograms of ammunition. Their tiny wings flapped violently, trying to use the lift to carry the ammunition. This amused the artillery instructor. How could these little succubi be so funny? The artillery commander shook his head and then gave orders to the armored, motorcyclist, and vehicle instructors watching the show. Don't just stand there. Come help reload. The spectators gave the succubi a quick demonstration of lightning-fast reloading. The little succubi looked at their delicate hands, then at the instructors carrying the ammunition, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 723. The 12 150mm howitzers were quickly loaded. These 12 SFH-150 howitzers were the first batch of heavy howitzers manufactured by De Yin. Many of these artillery pieces had seen combat, but were eliminated due to minor defects. The Dayin National Defense Army is not poor, and no matter how hard it is, it cannot afford to suffer. Especially those troops fighting on the front lines, they deserve the best weapons and equipment. Because of the replacement of these weapons and equipment, some of the obsolete weapons were shipped to various countries. These 12 howitzers were delivered to Succubus. The National Defense Army is now replacing the SFH-150 howitzers with newer artillery. Because the National Defense Army has now begun to equip the D-20, a classic older artillery piece. The D-20 stands for D-20 152mm howitzer. It officially entered service in 1955 and remains in use to this day. The maximum range is 17,600 meters, and the extreme range is 24,000 meters. The rate of fire is 5 to 6 rounds per minute, with a maximum rate of fire of 8 to 9 rounds per minute. Most importantly, this gun is a towed gun. The D-20 can also fire Red Earth artillery-launched missiles. Red Earth artillery-launched missiles can even destroy ordinary armored units. In the 1960s, the D-20 was hailed as one of the world's finest towed howitzers. It weighs 5,650 kilograms, and even now, Russia has 1,000 D-20 guns in storage. In fact, the D-20 howitzer also has another name, the Type 66 howitzer. With this advanced equipment, the old SFH-150 howitzer can be retired. After all, Krupp cannons are incredibly delicate. While the Russians might be a bit crude, their equipment is anything but. Their aesthetic has always been that of a defender of European tradition. They tend toward the classic, yet are not lacking in innovation. The young succubi watched the artillery instructors busily loading ammunition. Having never seen artillery before, they naturally had no idea what it meant to them. After all 12 guns were loaded, the artillery commander immediately contacted Fleischtam. "Captain, should we fire directly?" "Of course. If we don't fire, they'd be at the city walls." "All right, just wait and see." The artillery commander replied with a smile, then his expression quickly changed to a cold, indifferent voice. "Fire!" Boom! 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 The 12 guns fired simultaneously, startling the watching succubi. They had no idea what these guns were. I had initially assumed they were ordinary weapons, but I hadn't expected such a deafening roar. 12 shells streaked through the city walls, landing directly among the charging dragonborn goblins. These dragonborn goblins possessed a certain natural dragon instinct, so as they watched the falling shells, their innate instincts reminded them to dodge the attacks. But accustomed to their brutality in the Goblin Kingdom, they didn't take these attacks seriously at all. What a joke! We are the mighty dragonborn goblins. Fearless, despite their disdain, the dragonborn goblins still turned their gaze towards their leader. An 8th-level dragonborn goblin. This goblin was one of the first dragonborn goblins to be born. He inherited almost all of the dragon's talents, but due to a flaw in his goblin genes, dragonborn goblins can only reach level 8. With divine favor, or a fortuitous encounter, this level 8 goblin could then break through to level 9. "Lord Dragon, the Lord Shaman ordered us to charge. Should we charge under attack?" A dragonborn goblin whispered. The goblin known as the Dragon had a gloomy expression. "Humph. He's just trying to get us killed. If we die, there'll be no one left to compete for power." Listening to the dragon's words, the other dragonborn goblins' faces darkened. Although they number only a little over 1,000, their wisdom has enabled them to constantly seek ways to seize power in the Goblin Kingdom. Although the Goblin Kingdom has only one Goblin King, its internal situation is far more complex than that of other nations. I had originally thought that the 9 duchies within the Holy Empire were abstract enough. I didn't expect the Goblin Kingdom to be the true abstraction. Although there are only 3 factions within the Goblin Kingdom, they are fundamentally at odds with each other. The 9 duchies within the Holy Empire, while they may have their share of friction, they readily band together for support. Whenever the Orc Empire marches south, each of these duchies will spontaneously petition to form a coalition. Even the Grand Dukes of some duchies have spontaneously pooled funds to form a coalition. This is all thanks to the spark left by Kuenberg. In Kuenberg's words, "Since you have chosen to become a Grand Duke, you must learn to shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. Before the people look in the mirror, your words of faith are nothing but empty words." The Goblin Kingdom is divided into 3 factions, one led by the Goblin King, another by the Goblin Shaman, and finally, the most powerful, yet also the smallest, force of dragonborn goblins. These 3 factions are vying for supremacy. The Goblin Shaman ordered the dragonborn goblins to attack, largely to deplete them. The more dragonborn goblins are consumed, the less influence they have on the Goblin King and the Goblin Shaman. But they forgot one thing: They're all goblins. And we're at war now. Is it really a good idea to deplete one's own people? The goblin dragon spoke. Unleash defensive magic and capture the city. Only by taking this city can we truly gain a foothold in the kingdom and attract more goblins to our side. The goblin dragon said grimly, turning back to gaze at the distance. The goblin shaman stared at them. A hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Barian also discovered these goblins with dragon blood. What was going on? Why would dragons and goblins merge? And these thousands of goblins all had dragon blood flowing through their veins. The dragon's lair didn't seem to be a single, ironclad structure. And just as Barian and the goblin dragon were pondering their own thoughts, the airborne shells had already begun to fall. Although these dragonborn goblins cast defensive spells, the 150mm caliber Mercy was no match for them. Anyone could have done something like that. The shells collided with the magical energy shields, sending even many low-level dragonborn goblins flying. But their dragon bloodline imbued them with immense healing abilities. They healed quickly. Barian frowned upon seeing this. It seems this Mercy isn't enough. How about giving him a blast of sun missiles? Barian then contacted Leon. Hello? Leon, I'm having a little trouble. Can you send me a rocket? Leon, ? Chapter 724. Lion was completely stunned when he heard Barian's words. Not my friend. I'm still at work. Are you really going to farm a rocket? After repeated inquiries, Leon finally confirmed that Barian really was going to farm a rocket. And a high-yield rocket. Barian then explained the current situation to Leon. Lion grew increasingly serious as he listened to Barian's words. Because he had already learned from Barian about the existence of the dragonborn goblins. The existence of the dragonborn goblins made Leon even more serious. Because goblins would never consider such a method to increase their strength. After all, what goblin would dare to target a dragon? So goblins are not as simple as one might imagine. After a brief silence, Leon decisively contacted Purchit. Robert, does Purchit still have the Sunfire missiles ready? Robert's eyes widened upon hearing this. Huh? Just blurted it out so easily. Scorching sun missile. Launch it instantly? Barian then explained the situation to Robert. Robert immediately prepared to launch the rocket. Because Robert and the others also wanted to know if these dragon-blooded goblins could withstand the attack of the magic mushroom bombs. A scorching sun missile soon appeared at the Purchit launch site. Final preparations for launch had already begun. Purchit not only possessed the ability to manufacture magic mushroom bombs, but also the ability to launch them. However, all this required Leon's authorization. Leon actually wanted to load some of Purchit's super-concentrated magic crystals onto some of the scorching sun missiles, and then send them directly to the various missile silos. Because all eggs shouldn't be put in one basket, Leon didn't want to place all his shroom missiles in Purchit. If they were all in Purchit, if a shroom missile malfunctioned, Yin would be left without shroom missiles to back him up. So Leon had already made preparations. Deploy shroom missiles into Yan's missile silos. Robert and his team in Purchit quickly completed launch preparations, completing the launch in less than half an hour. Robert and his team successfully launched a scorching sun missile, heading directly for the succubus kingdom far away in the eastern continent. They launched the scorching sun missile too. Its range exceeded the 15,000 kilometers of the scorching sun missile, reaching 20,000 kilometers. With the scorching sun missile too, Leon and his team could truly accomplish their mission. Delivery as promised. As the scorching sun missile was launched, Leon became increasingly suspicious of the dragonborn goblin. He went straight to Heiyu and pulled him out of bed, still soundly asleep. You scumbag. What are you doing? Never mind. Whatever you want. Come on. Heiyu, sleepily watching Leon pull him out of bed, said nonchalantly, a look of disdain on his face. Wake up. What are you thinking about? Serious business. Leon's forehead darkened at Heiyu's lewd words. Heiyu was momentarily stunned. You know goblins, right? Those ugly, green-skinned, dark creatures? Yes. Leon finished, pulling out a map. He pointed directly at the location of the succubus kingdom. The goblins aren't the most important thing. What's important is, according to the latest news from Barian, a special unit has appeared among the goblins. Leon finished, looking at Heiyu with a complicated expression. He wasn't sure if he should say it or not. What's wrong? Tell me. Heiyu asked, puzzled. Because dragonborn goblins have appeared among the goblins. And their number exceeds 1,000. Leon didn't dare to continue. Heiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. He glanced at Leon as if to confirm, his eyes flickering as if to say, Are you telling the truth? Leon nodded silently, then fell silent. Are you saying that a giant dragon was captured by the goblins? Heyu said, his voice trembling. It's unclear whether it was captured, but what is certain is that the goblins are simply incapable of capturing a dragon. To capture a goblin, they would need outside help. Leon expressed his speculation. Heiyu's pupils instantly shone vertically, and a violent aura erupted. Just then, a soft, childish voice rang out. Heiyu mama. Looking towards the voice, he saw a sleepy, white-haired little girl standing at the door. It was Imochi. Last night, Imochi had slept with Yunqing Chi, and was once again squeezed out of bed by little Yunli. Imochi had no choice but to find another way. Carrying the little doll Leon had given her, she went directly to her stepmother. Humph. I don't have just one mother. Moma, hold me. Imochi stretched out her hands with a look of grievance. Heiyu's murderous intent instantly vanished, and she embraced Imochi. What's wrong, Shuchi? Did Xiao Yunli bully you again? Look, Mom will avenge you. Heiyu instantly transformed into an angel of justice, carefully comforting Machi. Leon, observing this, silently retreated. Just then, Hans rushed over in a hurry. Leon was completely stunned to see Hans appear at the Duke's mansion. It was only 6 or 7 in the morning, and Hans had already flown over. Something must have happened. Leader, something's happened. The Dian border post has been attacked. And judging by the damage, the enemy must be at least the size of a dragon. Combined with the scratch marks at the scene, we believe the enemy who attacked the border post was a dragon. And it's not a good intention. Because the dragon left a message. Hans finished speaking and handed over the report, then quickly lowered his head, afraid to see Leon's anger. Leon took the report with a smile. Let me see what's going on. On the first page of the report, a photo caught my eye, with a few large, crooked characters scribbled across it. Lion, you can't protect Heiyu. Heiyu should be sent to the Goblin Kingdom. Ha ha ha. The Dragon Clan doesn't have such trash. Looking at the words on the report, Leon didn't show any anger, but spoke calmly. Are there any casualties among the soldiers at the outpost? For minor injuries, no casualties. After hearing this, Leon looked at Heiyu, who was playing with Imochi in the room. Then he burst into laughter. Hans, standing nearby, was sweating profusely. As an old man who had followed Leon, he knew Leon would laugh in the heat of the moment. Lion's anger wouldn't matter, but if he did, it would be a disaster. Dragon, huh? I haven't even arrived yet, and you're already here to get killed? Chapter 725. Hello, Marshal Carl. Order 2 MiG-25 fighter jets from the New West Empire's Northwind Harbor Air Force Base to fly over the Dragon's lair, and give the Dragons a heads up. Leon called Air Force Marshal Carl directly. Leon used to be a coward for the sake of peace and the people. Now that Great Yin has become powerful, it possesses a vast conventional force, powerful figures like Baryon, and planet-destroying mushroom bombs. Why be so cowardly now, a nation of etiquette? Bang! 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 With overwhelming power, who would still negotiate with you? Leon may be kind-hearted, but he also knows that diplomacy shouldn't be weak. Since you dragons have come to Great Yin to cause trouble, don't blame us for giving you a warning. Leon has learned the exact location of the dragon's lair from Casa. It's on the sea west of the Papal States, east of the eastern continent. This stretch of sea has been virtually unexplored. Due to the Papal States' policy of no-access policy, the Western Sea remains largely undeveloped. The dragon's lair is located in this sea. As for why the Papal States has banned sea access, it's likely related to the dragon. Even smaller nations like the Succubus Kingdom have been affected by the dragon. But Leon doesn't care about the extent of the dragon's influence right now. Putting aside the dragon's insult to Blackfeather, if the dragon commits a crime on Great Yin's land, Leon must defend the people of Great Yin. Today, the dragon destroys a sentry post, but what about tomorrow? What if they threaten or harm the people of Great Yin? Leon adheres to the principle of always sitting down and talking things over, no matter what happens. Weakness is the original sin. I only know that I hold the truth in my hands. Northwind Port, Western Empire. This is currently the most important military base in Great Yin's overseas territory. Even the military bases near the Papal States are no match for this. Because both the Papal States and the Orc Empire have stabilized, their fates are predictable. But the eastern continent is different. This is a powder keg, a tangle of small nations. The slightest misstep could ignite the powder keg. So, ever since Great Yin acquired Northwind Port through the Revolutionary Army Assistance Agreement, construction began here. After a year, Northwind Port has become a prosperous city. At the beginning of construction, some opposition arose within Great Yin. They believed that Great Yin was going to great lengths to build a city in the eastern continent. If Bonaparte turned the tables, wouldn't North Wind Port fall into enemy hands? After hearing this, Leon simply smiled faintly. Then he said something thought-provoking. If they break the treaty, then they awakened. But if they destroy a prosperous city, then they're no different from beasts. A city can be rebuilt, but we must understand what we left behind in the East Continent. We brought light to the people of the East Continent. From this moment on, North Wind Harbor is no longer ours. North Wind Harbor. North Wind Harbor at dawn should be quiet. But now it's brightly lit. A large number of workers, working in 3 shifts, are constructing North Wind Harbor. Although Great Yin acquired North Wind Harbor, it did not expel its native inhabitants. Instead, they were given jobs. The rebels are endless, and this is their territory to begin with. Even now, under the control of the Great Yin, assimilating them will take time. Lion will not wield his butcher knife against unarmed women and children, because that would be worse than an animal's behavior. The first lesson in driving for the Great Yin armored troops isn't about how to drive a tank. It's about teaching you how important food is to the people. Armored units should avoid crushing crops. If your superiors learn that you crush crops under normal circumstances, they definitely arrest you and beat you. Not only will you have to pay compensation, but you also be required to pick up the food and bring it back to the barracks. If even the armored troops are treated this way, what about the other branches of the Wehrmacht, inside North Wind Harbor? The port terminal is loading and unloading a large amount of cargo. Inside the city, tall buildings rise from the ground, and workers toil with smiles on their faces. Bonaparte's fiancée, Eleanor, watches this scene from the castle. Eleanor did not follow Bonaparte to the capital, Maple Leaf City. Instead, she stayed behind to care for the disabled Queen Mother Goya. Goya, Bonaparte's mother, had become ill from worrying over the past decade, leaving her physically exhausted. Eleanor spontaneously cared for Goya at North Wind Harbor. At the same time, Eleanor had another thought. She noticed that Bonaparte had changed. He was obsessed with power, and increasingly self-willed. He had led the Revolutionary Army in hundreds of battles against the Spanish Empire, never losing a single one. Bonaparte had become extremely arrogant. In his eyes, the Spanish Empire was nothing but a bunch of idiots. As long as the army followed his orders, they would be unstoppable. Eleanor was well informed. She had already learned that Bonaparte was currently in a relationship with a divorced woman. But what could Eleanor do? She no longer had the same feelings for Bonaparte as she once did. Instead, they felt increasingly indifferent. She only wanted to take good care of Goya and see North Wind Port prosper. Although North Wind Port was leased out, this did not stop Eleanor from hoping for its continued success. Air Force Base. 2 MiG-25s rolled out of the hangar and began simultaneous pre-takeoff preparations. When the 2 MiG-25 pilots learned of their mission, they were stunned. We're supposed to be bluffing at the Dragons? What a lie. Watching the ground crew loading missiles, the pilots knew this mission was no joke. This meant they were actually going to face off against the Dragons. Soon, the ground crew completed all pre-takeoff preparations. The 2 pilots flew the MiG-25s eastward. They attracted countless attention along the way. As they flew over the Succubus Kingdom, Fleischtam and his team were doing morning exercises. Seeing the MiG-25 flying overhead, everyone saluted. The MiG-25 may be impressive, but its pilots are responsible for the most demanding missions. They deserve respect. At Mach 3, they flew over Hydamia in an instant. The young succubi were stunned. What had just flown by? Why were the instructors saluting en masse? Soon, the dragon's lair appeared before their eyes. The dragons on guard quickly spotted the rapidly approaching MiG-25. Vilya, sound asleep, opened her eyes. Leon, on the other hand, gazed calmly at the world outside the window. Vilya, answer. Chapter 726. 2 MiG-25s rapidly approached the dragon's nest. The dragons on guard at the dragon's nest reacted quickly, and immediately took off to intercept the 2 MiG-25s. The dragon's nest's geographical location is very unique. First, it is located west of the Papal States, and second, east of the eastern continent. And in between, it can be said that the dragon's nest is not close to anything at all. This also means that the dragon's nest has always been little known. And the area of the dragon's nest is not as small as imagined. From a distance, the dragon's nest may seem like a small island, but in reality, it covers an area half the size of the Holy Empire. And because it has never been disturbed, the pristine vegetation is extremely lush. Many of the plants there are even those that have disappeared from other continents. At first, Leon didn't know about it until Casa later told him the details of the dragon's nest. Due to the Succubus Kingdom's location, Casa grew up hearing stories from the dragon's nest. The people of the East Continent knew that far to the east lay the lair of a giant dragon. However, many were unable to reach it. It's said that, while warriors from the East Continent had once sought to reach it, these warriors, without exception, never returned after setting sail. Thus, the dragon's lair grew increasingly mysterious, and some even speculated that monsters teemed in the sea east of the East Continent. These monsters protected the dragon's lair, but there was no evidence to support this claim. Some claimed to have seen these sea monsters, while others claimed to have dreamed of them, but the theories were mixed. The veil of the dragon's lair will eventually be lifted by the great flame. Soon, 2 red dragons soared into the air, flying directly towards the 2 MiG-25s. Feeling no magical fluctuations from the MiG-25s, the 2 dragons instantly relaxed their guard. Where did this scum come from? How dare you challenge us, dragons? The 2 red dragons charged forward with disdain, then witnessed a scene they would never forget. The 2 MiG-25s quickly spotted the oncoming red dragons. They immediately took evasive action, simultaneously gaining altitude. With a single burst of acceleration, they left the dragons behind. The dragons were momentarily stunned. Did something just fly by? The 2 MiG-25s broke through the red dragon's blockade and soared towards the dragon's lair at high speed. They needed not only to intimidate the dragon's lair, but also to capture aerial photographs of it. Originally, Leon had planned to send mushroom bombs to Viliati to refresh her spirits. But then he thought, the dragon's lair is home to a vast array of rare plants. It's even unknown if it harbors other intelligent creatures. Just bombing it outright would be a no-go. At least the plants must be protected first. So, the MiG-25s arrived at the dragon's lair. Vilya knew, of course, that these MiG-25s were meant to seduce her. But she didn't stop the dragons. Vilya wanted to see what these MiG-25s were. How could Leon send them out like that? If the MiG-25s couldn't escape the dragons, Vilya would come to their aid at a crucial moment and save them. After all, Vilya was Leon's mother-in-law. And Vilya didn't dare actually provoke Leon right now. If she did, he might just use mushroom bombs to flatten her dragon's nest. Vilya also knew what had happened in Diane's homeland, and the insulting text. So she wanted to see if Leon could bring a world-shaking shock to these complacent dragons. Let these unmotivated dragons react, and awaken from their myth of invincibility. The 2 red dragons watched helplessly, as the MiG-25 flew past. More dragons in the dragon's nest, sensing the approaching MiG-25, awoke from their slumber. Let me see what's going on. How dare you disturb my sleep? Dragons of all colors took off directly from the dragon's nest. The MiG-25 pilot was stunned by this scene. Let me fight the dragons? The MiG-25 pilot, observing the hundreds of dragons surrounding him, immediately pushed the MiG-25 to its maximum speed. At the same time, reaching Mach 3, he left the dragons behind. The dragons, freshly awakened from their slumber, were stunned. What had just flown past? Was that speed real? The dragons fell into deep thought. And Vilya, watching the MiG-25 leave the dragons behind, couldn't help but gape. What the hell was that? How could it fly so fast? Is this a weapon for an ordinary person? Vilya was completely shocked. She hadn't imagined that an ordinary person could wield a weapon of this level. She had assumed Leon only possessed destructive weapons, but she hadn't expected him to possess such a speed-enhancing weapon. Leon, what? You said the MiG-25 is a speed weapon? Then I have to equip you with a microshroom bomb to open your eyes. Over the dragon's lair. The dragons watched the MiG-25 effortlessly escape its pursuers, and they were instantly enraged. A barrage of magical attacks flew towards the MiG-25. But the MiG-25 only needed a single acceleration to ward off these attacks. This was a slap in the face to the dragons. The dragons were mortified. Many dragons went to search for the young dragon master, Birdwell. At this moment, Birdwell was enjoying himself in his lair. Several female dragons were surrounding Birdwell, attentively tending to him. Birdwell suddenly felt like he was soaring into the sky. However, just as Birdwell was doing his work, a dragon stumbled in. Young master. This is bad? Unidentified entities have appeared overhead. Birdwell, who was working, was instantly startled and shuddered. Then, in a rage, he stamped on the dragon's subordinate. Give me a reasonable explanation, or you die here today. The dragon stammered. Young master. Unidentified entities have appeared overhead. No one can do anything about them. Unless we use large-scale magic, but the Lord has forbidden the use of large-scale magic in the dragon's lair. Birdwell frowned upon hearing this, then spoke. In that case, take me there. Birdwell soon shared the same puzzled expression as all the other dragons, staring blankly at the MiG-25 soaring freely in the sky. What was this? Birdwell launched tentative attacks, but the MiG-25 dodged them, causing many dragons who had grudges against Birdwell to chuckle. This humiliated Birdwell, who then looked at his dragon minions. What are you still standing there for? Quickly use your large-scale magic to catch these 2 iron lumps. Chapter 727. Birdwell watched the MiG-25 soar through the sky and suddenly had an idea. Now, all the dragons in the dragon's lair were watching the 2 fighters in the sky. If he could capture them in front of everyone, his prestige would be greatly enhanced. Vilya had already developed a dislike for him. Birdwell had done so many foolish things, and she had known about them all. In the past, because Vilya didn't know about Blackfeather's existence, she had always believed that Birdwell was her only child. Because she believed that Birdwell was her only offspring, Vilya had no choice but to condone Birdwell's behavior. After all, she only had this one child. If Birdwell was lost, who would lead the dragon clan? Vilya had selfish motives. She didn't want anyone else to try to usurp the position of Dragon Lord. They said it was a family empire, but in reality, most people would favor their own children, and Vilya was no exception. No matter how much Birdwell misbehaved, Vilya could only turn a blind eye. After all, dragons' genes are inherently filled with violence. But later, Vilya learned of Blackfeather's existence. Ever since Blackfeather's appearance, Birdwell's world has collapsed. Because his mother, Vilya, has grown fond of Blackfeather. There's no harm without comparison. On one side is the hopeless Birdwell, and on the other is the well-behaved and sensible Blackfeather. Even a fool would know which one to choose. So Birdwell felt a deep sense of crisis. So, he went to great lengths to contact the Papal State, hoping to leverage its power to destroy De Yin. At first, however, Vilja was unaware of all this. It wasn't until Birdwell's actions led to the Papal State's defeat that the Papal State's scandal was exposed. Birdwell's actions were also revealed to Vilja. Naturally, Vilja grew increasingly disgusted with Birdwell. Vilja's original intention for traveling to De Yin was to meet Blackfeather. She was also completely determined to have Blackfeather inherit the position of Dragon Lord. However, Birdwell, realizing that things were not going well, and unable to contact the Papal State or other forces, unexpectedly, rallied the neutral forces within the dragon's lair while contacting his own dedicated force. Intending to completely eliminate Blackfeather, he dispatched a dragon to De Yin. The result was a dragon worthy of being Birdwell's dragon. He acted without thinking, still living in his dream of dragon invincibility. Having just arrived in De Yin, he attacked the border outpost and loudly announced his arrival. Even the intelligence agents were stunned. While collecting evidence at the scene and investigating the dragon, they discovered that it had made no attempt to conceal its whereabouts. Almost all of this dragon's actions were highly distinctive. Well, to put it bluntly, this dragon hadn't even considered its own actions. He wrote all this to lure Blackfeather out. Because he had no idea where Blackfeather was. Although Birdwell had told him Blackfeather's exact location, this dragon was clearly not very clever. This brings us to the situation inside the dragon's lair. The dragon clan numbered approximately 1,000 adult dragons, and among these, 700 or 800 were considered top tier. However, these 700 or 800 dragons spent most of their time dormant. The remaining dragons were almost all small fry. Most of them chose to follow Birdwell. But in the eyes of the elder dragons, Birdwell was nothing more than a clown. Due to the presence of Vilya, the dragons couldn't directly confront Birdwell, so they turned a blind eye and watched Birdwell run wild. But what the dragons didn't anticipate was that Birdwell had provoked the wrong person. Because of this, the dragon's lair was nearly destroyed. Above the dragon's lair, many of Birdwell's dragon minions began deploying large-scale magic to capture MiG-25. The MiG-25 pilots were equipped with magic detectors, which would sound an alarm if there were any signs of a massive surge of magic forming a large-scale spell. The 2 MiG-25 pilots, watching the detectors threatening to explode, were practically terrified. Isn't it just a deterrent? Is it really that serious? The large-scale magic began to form a vast field, attempting to intercept the MiG-25 fighter within. Various magical gases began to press forward, attempting to capture the MiG-25 through the most brutal means. Seeing the magic about to fall on the MiG-25, Vilya prepared to take action. But at that moment, the MiG-25's fuselage suddenly shifted. Sensing the massive magic intercepting them, the pilot decisively pressed a button. The next second, the originally white fuselage transformed, its surface suddenly illuminating with a strange magical glow. Then, the MiG-25's speed accelerated again, surpassing Mach 3 and approaching Mach 4. This terrifying speed allowed the MiG-25 to instantly break through the magical blockade. The dragons were stunned. Catching up with the MiG-25 at Mach 3 was already fatal, let alone one at Mach 4. From the outset, the aircraft manufacturer's designers anticipated the possibility of magical interception. So, they equipped the MiG-25 with an overload device. By activating the reserve magic crystals stored within the MiG-25's fuselage, a massive amount of magic power was released. This magic power filled the fuselage and directly activated the various magic arrays engraved within the MiG-25. This not only provided protection, but also reduced friction with the air. And most importantly, it activated the acceleration magic array. The MiG-25's speed was instantly increased, and the magical energy-filled bodies also protected them from deformation and disintegration due to their excessive speed. Leon could only say genius. You locals are locals after all. After breaking through the blockade, the MiG-25s flew alongside each other, then released heat-seeking flares before gracefully departing, leaving behind only a group of bewildered dragons. Vilya watched the departing MiG-25s, her mind already made up. No, she had to go back to the yin. Either hey you got pregnant, or... Leon suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if he were being watched. Then he touched the launch button for the fiery sun missile beside him. Relief. Dragon's lair. Birdwell was about to return to his lair to indulge himself, when he was suddenly called by his mother, Vilya. Birdwell had no idea what lay ahead. Chapter 728. Mother, Birdwell said fearfully. Vilya, sitting lazily on the throne, opened her eyes only after hearing Birdwell's words. Mother. You sent for me, Birdwell said with a look of fear. Although Vilya appeared kind and gentle in front of Leon and the others, as a dragon and Birdwell's mother, she was, in reality, a symbol of brutality. She had committed far more murders than Birdwell ever had. Not only that, Vilya emerged from a dozen heirs to become the Dragon Lord, while the other heirs, without exception, met their end in various tragic deaths. This alone demonstrates Vilya's brutality. Come on. Tell me about the foolish things you done. Vilya's pupils instantly darkened, and she gave him a death stare. Birdwell felt his gaze and knelt. Mother, I sent someone to assassinate Heyu. Vilya's face darkened upon hearing this. She dodged in front of Birdwell and slapped him back. Birdwell rolled several times before finally stabilizing himself with his physical strength. Faced with Vilya's wrath, he dared not use his magic to resist. That would only lead to a more horrible death. It's bad enough that you become the Dragon Master and acted unruly, but you actually want to kill Heyu. If you did, it wouldn't be such a big deal. Because Heiyu's life is hers, she can only repay her bloodline by killing the person you sent. But the most foolish thing is, you actually allowed a foolish dragon to attack Dian. Do you know what kind of being the Yin is? That's the Yin. Leon is a descendant of Kuenberg. Kuenberg's successor. I can't do anything about your men attacking the Yin. I can't protect you. If Leon pursues this, you have to deal with it yourself. From today on, I only have Heyu as my child, Vilya said with a cold expression, as if the son who had been with her for thousands of years wasn't even her own. Mother, I was wrong. Please save me one more time. Birdwell burst into tears. He knew that if he lost his status as the young master of the dragon, he would die miserably. There were many dragons within the dragon's nest that were hostile to him, many of them more powerful than him. But they weren't descendants of Vilya, and had no right to compete. In fact, they did have some, but as long as Vilya was still around, they had no right to compete. Save you? With what? With the lives of everyone in the dragon's nest? Lion's kindness was not. I won't give us ons again and again. Vilya drew her sword and approached Birdwell. Birdwell was so frightened that he tumbled and scrambled away without a backward glance. Watching Birdwell depart, Vilya sighed. I hope nothing's happened to the Yin. I guess I have to go there. Even elsewhere, after the fighter jets completed their mission, Leon received the latest intelligence from the Intelligence Bureau. The Intelligence Bureau had discovered the giant dragon that attacked the Yin, and it was currently operating within the Yan's territory. The Intelligence Bureau agents tracked the dragon down, eventually pinpointing its whereabouts to the forests north of the territory of Sin. After determining the dragon's location, the Intelligence Bureau's rapid response team arrived immediately and began capturing it. Even if it was a dragon, the Intelligence Bureau would capture it. So what if it was a dragon? If a god came to the Yin and committed a crime, even the gods would get a slap in the face. The gods, However, to everyone's surprise, the Intelligence Bureau agents searched the northern forest and, to their surprise, failed to capture the dragon. They didn't even find one. It was as if the dragon had vanished from the face of the earth after entering the northern forest. Lion frowned slightly as he looked at the report Hans handed him. How could a dragon vanish? And it seemed like it couldn't transform at all. So how did it vanish? Is there some hidden secret in the northern forest? Just as Leon was wondering, Winster submitted a special report. A Dayen resident in the northern forest area reported a unique situation to a patrolling security guard. The resident said, "The roar of a dragon was heard in the forest near his home. Security soldiers searched the area, but couldn't find it. But this civilian was certain there was no place to hide nearby, and the dragon was definitely nearby." Reading these reports, Leon felt a sense of deep worry. Neither the civilians nor the soldiers would lie. The people of Dayen these days are less cunning. So the question was, where had the dragon gone? The intelligence agency hadn't found it either, but the civilians had definitely heard the dragon's roar. What was going on? Just as Leon was lost in thought, the intelligence agency agents conducting the search suddenly reported back. An intelligence bureau agent had disappeared. And there was absolutely no sign at all. His comrades watched helplessly as their comrade vanished into thin air. This terrified the intelligence bureau agents. Hans could only dispatch additional magicians to try to determine the cause of the disappearance. Now it was Leon's turn to worry. Things were becoming increasingly complicated. And at this critical moment, Evelyn suddenly visited Leon. Leon, not wanting to neglect Evelyn, the Witch of Knowledge, welcomed her with great courtesy. "Witch Senior, what brings you here?" Evelyn waved her hand, and a thick, leather-bound book appeared on the table. Scanning the obscure text, Leon felt the torment of learning English in his previous life. "This is," Leon questioned, "the past of the territory of sin, and the root cause of all the troubles in the north." Evelyn gently tapped Leon's forehead, and the next second, Leon found that the cowhide book, which had once been incomprehensible, was now instantly understandable. On the cowhide cover, a few large characters appeared. "Epic of Jingzhou." Why hadn't I heard of this book? And it looked thicker than my desk. Looking at the book, which was as thick as his thigh, Leon's scalp suddenly tingled. Is this true? Not at all, because the book was far thicker than Leon had imagined. Opening the first page and reading the time record, Leon was stunned. The record showed that the time record began in the legendary Dragon Age. Oh my god, how old is this book? Leon stared at the book, lost in thought. Chapter 729. Year 3521 of the Dragon Era. My name is Oleg, an ordinary man. An ordinary man struggling to survive on the land of Zhongzhou. Whenever I gaze at the night sky, seeing the unchanging stars, I wonder, why can't our story be recorded? So I compiled this Zhongzhou Chronicle, hoping it can be passed down and remembered by future generations. In the beginning, my actions were met with scorn and incomprehension by countless people. They thought, we just need to take care of ourselves 3 times a day, why bother pursuing such pursuits? Perhaps it's difficult, but I'm still writing this book as best I can. Seeing this, Leon looked up suddenly. Who is Oleg? 5,000 years ago, the most famous bard. Legend has it that his mortal literary talent was envied by the gods, and he was ultimately condemned to eternal damnation. Oleg left behind 3 items, one of which was the token of love given to him by the moon goddess, the sacred artifact, the broken laurel branch. One is the 100 battle strategies, said to be the origin of human military tactics. The last is the records of mountains and rivers, a collection of ancient mountains, rivers, and countless stories and secrets. So what is this? Lion looked up at Evelyn. This is the records of mountains and rivers. I originally wanted to give it to you when you launched the Great Unification War, to help you, but now it's clear you need it. The mystery of the dragons and the soldiers' disappearances lies within, and so does the truth of the world. Lion glanced hurriedly at the first page. The primordial era is an era that preceded the dragon era. Legend has it that a meteorite fell from outer space, destroying the primordial world, and the gods could not bear the consequences. Finally, a sacrifice to the god of earth allowed the world to be divided into 5 continents. Myriad races were able to multiply. But I don't think so. Would the gods watch this planet destroyed? I doubt it. As time passed, myriad races began the long journey to godhood. Humanity was inherently disadvantaged, lacking the physical or innate advantages of other races. Humanity wandered in the primitive era, ultimately forced to rely on the dragon clan, becoming their vassal. For many years afterwards, we were dominated by the dragons. Among the dragons were good and bad, and humanity barely managed to survive. But as time passed, the myriad races began to clash for supremacy. Gods ascended from among the myriad races, and the war of the gods began. Dragons were also drawn into the war of the gods, and with the start of the war of the gods, each race expanded or was annexed. Gods fell every day, and humanity entered its darkest hour. Humanity was slaughtered wantonly by various races. Weakness is the original sin. But what has always puzzled me is why humans appeared in this world, or rather, how have we, without any natural talents or advantages, managed to evolve to this point? This is a magical continent. Looking back on history, it seems as if there's divine help, and we always been able to overcome various dangers. Some say we were created by the gods, but I'm more inclined to believe that this world created us to fight against the gods. Back to the point, the War of the Gods brought catastrophic destruction to weak humanity. But at this critical moment, humanity produced two supremely powerful beings, one of whom was Poseidon, the god of the sea. Legend has it that when Poseidon was born, the sun and the moon filled the sky, and the sea was ravaged by constant storms. But with the birth of Poseidon, the sea fell silent. After Poseidon ascended to the throne of sea god, the people of the coastal areas came under his protection. Another powerful being was the Nameless One. This Nameless One wasn't nameless, but rather the gods, and the myriad races forbade us to speak his name, because he accomplished something significant. First, he created his own godhood, shocking all races. Almost all myriad races received their godhood from the gods of the higher realms. The Nameless One's actions were like a worthless person becoming a dragon slayer. Unable to bear the plight of humanity, he joined forces with Poseidon, the god of the sea, and the two of them fought against the gods of the higher realms. They became famous in one battle, leaving all races humiliated. The two powerful beings secured an opportunity for humanity's independence. Humanity was able to live independently in Zhongzhou, gaining its own territory, no longer subject to others. But the good times didn't last long. For unknown reasons, Poseidon suddenly vanished. Only the Nameless One remained, struggling to hold on. The Nameless One was ultimately besieged by the gods and fell. Humanity once again returned to a dark and gloomy world. The gods, pierced by the Nameless One, were forced to leave this world. They returned to the divine realm to recuperate. From then on, the Age of Dragons began. Some say the Nameless One broke through space and escaped to another world. Others say the Nameless One simply perished. There are countless versions of the story, and I'm not sure what the Nameless One's fate was. As for the Nameless One's appearance, all we know is that he had black hair and strangely distorted brown eyes. As for who he was, there's no way to know. Seeing this, Leon looked up suddenly. The rest of the story didn't matter anymore, as it was mostly mountains, rivers, and some personal events. Evelyn looked at Leon's stunned expression with a predictable expression. What had she just seen? Black hair, brown eyes? Who is this? Who is the Nameless One? Leon was about to speak when Evelyn clamped her finger over his mouth and spoke calmly. Now's not the time to discuss this. All you need to know is that you met him, and he's protected this world twice. Also, the place where he fell was the territory of sin, which is why it's cursed. This was once the richest place in central China. Evelyn spoke with a touch of longing. Seeing this, Leon couldn't help but sigh. Old woman, how old are you? And what does this have to do with the disappearance of the dragon and the soldiers? Leon was puzzled. Will you die if you don't talk back? Evelyn shook her head, then said helplessly. Of course it's related. During the final battle, many gods died in the northern forest, and their bodies remain here. But almost all of their bodies have been swept into the dimensional rifts. As far as I know, there are at least 6 dimensional rifts in the northern forest. They were all created back then. But these dimensional rifts have evolved, and now they become small worlds. If you take people there now, you might even make a killing. Lion, ? Okay, that's the story. Do you understand what you're going to do? Evelyn suddenly said with a serious expression. Me? Of course, I want all the people of Great Yin to live happily in this world, right? Lion said without hesitation. I know, but you have to hurry. The gods won't let you develop freely. They're also plotting. 10,000 years ago they lost. 1,000 years ago, they also lost. In the future, Evelyn said, looking at Lion. Chapter 730. After learning the truth, Leon immediately began arranging personnel to explore these spatial rifts. Finding the soldiers and the dragon was certainly important, but Leon also learned from Evelyn that these spatial rifts might contain the bodies of numerous gods. These bodies were truly valuable. If they could retrieve even one and have Teresa study it, perhaps they could come up with something new. After all, these bodies were the bodies of gods. Since these gods had fallen, they must be prepared to be exhumed. This was called making the best use of resources, and since these gods had nothing to do with him, they could be exhumed. Soon, a large number of scientific research explorers assembled and stood by. Leon also dispatched a number of magicians. These magicians were assigned to accompany and protect the explorers. Although these explorers were ordinary people, Leon knew they were truly valuable. Every profession has its own specialties, and many of these explorers were recruited from the royal families of various countries. Their origins were originally quite shady, what everyone called tomb robbers. But now that they were being fed by the government, these tomb robbers were obliged to undergo a period of labor reform. Their journey to the spatial rift could also be considered a period of labor reform. And Leon had promised them a great deal. If they performed well this time, they would have a chance at a reduced sentence. There was also a chance they would be recruited. This instantly brought smiles to the faces of these prisoners, whose sentences had previously stood for an indefinite period. Each one of them was filled with excitement. Finally, they had a chance at a reduced sentence, and they could even appear before the leader. I had to show off, didn't I? So the next day, a large number of vehicles suddenly arrived on the outskirts of the previously peaceful northern forest. The civilians living near the forest were stunned. What had happened here? Why were there so many official vehicles? These civilians saw not only intelligence agency vehicles, but also military vehicles and vehicles from various government agencies. This was the first time these civilians had seen such a thing. They wanted to get closer to see the onlookers, but they were afraid of getting into trouble. The crowd had initially calmed down, but then Leon's appearance threw everyone off their feet. The crowd erupted in excitement. Those living near the northern forest had rarely seen Leon. Although Leon would come to inspect the area from time to time, the chances for ordinary people to see him were few and far between. This time, they finally saw Leon in person. How could they not be excited? This frightened the security guards. Don't let me lose my job. Thankfully, Leon didn't stop the civilians from asking him questions, nor did he harass the security personnel. While dispatching personnel to investigate the spatial rift, he carefully listened to the various questions from the civilians near the convoy. Civilians never flatter you excessively, they only ask straightforward questions. For example, what has the recent political climate been like, and how will it affect them? These are the simplest and most straightforward questions. Leon answered them one by one. He didn't get bored, and even responded to some of the more difficult questions from the civilians. After all, in Leon's eyes, no matter how difficult these questions might be, they were raised by the people of Diyen. And as their leader, he had the need and obligation to address them. After a day of questioning, Leon discovered that the common people's primary concern was food production. As industrialization reached its peak, all walks of life in Diyen were gradually becoming mechanized. Agriculture was also becoming mechanized, and ordinary farmers were bearing the brunt of the impact. Leon had always implemented policies to support these farmers. But this couldn't appease the restless peasants. To convince them, he needed strong evidence. What was the best evidence? Of course, he had to personally intervene. While Leon was communicating with the civilians, the search for the spatial rift was also underway. The explorers arrived at the location where the Nijuo soldiers had disappeared and began a thorough search. They soon discovered a clue, something amiss in the air. There was a slight fluctuation in the space. This was thanks to the keen observation of the magicians. The magicians were extremely sensitive to magical elements. Moreover, after a brief survey, they discovered that the spatial rift was remarkably stable. Just as Evelyn had predicted, it must have already formed a small world. So, these magicians volunteered and rushed in. Because this meant being the first to reach the rift, when the explorers saw that these magicians were planning to take advantage, they became anxious and entered the spatial rift first. However, the person in charge didn't stop them, as some of the explorers were also fighting knights. The boss loves his subordinates' competitive spirit. Without competition, there's no progress. The explorers and magicians entered the spatial rift at lightning speed. Evelyn also rushed over and began to examine the spatial rift. The spatial rift is safe. The space inside is at least half the size of a large flame. Let's see if the exploration team can find anything, Evelyn said calmly. Leon, who had just arrived, heard this and his mind raced. The spatial rift is stable, so could they place something inside? Or perhaps send some special units inside? Or perhaps use it as a testing ground? Leon's eyes gradually lit up. Just then, an intelligence agent came running over. Leader, Dragon Lord Vilya is at your door. The agent lowered his head after saying this. Leon was completely stunned. How long had it been? Did Vilya show up so soon? What's Vilya's expression? Seems expressionless, the operator said with certainty. Leon couldn't help but hold his head. It seemed Vilya had come with bad intentions. Leon hurriedly explained his situation and hurried back. Upon entering, he saw Vilya sitting on the sofa, Yun Qingqi sitting beside her, taking care of Yunli and Mochi. Vilya stared intently at Yunli and Mochi. Hey you, standing nearby, blushed for some reason, and you could even see steam. Daddy! Leon was about to speak when little Yunli, upon seeing him, threw herself into his arms. Looking at little Yunli in his arms, Leon, after a busy day, felt a sudden sense of relief. This kind of life is pretty good. Chapter 731. Seeing Xiao Yunli rushing towards him, Leon, without hesitation, immediately picked up his daughter. What's wrong, Xiao Yunli? Why are you so angry? Did someone bully you again? Looking at Xiao Yunli's angry face, Leon couldn't help but touch her cheek. Xiao Yunli felt a little itchy, then turned her head away, dissatisfied. Why did Daddy come home so late today? After hearing Xiao Yunli's words, Leon was completely at a loss for words. If I don't work, who will earn money for your milk powder? However, Xiao Yunli wasn't someone who didn't know the importance of things. She was just complaining about Leon's late return. Okay, Xiao Yunli, Daddy promises to take you out this weekend. How about that? Xiao Yunli's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Really, more real than pearls. But Mom said pearls aren't necessarily real. Leon, No, you're trying to rip me off, aren't you? Leon smiled at Yunqiqi. His smile seemed to contain a questioning tone. Did you teach her this? Yunqiqi shrugged, feigning innocence. This is your daughter. How can I decide what she wants to learn? Watching the two affectionately engaged, Mochi, dressed in a blue and white princess dress, shyly hid behind the sofa, occasionally peeked in, her eyes filled with longing. Mochi muttered to herself as she watched the father and daughter play. Xiaoqi wants to play with Daddy too. But Mochi was a little worried that Leon wouldn't acknowledge her as his daughter. Just as Mochi was about to leave, Shuangxing, who had just come downstairs, grabbed Mochi. Little Mochi, where are you going? Aren't you going to play with everyone? If you sneak off by yourself, Mom will be furious. Seeing Shuangxing looking at him seriously, Mochi immediately unleashed his ultimate move. He hugged Shuangxing's thighs tightly, then stared at her with blinking eyes, hoping she would stop talking about him. Seeing this, Shuangxing couldn't help but laugh. Mochi and Yunli were completely opposite extremes. Little Yunli was a troublemaker, causing chaos at home, only becoming a good girl when Leon came home. Mochi, on the other hand, was different. All she did was eat. If caught, she would immediately act cute, trying to get away with it. Over time, the family came to accept their behavior. After all, while Yunli could be mischievous, she never did anything to hurt others, and she generally kept things under control. Although Yunli is only 5 or 6 months old, thanks to her Orsish genes, she's already possessed the intelligence of a 4 or 5-year-old. And under Leon's influence, little Yunli has an innate understanding of the need to maintain a certain balance in both things and people. Thus, Yunli is adept at reading people's expressions. If a mother shows disapproval, she immediately restrain herself, hug her, and continue her cute act. She learned this trick from Mochi. Luckily, Leon doesn't know. If he did, he'd definitely question his life. Is this still just a 6-month-old child? Is this a spirit? Seeing Mochi trying to escape, Leon walked over and scooped him up. Little Yunli, held in Leon's left hand, instantly felt threatened, glaring at Mochi with hostility. Mochi seemed to sense Yunli's gaze, and was momentarily at a loss, lowering his head in guilt. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have snatched Daddy from you. Seeing Mochi's servility, Leon was momentarily unsure how to persuade him. Then he looked at Yunqiqi, who was enjoying a melon nearby. Your child, why don't you come out and take care of her? Yunqiqi stepped forward and took Yunli from Leon's hands. After comforting Mochi, Leon finally turned his attention to Wylia. Mother-in-law, should I call you mother-in-law or Wylia? Leon's expression suddenly grew serious. Shuangxing approached Yunli and Mochi, who were working together to build blocks. My two little cuties, Mommy and Daddy have something to attend to. Can you guys go upstairs and play first? Yunli immediately put down her building blocks, and took Mochi's hand like a big sister. Elbow! Sister, let's go upstairs and eat delicious food. No food for Daddy. Mochi blushed as Yunli pulled her up. Vilya watched the two children walk away, and then spoke. It's up to you. I'm sure you know the whole story, so I won't beat around the bush. How do you want Birdwell dealt with? Vilya asked. Leon nodded, then looked at Heyu. It's not my decision to deal with Birdwell, that's Heyu's decision. But the dragon that attacked the border post must be brought to justice. Lion's tone suddenly sharpened mid-sentence. He would not let anyone who committed crimes on the land of De Yin go unpunished. Even a noble dragon would have to stay still and behave himself. No problem, I give you the dragon, but I don't want this to escalate. Because that would bring disgrace upon the dragon clan. Vilya conceded. Mother-in-law, this is a notification, not a negotiation. Theoretically, you only gave Black Feather the gift of childbirth, not the gift of upbringing. So, if this dragon committed a crime into Yin, he must face trial. Even if his guilt is serious and perhaps not punishable by death, he must face public trial. Because this is De Yin, any god who comes here will be slapped twice. As Lion finished speaking, the statue of the goddess of light on a nearby cabinet suddenly fell to the ground. Galena, are you going to slap me too? Leon, I'm done with you, sob. Yuan Qingqi, watching this, suppressed a smile. Leon, could you be more tactful? This is a full-scale attack. Leon, looking at the falling statue of the goddess of light, nearly lost his composure himself. There's a god above us that doesn't seem to be false. Vilya felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing this. Because the Dragon Clan currently pursues a policy of seclusion. They avoid public view whenever possible, and simply don't want to be in the public eye. But seeing Leon's attitude, Vilya knew she couldn't prevent the Dragon Clan from being exposed to the public. Vilya, accepting the outcome, quickly adjusted her mindset and spoke. Whatever you say. You're Heiyu's husband anyway. I'm here for another reason. When are you going to get Heiyu pregnant? Vilya said with a smile. Leon, Chapter 732. Lion looked at Vilya before him. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Is this the legendary elders forcing a baby? Lion finally understood why people in his previous life dreaded returning home the most. Especially single people. Going home meant being pressured into marriage and having children. Lion finally understood this feeling, and glanced at Heiyu, who was practically turning into a steamy girl. Looking at Heiyu's flushed face, Leon finally understood why Heiyu was like this. Vilya must have said something embarrassing to Heiyu again. And then, the protagonist, Heiyu, got really embarrassed. Lion finally realized why Heiyu had been acting like a different person these days. With a mother like this constantly giving him harassment, could he still be normal? Lion couldn't help but hold his forehead. Why are you focusing on this? There's no rush, right? Leon asked, his right hand gripping the teacup a little tighter. How can I not be concerned? How can I not be anxious? It's because Birdwell is disobedient, and Heiyu is your wife. What else can I do? You can't let Heiyu return to inherit the dragon's nest, so the only option is for you and Heiyu to have a child. That way, the child will legitimately inherit the dragon's nest, Vilya said calmly. After hearing this, Leon fell into deep thought. Vilya was right, because she only had 2 children. Heiyu was her wife, and Birdwell was a hopeless case. But he couldn't let Heiyu become Dragon Lord. If Heiyu were to inherit the dragon's nest, it would bring a lot of trouble. First, there were the dragons under Heiyu's command. Will they obey Heiyu's orders? Even with her support, it would be difficult to compel these dragons to submit. So, for the sake of Leon and his wife, and for the sake of Dragon's Nest, Vieria planned to have Heiyu and Leon have a child to inherit Dragon's Nest. This child could be raised by Vieria herself, thus silencing the dragon's gossip. Just because his own son wasn't capable didn't mean his grandson or granddaughter couldn't. Leon wasn't very optimistic about this idea. He didn't want his child to be caught up in the political vortex at such a young age. Although Yunli had inevitably been drawn into the political vortex, Leon had always protected her well. Whoever wanted to use Yunli as a bargaining chip would regret their decision. Seeing that Leon wasn't impressed with the plan, Vieria remained calm. Regardless of whether or not he could raise his granddaughter or grandson to become a dragon lord, he should at least let them have one first, right? Vilya's acting spirit took over at the thought. Leon, do you know how hard it's been for me all these years alone? I miss the feeling of being a mother, so can't I choose to be a good grandmother? I know I might be annoying, but I just want a grandchild. Can't you even give me that? Vilya said, wiping away tears. Leon's mouth twitched at the sight. Those aren't tears? They're acting spirits. Leon waved his hand and spoke. Mother-in-law, there's no need to be like this. Let's wait and see about the child in a few years. And it depends on Heiyu's wishes. Welya couldn't help but look at Heiyu after hearing this, but Heiyu spoke first. I have no objection. Leon has the final say. As Heiyu spoke, this little ghost had transformed into a steam engine girl. This boastful little ghost teased Leon every day. But when the moment came, Heiyu would be defeated. This was the situation before him, and Heiyu instantly became timid, his mind becoming hazy. Leon wants me to have a baby, so should I have it or not? Yuan Qingqi, watching from the side, fanned the flames. Keep going, Heiyu. If you work hard, you can have a baby as adorable as little Yunli. Just work hard tonight, and I help you. Frostar, watching from the side, saw the smile fade. Leon's eyelids twitched. No, Yuan Qingqi. What the hell are you thinking? Can you even say that? Vilya's still here. Seeing Leon's shock, Vilya teased. It's okay. Don't treat me like an outsider. We're all family. Go ahead, I'd love to hear it. Vilya looked like she was enjoying the fun. Leon's face was drooping as the two children from upstairs came down. Daddy, I'm hungry. Little Yunli looked at Leon with tears in her eyes. Leon's heart melted at the sight, and he hugged Yunli. What's wrong, little Yunli? Are you hungry? Daddy's going to take you to eat something delicious. Leon was just about to take Yunli to the kitchen for some snacks, when he noticed some snack crumbs near the corner of Yunli's mouth. Leon's face, originally beaming, suddenly darkened, but he quickly returned to a smile. Little Yunli, has Daddy ever told you that lying is wrong? Looking at Leon's smile, little Yunli froze. It's over. Leon calmly picked up the snack crumbs near Yunli's mouth. Then he placed them in front of Yunli. What's that, little Yunli? What were you doing up there? Yunli, knowing she couldn't escape, resigned herself to her fate. I was eating something delicious up there. I was wrong, Daddy. Little Yunli hugged Leon's thighs, then wiped her tears and snot on his pants. Leon, Mochi, who was standing nearby, became anxious after seeing this and rushed to Leon. He protected Yunli behind him. I ate it. It's none of my business, Mochi said with a firm expression, as if everything she said was true. But there wasn't a crumb at the corner of Mochi's mouth. Yunli was so moved upon seeing this that she almost cried. Good sister, I won't hate you anymore. I give you half of my poop, Leon, ? It's bad enough that my wife divides me into 5 equal parts, but now my child divides me into 2? Is there any law in this? Is there any justice in this? Leon then looked at Yunli. Okay, Yunli, are you eating alone again? As if she knew she was doomed, Yunli lowered her head, choosing the oldest and most effective method, refusing to admit her guilt. Leon sighed helplessly upon seeing this, then patted her head. Next time, be careful. Mochi is your sister. You must take good care of her. Do you understand? Yunli stared blankly at Leon, then glanced at Mochi, whose eyes were filled with intimacy, yet also a hint of fear. Then she walked over and hugged Mochi. Xiaoqi, you smell so good. Chapter 733. Yunli suddenly felt that Mochi was incredibly beautiful, smelling sweet and feeling soft. Yunli walked right up to Mochi and hugged her. Sister, you smell so good. So sweet. Mochi was so taken aback by this sudden embrace that her CPU went haywire. She stood there blankly, her eyes full of stars. What's going on? Why is my sister touching me? Seeing this, Leon was sweating profusely. No, little Yunli. You can't grow crooked. This is not fun. While Leon was attending to household chores, the expedition team that had entered the space rift had already begun their exploration. After entering the space rift, the expedition team was stunned. The shock of this small world was simply too great. This small world actually had 4 suns. This amazed the expedition team. The expedition team had originally thought they were still on this planet, but upon seeing the 4 suns in the sky, they realized they were no longer on that planet. Everyone instantly tensed. The soldiers assigned to protect the expedition team immediately sprang into action, clearing the surrounding area. This small world was no ordinary world. It not only had 4 suns, but also 2 large land masses. To be more precise, 1 above and 1 below. In other words, 1 in the sky, 1 on the ground. And the 4 suns seemed to revolve around the 2 large land masses. The expedition team simply waited, only to discover that time was passing at completely different rates. The 2 lands faced each other, creating a bizarre scene for everyone. Just as everyone was preparing to establish an outpost, a series of strange animal cries suddenly erupted. Even a dragon's roar echoed. Everyone present felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Everyone instantly became extremely alert. Just then, some soldiers on reconnaissance discovered human tracks on the ground. These scouts discovered that these tracks were left by the intelligence agent. The agent had arrived earlier, but he didn't stay long, instead leaving. The scouts observed the footsteps and found them disorganized. The agent seemed to be being chased or driven by some animal. Listening to the distant noises, the scouts were momentarily undecided. As soldiers, they naturally weren't afraid of such difficulties. But their primary mission now was to protect the expedition team. The expedition's commander-in-chief was no ordinary man, but a major with extensive combat experience. Since they were exploring a secret realm, the commander couldn't be indecisive, inexperienced in battle, or untouched by bloodshed. So Leon personally appointed an officer with extensive combat experience to serve as commander-in-chief. Commander-in-chief, what should we do? The scout reported the situation to the commander-in-chief. I could only stare at the traces left by the operator, and then at the dense primeval forest in the distance. Order a group of people to set up camp and establish an outpost. Select an elite team, and send them to track the trail. If there's any danger, withdraw immediately. The commander-in-chief decided to send a small force to investigate. The main force was stationed near the teleportation point. The commander-in-chief also checked, and found that they could leave immediately if they wanted. But why couldn't the operator leave earlier? Could it be because he didn't understand? Or was there something lurking nearby? Just as the commander-in-chief was puzzled, the two soldiers responsible for fetching water suddenly ran back in a panic. As they ran, they shouted, "Prepare for defense. Enemy attack." The soldiers responsible for defending the perimeter immediately looked towards the forest behind the two soldiers. Shortly after the two soldiers ran out, several dark shadows scurried out of the forest. The crowd finally saw the shadows' true form. Several creatures that looked like wolves, but weren't wolves, sprinting out of the forest. Why were they wolves? They looked wolf-like, but their snake-like tentacles made the soldiers nauseous. What kind of freaks are these? Just as the soldiers were feeling nauseous, the freaks launched an attack. They charged directly towards the position. The four loud gun-mock cannons positioned at the edge of the position opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The 12.7mm bullets struck the freaks, their powerful kinetic energy cleaving them in two. In less than 5 seconds, all 10 or so freaks were dead. The others ceased firing. The commander-in-chief gazed at the corpses, lost in thought. What exactly were these things? Not wasting time, the commander-in-chief immediately sent someone to contact Leon to report the situation. Meanwhile, some high-level magicians planned to study and analyze the corpses. However, before they could even get close, the corpses suddenly turned to stone. This left the high-level magicians stunned. What exactly were these things? Because they hadn't sensed any magical fluctuations just now, it was as if the corpses had naturally turned to stone the next second. Before the commander could react, more noises could be heard from the forest. A large number of mutants rushed out of the forest. Just by looking at them, the sheer number was overwhelming. This stunned the soldiers. So, a dozen of them was a whole brood, right? Looking at the hundreds and thousands of mutants, the soldiers were paralyzed. Faced with these charging monsters, the soldiers unleashed their truth. The 12.7mm bullets easily shredded the charging monsters. But their numbers were too great, and a few loud gun-mock guns were no match for them. Observing this, the commander immediately ordered the soldiers to bring out the 20mm anti-aircraft guns. This anti-aircraft cannon was produced long ago, one of the first batches produced by De Yin. It was the Flak 38 20mm anti-aircraft cannon. The 20mm anti-aircraft cannon had become almost useless against those powerfully protected magical aircraft. Perhaps at first, the 20mm anti-aircraft cannon could have hit these aircraft. But as time went on, the opposing aircraft gradually developed magical defenses. Aircraft with magical defenses were difficult to shoot down with the 20mm anti-aircraft cannon. It couldn't even penetrate the defenses. But against these infantry units, it was a truly devastating weapon. As we all know, any anti-material weapon is extremely effective against infantry. Chapter 734. Flak 38 anti-aircraft guns fired flat, shattering the charging monsters. The soldiers also fired bursts of fire from their AK-47s. The battle lasted about an hour. The monsters stopped attacking and instead began to retreat, dragging the bodies of their companions. This puzzled the commander. What secrets could these corpses hold? The commander hurriedly ordered his soldiers to intercept the monsters. He also reported the situation to Leon and requested assistance. Leon was stunned. No, didn't they say the small world was safe? At the dinner table, Leon looked at Evelyn, who was about to join in the meal. Evelyn's expression remained calm. The animals within have been affected by the remains of some gods, and some changes may have occurred. But with the Yan's current strength, we can easily handle them, Evelyn said calmly. Then, her eyes lit up as she gazed at the table of food before her. Lion is still better. We eat delicious food every day, much better than my own cold home. As the Witch of Knowledge, Evelyn possesses a wealth of knowledge, practically knowing everything about astronomy and geography. But even the strongest barrier has weaknesses, let alone humans. Evelyn, a top-tier expert, has only one weakness: she can't cook. She can only eat cold food and bread every day. Evelyn's life at home is bleak. Apart from her witch identity, she's nothing more than a weak, pitiful, and helpless kitten. So, is this why you come to my house every day for free meals? I'm so angry. Will my vast duke's mansion be bankrupted by this? Lion glanced at Heiyu, Yinxin, Yunli, and Machi, who were eating nearby. Damn, just 2 gluttons was enough to deal with at first, and now 2 more. Destroy them. Lion pondered briefly, then hurried to deal with the 2. He had heard about the situation within the spatial rift, and now had to personally mobilize support. While he could mobilize forces with the order, it wouldn't be as fast as possible. Lion, just go to that station. Without saying anything, his men will definitely complete the mission with lightning speed. After dealing with the 2, Lion was about to stand up when Yunli, who was standing beside him, hugged him. Daddy, where are you going now? Daddy has to go to work. Can you not go? Yunli said innocently. If Dad doesn't go, then everyone else's dad will too. Everyone else's dads are going, so why shouldn't Dad go? Lion said, patting Yunli's head. Then he put on his coat, and was about to leave when he noticed a downpour outside. It's raining at the wrong time. Lion complained. Dad, come back soon. Yunli stood at the doorway, her eyes sparkling. Okay, got it. Eat well. Wait for Daddy to come back. Lion's face lit up, and he tightened his hat. Raindrops patted Lion's coat. Without even putting on his raincoat, Lion rushed into the car. Lion rushed straight to the armory, and ordered a portion of the 1st Guards Division stationed in Liongrad to immediately head to the northern forests, carrying their weapons and equipment. When Lion first heard about the 4 suns, he was terrified. He thought the radiation was too high, and wanted the soldiers to evacuate. But Evelyn explained the purpose of these 4 suns. This small world is home to 4 top-level gods. The posthumous powers of the 4 gods clash, each refusing to yield. This resulted in 4 suns, symbolizing the 4 gods. This world lacks the cycle of day and night, only endless daylight. What is a 24-hour day in the outside world is 48 hours here. Every 12 hours, a new sun is replaced, and the other 3 counterbalance its power. This ensures that the radiation won't kill ordinary creatures. For creatures to survive long-term here, there's only one way, to choose to join one of the 4 gods and become a follower of them. To gain their protection. The 4 gods represent 4 different factions. The creatures of each faction have only 12 hours to operate. Once 12 hours are up, the creatures of that faction must retreat. Otherwise, they will be attacked by the next faction. However, the expedition team and the soldiers were unaware of this situation, which meant they faced 48 hours of endless attacks. No, more than 48 hours, to be more precise, endless attacks. Unless this expedition team joined a faction, but that was impossible. Leon would never allow such a thing to happen. But there was one advantage to this world. After you killed a creature, you would gain a corresponding magical elemental boost. For example, if you killed a dark attributed creature, as a magician, your affinity for dark elements would increase slightly. But Evelyn hadn't had time to explain all this to Leon. Leon's current focus wasn't on these creatures, he simply wanted to keep the expedition alive. As for the follow-up, Evelyn would naturally explain everything to Leon. After all, Evelyn knew Leon had a lot on his plate every day, and she couldn't possibly make him fat all at once. William, who was preparing for a nighttime raid, suddenly received a transfer order from Leon. Reading the order, William was completely bewildered. Leon wanted him to transfer a regiment to the northern forests. And this regiment had to be elite. This puzzled William. Why move troops north? Were they to fight the Orc Empire? At this thought, William instantly became excited. What? You said we were going to fight? Then I'm not sleepy anymore. William immediately ordered his men to sound the rally call. Thinking they were going to a midnight training session, the soldiers donned their equipment and rushed out of the dormitory. Then, they heard the order to fully arm themselves and equip live ammunition. The soldiers instantly realized the seriousness of the situation. William briefly explained the situation to them, and then led his troops directly to the train station in Liongrad. The train station had already arranged an additional train for this unit. A large number of armored units had already been loaded onto the train. There was even a considerable amount of heavy firepower, freshly transferred from the arsenal. At the same time, Lion began contacting the commander of the expedition team, urging them to hold their positions as long as possible, tightening their defenses, and awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. However, just as Lion was considering withdrawing the expedition team, Evelyn told him everything about the situation within this small world. Now it was Lion's turn to be serious. Chapter 735. After hearing from Evelyn that killing creatures within the world would increase one's magical affinity, Leon's once solemn expression instantly transformed into a beaming smile. How could this be called killing monsters? It was clearly leveling up. Lion immediately ordered William to personally lead the troops, along with the regiment, to aid the expedition. Lion himself led a convoy, transporting a large amount of equipment and supplies. Most of the convoy carried ordinary supplies, with only a few weapons and equipment. Lion was also the logistics leader for Huashan, delivering supplies to the expedition teams. Lion had actually considered entering this small world himself to see for himself, but was persuaded by the others. The previous Kunberg trial was deemed safe enough, so Leon was allowed to pass it. But this was different. This was an unknown world. And as a fighting knight, Leon didn't need to increase his magical affinity. Therefore, they unanimously agreed to forbid Leon from entering this small world. As the conflict between Great Yin and the gods intensified, Leon's safety became increasingly crucial. Ever since Great Yin acquired the mushroom bomb, both the people of Great Yin and those of other nations were deeply concerned for Leon's safety. If Leon were to die, then this world might be gone. In fact, the most anxious weren't the people of this world, but the gods who reigned supreme. These gods were the most concerned for Leon's safety. If Leon were to die, or if Leon were to die at the hands of hostile forces, then this world might be doomed. The gods didn't dare gamble, nor did they dare speculate on Leon's status in the hearts of the people of Great Yin. Lion personally led a convoy to escort supplies to the northern forest, while other units of the Great Yin Empire were also operating around this spatial rift. But soon, news of Great Yin's movements in the north leaked out. All nations believed that Great Yin was about to launch a military operation. But they recalled Lion's previously stated 5-year plan, which meant that a new war would be unlikely for at least the next few years. But Lion chose to deploy troops to the northern part of Great Yin. He also sent a large amount of supplies north. This immediately caused panic among many politicians, who had been following rumors. Elf Queen Sif immediately stated that if Lion needed her, the 2 million-strong Elven Empire army would be at his disposal. The Prime Minister of the Qingqi Kingdom also immediately stepped forward. He stated that Qingqi's 500,000-strong army was ready to go through fire and water for Lion. Yuan Qingqi? Even Princess Adelheid of the Demon Empire chose to step forward. She pledged to provide Great Yin with all possible assistance. This was a mess for Lion. I was simply mobilizing troops domestically, so why was everyone so excited? The Papal States to the west were the first to speak out. They stated they had no interest in the Yin, stating that their current priority was economic development, rescuing the domestic economy, and ensuring the livelihoods of their citizens. The Dwarf Empire also jumped in, distancing itself from the issue and praising the Yin. This further irritated the people of Lion. As for the Orc Empire to the north, it should have been at the center of the storm, but it remained silent. It wasn't that they didn't want to speak out, but that they simply didn't have the power to do so. Weak nations have no diplomacy, so what could they say? Even if the Great Flame really wanted to attack them, what could they do? Could they even beg the Great Flame not to attack them? Reality wasn't a fairy tale, so the Orc Empire had no intention of letting the Great Flame spare them. The Orc Empire now had only one thought in mind: to quietly gather its forces and find a way to fight Urus. To eliminate Urus, or to persuade him with reason and emotion and win him over to their side. For only in this way could they possess the strength to fight the Great Flame. Even William himself didn't realize that he had nearly started World War III by mobilizing only one regiment. With Leon's personal supervision, the various forces quickly arrived near the spatial rift. And the originally scheduled supplies would take at least a day or two to assemble. With Leon's constant movement, the supplies arrived quickly. As expected, in the Yin, as long as Leon is there, anything can be easily solved. Soon, William and his companions arrived near the northern forest. Seeing the brightly lit northern forest, it was their turn to be dumbfounded. What was going on? Were they going to assemble in the northern forest and then launch a blitz on the Orc Empire? I, William, voted for this project. I wholeheartedly support it, but why would we, the guards, be needed to launch a blitz on the Orc Empire? The National Defense Forces are still stationed within the Papal States, and a significant number are also stationed within the Demon Empire. The Holy Empire also has a significant presence of regular National Defense Forces. However, the most surprising thing is that there aren't many National Defense Forces stationed in Dayin itself. The Dayin National Defense Forces aren't defending their homeland. What kind of a monstrous joke is this? So now, the only troops stationed on the mainland are almost entirely the Imperial Guards. But don't underestimate these 200,000 Imperial Guards. They alone are enough to crush the enemy. And the nations surrounding the Yin can all provide a defensive barrier for the Yin. This is what Leon envisioned as the outer defense line of each nation. Looking at the spatial rift before him, Leon's eyes gleamed with excitement. Because he had learned from Evelyn that this place was like a proving ground. All magicians could improve within it. And according to Evelyn's description, it could increase magical affinity. This meant that, aside from those naturally gifted with exceptional affinity for a particular element, all magicians whose affinity hadn't reached peak levels could improve. One could even speculate that if an ordinary person's affinity truly increased to a certain level, could they successfully absorb magical energy? Would they become a magician? If this hypothesis were true, then De Yin would be home to countless magicians. Only then would technology and magic truly flourish. Because ordinary people don't consider the path of technological evolution from the perspective of a magician. Only scientists who are also magicians can develop the perfect fusion of magic and technology. William and his team quickly obtained detailed intelligence on the spatial rift. Looking at the intelligence, William and his team were stunned. "Dude, you want us to fight aliens?" William reviewed the intelligence again and again, finally confirming that Leon's orders and the intelligence were true. Then he began mobilizing all the soldiers. "You've seen the intelligence. Within this spatial rift behind us, there are not only enemies, but also our comrades and compatriots. Our mission is to protect them. Do you understand?" "Understood. Understood. Understood." Chapter 736. Inside the spatial rift, the expedition commander was directing his soldiers to defend. Originally, the commander thought they would have a moment to catch their breath after repelling these monsters. But contrary to his expectations, after these monsters retreated, a new type of monster appeared. And the sun in the sky changed from its original dark hue to a red one. These new monsters emanated a profusion of flames, and were capable of certain ranged attacks. From their appearance, they resembled undeveloped humans, similar to gorillas. The soldier operating the Flak 38 anti-aircraft gun was nearly stunned. This gun never stopped firing, and neither did the other soldiers operating it. The only 4 anti-aircraft guns were all used for ground attacks, blocking the advancing monsters on the ground. These monsters had never imagined that these sudden outsiders possessed such formidable firepower. Some of the guerrillas, relying on their superior agility, dodged the anti-aircraft fire, and then charged toward the position. Perhaps they could get through the sparse fire of 4 heavy machine guns, or even the fire of 4 anti-aircraft guns. But they couldn't get through the rifle fire of 300 infantrymen. "I heard you're a good jumper? When I have 300 rifles trained on you, even your jump skills are useless. It's like being a kidnapper, ready to kill someone, but then dozens of red dots appear on your body. Which is faster, your knife or the bullet?" These guerrillas leaped like a god of war, only to be blasted in the head by a bullet, leaving them lying flat on the ground. The god of war leaps, the god of war sleeps. Although these monsters haven't broken through the defenses, the commander's expression remains grim. Because they've been at this for over 8 hours, without a single pause in those 8 hours. No matter the time, there's always a steady stream of monsters attacking them. What can be done? The commander can't possibly let these monsters retreat, right? The only thing left is to continue fighting. Many soldiers' AK-47s are overheating. The Laogan Ma is also running low. More than overheating weapons, the commander is even more worried about the dwindling ammunition. No unit's ammunition can withstand 8 hours of full-scale fire, unless you happen to be with the logistics department. But at this critical juncture, the reinforcements sent by Leon finally arrived. With a wave of spatial fluctuations, William successfully joined the battlefield with a regiment of soldiers. Although the major commander was only a major, he had seen William at the award ceremony, so he immediately recognized him and the guards beside him. Good riddance. After seeing the most powerful guardsmen, the commander could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As William and his men entered, they saw a mountain of monster carcasses and a pile of bullet casings all around them. Seeing this, William immediately ordered his men into action. The Guards Division's machine gunners immediately began setting up their PKM machine guns. At the same time, the riflemen also began firing long-range bursts. The majority of the expedition's escort troops were drawn directly from the Wehrmacht. They were very different from the Guards Division soldiers. The combat power of both sides was completely different. An ordinary soldier might need 3 or 4 shots to deal with a moving target. But the soldiers of the Guards Division were different. No matter how you spin or jump, they take you down with 1 shot. These fiery guerrillas were just like that. When they saw that the humans before them had reinforcements, they instantly became enraged. "You humans have no moral integrity. You actually sent reinforcements." Then, the stars began to cry out loudly. Back at the space rift, William and his men paid little attention to the barking guerrillas. They were receiving weapons, equipment, and supplies from outside the space rift. Why bother with you? Go ahead and yell if you want. If you have the guts, wait until my weapons and equipment arrive, and then we see who's going to sing conquer. To bolster these expeditions and provide strong firepower support for the Guards division, Lion directly sent over a large number of Panzerfaust rocket launchers from his inventory. For the Wehrmacht, these Panzerfaust rocket launchers were nothing more than useless. After all, with a range of only 100 meters, it's no match for the newly released RPG next door. With RPGs, who still needs Panzerfausts, so these Panzerfausts have lost their original purpose, but they can still be used to fight these monsters. So, each Wehrmacht soldier was armed with a Panzerfaust rocket launcher, and if any monster dared to advance, they would simply fire a single rocket launcher at them. And that wasn't the worst part. The most terrible thing was that the Wehrmacht soldiers were setting up artillery positions. Leon saw that the expedition team's weapons and equipment were too rudimentary, so he immediately gave them an epic upgrade. They simply intercepted a shipment of weapons and equipment destined for the Succubus Kingdom. There was no other way. All the other weapons and equipment had to be transferred from the warehouse. This batch of second-hand ammunition had already been loaded onto a train, destined for Nanchuan City, and then shipped by sea to the Succubus Kingdom. But there was no other way. Things were urgent. So they simply intercepted this shipment, then turned the train around and headed north. Fleischtam. So we're outsiders after all, right? Is that right? Absolutely. William couldn't help but twitch his lips as he looked at the incoming 99% new artillery pieces. Where did the leader get all this scrap metal? Is this scrap metal still usable? William shook his head. It's okay, brave bull. Don't be afraid of hardship. The guards also looked at the weapons with a troubled expression. What the hell? But no one was disgusted. After all, having them was fine. They were all large caliber, so what difference did a few dozen centimeters make? It wasn't that Leon didn't want to equip them with the latest weapons and equipment, but that the latest equipment was still being transported. Lion couldn't possibly let them fly over. William and his companions quickly entered combat mode, meeting the charging monsters with a hail of bullets. At first, William and his companions were naive, but they soon realized something was amiss. These monsters seemed endless, and they showed no fear at all, charging forward as if they had no fear of death. The expedition commander watched this scene, at a loss for words. How crazy is this world? In the distance, deep in the forest, a ragged intelligence agent was fleeing in panic. And behind him, a large noise forced the agent to flee. The agent ran furiously. On the other side, on the continent in the sky above, a special dragon opened its eyes. Chapter 737. Inside the primeval forest. Ragged CIA agent Smith was fleeing in a panic. Behind him were the flaming gorillas. Smith heard gunfire coming from near the teleport point. But he was being chased by 5 or 6 gorillas. There was no chance he reached the teleport point. Smith stared at the gorillas behind him and the dense forest ahead. He couldn't help but grumble. I'm just carrying out my normal mission. What are you doing? I want to go home. The gorillas ignored Smith's grumbling and continued to pursue him. As an CIA agent, Smith was equipped with sophisticated and compact weapons. Usually, he paired an MP5 with a Walther PPK pistol. Another common combination was an AK-74U with a Walther PPK pistol. The CIA's unique role made it clear that its agents couldn't engage in positional warfare in the wilderness. Cities were the CIA's primary battlefield. The MP5, AK-74U, and PPK pistol all share one characteristic: they're compact and powerful. The MP5's accuracy is impeccable, and the PPK's is even more impressive. It's truly compact and powerful. Even a prominent figure who committed suicide didn't give it a bad review. As for why the operators were equipped with AK-74s instead of compact rifles or bullpup rifles, the answer is that Leon wanted to save money. Are Intelligence Bureau operators ground forces? Rounding it off, they're the Army. As Army men, it's only natural that they suffer some hardship. Smith had lost his original MP5 during his escape, and after firing through 7 magazines, it had become nothing more than a firewood stick. There was no point in Smith carrying it anymore. But Smith held the Walther PPK tightly. The pistol still had 17 bullets. 2 magazines held 3 more. The original PPK used 7.65mm caliber pistol ammunition, but the De Yen Research Institute modified it to 9mm, the caliber commonly found on the market today. Leon and his team did this to ensure compatibility with other 9mm pistols. De Yen had a considerable supply of 9mm ammunition. Saving wherever possible, Smith fled, checking his watch. He had been running for at least a dozen hours. Smith had reached his limit. No one could run non-stop for more than a dozen hours. The last person to do so was dead, and then there was the marathon. Smith's legs felt like lead, and his black uniform was already tattered. The gorilla behind him was getting closer and closer. Smith was about to be caught up. And just then, an arrow flew past, barely glancing at Smith's face. The arrow directly hit one of the gorillas. The gorilla let out a mournful wail. The gorilla's companions immediately stopped, warily watching the treetops overhead. For a long moment, there was no movement. Total silence reigned. Smith stood there, unsure of what to do. Looking at the motionless gorilla, Smith observed it for a moment, then turned and ran. The gorillas reacted immediately and rushed towards Smith. The next second, another arrow flew past, piercing the gorilla directly in front of it. The gorillas instantly calmed down. They wanted to seize Smith, but they were afraid of the unknown presence in the treetops. Finally, the gorillas looked at their wounded companion, then at Smith, who was so close, and finally chose to retreat. Watching the gorillas leave, Smith breathed a sigh of relief. Finally gone, I guess I'm safe. Smith wanted to find a safe place to rest, but just as he took a step, another arrow flew towards him, locking him directly in the palm of his hand. Smith looked at the arrow at his feet, and his mouth twitched. No, what on earth do you mean? Just as Smith was speechless, there was a noise in the treetops above him, and then a figure dropped from the sky. Smith instinctively tightened his grip on his PPK pistol. The next second, the figure landed in front of him, and Smith finally saw the person before him clearly. He saw that the person was wearing a simple outer garment made of the fur of an unknown animal, and then a small animal skin skirt. A pair of long, white legs were exposed, and on his feet were a pair of carefully woven straw sandals. Smith was stunned, not because the person before him was a woman, but because she was a human. A living, breathing person. The woman looked at the dazed Smith and couldn't help but speak. Human? How did you get here? The woman's voice, like a lark, finally brought Smith back to reality. I stumbled in here by accident. I wanted to go back, but these monsters chased me, and I fled all the way here, Smith said half-truthfully. He didn't know what faction the woman in front of him belonged to, so he wouldn't reveal his identity. Are you ordinary? The woman was surprised. The woman was even more surprised, then looked around at Smith. It's not easy for ordinary people to get here. Since you're ordinary, come with me. I take you to see Grandpa. The woman said this, then leaped up and landed on the tree as gently as a kitten. Smith was stunned by this. No, big sister. You want me to learn how to climb a tree? The woman saw that Smith hadn't caught up, so she turned around and saw Smith still under the tree. Smith pointed at himself, and then at the tree. The woman couldn't help but sigh. This is it. I forgot Smith was just an ordinary person. Then she jumped down and arrived in front of Smith. Let's go. I lead the way. With that, she walked in front. Smith followed, using the small medical kit on his waist. The woman slowed down slightly, giving Smith time to treat his wounds. As the two advanced, William and his men began their artillery fire. A loud explosion echoed. The woman couldn't help but say, Is the noise over there related to you? It has nothing to do with me. I came in alone, Smith said, feeling somewhat guilty. The woman nodded, saying nothing more. The two of them passed through the forest and then arrived at a plain. The boundless plain almost made Smith, a peasant, drool. How could this be an alien planet? This is clearly the land of the Yin. Smith was a little shocked, but soon noticed a group of tribal-like buildings in the center of the plain. Looking at the simple wooden wall, Smith felt a little dazed. Looking at the superhuman woman again, he recalled the monster he had encountered. Is this wall real? Chapter 738. Smith followed the woman to the tribe. Before he even entered, the tribe members noticed him approaching. The soldiers guarding the gate looked at Smith with alarm. Tisna, who is this person? The soldier on guard asked cautiously. After hearing the soldier's words, Smith finally realized the woman's name was Tisna. She's an ordinary person, I found, with only a hint of magic. Tisna couldn't help but hold her head in her hands. The people of the tribe are extremely sensitive to everything outside. This world is complex, and those of us surviving in this tight spot are extremely sensitive to the outside world. This is because the tribe has encountered many enemies disguised as members of the tribe, or other humans raiding the tribe. But this time, Smith posed no threat at all, and the threat posed by his magic was negligible. This was why Tisna was willing to bring him back. Furthermore, Smith's attire made it impossible to tell which faction he belonged to. After all, Tisna had never seen this kind of clothing from any other faction. Tisna? Can I call you that? Smith asked weakly. Tisna nodded, then looked at Smith, ready to answer his question. I'd like to ask, where exactly is this place? I stumbled into this place by accident. Is this the same world we know? Smith chose to ask the most crucial question. This planet isn't yours. If you're from the outside world, how long has it been since the War of the Gods? Tisna spoke. According to historical records, the War of the Gods lasted at least 5,000 to 6,000 years. Smith said solemnly. Then we're not from the same era at all. Because our ancestors arrived in this world at the end of the War of the Gods. Tisna said solemnly. Smith was stunned. What the hell? The end of the War of the Gods? What year is this? Seeing Smith's puzzled expression, Tisna and the other soldiers also felt a sense of emotion. After all, this is a difference of several thousand years. Anyone would be shocked and puzzled. So what's become of the outside world? Tisna's eyes suddenly lit up. The outside world? What do you mean? Smith said, somewhat bewildered. Tisna's face froze, and then she spoke with some difficulty. I wonder if we humans are still being slaughtered wantonly. The soldiers instinctively lowered their heads upon hearing this. For what Tisna said was true. Their ancestors were forced into exile due to the wanton slaughter, ultimately choosing to enter this desolate land. After thousands of years of struggle, embroiled in blood and tears, they successfully established their roots here. We humans? Today's humans are no longer the same humans they once were. We have become the absolute overlords of this world. No race can underestimate us. Smith said with immense pride. Really? Tisna asked, her eyes sparkling, her pretty face filled with a thirst for knowledge. Really? How could I possibly lie to you? Smith waved his hand, his expression dismissive. Then, Tisna was about to say something when someone from the tribe stepped out and interrupted her. Tisna, who is this man? A strong-looking man asked matter-of-factly, as if Tisna and him were very close. Tisna's face darkened upon seeing the man. Delilah, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Nada. Delilah, upon hearing this, flew into a panic and tried to reach out to grab Tisna. But Tisna wouldn't give her any chance. She simply turned her head and walked away. Delilah tried to chase after him, but the old man stopped her. Quiet. Tisna. Who is this man? The old man asked, and Tisna responded. Grandpa Han he's. Tisna repeated Smith's earlier words, and Han gave him a strange look. Surround him. A second later, Han gave the order. Smith instantly put his hand to his waist, attempting to draw his pistol. But the burly man from Delilah reacted faster, unleashing a blast of wind magic that sliced Smith's right hand. Smith's gun instantly slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. A nearby soldier picked it up, but after toying with it for a while, he couldn't find anything unusual. The rest of the soldiers rushed forward and tied Smith up. Smith breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the soldier toying with his pistol. Luckily, I didn't turn on the safety. Tisna saw this and couldn't help but ask. What are you doing? Tisna, do you believe what he said? How could an ordinary person make it through the dangerous jungle? Before Han could say anything, Delilah spoke up. Grandpa Han didn't agree, but he didn't express his opinion either. Instead, he looked calm, as if tacitly accepting Delilah's statement. Delilah ignored Smith, who was still bleeding, and punched him directly. Smith, an ordinary man, took the blow head-on, his face pale, and he half knelt on the ground. At this moment, the CIA agent ID in his arms fell to the ground. Delilah immediately picked it up. Seeing the black dragon head on the red ID, Delilah shuddered. Why did this black dragon head look so sinister? Han, beside him, took the ID and examined it carefully. A first-level operator of the Great Yin Intelligence Agency? Han was puzzled. What country is the Yin? What is the Intelligence Bureau? Looking at the documents with the sickle and hammer printed on them, Han felt an inexplicable sense of closeness. Observing the group lost in thought, Tisna silently handed Smith a bottle of recovery potion. No one said anything after seeing this, but Delilah tried to grab it, but was stopped by a nearby soldier. The situation hasn't been determined yet, so why are you so anxious? And he's unarmed right now. Seemingly restrained by his companions, Delilah paused, somewhat indignant. Then he began to gather around Han, examining the operator's certificate. Just as they were puzzled, a tribal red monkey rushed in a panic. There's trouble at the portal. All the monsters are heading there. And it seems there's a powerful magician there. The thunder never stops. Hearing the messenger's words, Smith chuckled inwardly. That's not thunder. That's the roar of the Great Yin Army's artillery. Han still doesn't know his men have been captured. If they knew, he'd definitely explain it to them. What a surprise! Chapter 739. Smith wasn't angered by these people's actions. As an intelligence agent, Smith had long suppressed his emotions to a certain degree. Smith didn't say much to these natives. Instead, he simply watched quietly. As an intelligence agent, Smith certainly understood the importance of this world to the Yin. Not to mention the world's rich mineral resources, the fertile land alone was enough to warrant a visit from the Yin National Defense Force. William and his men, who were organizing the defense, had also discovered the fertility of this world. The land, blasted by the bombs, had thrown up countless black soil. But upon closer inspection, they discovered that this wasn't just ordinary scorched earth, but real black soil, so William immediately sent someone out to report the situation to Leon. Leon took this very seriously. Currently, there was very little arable land in Yin, and most crops were grown on the Holy Empire's farmland. Although the Holy Empire had now been incorporated into Yin, however, the locals of Yin still harbor some resentment towards the Holy Empire. After all, those in the territory of Sin were exiled from the Holy Empire. So Leon must take food security into his own hands. But with coal-rich land like the territory of Sin, Yin's industry has a very high starting point. But this also determines the lower limit of Yin's agriculture. When Leon heard that this small world possessed abundant fertile land, his eyes instantly lit up. Aren't they just a bunch of monsters? Damn it! Let's do it, brothers. But Leon still didn't understand the size of this world. So he decided to order William and his men to build a temporary airfield. Send 2 fighter jets in to scout the world. When William heard Leon's bold idea, he nearly exploded. Leader, why are you all talk and no action? How can a regiment of soldiers like me defend the expedition and build an airfield at the same time? But William's concerns were overblown. The next day, Leon assembled a massive force. He sent in a group of captives from the Papal States. These captives, who could use magic, were to build the airfield. With the help of magic, a temporary airfield was built in less than half a day. At the same time, Leon increased his troop deployment, sending in the entire 1st Guards Division. This made William smile. After all, the 1st Guards Division had just been reorganized and had never experienced war. Wasn't this expedition to another world a perfect opportunity to hone their skills? William smiled broadly, and so did Leon. Only the helpless logistics soldiers cried. The 1st Guards Division was firing at full force. The originally delivered ammunition was only enough for 1 regiment, but the entire 1st Guards Division was crammed into it. Ammunition consumption skyrocketed, straining the logistics soldiers. With the airfield completed, the Air Force decided to send a MiG-25 to reconnoiter this world. Because ordinary aircraft were likely to be shot down, and to ensure the safety of the MiG-25 and its pilot, Air Marshal Carl personally cast a life-saving spell on the MiG-25 and its pilot. In the face of mortal danger, one could silently recite Carl's name, and then cast a teleportation spell on the plane, transporting it and the pilot back to the temporary airfield. This seemed convenient, but in reality, it required a significant amount of mana. Only a powerful individual like Carl could use this magic. After all, you're trying to move a MiG-25, and to do so in another world, which demands a high level of mana. In this small world, the roar of artillery had persisted for over 24 hours. William and the others were practically deafened. They were surprised to discover that the flaming apes had transformed into various animals imbued with the element of wind. It was as if the apes had vanished in an instant. What was going on? The tribe that had abducted Smith had also learned of the outsiders. After all, the artillery fire had persisted for over a day, and even these indigent people, even if they were isolated from the outside world, would have heard of any disturbances. So, the tribe began interrogating Smith, believing he was connected to those people. You bastard! What's your relationship with those people outside? Why are they here? Or is the human race in central China doomed? They're seeking refuge here. Ha ha ha! Delilah said arrogantly. Because in his eyes, the people of the tribe are above all else. No one can compare to them. Smith remained expressionless upon hearing this, his heart filled with disdain for Delilah. A frog in a well can't control its mouth. It only barks and grumbles every day, using the small piece of sky it sees through the well to cover the entire world. I'm going to tear your skull off and use it as a bowl. Delilah, looking at Smith's unresponsiveness, felt humiliated and threatened to beat him. Tisna wanted to help Smith, but then glanced at Han beside him and chose to remain silent. Just as Delilah was about to strike Smith, Han stopped him. Young man, since you're just an ordinary person, and yet you come here, you must pay for your actions. We don't welcome outsiders here, but we can't let you leave alive, Han said coldly. Because a monster had previously disguised itself as a human and infiltrated the tribe, causing them to pay a heavy price. Smith's mouth twitched when he heard this. Are you trying to kill me? Okay, if you can, don't let me live. Han then gave Delilah a look. Delilah then called for several soldiers to carry Smith out. Seeing this, Tisna walked directly to Han and spoke. Grandpa Han. Isn't he just an ordinary person? Why kill him? Of course he is. I know he's just an ordinary person, but he must be connected to those people outside. To prevent future trouble, we must eliminate him. Han began. Tisna opened her mouth and walked out, somewhat distraught. Smith was escorted to a prime feng shui location. Looking at the soldiers digging a pit, Smith's mouth twitched. My goodness, they're burying me alive. Delilah, standing by, noticed the change in Smith's expression, and a smug smile spread across his face. What? Are you about to die? Are you finally afraid? Smith shook his head. I don't know who's about to die. What do you mean? Delilah was puzzled. Until he saw Smith easily untie the rope and retrieve the PPK pistol he had dropped at the beginning. What is this small black stick? Chapter 740. Watching Smith pull out his pistol, Delilah had no idea what Smith was holding. But he sensed something was amiss, as if the weapon Smith held could easily kill him. And yet, Smith could indeed have shot Delilah dead with one shot. But Smith didn't do it. Killing Delilah would have brought him unnecessary trouble. There was a high risk of being surrounded by the tribe. Smith's top priority now was to find the troops near the portal, establish contact with them, and report everything he knew. So, preferring to avoid further trouble, Smith turned and ran. Delilah saw him and tried to catch up with Smith. But Smith quickly darted into the nearby forest. Delilah wanted to chase him, but then he glanced back at the surrounding forest. The warning of the elders came to mind. Don't enter the forest alone, unless you're a natural hunter. Otherwise, you must go in pairs. Delilah glanced at the soldiers around him, but they remained indifferent. Because they didn't have hunter certificates, they didn't dare enter the forest at all. In the past, they had always entered the forest in groups. They had never considered entering alone. And now, the tribe had begun to rest. To ensure they could work from sunrise to sunset, they had set up a large magic circle. This large magic circle ensured that the light in the tribe and a certain area around it would change according to the time of day. The atmosphere within the tribe was already darkening, and they dared not act rashly. Smith bolted. He then fled in panic, desperately seeking a way to the teleportation portal. He couldn't help but complain along the way. What kind of a mess had he been in? Not only was he captured and taken back to the tribe, but he was nearly buried alive. Is there any law in this? Is there any justice in this? Just as Smith was fleeing, Tisna suddenly appeared before him. Smith instantly drew his pistol, ready for battle. No! I'm not here to capture you. Here you go. Tisna waved her hand quickly, attempting to return Smith's ID. Smith looked at the woman before him and spoke. Take this. It might save your life someday. Smith waved his hand, signaling Tisna to keep his ID. Then, without looking back, he headed towards the teleportation portal. In the end, Tisna didn't stop Smith, but let him go. Because she had no reason to stop Smith. Wait! Take this. Tisna tossed Smith a piece of jade. Looking at the jade in his hand, Smith was puzzled. This can conceal your aura. It's not a valuable item, but it can help prevent the monster from detecting you. Tisna said, then left without looking back. Smith took the jade and carefully examined it. Finding nothing unusual, he put it away and headed towards the teleportation point. It seemed the jade Tisna had given him was working. Smith made it back to the teleportation point without incident. The area around the teleportation point was already thick with smoke. But strangely, these previously fearless monsters suddenly retreated. This completely devastated William and his men. William and his men had originally planned to fight in 3 shifts. The monster's sudden retreat surprised William and his men. But even more surprising was Smith's return. Smith's return surprised them all. Knowing the monster's madness, they couldn't help but wonder how Smith had survived. As soon as Smith returned, William ordered his soldiers to take him under guard and then examine him, questioning him about his experiences. After confirming that there was no danger, Smith was given the opportunity to confront Leon. Smith was not surprised by this outcome, for he knew that opportunities come to those who are prepared. If he fought tooth and nail, he would naturally gain what was his. Outside the spatial rift, inside the temporary command post in the northern forests of Dehien, Leon was observing the rough map William and his team had drawn. Using their magician senses and mental probing, William and his team had created a very crude and simplified map. But that didn't prevent everyone from reading it. Leon, Caddis, and Carl. The 3 of them were gathered around the scribbled map, discussing everything about the spatial rift. Senior Carl, can that MiG-25 take off normally? It should be soon. According to the pilot inside, The ground crew is conducting a final check. After all, I don't want that plane to actually crash. Carl began to respond to Leon's question. Lion glanced at Caddis, who was standing beside him. He wanted to hear another answer from Caddis. Currently, Diane's industrial capacity is leaning towards civilian use. But that doesn't mean military enterprises can't produce for war. Although it's difficult to supply a million-strong army for full-scale combat, it's still possible to supply Williams' Guards division. Caddis gave a fair assessment. Just then, Hans arrived at the tent and informed Leon of Smith's escape. What? The missing operator has been found? Lion's eyes lit up, and he immediately summoned Smith. Smith looked at the young man before him, and couldn't help but marvel at Leon's youth. Smith? What did you see in there? Lion asked, looking at the dazed Smith. Smith quickly recovered and spoke. Leader, the situation inside is a bit complicated. Smith then recounted everything he had encountered, including the people and events. Especially when he heard that Smith was nearly buried alive. Lion couldn't help but clench his fists. What's going on? Are my soldiers going to be buried alive for no reason, just because of a simple mistake, and you brought my soldiers there, and then you killed them? Why does this feel so unreasonable? Lion was indignant, but then he heard about the fertile land inside, and suddenly he became delirious. Land? Cadiz, watching from the side, frowned. Oh no, this is a genetic awakening. Chapter 741. What? You said there are intelligent creatures in this world? Leon, having regained his composure, couldn't help but ask. What had he just heard? Smith said there were actually intelligent creatures in this world. And they were humans. This immediately sent Leon's CPU into a frenzy. Leon had originally thought that the people in this world were a gathering place for those hideous monsters. So they were all preparing to use weapons of mass destruction. And then you suddenly tell me there are humans here? And they're humans who escaped during the War of the Gods. So fundamentally, these people are of the same kind as me. But what they did was truly too abstract. They almost buried Smith. Looking at Hans, who was waiting for his answer, Leon knew he had to inflict a small punishment on these natives. As punishment for their disrespect towards Smith. Otherwise, where would Hans, the head of the intelligence agency, stand? Leon then looked at Hans and said with certainty, Don't worry, this primitive tribe will be dealt a heavy blow. Take Smith downstairs for treatment. He's suffered a lot these past few days. Lion said, patting Smith on the shoulder. Smith, well done. Go and accept the honor that belongs to you. Smith responded somewhat flattered. It's not hard at all. You, the leader, have worked even harder. Smith was soon taken downstairs. Lion began urging William and his men to quickly establish an outpost inside the spatial rift. William hadn't slept for over 20 hours. He really liked to rest, but it hadn't even gotten dark yet. Many soldiers were exhausted from the continuous, intense combat. Some dark magicians began to artificially create darkness, allowing the soldiers to rest. With the magician's help, many soldiers finally found rest. Meanwhile, the MiG-25 fighter jet had completed its final preparations for takeoff. The ground crew inspected every part of the aircraft, ensuring a smooth takeoff. This was their first flight in another world. If something happened to the MiG-25, wouldn't it be a slap in the face of their air force? Everything else was fine, so why did it fail with you? So the ground crew meticulously inspected the fighter jet. Finally, the ground crew successfully completed the final inspection. On the runway of the temporary airfield, a silver-white MiG-25 was parked. The surrounding Guards Division soldiers couldn't help but look at the fighter jet. They, too, wanted to see the full picture of this world. After all, anyone would be irritated if they were blocked and attacked by the enemy upon landing. However, what about the Wehrmacht, a nation that had never suffered a loss? Soon, with a roar, the MiG-25 took off successfully, attracting everyone's attention. But the MiG-25 didn't fly too high. No more than 500 meters above the ground. At the same time, the onboard cameras were recording the situation. The MiG-25's takeoff quickly attracted the attention of everyone in this world. Not only the monsters who had fought the Wehrmacht before, but also the locals quickly noticed the MiG-25 taking off. There was no other way. To conduct low-altitude reconnaissance, the MiG-25 flew so low that its roar woke everyone in the world. Inside the primitive tribe, Delilah stared at the MiG-25 soaring through the sky with a look of horror, muttering uncontrollably. This is a weapon of Satan. It must be sent by the demons to destroy us. Beside him, Hans' face was also filled with shock. But he didn't lose his composure like Delilah. At all times, he was the patriarch of the primitive tribe. As the leader of the primitive tribe, Han absolutely couldn't panic. But what he saw was so shocking that Han couldn't help but panic. Han suppressed his uneasiness. The impact of this MiG-25 on him was simply too great. It could fly, and at the same time, it had no magical power fluctuations at all. It also had no fighting spirit fluctuations. This immediately caused the local natives' values to collapse. Tisna, standing nearby, stared at the MiG-25 in the sky with a look of shock. Looking at the MiG-25 in the sky, Tisna could already tell. Smith and this iron bird were inextricably linked. Because the document had a black dragon head, while the MiG-25 had a silver dragon head printed on its wing. The two logos were identical, just in different colors. Tisna felt a wave of fear, but also a surge of relief. She was terrified that Grandpa Han and the others had nearly buried Smith. But she was also relieved because she had helped Smith, and judging by Smith's expression, he didn't seem to have any intention of destroying the primitive tribe. Smith, do you think I have the ability to destroy the primitive tribe? Han glanced at Tisna, who was examining her agent's badge, with a complex expression. He couldn't help but sigh at the good connection Tisna had made. He also felt regret for his actions. But it was only regret, and he wouldn't express it too much. After all, there's no such thing as regret. The MiG-25 flew overhead quickly, spotting the primitive tribe below. Smith had reported his situation as soon as he returned to the outpost. Based on Smith's description, the others determined the tribe's approximate location. The MiG-25 carried not only reconnaissance orders, but also personal emotions. That was, speaking up for Smith. You're bullying our people, aren't you? After confirming the tribe's location, the MiG-25 flew at a low altitude, practically brushing against them. Flying at such a low altitude, the roar of its engines echoed throughout the entire tribe, sending panic swirling within. The silver logo of the MiG-25 gleamed brightly in the sun, etched in everyone's mind. The monsters also spotted the fighter jet. Many with ranged weapons attempted to attack the MiG-25, but were outpaced by its terrifying speed. Then, watching the MiG-25 soar freely through the air, the monsters fell into deep thought. What on earth was this? The MiG-25 quickly circled and returned to the temporary air base. It brought back valuable intelligence, and thanks to the cameras, De Yin quickly acquired a rough map of this world. Looking at this rough map, Leon's eyes lit up. This world was almost as large as a holy empire. My goodness! If they cultivated crops here and built state-of-the-art granaries, even if De Yin lost all its neighboring countries, as long as its homeland remained, it would have the power to rise again. Lion had a bold idea. Chapter 742. Lion didn't know what the future of De Yin would hold. But he knew that he was now the leader of De Yin. So he had to leave behind a sufficient legacy, or rather, sufficient means, for future generations. If De Yin truly weakened in the future, or reached a point where it was irreversible, with the means left by Lion, they could turn the tide, or even preserve De Yin. Lion believed this was very likely to happen. A country wouldn't remain strong forever, nor would it remain backward forever. For a country that has managed to develop to this day must have had pioneers who fought for it. Although the surrounding elf and demon empires now bowed to De Yin, Lion knew that this was because De Yin was powerful enough to force their submission through sheer force. But what about the future? Although De Yin had already begun to assimilate the cultures of these countries, Lion discovered that these cultures were already deeply ingrained. Aside from the newborns, who could be easily assimilated, the older generation, especially the elves, had extremely long lifespans. This solidified their thinking and cognition. Lion paid little attention to these people. Rather than undertaking such thankless tasks, it would be better to develop De Yin, leaving more resources for the younger generations. Looking at the spatial rift, a bold idea emerged within Lion. Doomsday Plan. Lion planned to establish a secret army, which would carry out construction in this world. And this construction would remain completely secret. In other words, it was to be done in secret. Lion planned to build a complete industrial system here, upgrading the equipment based on the progress of De Yin's industry outside. At the same time, large-scale farming would be carried out here, capable of feeding not only the people of De Yin, but also those of the neighboring Holy Empire. Having food and industry wasn't enough, Lion planned to build a massive arsenal here. If the arsenal in Liongrad were to be attacked and halted, then the arsenal here, along with the secret skeleton mage arsenal underground, would provide a significant lifeline to De Yin. This would ensure that De Yin would have the strength to launch a counterattack even if it lost Liongrad's core industrial zone. Cadiz and Carl listened to Lion's plan with some shock. If Kuenberg had had such a meticulous plan, perhaps Kuenberg wouldn't have failed. But there was no other way. Kuenberg was too impatient. He never considered the consequences of his failure for his followers. The civilians who had followed Kuenberg were almost completely massacred. Dreen was the leader, and all nations participated in the plan. Join forces to strangle Kuenberg's Holy Empire. This was the short-lived glory of Kuenberg's Holy Empire. However, just as Lion and the others were discussing the Doomsday Plan, Urus and Beremert in the north were getting restless. They had heard rumors that the most elite troops of Great Yin had already marched north, and that a large amount of weapons and equipment was being shipped from Liongrad to the northern region. This frightened them both. Wasn't it obvious they were going to attack the Orc Empire? Weapons and ammunition were being shipped north, and so were soldiers. You tell me you won't attack us? Who would believe me if you asked a kid on the street? Leon, I really don't want to attack you. The Qingqi nation to the north was celebrating. They also believed that Dian would march north and strike hard at the Orc Empire. So they sang and danced, ready to welcome the National Defense Forces. Bunny-eared girls, fox girls, wolf girls, cat girls. Sadly, the National Defense Forces wouldn't be seen this time, because they hadn't even considered marching north. But this time, it pushed Urus over the edge. As Urus's mentor, Leon provided him with great assistance. But back to the original statement, orcs are all ungrateful wolves. After Urus took control of the rebel government, especially after learning he could stand on equal footing with the Orc Emperor Beremert, his arrogance reached its peak. And the rebel government is a bunch of short-sighted people. Marshal Lano, the only one with foresight, has been estranged due to backstabbing within the rebels. So, no one can restrain Urus anymore, or even offer him any ideological support. Lion? Lion will no longer offer Urus any help, because Lion does not want to see a powerful Orc Empire. This is selfish, but it's also for the sake of Great Yin. Not all weak nations deserve help. Some deserve it, while others deserve destruction. The rules and regulations set by the so-called great powers aren't meant to protect the great powers, but to protect those reckless smaller nations. And yet, some small nations are still jumping around, believing they can challenge the great powers. That's what happened to Urus. Ever since taking control of the rebel government, Urus has been demanding more weapons and equipment from the Yin to fight against Beremert. In response to Urus's demands, Leon simply replied with one word: get lost. However, after the diplomat sweetened the situation a bit, then appealed to both emotion and reason, Urus's envoy was finally sent back. Although Urus had received enlightenment, his Orcish nature prevented him from going further, because orcs are limited in their reach. This is why they have long been confined to the north of the Holy Empire, and have never conquered the Central Plains. Urus only makes inordinate demands, but never provides benefits to Leon. What was Leon's fundamental reason for aiding Urus? It was to help the Orc Empire's civil war, and help the Yin gain certain rights within the Orc Empire. Yet Urus refused to give Leon even the most basic minerals. Not even a single piece of iron ore was delivered to Leon. Is there any need for Naan to help Urus? Although Bonaparte wants to break with the Yin, he will give everything he owes, because he knows that this is a treaty he signed and must fulfill. A man without integrity cannot stand, and as a ruler, Bonaparte is well aware of this. Furthermore, these things are what the Yin deserves. The Yin supported Bonaparte during his most impoverished years. They helped him seize half of the entire Western French Empire. So the reward should go to the Yin. Our Urus doesn't think so, he said. Mine. All mine. Human greed is boundless, and orc greed is terrifying. Chapter 743. However, just as Lion was preparing to develop the Yin, the Orc Empire also reached its final decision. Or rather, the Orc Empire entered its most critical period. Beremert, putting aside past grudges, sent an envoy, hoping to reconcile with Urus. Simply split the Orc Empire in two, and then fight against the Yin. Because they all believed that Lion was mobilizing troops to attack the Orc Empire northward. Even after hearing all this, Lion sent diplomats to explain to Urus. Neither Urus nor Beremert believed Lion's words. For the orcs who refused to listen, Lion had no way to deal with them. Some people just won't listen. What can you do? What can you and I do? Urus met with Beremert's envoy. Afterwards, the two sides began to contact each other. All of this was observed by agents from the Yin Intelligence Agency. Leon, who was currently worrying about the spatial rift, also received this news. Inside the headquarters, Lion looked at the intelligence in his hand, and couldn't help but throw it to the ground. I'm so angry. Millions of gold coins in military aid, and all they produced is this ungrateful bastard. Lion said angrily, while Caddis and Carl, standing beside him, had frosty expressions. They said back then that the orcs were a bunch of ungrateful bastards, who could never be tamed. It's better to hope for a half-orc counterattack against the Orc Empire than to hope for an orc revolution. But due to geopolitical considerations at the time, the Qinji kingdom had not yet fully joined the Great Yin. Lion could only choose Urus as the leader to fight against Barrymore. But now, the ungrateful BS**** had grown fat and had enough, and it wanted to bite to death those who had once fed it. This is the difference between humans and animals. Bonaparte, why do I feel like you're scolding me? But fortunately, Leon breathed a sigh of relief. Because Urus chose to expose himself at this time, it would completely sever ties with the Yin. It also made Leon see Urus' true colors. This would also prompt Leon to support the Qinji kingdom in annexing the Orc Empire. Regarding supporting the Qinji kingdom in annexing the Orc Empire, there have always been different opinions within the Yin. They feared that orcs and orcs were the same. If orcs gained powerful power, would they one day counterattack the Yin? Lion had worried about this at first, but then his daughter was born. Yunli couldn't be the heir to the Yin. She could only be the queen of Qinji. Although everyone talked nicely about wanting Yunli to succeed Leon, in reality, Leon knew these people were just talking. Of course, he had the ability to directly elevate Yunli to the throne, but this would have a serious impact on Great Yin. Yunli's birth inevitably necessitated a problem for her. How should she treat orcs and humans? This could easily become discrimination. So, Lion was already working to clear the way for Yunli to inherit the throne. This was also Lion's last insurance policy for the people of Great Yin. A powerful national defense force, surrounding allies, vast industrial facilities, the underground skeleton industry, and the impending construction of the Doomsday Plan would all serve as insurance for Great Yin. But Lion still had one final insurance policy. That was Yunli. After she inherited the throne, the Qinji kingdom would publicly prepare for war. An army no less formidable than the Imperial Guards would be established. This army would serve as insurance for the people of Great Yin. If one day, I were cursed by the gods, and the entire Great Yin crumbled in an instant, then Yunli's presence would provide the people of Great Yin with a final safeguard. This was the last thing Lion could do. Because he truly did not want to see the people of the Holy Empire suffer the consequences of Kjumberg's death. It was a disaster, the tragic deaths of millions of innocent people. Back to the point. Just as Lion was utterly devastated, Urus began his extraordinary maneuvering. Following the death of Marshal Lano, Lano had handed over his 600,000-man army to Urus. He was asked to preserve the rebel government and protect those who followed the rebels. Urus did indeed take over these 600,000 troops and fulfilled his obligation, protecting everyone within his control. But these 600,000 troops, besides obeying Urus's orders, also obeyed one other person. That was Lano's lieutenant, Kadia. After Lano's death, Kadia chose to follow Lano's orders, handing the 600,000 troops over to Urus. In fact, Kadia could certainly command these 600,000 troops himself, because they also obeyed Kadia's orders. In the eyes of the 600,000 troops, since Lano's death, Kadia became their sole commander. Although Kadia handed command to Urus, it was often heard among the army that Urus's command ability was far inferior to Kadia's. In addition, Urus had a serious discriminatory treatment, and the revolutionary army created by Urus and the army of Lano were treated completely differently. This caused the entire Lano army to lament. Many soldiers sought out Kadia, hoping he would take back command. These words quickly reached Urus's ears. Although Kadia had no intention, he could not resist those with ulterior motives. Through exaggeration, Urus quickly began to dislike Kadia. He began gradually weakening Kadia's power, initially covertly, and now openly, stripping him of his last official position. Kadia successfully became a commoner. He then simply dispersed the Lano army, and filled it with the ragtag group Urus had just recruited. This winter, Urus had originally thought he would have to resist the Orc Empire's attack. This led to Urus directly expanding his army by 1 million. But this million-man expansion was highly inflated, mostly a ragtag group of peasants, who had no idea how to fight. 3 people were given 1 gun. This was why Urus kept urging Leon to provide him with assistance. Urus's recruitment wasn't just for self-preservation, it was also part of his effort to annex the Orc Empire. Lion hadn't even considered allowing Urus to annex the Orc Empire. So naturally, relations between the two sides deteriorated. The Lano army was once the most powerful, but after Urus's actions, its effectiveness plummeted. It was even weaker than the Qinji army before the Battle of Liongrad. The Qinji army was disbanded immediately after the Battle of Liongrad. Lion then dispatched instructors from the National Defense Force to rebuild the Qinji army. The Qinji nation had no objections to this, as it was the only nation to join the Great Yin Alliance. And during the Battle of Liongrad, the Qinji army's weakened strength nearly cost Lion his life. So, the local residents desperately wanted the army reorganized. Chapter 744. The grassroots citizens of Qingqi Nation all hope for a reorganized military. So, is this army still necessary? Naturally, it was handed over to the Great Yin National Defense Force for training. There's no other way. If things continue like this, the Qingqi Nation's military won't learn advanced technologies, and will spend their entire lives trapped in the confines of Great Yin. And the citizens of Qingqi Nation have also heard of Yunli's birth, especially those old folks who were tortured by Yun Qingqi. They were instantly excited, frequently visiting Yunli. They wanted Yunli to inherit the throne right now. Yunli? ? I'm only 6 months old, are you sure? Because the Qingqi Nation's military is being reorganized, the troops that had previously attacked the Orc Empire were withdrawn. This has led to the current peace within the Orc Empire. Urus is rapidly developing, but because production can't keep up with growth, many imbalances in development have emerged. Those who initially followed Urus prospered, while those at the bottom of society, initially, were down to earth. These lower-class people reaped the fruits of the revolution. But the good times didn't last long. Urus gradually became complacent. The rebel government also began to see bureaucratic corruption. The lives of the lower classes deteriorated further and further, eventually returning to the same standard of living as before the Orc Empire's rule. This puzzled the Orcs. After all their efforts, how could things be the same as before? Or, how could they have returned to the days before the revolution? They had shed blood, even their lives, and yet nothing had changed. Many of the lower classes could not accept this disparity. Pressured by the rebels' various taxes, many chose to commit suicide, hoping to awaken Urus and persuade him to speak up for them. However, those who chose suicide may be disappointed. As their reports were handed over, Urus looked at the numbers and said only one thing: foolish. I don't have such people. The efforts of these lower-class people, who had hoped to prove their loyalty through death, ultimately went in vain. Never did they imagine that, in Urus's eyes, their suicides were meaningless and foolish, just a string of numbers. Qiddiya witnessed all this, and many of his old subordinates came to visit him, recounting the injustices and suffering they had endured over the past few days. Qiddiya's face was filled with complex emotions after learning all this. He wanted to help these old subordinates overcome their difficulties, but now, he was completely powerless. He finally understood the helplessness of those famous ministers in history books after being stripped of their positions. Although Qiddiya was powerless, news of Qiddiya's meeting with his old subordinates still reached Urus. This terrified Urus. Many soldiers from the former Lano army had already begun to express discontent, and were attempting to overthrow Urus's rule through force. These old subordinates contacted Qiddiya, which frightened Urus to death. Urus instantly became a frightened bird. He thought Qiddiya was trying to contact his old subordinates to overthrow his rule. That night, Qiddiya was still with his wife and children. Military vehicles arrived at Qiddiya's doorstep. Under the horrified gaze of his wife and children, Qiddiya was immediately taken aboard. Urus's actions infuriated the Lano army, especially his veteran subordinates, who spontaneously began to rally the troops. Of the 600,000 Lano troops, over 550,000 responded to the call. They then launched a mutiny in an attempt to rescue Qiddiya. However, it was too late. The man had been captured at 6 p.m., and before 8 p.m., he had been killed by Urus. This stunned the veterans, who had been preparing to rescue him. In less than 2 hours, you killed him? What happened in those 2 hours? Time went back 2 hours. Qiddiya's men had just taken him to prison. Urus was already waiting there. Qiddiya, clearly receiving special treatment, looked at Urus with anger. Urus reached out and dipped his hand in the blood on Qiddiya, speaking with a hint of disgust. What's going on? How did it get like this? A nearby soldier spoke with a guilty conscience. Commander, Qiddiya is being uncooperative. We have no choice but to resort to force. Urus nodded, unconcerned. Urus didn't care that these soldiers were taking revenge against Qiddiya. Urus was more concerned about Qiddiya's next words. Urus, what the hell are you doing? Qiddiya said angrily. Even clay can be fiery, let alone Qiddiya, a soldier. Urus chuckled with disdain. You know what? When Lano handed the army to me, I thought I'd be able to take it over smoothly. But later I discovered that the army didn't listen to me. It was still influenced by one person. As long as this person lives, I will never be able to control the army. Urus looked at Qiddiya with a complicated expression. Qiddiya didn't get angry at Urus's insinuation, but spoke calmly. Is this why you and Baramut are colluding? Urus was furious when he heard this. What do you know? I'm just thinking about the future of the rebellion. Lion has stopped providing us with aid. We must learn to find a new way out. No matter what, Baromir is an orc, and so are we. So why can't we cooperate? Urus, like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, instantly stormed out. Kadia smiled with disdain. Your words are just like looking in the mirror. They're completely outrageous. Hearing Kadia's dismissive tone, Urus grew even more furious. What do you know? Urus was left speechless, and could only blurt out these words. I don't understand. Of course I don't. How could I possibly know what an animal thinks? Ha ha ha. Kadia laughed heartily. Urus's expression was gloomy to the extreme. The soldiers beside him stood there, daring not to speak. Seeing Kadia like this, Urus's defenses were broken. He grabbed a nearby dagger and stabbed it into Kadia's heart. The sound of the blade piercing his chest brought everyone back to life. But it was too late. Chapter 745. As the sharp blade pierced Kadia, everyone present, including Urus, suddenly widened their eyes. Urus, in particular, immediately loosened his grip, staring at his blood-soaked hands with a look of disbelief. Impossible. This wasn't me. Kadia didn't reveal much, but his eyes were filled with regret. He seemed to have guessed he might die today, but his only concern was for his wife and daughter. Perhaps his daughter was still waiting for him to come home for dinner. He hadn't even finished his dinner. Kadia was killed so hastily by Urus. Afterwards, Urus issued an even more hasty announcement. General Kadia suffered a heart attack while meeting with Commander Urus and tragically passed away. A single, hasty announcement informed the entire rebel army of Kadia's death. He seemed to sense Urus's haste and, at the same time, felt for Kadia's unworthiness. Why did Lano choose such a man? When his generals received the news at 8 o'clock, they went berserk. With Lano's death, half of their support had already collapsed, and now Kadia was dead too. This dealt a heavy blow to the morale of Lano's army. The generals who had been planning a mutiny to force Urus to release the prisoners were dumbfounded. Now that Kadia was dead, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't save him. Many generals were instantly disheartened, but even more so the seeds of revenge. Some even ignited the flames of revenge. He led his troops to surround Uluz's residence. Uluz, imprisoned, was terrified upon receiving this news. He immediately mobilized his revolutionary troops, and began to encircle and suppress the mutinous troops. A war between the two sides was imminent. Although many rebel leaders came forward to urge restraint on both sides, how could either side exercise restraint? You have killed my spiritual pillar. So why should I continue to engage in hypocritical and treacherous dealings with you? The rebel government headquarters was instantly engulfed in flames. Over 20,000 troops from both sides engaged in battle within the city. Although the Lano army's combat effectiveness was exceptional, in reality, no more than 5,000 Lano soldiers participated in the battle. The majority of Lano soldiers chose to stand aside or desert in anger. In reality, no more than 20,000 troops remained in the capital, and only 5,000 of them participated in the uprising. But their numbers were far too small. Although the Lano soldiers briefly broke into the heavily guarded Urus palace, they still couldn't stop Urus's human wave tactics. The sound of gunfire echoed through the night, and the next day, as the midsummer dawn rose as usual, the two sides, after a night of fierce fighting, had finally ceased fire. All 5,000 Lano soldiers had been strangled. The major general, who commanded these 5,000 soldiers, had also been beheaded. The battle had come and gone so quickly that the city's residents barely noticed before it was over. However, those who felt the most deeply were Kadia's wife and daughter. They had waited all night, listened to the roar of gunfire, only to receive news of their husband's tragic death. Thankfully, though the Lano soldiers had left in anger, they had not forgotten Kadia's wife and daughter. 20,000 soldiers were dispatched to escort Kadia's wife and daughter away. Despite receiving orders to intercept, the rebels and revolutionary soldiers along the way made no attempt to intercept the convoy. They had also heard of Kadia's fate. One could not help but feel pity for Kadia. They were powerless to oppose Urus, they could only do what they could. With Kadia's death, relations within the rebel regime became strained. Many began to distance themselves from Urus, fearing he would abandon them. Meanwhile, news of this overnight coup quickly spread to various countries. The Orc Empire was the most agitated. Upon hearing of the Lano couple's escape, Baromir immediately dropped his disguise. He dispatched a large army to encircle and annihilate the Lano army. Then, they were utterly routed by the Lano army, which already had nowhere else to vent its anger. And then, Baromir became obedient. He immediately contacted Urus, expressing his willingness to send troops to jointly encircle and suppress the Lano army. But Urus still had some sense. If he joined forces with the Orc Empire to encircle and suppress the Lano army, then if the Lano army was destroyed, he would be the next target. With the Lano army, the rebels would be invincible, even if the Lano army left in anger. As long as the rebels did not confirm their cooperation with the Orc Empire, the Lano army would not completely break with Urus. Although on the surface, the two sides seemed to be irreconcilable. But as long as Urus did not confirm his allegiance to the Orc Empire, the Lano army would not go to war with Urus outright. Because many within the Lano army did not want to go to war with Urus. In their view, if they went to war with Urus, they would face pressure from both Urus and the Orc Empire. Some of the Lano army's senior leaders also opposed Qiddiya. Therefore, under the combined influence of various forces, the Lano army had no choice but to leave in anger and negotiate with Urus. As for Urus's choice, it depended on whether Urus would have a relapse. After hearing this news, Leon was completely at a loss for words. Kedala was dead. Although it seemed to the outside world that Urus had not officially chosen to defect to the Orc Empire, Kedala's death meant Urus would inevitably defect to the Orc Empire, because Urus's actions had already sown the seeds of trouble within the rebel army. It's like killing someone's family. Do you still expect them to accept you? The answer is, of course, no. Urus would sooner or later be exposed in the Orc Empire. Lion was somewhat anticipating what would happen next, because Urus wondered how he would salvage the already nearly broken public sentiment. How could Urus silence the public outcry, because his murder of Qiddiya was an undeniable fact? Even though Urus was the leader of the rebellion, he couldn't just kill his own generals. Besides, Qiddiya hadn't committed any crime. A general who had served so diligently and meritorious was murdered like that. How could he deal with the public outcry? Public opinion would ignite the rebellion. However, as it turned out, Leon had overestimated his own intelligence. Or perhaps, Leon had miscalculated, overestimating the orcs. Or perhaps, he had overestimated the orcs of the Orc Empire. In response to the public outcry, Urus took the most drastic measure, distributing food to all civilians. It was the simplest, yet most effective. Chapter 746. Just as everyone was watching what was happening with the Urus rebellion, something unexpected happened. The neighboring Orc Empire had lost its mind. Why? Of course, it was because the Orc Empire had officially declared war on Great Yin. This move by the Orc Empire had completely confused the surrounding nations. They simply couldn't understand why the Orc Empire would do such a thing. Declaring war on Great Yin, and even taking the initiative. No one with a serious mental illness would do such a thing. The last country to declare war was the Papal States, and the country before that was the Dwarf Empire. The Papal States had become timid, and the Dwarf Empire was as silent as a dead fish. It wasn't that they didn't want to speak, but that they simply didn't have the power to speak. The Dwarf Empire once had a certain say, but now it had completely degenerated into a small nation. Small nations have no say. If he could do it all over again, perhaps Anvari wouldn't have chosen to go to war with the Yin. The Dwarf Empire is now internally disintegrating, its former glory fading. The Lover Empire was once not only a powerful nation in the southern continent, but also one of the world's greatest powers. Even if the Dwarf Empire was the only nation in the southern continent. When the Orc Empire declared war, the first to be shocked weren't the Yin or Lion. The first to be shocked were the citizens of the Orc Empire. They had never imagined that Baromir would actually declare war on the Yin. Is there something wrong with their brains? Even if he was caught in the door, he couldn't do such a thing, right? Now it was the Orc Empire's turn to be shocked. In fact, Baromir himself was also deeply shocked by this news. Yes, you heard correctly, Baromir himself. At this moment, in the Orc Empire's palace, at this dead of night, it should have been utterly silent. But unexpectedly, the palace was brightly lit. However, these were not real lights. They were the lights of the soldiers' torches. Crown Prince Bahamut had forced the Emperor to abdicate. And under the guise of a plan to remove the Emperor, he led his army directly into the palace. He pulled Baromir, still asleep, from his bed. Seeing Bahamut standing by his bed, Baromir was completely stunned. What was going on? Why was his own son forcing the Emperor to abdicate, until he appeared before his eyes? Only then did Baromir realize that all his arrangements had been self-deception. Because Baromir knew that when Bahamut stood before him, he had already failed. Or rather, all his men had been bribed by Bahamut. What are you doing? You traitor, Baromir said angrily. Bahamut lowered his head and said with disdain, What am I doing? Isn't it for the Orc Empire? Look at what the Orc Empire is like under your rule. Baromir laughed angrily after hearing this. What is the Orc Empire like under my rule? Do you think you would be able to rule the Orc Empire well if you were the Emperor? I don't know, but you're finished anyway, Bahamut said with a strange expression. This frightened Baromir. For some reason, He had a feeling that Bahamut had ulterior motives. You don't know yet? My dear father, I declared war on the Great Yin in your name. So, guess who will face the wrath of the people next? Bahamut said with a smile. Baramir's blood pressure instantly shot through the roof when he heard that. What did he mean? Declare war on the Great Yin in my name. Baramir's heart sank. This life is over. Do you know what this will mean? Baramir said, suppressing his anger. What will it mean? I only know that you will be ruined, and I will rightfully inherit the throne and become the emperor of the Orc Empire. Bahamut laughed heartily, as if he had already won. Ha. You're dreaming. Do you think you succeed in inheriting the throne? Or do you even know what's next for you? Bahamut looked at Bahamut with sympathy. You old man, what else have you not said? What else do I not know? Just tell me. Bahamut grabbed Bahamut by the collar, angrily saying. Bahamut shook his head and then spoke. If you do the first thing, don't blame me for the 15th. Let's see if you can manage the Orc Empire well. Ha, Your Majesty, Emperor Bahamut. Ha. Bahamut laughed heartily. Take him away. Lock him up. Lock him up. Bahamut spoke furiously, his once pale green face becoming ferocious. Being a hybrid of human and orc, he was already a strange creature, and with this ferocious expression, Bahamut's elegant and gentlemanly image was instantly shattered. But the ministers who had followed him paid no attention to Bahamut's expression. They only focused on the official seals in their hands. They didn't care who sat on the throne, not even if it was a pig. They only cared about their own official positions. Soon, Bahamut was placed under house arrest. However, to the outside world, the rumor was that Bahamut had abdicated the throne to his son, Bahamut, because he had made a wrong decision. Of course, this was just an external announcement. In reality, this so-called announcement was drafted by Bahamut himself, and the ministers did not comment on it. Some ministers chose to side with Bahamut, while others opted to accumulate strength, waiting for an opportunity to rescue the old Emperor Bahamut. Lion's expression was incredibly captivating upon hearing the news. As expected, in a feudal state, or rather, in the feudal era, this kind of family feud was a common occurrence. As a bystander, Leon naturally enjoyed watching the excitement. So he immediately began fanning the flames, publishing an article under his own name. The general content harshly condemned Bahamut's unjust rise to power, alluding to the fact that the old Emperor Bahamut had been imprisoned by Bahamut. After learning of Bahamut's ascension, Leon understood the reason for this declaration of war. But was Leon afraid? No, in fact, Leon was even more excited. Because he finally had a reason to destroy the Orc Empire. Everything the Orc Empire has done to us humans will be repaid double. Chapter 747. With the Orc Empire declaring war, Leon was somewhat overwhelmed. The Yin was currently in the midst of its second 5-year plan. A full-scale war was not advisable. Supporting the Succubus Kingdom and conquering the spatial rifts was Leon's bottom line. Another war with the Orc Empire would have a significant impact on the Yin's development. Leon could, of course, continue to build the Yin after the full-scale war. But who would compensate the Yin for the precious time lost? Under Leon's leadership, the Yin had already fought a founding war. It was now possible to develop peacefully. There was no need to sacrifice development for war. The Yin had defeated the Papal States and the Dwarf Empire. The indemnities from both countries were enough for the Yin to absorb for a while. So Leon would not consider starting a new war for the time being. War is not a good thing. Most wars in the world are not started by people of their own free will. Many wars are fought out of necessity, founding wars to secure development, counterattacks against a siege, and defensive battles against a formidable enemy. But ultimately, war only brings endless casualties on both sides. Leon was once an angry young man, believing that Great Yin would crush everything. But as his time and leadership grew, Leon realized that the world wasn't developing as he imagined. Leon went from a warmonger to a calm and war-avoidant person. It wasn't because Leon was afraid, nor was it because he was a saint. It was because Leon had read the list of fallen Wehrmacht soldiers. The thick stack of papers didn't look thick, but it contained the names of over 100,000 people. They lay quietly on these papers, letting the cold wind blow, the merciless dust trap them. Whose family were they? Whose husbands were they? What about the enemy soldiers killed by the Wehrmacht? They too had complete families. Since the end of the Battle of the Elven Empire, Leon had witnessed the shattered Demon Empire and the shattered Elven Empire. Leon had gradually matured since then. In the past, Leon had launched wars directly after completing preparations, but the Battle of Kursk was different. Leon spent nearly 6 months preparing for the Battle of Kursk. The scale of the Battle of Kursk might not have been as large as the Battle of the Elven Empire. But Leon still spent 6 months preparing. Because Leon didn't want to see too many casualties among his soldiers. Where is war without casualties? All Leon could do was to do his best to protect the Wehrmacht. Developing missiles was also a means. If a war were to break out, firing a single sun-scorching missile could silence the enemy, thus preventing war and reducing casualties. Why not? In the past, we had no choice. Now we do. We have the microphone. It's not that we can't fight, nor that we don't want to fight, but we simply don't want to see casualties. Unconsciously, Leon had grown up, from his former childishness to his current composure. Leon had become a qualified politician. But now, Leon also faces a challenge. That is the military expenditures that lie ahead. Before, Leon could be so cheerful because the expenditures for the military bases in the Demon Empire and the Papal States had not yet been calculated. But now, with the figures for the military bases in these two countries now available, the people of Leon are stunned. For the first time, Leon considered disarmament. There was no way around it. The expenses were simply too high. The total military expenditure for the 3 armies was 60 million gold coins. Leon could still accept that. But what Leon hadn't anticipated was that the combined maintenance and various expenses for the Great Yin military bases within the Demon Empire, the Papal States, and other countries would reach 20 million gold coins. Currently, Great Yin had 17 domestic military bases and 79 non-domestic military bases. Each of these military bases cost over 200,000 gold coins. And some large bases cost even more. But the money had to be spent. Because a large portion of these military bases were strategically located. For example, the North Wind Harbor military base in the New West Empire, the military bases within the Qing Chi Kingdom, and the military bases on the northwest border of the Elf Empire. Leon finally understood the joys and pains of the Fierce Wind Kingdom. Owning military bases in strategic locations was great. But the costs were also enormous. Leon couldn't help but think of the Fierce Wind Kingdom's unjust protection racket. Why not do it myself? Lion shook his head. Now, the paper wealth of all nations has been drained into the hands of the yen. Some nations aren't like the yen. If you charge them protection fees, they simply pass the fees on to the common people. And then, when they're assimilated, they have to lift them out of poverty. Lion ultimately gave up the idea. It's not that the yen is broke, but Leon's heart is tied to the small sums. As a leader, Leon can only watch these money being spent from the treasury. Lion shouldn't be sad, but seeing the money being spent in his own hands, Leon feels a sense of loss beyond words. Sitting in the command center, Leon looked at the report with a sense of dejection. I couldn't figure it out. I really couldn't figure it out. It was so infuriating. The more Leon thought about it, the angrier he became. He picked up the phone beside him. Hello? Missile Silo 01? This is Leader Leon. If I remember correctly, there's a Scorching Sun missile with a conventional warhead in Missile Silo 01, right? Leon quickly got the answer he wanted from the other party. Then prepare for launch and await my command. Leon then summoned Caddis and the others to discuss the matter. The Orc Empire declared war, right? I heard you're brave. I wonder if you can still be brave after being hit by a Scorching Sun missile? Caddis agreed without hesitation. What a joke. Missiles aren't used for fireworks, so they're just going to rot in the warehouse, Leon muttered, gazing at the night sky. Will one shot not be enough? Orc Empire, inside the capital palace. Bachmet was examining his attire. Your Majesty is truly wise and valiant. You look even more extraordinary in this attire. A heavily made-up female orc said flatteringly. You're truly eloquent. My favor to you is well worth it. Bachmet looked smug. The female orc smiled, and a speck of white powder fell from her cheeks. If Leon were here, seeing this female orc, he'd definitely vomit up his leftover food right then and there. Sorry, Bachmet said you're a hero, and I agree. But your taste, sorry The female orc blushed at this, and Bachmet saw it, instantly unleashing his bestial nature. Baramirt's concubine is simply stunning, and at this moment, unbeknownst to Bachmet, the sun-scorching missile was already en route. Chapter 748. Bachmet was engaging in indecent activities with the eye-catching female orc. While both sides were in full swing, the fiery sun missiles were approaching from the sky. 30 minutes ago. Near the northern forests of Diyin. Inside Missile Silo number 01. The missile launch squad stationed in the silo received the final order to launch. The squad leader immediately pressed the combat alert button. Ding-ling-ling. The soldiers resting in their bunks quickly jumped out of their beds. Preparations for the launch began immediately. The soldiers began inspecting various parts of the missile. Final preparations were also made before the missile launch. After a thorough inspection, the missile was finally inspected. This series of preparations took over 20 minutes. After completing all this, the soldiers immediately returned to their strike-resistant dormitories. Preparations for attack were complete. Although the missile silo was unlikely to be attacked at the moment, Leon still had them practice attack defense. After all, there's a saying that goes, be prepared, be prepared. After receiving the notification, Leon immediately pressed the launch button. Yes, Leon had a briefcase with him. This briefcase would match the missile silos based on the signal. Generally, the missiles in silos 01, 02, and 03 are ready at all times. As long as Leon gave the order to launch, it could be launched within half an hour at the latest. In fact, as soon as Leon pressed the launch button, a missile would be launched from the silo. However, that was an emergency strike. For a conventional strike, Leon would still follow the normal procedures. As Leon pressed the missile launch button, a fiery sun missile flew out of a missile silo. It quickly rose high into the sky, then transformed into a meteor, heading straight north. Many of the awakened people couldn't help but look up. As people of the Great Yin, they had witnessed countless fiery sun missiles streaking through the sky. After all, the fiery sun missiles used against the Papal States had mostly flown over them. So, these powerful weapons were no strangers to them. What surprised these ordinary people was that this fiery sun missile wasn't heading toward the Papal States, but toward the Orc Empire. Now it was the ordinary people's turn to be shocked. What was going on? Was the Great Yin going to fight the Orc Empire? So, their revenge could finally be avenged? Many people of the Great Yin weren't afraid of war, but rather excited. For they had waited so long for this day. If the war between humans and other races was an ordinary war, then the war between humans and orcs had reached the point of a fight to the death. So, after seeing the missile, everyone was excited, eager for Leon to order an all-out war. If Leon knew, he'd probably be furious himself. I'm holding back, just to prevent the war from escalating. Are you all that excited? Because of the hatred between the Yin and the Orc Empire, and the Qin-Chi Kingdom standing in the way. Ordinary people received the news a little late. And the Yin daily couldn't confirm whether Baramert had abdicated, because Baramert hadn't issued an edict to abdicate yet. So, the Yin daily, always rigorous and truthful, couldn't confirm the authenticity of this news. Moreover, based on numerous past cases, there have been numerous near misses. So, the Great Yin Daily could only wait for confirmation before publishing its official newspaper. However, as the day progressed, the Intelligence Bureau was able to confirm that Bachmet had indeed become the new emperor. So, the Great Yin Daily was currently rushing to produce the newspaper for tomorrow morning's release. But tomorrow morning might not only bring this one explosive news. The burning sun missile streaked across the night sky. Everyone along the way couldn't sleep. It was the first time the people of Qin-Chi had seen a burning sun missile streak across the sky. But they could guess it was a burning sun missile, because Qin-Chi and Great Yin used the same newspaper. To ensure the assimilation of Qin-Chi, Lion not only used the same weapons, but also the same system and even the same newspaper. This was a fundamental approach, to make these orcs understand that they were the same as the people of Great Yin. Facts proved that these orcs had lived up to Lion's trust. Since the orcs were granted visa-free entry, a large number of orcs entered the Yin and began seeking development. These orcs proved remarkably docile, for they shared the same difficult past as the people of the Yin. Thus, they could be considered to share a common affliction. The oppressed parties never engaged in excessive confrontation. The orcs' honesty contrasted sharply with the dwarves' rampant arrogance. As a result, many people in the Yin did not wish the orcs to be annihilated by the orcs, and many began to accept the orcs. The Yin already had a number of orcs, having fled from the north, unable to endure the oppression of the Orc Empire. A scorching sun missile flew into the Orc Empire's airspace and landed directly on a plain near the capital. In front of hundreds of thousands of orcs in the Orc Empire's capital, it blasted a massive crater across the plain. Bahamut, who had been engaging in a shameful act, suddenly lost his composure. Bahamut felt a sense of dread. He felt completely crippled by that blow. The eye-catching female orc beneath him instantly revealed a look of discontent. As if to say, "Your Majesty, why are you done? Keep playing." The eye-catching female orc flirted with Bahamut, seducing him. But Bahamut had no desire to continue his shameful behavior. He had just heard a noise outside. As a qualified magician, he could sense that the explosion hadn't caused any magical fluctuations at all. How could someone create such a massive explosion without any magical fluctuations? There's only one country in the world that could do this. That's the Yin. As for why the Yin would do this, Bachmet already had a clue. Although Bachmet didn't panic excessively after the explosion, He knew that no matter how he panicked or calmed down, it wouldn't change the fact he'd been attacked. Now, the only thing Bachmet could do was send people to appease the orcs in the city. Tell them it was just a common attack. But was it really just a common attack? Even the guards around Bachmet didn't believe it. Because the last time such a level of disturbance had occurred was during the Gustav bombardment. A year ago, an enraged Leon had directly ordered the Gustav bombardment of the Orc Empire's capital. Though the shield had held them back, the psychological scars they left behind had never dissipated. This single sun missile had thrown the orcs back to the state they'd been in since the Gustav attack. Chapter 749. A scorching sun missile landed near the capital of the Orc Empire. This frightened Bahamut deeply, and certainly the citizens of the Orc Empire's capital. The citizens, who had been asleep, were awakened by this scorching sun missile. They were confused. They didn't know where this attack came from. And they didn't know if another attack would come. They spent the entire night in constant fear. But although Bahamut slept soundly, he was deeply saddened. He slept soundly because he knew that Leon's attack would only be this one, a warning to him. If he continued to act recklessly, the scorching sun missile would fall on him next time. So, Bahamut went about his business as usual, eating and sleeping. But Bachmet was shocked to discover that his second brother could no longer stand. How did he die? Wasn't it because he was frightened to death by that scorching sun missile? From then on, Bachmet lost the most important thing in his life. No matter how hard Bachmet tried, his second brother could no longer stand. This might take a lifetime to heal. The next day, while the people of the Orc Empire were still in a state of trepidation, Leon and his team had already published a new round of newspapers. The headline was, "Scorching Sun in the Sky." As we all know, the fewer words, the bigger the event. So, these 4 short words already captured the public's attention. Then, the citizens learned from the newspapers what had happened the previous night. After understanding the whole story, the citizens present could not help but admire Leon's decisiveness. The Orc Empire had already declared war on them. If they didn't make a move, wouldn't that be a clear sign of cowardice? And Leon was incredibly far-sighted, effectively silencing the enemy with a single sun missile. Orc Empire, I wanted to say something, but this missile left me speechless. Meanwhile, the citizens' attention was still focused on Bahamut's usurpation of power. Everyone was instantly thrilled. As natives of this land, they'd seen this kind of drama many times before, and they understood that while the situation was settled, there was still plenty of room for maneuver. I have an idea. I think the leader could seize the opportunity and send troops directly under the banner of aiding the Orc Empire and welcoming back Bahamut. An elderly, seemingly benevolent man suddenly said with a sly grin, "Send troops? Are you sending troops?" I'm embarrassed to point it out. Another elderly man couldn't help but hold his head in his hands. What's that? Why can't we just say that? In response to Bahamut's request for aid, the leader, unable to bear the sight of the Orc Empire falling apart, sent a massive army to help unify it. Bahamut is under house arrest anyway. When we attack, we kill him. With no witnesses, who can accuse us of having no reason to send troops? Another old man spoke calmly. The previously benevolent old men instantly dropped their veneer of kindness. The half-orc newspaper vendor at the newsstand was stunned upon hearing this. She had recently arrived in Dian, and had secured a job selling newspapers. She had seen these benevolent old men for several days in a row, and they were practically a familiar sight. As a result, today's chatter from these old men was killing her CPU. Is this even something she could listen to? Aren't the people of Dian supposed to be peace-loving? This place is too horrible, I want to go home. The half-orc girl, sensing the kindness of the Dian people, instantly wanted to go home. As the public debated passionately, the Intelligence Bureau also began to operate. Because the Intelligence Bureau also noticed the direction of public opinion. Dian didn't prohibit public discussion, so the Intelligence Bureau had an additional task. That was to constantly monitor public opinion. If there was any shift, the Intelligence Bureau would urgently follow up. If public opinion turned unfavorable to Dian, the Intelligence Bureau would proactively intervene and begin to manipulate public opinion. This wasn't a ban on continued discussion, but rather an artificial attempt to steer public opinion in a different direction. As we all know, if there are many species of fish in a pond, and one species far outnumbers the others, it will begin to oppress the others. The same is true with public opinion. If one type of opinion is allowed to permeate, everyone will be affected by it. At this point, a counterbalance can be achieved by introducing new fish or strengthening a particular species. The intelligence agents initially expected public opinion to explode, but unexpectedly, it did. However, this direction left the intelligence agents dumbfounded. I was ready to personally intervene to influence public opinion, and now you're telling us that not only are you not against war, you're actually eager to start a war? What kind of person is this? Not only did these old men want to start a war, but the young people also wanted to start a war of revenge. After all, what's the saying? Fight the Orc Empire? Count me in. That's the honor of having a separate family tree. Then the domestic atmosphere began to shift against the Orc Empire. When Leon heard the news, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So I'm redundant, right? I've been trying to prevent a war, and now you're all rebelling against me, right? Lion suddenly found these people quite endearing. He put down the documents in his hand and said calmly, although everyone wants to fight the Orc Empire, we need to calm down for at least the next few months. Hans, standing nearby, was taking notes in his notebook. As the director of Leon's intelligence agency, Hans knew exactly what Leon was thinking. After all, these two are so close, they're practically sworn brothers. Hans knows everything about Leon, and Leon is the only person Hans can trust. Because Leon gave Hans power, but not everyone can handle the power of the Intelligence Bureau. Hans has become increasingly isolated over the past 3 years. Imagine if your friend is an intelligence chief, and he knows your details intimately. You have absolutely nothing to hide from him. So, Hans has virtually no friends. And while Caddis and the others may not particularly like Hans, they have great respect for him. Hans has been able to hold this position for 3 years, and handle countless dirty work for Leon. Everyone is afraid of Hans, but they all want to give him an award. Working 365 days a year, what else could this be but a model worker? Chapter 750. As William conquered the other world, many high-ranking military officials received the news, and many officers were filled with envy. Nonsense! Why did such a lucrative position fall to William? Are they not strong enough? Of course not. It was simply because Leon chose William. William had one advantage: his extreme stability. As steady as an old dog, you could say. As an outstanding graduate of the Infantry Command Department, William had dedicated himself to infantry combat. He had even developed many tactics not taught in textbooks. William would deploy his battle formation based on the mission he received. For example, upon receiving a defensive order, William would inquire how long the defense would take, and then adopt different defensive strategies. The most brutal strategy was to split the soldiers into groups of 3, and then spread them directly across the battlefield, fighting to the death. The enemy could only eliminate these fire points one by one, like pulling out nails. The most gentle strategy was to use artillery to suppress the enemy, and keep them outside the defense line. After all, De Yin had no shortage of artillery firepower. That was why William was chosen by Lion, to attack the other world, without any information about it. At this moment, one shouldn't choose a radical general, one should choose a steady one. But the most steady one wasn't the veterans like Caddis, the most steady one was William. William's favor from Lion caused envy among many generals. But despite their envy, these generals knew they were no match for William. William's strength wasn't due to Lion's promotion. He had already proven his strength in war. William's old partner, Major General Guthrie, commander of the 1st Armored Division of the 1st Armored Army, had a look of dissatisfaction on his face. He was poring over the latest newspaper with a gloomy expression. Although Lion hadn't disclosed the location of the spatial rift, the war report still had to be carried out. Guthrie's handsome face nearly turned bitter as he read the report about William. Damn William, taking my soldiers and using them to gain credit. That's right, almost all of the elite soldiers in the 1st Guards Division were transferred from the 1st Armored Division. It can't be helped, after all, the 1st Armored Division is so powerful. Can't a 50,000-man armored division draw some men to supplement the 20,000-man Guards Division? Guthrie. I can, but what's the point of you picking on me? Guthrie has been deployed to the Holy Empire, stationed in the Holy Empire's capital. The reason for transferring such a powerful unit to the Holy Empire is to give the 1st Armored Division some time to recover. After William drew a certain number of soldiers, this unit no longer has the same formidable combat power as before. Recruiting new soldiers takes time, and even after that, training is still required to achieve combat effectiveness. Rather than sending this half-finished 1st Armored Division to the front lines, it would be better to station it in the Holy Empire's capital. This would both demonstrate Lion's commitment to the Holy Empire and protect the 1st Armored Division. It would also provide the 1st Armored Division with valuable training time. The 1st Armored Division enjoyed a very comfortable life in the Holy Empire. Although the Holy Empire was only later incorporated into Great Yin, the ordinary people of the Holy Empire had long heard of this ace unit of Great Yin. This was the 1st Armored Division established in Great Yin. It had achieved countless military feats, both large and small. So the arrival of the 1st Armored Division was a powerful boost for the ordinary people who had just been incorporated into Great Yin. For in the eyes of these ordinary people, they feared that Lion would dislike the people of the Holy Empire because of Edward III's past treatment of them. But the arrival of the 1st Armored Division reassured them that Lion would not dwell on the past. They were just ordinary people of the Holy Empire, with no connection to the so-called nobles or Edward III. So when Gudry and his men first arrived, they were greeted with such enthusiasm that they felt intimidated. Just imagine, the people in these newly liberated areas welcomed the National Defense Forces with even greater enthusiasm than the locals of Great Yin themselves. Their enthusiasm was so intense that they almost wanted to devour Gudry and his men. The somewhat shy Gudry received a flood of love letters. He was so frightened that he almost fled with his tanks in the middle of the night. The soldiers themselves felt the warmth of the people. Everyone felt embarrassed. Many soldiers also received love letters. And these letters were of exceptionally high quality. In the Holy Empire's capital, if you wanted to survive, almost everyone was literate. This wasn't because these people had the money to study, but rather because Edward III didn't want to see illiteracy. While universal literacy was difficult, it was still possible to ensure that everyone in the capital could read. Thanks to Edward III's policies, the cultural level in the capital remained high. In fact, it wasn't just Edward III, many other monarchs also placed great emphasis on the education of the imperial family. This is why the citizens of the imperial city were able to defend the city so many times when the enemy was at its gates. And because of the high quality of the imperial city's residents, during the Holy Empire period, the majority of officers in many armies were imperial city residents. So, Lion dispatched the 1st Armored Division for another purpose. It was to allow the 1st Armored Division to recruit soldiers from here. The 1st Armored Division would need to fight not only in its home country, but also in other countries. Therefore, in its initial phase, it must accommodate elves, orcs, and people from the Holy Empire. Because local conditions shaped local people, if the 1st Armored Division included soldiers from other countries or races, it would reduce preparation time in the event of a war. After all, they were all locals. If the locals didn't understand the local area, could they still be considered locals? Gudry was weeping bitterly in the command center. As William's good brother, Gudry naturally wanted to see his good brother achieve merit. But my good brother was making a contribution, while I had no chance to do so myself. So torn. Just as Gudry, overcome with grief, was about to write a letter to Charlotte, far away into Yin, a soldier rushed in a panic. "Commander." "A contribution," the soldier exclaimed excitedly. Gudry's face suddenly darkened. "What's that? What do you mean by a contribution?" The soldier immediately swallowed his saliva and said solemnly, "A group of bandits has appeared around the imperial capital and begun looting." Gudry's expression instantly cleared upon hearing this. "Since we can't strike at other countries, let's strike at the bandits today. Bandit, is that really necessary?" Chapter 751. A few hours ago. An adventuring team consisting of honorary nobles and students from the Imperial Capital Magic Academy was exterminating monsters in the forests near the Imperial Capital. Most of these demons were low level and confined within a certain area. This served as a training ground for these magicians and noble children. Lion annexed the Holy Empire into the Yin and abolished the feudal aristocracy, retaining only a few innocent and meritorious nobles, leaving them with a portion of land for their livelihood. The nobles initially disagreed, but then Lion asked them to choose between truth and reason, and they decisively chose reason. People can't be reasonable, right? In fact, Lion also knew that retaining these honorary nobles would actually protect the common people. Lion could, of course, abolish all of these nobles, but that would only deepen the hatred between the nobles and the common people. Lion knew that the nobles weren't all mediocre. This class wouldn't disappear, and besides the few who relied on family inheritance for wealth, they were truly noble. In reality, each noble was incredibly intelligent. Even if Lion exiled them, they could quickly build their own fortunes. Rather than having these intelligent nobles stand against the Great Yin, it would be better to tie them to the chariot. Do you want to be honorary nobles of the Great Yin Kingdom? These are honorary nobles of the Great Yin Kingdom. And Lion would lavishly support them. Smart nobles would naturally make the choice between money and fame. And Lion offered them an offer they couldn't refuse. If their descendants failed, the Great Yin Kingdom would support them. But the prerequisite is that they are honorary nobles. And Leon is incredibly ruthless. Initially, honorary nobles weren't allowed to inherit, but later, when resistance became too strong, Leon resorted to a backstabbing scheme. Ancient wisdom, the enfeoffment order. And a title must be downgraded, and can only be passed down to two descendants. This not only controls the number of nobles, but also forces them to fight among themselves. If you want to keep your noble title, you must either achieve great things or contribute to Great Yin. What? You say you want to leave Great Yin? Goodbye. I don't want my iron torrent to crush you. The wise nobles have already understood that Great Yin's unification of the world is inevitable. So many nobles have spontaneously joined Great Yin, bringing their wealth with them. Donating money. Oh no, contributing over 1 million gold coins can earn you the title of honorary marquis. Think about it, think about it. Consider you a marquis, and divide the money among your descendants, doubling it. A marquis is divided into 2 earls, an earl into 2 viscounts, and you get a baron. How many people will that be? Earl, viscount, baron, 8 of us here, plus the marquis, less than 10 in total. Leon only mentioned basic living standards, meaning just enough to eat and drink. A baron gets 1 gold coin per month, a viscount 2, an earl 3, and a marquis 5. Is that too little? 1 gold coin is 100,000 yuan. Assuming you live to be 100, how many gold coins are there? No more than 10,000. But how much did they donate? Over 1 million. Leon, I never forced these nobles to give money. They gave it themselves. He's so sad. These nobles knew Leon's scheme, but there was nothing they could do. This cake is too delicious. It's so tempting to eat. You're going to be a noble in another country, waiting for the Great Yin Defense Army to crush you, you be defeated and liquidated. That would be a complete waste of effort. Besides, Lion gave the nobles the opportunity to retain their titles, effectively transforming them from a class of pleasure seekers into a class of strivers. They're simply willing to be slaves. Of course, all this presupposes that Great Yin is powerful enough. Powerful enough to make everyone understand that we have the power to unify the world. Only then can the nobles be kept in line. And the aristocracy has never disappeared from the beginning. The Intelligence Bureau can suppress it now, but it can't do so forever. So, instead of letting time nurture those frivolous aristocratic classes, it's better to establish a fake one in advance. A top-tier slave with a noble title. Noble, rat, my life is over. I hope I'm not on this planet in my next life. In the forest outside the imperial capital, noble ladies and gentlemen met with magic students to team up and gain experience. They knew the policies of the Great Yin, so they became stronger in order to achieve great things in the future and inherit the title. Fire burns. A female Great Thunder Magician shouted, and a ball of flame flew towards a first-level Tusky Boar. The Great Thunder Magician directly set the Tusky Boar on fire. Feeling the burning sensation, the Tusky Boar instantly panicked. Ah! I'm going to die, Grandpa Pig. He hurriedly mobilized his magic power, condensing a large amount of earth elemental stone, which clung to the... It almost became a roasted suckling pig. But many people still smelled the aroma of meat. Many people's attention was not on the meat, but on the Great Thunder. This thunder was quite impressive. And it was indeed a large one. The men were dazzled. What a treat! What a feast for the eyes! Zelaya. Don't overdo it, or it become a roasted suckling pig. Pigs are so cute, why are you roasting them? A petite noblewoman covered her mouth and chuckled. Zelaya was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Seeing this, several noble young men nearby drew their swords and dispatched the pig with a single blow. Everyone was ready to share the fruits of victory. Just then, several bandits emerged from the forest. These bandits were still naive, having previously escaped the Holy Empire's liberation war. These bandits had taken refuge in the mountains and forests to avoid the fighting. After escaping the heat of the war, they immediately emerged to investigate. They didn't learn anything else, only one thing: the nobles were gone, and so were the Holy Empire's troops. The bandits were instantly excited. With both the nobles and the army gone, wouldn't this be their world? These bandits were initially timid, until they discovered that no one was watching them near the imperial capital. So they let loose. It wasn't that the imperial capital wasn't defended by troops, but rather that its location was incredibly sensitive. The imperial palace alone was a real headache for the troops. These noble young men and women regarded these bandits as a formidable threat. They noticed that these bandits emanated a considerable amount of magical energy. And these nobles and students, mostly first and second level magicians or fighting knights, were relatively unsophisticated. Originally, these nobles traveled with guards, but due to Lion's policies, the nobles had to dismiss most of their guards. The result is predictable. Then, just as Gudry was eagerly awaiting an opportunity, he received news of the bandit kidnapping. You're just trying to bring me credit. Bandits, you're truly kind. Chapter 752. Gudley, who was stationed at the garrison, suddenly received an order to suppress the bandits. Or rather, he received news that a number of honorary nobles had been kidnapped by bandits, including many from the Imperial Capital Magic Academy. Dudley was instantly enraged upon hearing this. How dare these people? This is the Imperial Capital, the 1st Armored Division's base. They kidnap people right in front of them. Is there any law in this? Is there any justice in this? I, Dudley, have no ties with these bandits. Come on. Pass my order. The 1st Tank Regiment, go directly into the mountains and drive those bandits out, Dudley declared righteously, as if this action had no connection to any merit. The brigade commanders under his command could hardly contain their laughter at Dudley's clumsy acting. Commander, you're a commander after all, so shouldn't you act a bit more like one? We're too embarrassed to point it out to you. After receiving the order, the commander of the 1st Tank Regiment immediately began mobilizing his soldiers. At the same time, Leon also received Goodry's request for action. What? Using tanks to fight bandits? Lion, sitting in the command post, widened his eyes as he looked at Goodry's request for action. My goodness, have these bandits broken the laws of heaven? Using tanks to fight them, using artillery seems unnecessary to me. Using tanks, did they break the laws of heaven in their past lives? Despite his complaints, Leon approved Goodry's request for action without hesitation. Fighting bandits? Use ruthless force. Give Chomer a hard blow. These bandits spend their days robbing and pillaging. What kind of things are they doing? Actually, these bandits had some connection to Lion. More precisely, they had a connection to Lion's father. That is, Edward III. Due to Edward III's various bizarre policies, numerous rebellions arose within the Holy Empire. These rebellions were never suppressed. Although the Wehrmacht had liberated the Holy Empire, these rebels, seeing the powerful Wehrmacht approaching, simply chose to disband on the spot. Most of the rebels chose to return to their hometowns and become honest farmers. A small number, having unleashed their inherent evil, chose to become bandits in the mountains, living what they considered a carefree life. Due to the intense Battle of Kursk, most of the troops were transferred to the Kursk Plain. Suppression of banditry within the Holy Empire was progressing slowly. The Holy Empire could only rely on the Holy Empire front within the country. But the Holy Empire front was inherently defensive. Asking them to suppress the bandits, while feasible, would be slow. Now that the Battle of Kursk was finally over, Leon and his men were finally free to deal with these bandits. At the same time, they were training the Holy Empire front's combat capabilities. Then these bandits ran into gunfire. Oh no, that should be the muzzle of a tank. At the gates of the Imperial capital, the Holy Empire front soldiers, standing guard, watched dozens of tanks leave the city. The sight of these tanks stunned the soldiers. From the looks of it, these tanks were ready for war. The soldiers were puzzled. What was going on? Were they sending troops to fight the Orc Empire? But soon, the soldiers received news that some children of nobles had been kidnapped, along with students from the Magic Academy. The soldiers watched the army leaving the city, and suddenly felt a pang of sadness for the bandits. This is truly tragic. No! Not tragic at all. They deserve it. The soldiers on guard wished they could join the bandits' suppression effort. Inside the bandit stronghold, the bandits looked at the kidnapped noble ladies, and the female students from the Magic Academy with lewd expressions. Boss, these girls are so pretty. How about we have some first? A treat for the brothers? A sharp-faced subordinate said. The bandit leader's face darkened. We're kidnappings, not criminals. The men were stunned by the leader's words. What do you mean we're kidnappings, not criminals? Aren't bandits criminals? Watching his men exchange bewildered glances, the bandit leader realized he had made a mistake. But Big Brother is still Big Brother. What Big Brother says is always right. What are you talking about? Keep a close eye on them, the bandit leader said fiercely. The men then dispersed, doing their assigned tasks. The kidnapped noble lady showed no signs of panic. Hey, just to ask, how much ransom are you taking from us? The bandits were stunned by the noble lady's proactive approach. Aren't you hostages? Can you cooperate a little? The bandits nearby were terrified. How could a hostage be so approachable? Looking at his startled men, the bandit leader lost his composure. Aren't you brothers? Can you stand up for a moment? Just as the bandit leader felt hopeless, one of his men rushed in a panic. What are you panicking about? The bandit leader grabbed the man. The man immediately spoke in a trembling voice, seeing his boss. Boss! There are tanks! The bandit leader's eyes went blank, and he said blankly. What did you say? Tanks! Tanks! Tanks are blocking the entrance to the stronghold, the man said in horror. The bandit leader loosened his man's collar, and walked towards the stronghold's gate. Atop the stronghold's makeshift ramparts, a dozen bandits, weapons in hand, stared at the tanks outside with trembling legs. The bandits were practically petrified. The bandit leader rushed to the gate and was stunned by the sight of the tanks. As if he had spotted the bandit leader, Guderian immediately grabbed a loudspeaker. "Stop talking nonsense. Release the man and put him in jail. It's good for us, good for everyone." Listening to Gudley's words, the bandit leader feigned toughness. "You're wishful thinking. If you want to save him, hand over the money," Gudley said to the gunner. "Point your gun at them." The gunner then smiled wickedly and aimed the tank gun directly at the bandit leader. The bandit leader instinctively grabbed a nearby bandit. The bandit was instantly startled. "Boss? What are you doing?" The bandit leader trembled, his lower body limp. He could only rely on his men to hold him up. "Boss, don't grab me. My legs are weak too." "What?" Before the bandit leader could react, the two of them collapsed to the ground. "We can't let others look down on us. We have to stand up." The two struggled to support each other, but their expressions became increasingly comical. Gudley, seeing this, turned back and said, "Let them take action. It's also a good opportunity for training." Below the cliff behind the stronghold, a well-equipped army stood by. Chapter 753. A captain, holding Guderian's orders, looked toward the steep cliff. "This looks quite challenging, and it's not just a simple challenge." The location of this stronghold was carefully chosen. It wasn't built in a typical valley. Instead, it was situated on a steep cliff. The stronghold's main gate was at the foot of the mountain, but the main structure was located at the top. And to provide strong protection for the stronghold. In the distance between the main gate and the main structure, the bandits had set up numerous obstacles, even building many makeshift shelters along the way. Times progress, and so did the bandits. While they couldn't obtain the official Dayin munitions, they could obtain them from other sources. And what was even more terrifying was that these bandits had many ways to obtain their munitions. I had originally thought the internationally produced weapons were just a joke, but I didn't expect these bandits to actually use internationally produced weapons. The bandits, having used internationally produced weapons, also understood the terrifying power of tanks. So when they saw Gudley and his men park their tanks at the gate of their stronghold, they were terrified. But when they saw Gudley and his men parked at the foot of the mountain, making no move to attack, the bandits breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Gudley was simply afraid they would kill them. But in reality, Gudley was waiting for the soldiers at the foot of the mountain preparing to climb. Now that Great Yin has entered a period of peace, many armies are unable to conduct combat training. But there's a saying, as long as your mindset remains stable, there are always more solutions than problems. Leon found a spatial rift for the soldiers, a monster spawning point in this other world. Those who hadn't yet received their turn were left to fend for themselves. Now, all nations had experienced war, and were gradually recovering. During wartime, there were always some individuals who chose to engage in illegal and criminal activities. However, with the onset of peace, there were always some troublesome elements that needed to be eliminated. The Wehrmacht stationed in each nation could use the excuse of eliminating these troublesome elements to initiate frantic military training. The 1st Armored Division suffered greatly from individual combat during the Battle of Kursk. Although the 1st Armored Division possessed a sufficient number of armored units, the combat capabilities of its ordinary infantry units were far from impressive. The infantry squads operated almost entirely around the machine gunners. And even the most common riflemen could hardly be effective individually. It was only after the AK-47 was introduced that these infantrymen gained the ability to fight individually. But their individual combat capabilities were still far behind. They were a far cry from those so-called Knights of Light. Some people ask if comparing ourselves to the Knights of Light is premature. This is reality, not a fairy tale. We must face reality. Without using a powerful unit as an imaginary enemy, it's difficult for an army to achieve significant improvement. The soldiers guarding the cliff face are from the 1st Armored Division's Reconnaissance Company. The 1st Armored Division has 4 reconnaissance companies. Upon receiving the order, the reconnaissance company commander immediately ordered his men to begin climbing the cliff. In fact, Gudry initially intended to contact an airborne regiment stationed nearby. Dayin currently has 2 airborne divisions. The first has been battle-tested, while the second is still in the recruit training phase. After the war, the 1st Airborne Division was dispersed to various countries, organized into regiments. As the capital of the Holy Empire, the imperial capital naturally had an airborne corps stationed there. But after much deliberation, Gudry decided not to request support from his fellow airborne regiments. If everything depended on the other units, Then what was the point of his so-called armored division? After a military reform, the 1st Armored Division, commanded by Guthrie, was no longer simply an armored division. The armored divisions were now evolving towards combined arms. With their current equipment, Lyon couldn't simply create a combined arms brigade. He could only reform them based on the previous armored divisions, gradually transforming them into heavy combined arms units. Back then, the armored divisions had the power to crush an entire nation. However, as countries developed, their weaponry became more and more similar, losing their once invincible advantage. With the establishment of the T-72 tank production line, along with various new artillery and armored vehicles and long-range missiles, the Wehrmacht's operations now tended towards multi-service coordinated warfare. As the commander of the 1st Armored Division, Guthrie was summoned by Lyon several times. It was all about the reorganization of the armored division. The 50,000-man establishment was still too bloated, and they were planning to separate the logistics troops, retaining only about 30,000 combat troops. This would form a truly heavy combined arms division. The soldiers of the reconnaissance company began to scale the cliff like monkeys. This stunned the officers below. How could this be called climbing? This was running on flat ground. The scouts quickly reached the top of the mountain. The officers who had come from nearby to observe and learn were stunned. Most of them were officers from the Holy Empire front, and most still held onto outdated ideas. They believed that scouts should be used as scouts, not as the kings of special forces. But in reality, scouts were more than capable fighters. In terms of wilderness survival, combat capabilities, and comprehensive combat abilities, they were superior to other branches of the military. Of course, all this presupposed that their opponents weren't special forces. After all, scouts were scouts, and special forces were special forces. If you treat scouts like special forces, then what's the point of having special forces? The scouts quietly reached the top of the mountain. After eliminating a few necessary enemies, they began to bide their time. Because it wasn't yet completely dark, these scouts couldn't openly rescue the hostages. We weren't Russians, we couldn't possibly attack the hostages. As the scouts waited, inside the mountain stronghold hall. "Help! I'm starving. I want lobster," said a rather plainly dressed blonde noblewoman. The bandits nearby were practically exasperated. "Lobster? Where can I find lobster for you? We haven't even tried it ourselves." "I don't care, I want to eat. If you starve me too thin, my grandfather won't let you go," the noblewoman said, her face shattered. "Who's your grandfather?" the bandit asked weakly. Brian. Brian. The Duke?" The bandit's legs went limp with fear. Chapter 754. Looking at the unreasonable noble lady before them, the bandits were overwhelmed. Initially, these bandits had been somewhat wary of the noble lady's identities. So they had been polite and courteous. But now, upon learning that this ordinary dressed noble lady was actually Brian's granddaughter, they were instantly silenced. For Brian was one of the few dukes in the Holy Empire, and one of only 4 remaining dukes after the Holy Empire's Great Purge. One was Grand Duke Ronald of the Principality of Zyro, and another was Grand Duke Richard of the Principality of Richard. Lyon's uncle, Duke Charles, and Duke Brian. Of these 4 Grand Dukes, the first 2, having participated in the National Protection War, chose to side with the Great Yin during the Liberation War. And most importantly, these 2 Grand Dukes were among the most authentic heroes. They were contemporaries of Keatis, and nearly all participated in that massive expedition. As for Charles, Leon's uncle, though he served as emperor for a time, he hadn't committed any crimes against humanity. He rarely even amassed wealth. The most the intelligence agency could find was a charge of excessive debauchery. The fact that the intelligence agency only found this one crime speaks volumes about Charles's innocence. After all, Leon had initially considered having Charles and his family move to the basement for photos, or perhaps just sit there in bewilderment. But then he thought, since they hadn't done anything against humanity, why would he oppress them so much? Furthermore, during the Liberation War, Charles chose to fight to the bitter end against the forces that were trying to divide the empire, rather than surrendering immediately. So Lyon gave him the unassuming title of Duke, allowing Charlie to live out the rest of his life in peace. Brian had originally been at odds with Diane, and even had some reservations about Lyon. However, Brian could be considered a hero. During the 20 years of Edward III's reign, the entire operation of the Holy Empire depended almost entirely on Brian. Brian organized 4 northern expeditions to defeat the Orc Empire, and a western expedition to counter the increasingly powerful Orc Empire. The Holy Empire's decline under Edward III was a foregone conclusion. Brian, the veteran, chose to continue his service to the Holy Empire, delaying its collapse. This effectively saved countless lives. Leon would not kill such a hero who looked down on him. You are a hero and an elder. I am merely a junior with some achievements. Whatever you do, you must stay well. After all, a great man once said so. A nation without heroes is tragic. A nation without heroes is even more tragic. Thus, Brian's title of Duke was preserved. Lion also retained some of Brian's property. However, Brian disagreed, leaving only a portion of land sufficient for subsistence and subsequently handing over the rest to Lion. Lion initially wanted to take care of Brian, but he later realized he had been overthinking things. Brian's children were all incredibly intelligent. After losing their fortune, they put their ingenuity to good use and began to write their own legends in the Holy Empire. Almost immediately, the Brian family gained a considerable amount of wealth. Leon was amazed at the Brian family's business acumen. He also appointed a member of the Brian family to the position of an official in the Great Yin Finance Department. At first, Brian thought Lion was engaging in political exchange and repeatedly offered to marry his granddaughter to Lion. When Lion heard the news, he was horrified. The moment he received the news, Yun Qingqi threw Lion out of bed that very night. If Heiyu and the others hadn't intervened, Lion would have been sleeping on the street that night. But Lion still took a look at the photo of Brian's granddaughter. She's pretty, but she has nothing to do with me. The Brian family should have lived a happy life, but the bandits' kidnapping disrupted their lives. Brian and his family soon received the news of their granddaughter's abduction. For a moment, the entire Duke's mansion was in an uproar. Brian's granddaughter, named Sylvia, had always been the darling of the Duke's mansion and Brian's beloved granddaughter. So, when news of Sylvia's kidnapping reached her brother, he nearly rushed the stronghold, sword in hand, and slaughtered the bandits. But fortunately, Brian stopped him. The Duke's mansion was no longer the same mansion it once was, and they could no longer deal with these bandits with impunity. Just as everyone was in a state of panic, one of his men rushed back in a panic. He then shared shocking news. Gudley, leading an armored force, had surrounded the stronghold and deployed tanks to block the entrance. Now it was Brian's turn to be stunned. Saving one person? Is this even worth it? Inside the stronghold, the sky gradually darkened. The scouts sprang into action, transforming into ghosts, and tearing through the bandits' defenses. The bandits hadn't even considered the possibility of an attack from behind. This attack truly came from behind, directly from behind. How could they withstand this? The bandits collapsed in an instant, and the bandit leader, who had been planning a peaceful sleep, was dragged from his bed. He stared at the scouts with sleepy eyes and a dazed expression. Hey, wake up, brother. We're the National Defense Forces. You've been captured, you know? One scout couldn't help but hold his head, then patted the bandit leader's face. Ah! The three bandit leaders had brought their appearance to a close. The scouts quickly located the imprisoned nobles and students from the Magic Academy. I had originally thought these people would be severely tortured, but it turned out they hadn't even scratched a muscle. There were actually magicians among the bandits, but upon seeing the tanks surrounding the stronghold, they decisively fled. Kidnapping is one thing, but being pointed at by tanks is another. The Holy Empire and Great Yin are good brothers. We're brothers, and you're pointing tanks at me? Sorry, I'm done playing. I'm running. The scouts successfully escorted the hostages down the mountain. At the entrance to the stronghold, Gudley was secretly writing a letter. The deputy division commander, watching Gudley smirk, stretched his neck and peeked at the letter. But after reading the first line, the deputy division commander couldn't contain himself. Dear Charlotte. Then the deputy division commander looked at Gudley with a strange expression. As Gudley's deputy division commander, this was the first time he had seen Gudley with such an expression. How could this be the calm general? What kind of pervert is this? Just then, Sylvia came towards them. Chapter 755. Gudley, writing a letter to Charlotte, noticed the approaching crowd and put away the letter he was quietly writing. Looking up, he saw the deputy division commander watching him from the side. Seeing the deputy division commander's disdainful expression, Gudley suddenly wanted to give him a slap in the face. All you do is peek at me all day long. Looking at Gudley's resentful eyes, the deputy division commander suddenly felt like laughing. Then he teased. If I remember correctly, Charlotte seems to be William's sister? Gudley looked at the deputy division commander gravely. Are you deliberately picking a fight? Guess? The deputy division commander looked unfazed. Gudley was speechless. Just then, the rescued hostages also saw the two men arguing. As nobles and advanced students, they naturally recognized that the two men were arguing. Everyone was a little surprised. How could such a young general exist? Sylvia, especially having just turned 18, has a dream in her heart. That dream is the dream of a young girl with a nagging fear of her Prince Charming. 17 or 18 is truly the age of a young woman in love. And with Gudley's general's uniform, he instantly captured Sylvia's heart. "Shelia, I feel like I met my destiny," Sylvia said shyly, clutching her skirt with both hands. "Aw? Big sister, are you kidding me? How could you possibly be attracted to someone?" The Thunder Mage couldn't help but speak, as if he had just heard a horrible joke. As Sylvia's best friend, Zelaya naturally knew how high her friend's standards were. And they weren't ordinary. Because, as Brian's granddaughter, countless men had pursued Sylvia before. But without exception, Sylvia herself had rejected them all. There were even many young talents whom Brian admired, hoping to solidify their relationship through family marriage. Young talents who caught Brian's eye were already rare in the Holy Empire. But Sylvia said, "I just don't like it." Although Brian was somewhat dissatisfied with his precious granddaughter's idea, there was nothing he could do about it. He had to pamper his precious granddaughter. Sylvia's reputation among aristocratic women spread. And some noble women, who had a grudge against Sylvia, even nicknamed her the eternal leftover woman. Sylvia had no explanation for this. Because in Sylvia's eyes, what's the difference between these so-called noble women and fleas? They only cause itching, but offer nothing substantial. But with a flick of the wrist, that itch can be relieved. But today, Sylvia suddenly felt her heart touched. That was because of Gudry. Gudry never dreamed that before he could even woo Charlotte, he already been targeted by someone else. Charlotte didn't respond to his advances because she was afraid of her status. If she rejected his advances, it would likely affect her brother, William. In other words, this was just Gudley's wishful thinking. But Gudley didn't see it that way. He believed that as long as he worked hard, he could melt this iceberg. Gudley looked at the rescued hostages, a smile on his face. Luckily, these hostages were all safe and sound. If anything had happened to them, Gudley might have faced reprimands from Leon. Until these people were safe, Gudley breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Gudley noticed Sylvia staring at him. Gudley was instantly confused. What was going on? Why was this young lady staring at him? Sylvia's blunt gaze almost sent Gudley packing. Are all young ladies in the Holy Empire so blunt? He was just an ordinary person. Gudley looked at Sylvia with some surprise, and Sylvia stared back at him. "Miss, is there something you need?" Gudley asked, a puzzled expression on his face. "My name is Sylvia. Can you tell me yours?" Gudley instinctively glanced at the Deputy Division Commander beside him. The Deputy Division Commander was completely stunned after hearing Sylvia's words. Then he looked at Gudley with a complicated expression, as if saying, "Are you kidding me? Why do you think another girl is interested in you?" "I'm so angry." Seeing the Deputy Division Commander's constipated expression, Gudley felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. But then, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't answered Sylvia yet, and he quickly spoke. "My name is Gudley. Miss Sylvia, what can I do for you?" The Deputy Division Commander's mouth twitched upon hearing this, and he slapped Gudry, looking disappointed. "Hey, what are you doing?" Gudry was confused. The Deputy Division Commander looked at the clueless Gudry, and couldn't help but pound on the tank. "You deserve to be single." Gudry looked at the frustrated Deputy Division Commander, unsure how to interpret it. "Miss Sylvia is Duke Brian's granddaughter. Why don't you get off to see her off?" "Huh?" Gudry was stunned. Then, at the Deputy Division Commander's urging, Gudry was immediately driven off, and then, bewildered, got into a Mengshire. "General Gudry, how old are you?" "General Gudry, what do you like?" "General." As soon as they got in the car, Sylvia unleashed a barrage of questions, peppering Gudry with inquiries. Gudry wasn't irritated by Sylvia's probing. Instead, he patiently answered, "I'm 27 years old. What do I like?" "Tanks count?" Gudry said, nervously adjusting his trouser legs. The driver beside him didn't dare to say a word after hearing this. Is this the legendary blind date? Sylvia's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, and she kept asking Gudry questions. "So do you have someone you like?" Sylvia's words silenced Gudry. "Yes," Gudry said without hesitation. Sylvia hesitated after hearing this, then suppressed her anxiety and asked, "How long have you been together?" "Together? We haven't even started yet. Although her brother doesn't object to us being together, she hasn't accepted my offer," Gudry began. Sylvia's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "So they're not together. Since they're not together. Hee. Chapter 756. Gudley returned Sylvia to Brian's Duke's mansion. At the gate of the Duke's mansion, Brian, who had received the news early, and was ready to welcome his granddaughter back, was waiting for her. Seeing the military vehicle parked outside the Duke's mansion, Brian and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, their precious granddaughter Sylvia was safe. If anything had happened to Sylvia, Brian would have made sure to show those bandits what it meant to be still sharp. However, when Brian saw his precious granddaughter disembark from the military vehicle, his expression faltered. Why was his precious granddaughter's face so red? Brian then saw Gudley standing beside him. A few dark lines suddenly crossed his face. Of course, Brian had met Gudley before. During the Blitzkrieg against the Holy Empire, Gudley had led the armored troops to the gates of the city. Brian had been deeply impressed by him. Lord Duke Brian, Miss Sylvia has arrived, and it's time for me to return and report. The leader asked me to give his regards to you, and he promised that these bandits will become fewer and fewer. Because the frontline army will soon complete its training, it will also join the bandit suppression efforts. With that, Gudry got into the car, leaving everyone with his back. As Gudry left, Brian's tense expression instantly relaxed, and he looked at Sylvia with a smile. Little Sylvia, have you suffered? If you've been wronged, Grandpa will help you. Brian hadn't finished speaking when he saw Sylvia, now lost in thought, staring at the departing Gudry. Brian, Little Sylvia? Brian gently patted Sylvia's shoulder. Ah? Oh. By the way, Grandpa, are you recruiting female soldiers for the 1st Armored Division? Sylvia's words immediately silenced Brian. On the other side of the ocean, in the Succubus Kingdom, Fleischtam was lying on the grass, basking in the sun. In the distant playground, the young succubi were training. After nearly a month of training, these young succubi have begun to take shape. However, they are still a little clumsy. They have trouble manipulating many weapons and equipment. Furthermore, under the influence of the goblins' magic circles, the magic power in these succubi is dwindling, and the training is becoming increasingly effective. These goblins never dreamed that their attacks would become tools to aid the enemy. After a month of grueling training, the once delicate succubi are practically transformed into sturdy Barbies. And they discovered that these instructors aren't truly impartial. In fact, most of them are just sunny, cheerful young men. Most aren't so cold-blooded. So these succubi began to repeatedly test the instructors' limits. And whenever they got the chance, they would play tricks on their instructors. Instructor, I'm so impressed by you, you idiot. Fleischtam, resting, was unaware that danger was quietly approaching. Several succubi quietly crept up behind him. Just as they were about to act, Shia suddenly appeared, scaring them back. Why is Sister Shia here? Yes. What's she doing here? Confusion filled the succubi's faces. Just then, Thea gently approached Fleischtam, pulled out a blanket, and gently covered him. Feeling the warmth of the blanket, Fleischtam instinctively tugged at it, and curled up. Looking at Fleischtam like this, Thea's previously cold expression finally changed, and she actually smiled. The succubi, peeking from the bushes in the distance, were stunned. Is this still the Sister Thea they knew? Where did that cold-faced goddess go? Sister Thea, you changed. The little succubi collectively felt hopeless. And Thea, watching Fleischtam soundly asleep, smiled foolishly. This is good. Just then, an officer hurried over. Thea instantly stood up and left. The officer watched Thea leave without saying anything, for they had long known that Thea was interested in Fleischtam. So everyone wanted to help bring them together. Xia's arrival at this time was thanks to the officer's efforts. Captain! Get up. The leader has given orders. Fleischmidt, soundly asleep, was awakened by the officer. He woke to find a blanket on top of him. Whose is it? A closer sniff revealed a fragrant aroma. Whose blanket is this? Looking at the stunned Fleischmidt, the officer couldn't help but ask. Forget the blanket. It must belong to a succubus. Besides succubi, who else here has a fragrant blanket? Fleischmidt nodded, and the officer continued. The leader has issued orders. Our infantry training must pass within 2 weeks, and within the next 2 months, we must train these succubi into a regular army. They must be proficient in the use of various weapons, and possess the ability to launch counterattacks against the goblins. The officer spoke a great deal, and Fleischtam highlighted a few key points. Then, he spoke. In 2 months, the counterattack against the goblins will begin. It seems the leader intends to end all wars before winter arrives. Fleischtam said something the officer couldn't understand. Even then, Thea had just returned to the dormitory when she was surrounded by the little succubi. Thea? Tell the truth. How long have you and Captain Fleischtam been together? A little succubus gave Thea a wallbang. Thea panicked and nervously said, How long? I don't know anything about that. The little succubi exchanged glances, then smirked. Sister Shia isn't behaving well. If that's the case, don't blame us. Hee hee. The succubi extended their claws. No! It's itchy. Don't scratch. A burst of laughter rang out from the succubus dormitory. The succubus kingdom was gradually stabilizing, and William and his men were steadily advancing into the other world. Bachmet was silenced after being hit by a sun missile. The friction between Bonaparte and the Western Empire persisted, but as long as Leon didn't give his approval, Bonaparte and his men likely wouldn't engage in a fight. It seemed like this year I could finally have some free time to develop. Diane was also developing steadily. However, the crime rate hadn't dropped to the level Leon desired. After all, Diane was formerly a Sin territory, home not only to suffering people, but also to the most ruthless individuals. Many of these ruthless individuals had gone into hiding, but now, seeing that Diane was prospering and becoming rich beyond measure, their evil thoughts had resurfaced. Chapter 757. Leningrad, the capital of Great Yin. As the wars in the surrounding areas began to subside, the economy began to soar. Without the impact of war, Great Yin's entire transportation capacity would be used to ensure economic growth. With economic growth, citizens' benefits would naturally improve, but this would also give those who were idle some opportunity to exploit the situation. Great Yin was newly established, and even after several reforms, it still had many problems. Lion wanted to take drastic measures to completely eradicate these problems. However, many of these problems were not caused by policies, but by the people at the bottom. Human nature is greedy. Human greed can turn people into monsters. Institutions are not only meant to protect the weak, but also to restrain these monsters. Leningrad Security Bureau. First-class security trooper Ramiat clocked in at 8 a.m. Ramiat. Hurry, everyone's waiting for you. A female security trooper spoke up. Today they were on patrol in District 4. To better manage Lion, the security forces have divided Leningrad into 16 districts. 7 districts have already been completed. According to Lion's construction plan, Leningrad will expand to 16 districts. By then, Leningrad will far surpass the former imperial capital, becoming the largest city in the world. One of these districts will be the size of the former Sin city. So, according to the planned completion date, the new Leningrad will cover 16 times the area of its predecessor. The former 3rd Ring Road, and even the 5th Ring Road, will become the inner ring. Then there might be a real joke. That is, escaping from Leningrad. Inside the security bureau. Ramiat. The captain of the security forces was counting his soldiers. Currently, the soldiers of the Yin were not unarmed on duty. This was a magical world, and Lion didn't prohibit ordinary people from using cold weapons. After all, they all had magic, so your cold weapons wouldn't be enough to protect themselves. So, since ordinary people possessed cold weapons, these soldiers on duty naturally had to carry weapons while on duty. And since Lion was divided into districts, many restless individuals were also divided into districts. The first district was originally the residence of the nobles. Later, these residences were allocated to Lion officials, and those who had made significant contributions to the Yin. These people were extremely talented, so the security forces in the first district had an easy job. And the ranking of district quality wasn't numerical. The 4th district had the lowest quality of the 7 districts. Because most of the people here came from various countries. Many of these people came to the Yin to make a living. Despite having undergone a purge by the Intelligence Bureau, it was inevitable that many of these immigrants from various countries had not yet experienced cultural exchange, and their inherent qualities were still questionable. Lion actually wanted to separate these people, but they kept inexplicably gathering together. This gave Lion a headache. While there was no need to worry about these people staging protests, Lion still needed the military to maintain law and order. Because if these people dared to protest, Lion would make them feel the true meaning of iron and blood, and the passion of the people of Great Yin. The passion of the people of Great Yin would consume them. After all, this was truly a manifestation of the virtuous spirit of the martial arts. After counting the number of soldiers, everyone boarded their military vehicles and began their daily armed patrol. These security guards are somewhat different from the hat-wearing men we know. Because they are soldiers, not just ordinary hat-wearing men. The fundamental difference between soldiers and hat-wearing men is that soldiers don't explain too much and never talk when they can get their hands dirty. But after training, the security forces have begun to develop in the same direction as the hat-wearing men. Ramiat and his companions are the first batch of security guards, and they were directly transferred from the army. Most of them have served in the battlefield, but the vast majority have health problems. Some have been hit by bullets or other weapons, leaving them physically unable to withstand high-intensity combat. So they are forced to retreat to the sidelines, either being demobilized or joining the security forces. Ramyat didn't join the security forces because of his injury, but because his family asked him to stay away from the battlefield. Because Ramyat is not alone in his family, he is now 26 years old, has a family, a lovely daughter, and a very virtuous wife. There were also his parents, his father-in-law, and his mother-in-law. His wife also had a younger brother, and he had an older sister and a younger sister. It could be said that his family was quite complete. So his parents had always wanted Ramyat to stay away from the battlefield. Due to special circumstances, when the Great Patriotic War broke out in Dian, Ramyat resolutely joined the National Defense Forces and participated in the war. However, as the war continued, Ramyat did not agree to his parents' request to retire. Instead, he served on the front lines without hesitation. Ramyat served in the National Defense Forces for 2.5 years, participating in 64 battles, both large and small, earning 1 silver medal and 2 bronze medals. It could be said he had a grand slam of success. But 6 months ago, Ramyat could no longer bear his parents' nagging. They went directly to the military headquarters, requesting that Ramyat retire to the sidelines. Because his parents had learned about the establishment of the security forces, they wanted Ramyat to join the security forces rather than continue fighting in the front lines. This wasn't because his parents didn't care about Dian, but because they feared his own sacrifice. Many soldiers who had fought alongside him in the Great Patriotic War had already died, and his parents worried that Ramyat would die on the battlefield. Even during the Great Patriotic War and other major wars, his parents hadn't asked him to retire. This clearly demonstrated his parents' discernment of right and wrong. Thanks to his meritorious service, Ramyat successfully obtained the rank of first-class security trooper. Security troopers are divided into 3 ranks, with a first-class security trooper being the equivalent of a squad leader. It could be said that Ramyat had become a winner in life. On the streets of the 4th District, an armored warrior vehicle was patrolling. Ramyat, in the passenger seat, clutching an MP5, gazed solemnly at the pedestrians outside the window. The soldier manning the M2 heavy machine gun on the roof also surveyed the surrounding crowds. In recent days, the immigrants in the 4th District have been restive, and there's a high probability that illegal immigrants have flooded in. Lyon has zero tolerance for illegal immigration. Thus, tensions in the 4th District have risen considerably. Chapter 758. If a chaotic zone appeared in the heart of an economically prosperous area, then within that chaotic zone would be all sorts of unexpected things. Ramyat led his squad on patrol. The passers-by avoided Ramyat and his team as if they were seeing some kind of plague. This could only happen in District 4. If Ramyat and his team were in any other district, they would undoubtedly be welcomed by their compatriots. But here, these outsiders from District 4 showed no sign of welcoming Ramyat and his team. Aside from a few students heading off to school who saluted Ramyat and his team's vehicle, the rest of the crowd remained completely unfazed. Ramyat and his team didn't care. But the perceptive Ramyat suddenly spotted a mysterious figure, cloaked in a strange cloak. And upon seeing Ramyat and his team approach, this mysterious figure began to do everything in his power to distance himself from them. Ramyat immediately understood that the mysterious man before him was definitely up to something. This reminded Ramyat of some strange items recently seized by the security forces. They were called hallucinogens. While ordinary people experience a high after taking them, they also cause irreversible damage to their brains. So, upon learning of the presence of hallucinogens in the land of Dian, Leon immediately increased the security forces' patrols, and even equipped them with a large number of military warriors. Leon had no doubt about these hallucinogens. They were definitely a creation of the gods. Because hallucinogens had never appeared in Dian before, and such substances were unheard of in other countries. After seeing the mysterious man, Ramyat immediately ordered the driver to drive over and intercept him. When the mysterious man saw the warrior car heading towards him, he immediately took off running, turning left and right into a small alley. Ramyat and his team chased him all the way to the alley's entrance. Facing the bottomless, pitch-black alley, Ramyat jumped out of the car without hesitation and rushed in, MP5 in hand. The 4 team members, 3 men and 1 woman, saw him and followed him. The 5 of them began chasing the mysterious man through the alley. "Hold. If you don't stop, I shoot," Ramyat directly threatened with force. According to procedures, Ramyat shouldn't have done that. But anyone who turned and ran after seeing the security guards was either simply frightened or had something to hide. "You're dressed like this. Isn't it obvious you're up to something?" The mysterious man didn't turn back after hearing this, but instead ran even faster. The others in the alley heard the commotion and popped their heads out to observe the scene. Ramiat glanced at the people in the alley with some trepidation, as they were looking at him with strange eyes. But then, he looked back at the mysterious man, who was about to flee. Should we chase him? Ramiat asked his teammates. Chase him. If we don't catch him, we regret it for the rest of our lives. A tall, imposing security guard said. You kid. Ramiat smiled at this, and continued to chase with his men. The five continued chasing the mysterious man. Watching the fleeing figure, Ramiat couldn't help but grumble inwardly. If you just let me put down my body armor and other weapons, I doubt you get away. Isn't that just bullying us for wearing our gear? After all, they were trained soldiers, while the mysterious man was probably just a street thug. After over 20 minutes of continuous pursuit, the mysterious man finally ran out of energy and slowed down. Ramiat and the others saw him, and sped up to catch up. But just then, the mysterious man turned left and right, and entered a place resembling a black market. Once inside, the mysterious man began accusing someone who looked like the person in charge, pointing at Ramiat and the others with exaggerated gestures. Ramiat, watching this, thought to himself, this isn't good. But they had already entered the black market. The person in charge looked at Ramiat and the others, and waved his hand. The once bustling black market suddenly quieted, and the immigrants from various countries immediately looked at Ramiat and his companions with fierce expressions. Ramiat, seeing the tense situation, spoke directly. We only want to ask that mysterious person some questions. It has nothing to do with anyone else. The people in the black market didn't relax at all after hearing Ramiat's words. Instead, they became even more nervous. Seeing this scene, Ramiat's inner tension reached its peak. A half-orc security guard nearby seemed to understand something and whispered something in Ramiat's ear. Boss, this seems to be the legendary hallucinogen trading spot. My distant relatives from the Qinchi Kingdom say that there are many black markets in District 4, and among these black markets, there may be a hallucinogen trading market. Ramiat's mouth twitched when he heard this. Our luck is incredible. We finally spotted a suspect. And then we run into this. Ramiat looked at the men watching them with eager eyes, and whispered to his men nearby. If things go wrong, fire a signal flare. Then we immediately evacuate to a building, and hold out as long as possible until reinforcements arrive. As a first-class security trooper, and with his extensive battlefield experience, Ramiat determined that these men wouldn't give in easily. The leader's expression darkened as he watched Ramiat and his men load their weapons. I thought we were hiding well enough, but you still found us. Since you've been discovered, then don't leave. The leader knew that Ramiat and his men had already discovered the situation. If they were allowed to leave, this hallucinogen den would be quickly destroyed. The leader didn't want this to happen, as it would cause dissatisfaction among those behind him. Then, with a powerful wave of his hand, the men, armed with cold weapons, charged towards Ramiat and his men. Ramiat then shouted, "Run!" He then pulled out a flashbang. Without hesitation, he pulled the ring and threw it to the ground. Then, he fled with the 4 security guards. The security guard, who had been instructed, immediately fired a signal flare. When a signal flare with the security guard logo rose into the air, everyone who understood the meaning of the signal flare was stunned. Has something really happened? After firing the signal flare, Ramiat and his men, without looking back, prepared to run into a building. Just then, a gunshot rang out, and the orc security guard nearby fell to the ground. Ramiat turned around and saw 5 or 6 guns aimed at him from a distance. Chapter 759. Ramiat was nearly terrified when he saw 4 or 5 guns pointed at him. Duh. He raised his MP5 and fired a barrage of shots. He tried to suppress the militants with his firepower and forced them to retreat. Finally, the militants gave in. Bullets flew towards them, and they could only seek cover to avoid them. A nearby female soldier, quick-witted and quick-handed, dashed out and grabbed the fallen orc soldier. She dragged her comrade into a nearby building. The other 2 soldiers immediately raised their weapons and fired, providing cover for the female soldier to move her comrade. Ramiat quickly emptied 1 magazine and quickly inserted the other of the improvised double magazine, which was tied up with tape. The militants, who were about to attack while Ramiat and his men were reloading, were stunned. Why didn't they reload? But Ramiat didn't respond. The only answer they received was the incoming bullets. Ramiat and his men fought as they retreated into the house. They entered a small building nearby. The female soldier and another soldier worked together to lift the wounded orc onto a table. Another soldier had already cleared the table. The orc was placed on the table, and a simple treatment began. The female soldier frowned as she looked at the orc, shot in the abdomen. The body armor hadn't stopped the full-strength round. But the focus wasn't on that anymore. The priority now was protecting his comrades. Remyat wasn't idle either. Watching the militants gradually closing in outside, Remyat immediately began smashing the windows. Clear all the glass from the windows that could be used for shooting. This wasn't just to clear the firing range, but also to prevent any glass from shattering during the exchange of fire, potentially causing secondary damage to their own side. Lamier watched the flashing flares in the sky, and at the militants about to attack, his heart filled with anxiety. His comrades behind him were equally nervous, even feeling uneasy and fearful. In a street in the 4th district, a mysterious figure, completely cloaked, stared intently at the kneeling figure before him. The kneeling figure was the mysterious figure Remyat and his men had been pursuing. "Boss, what should we do?" the kneeling figure asked, his voice trembling. "What should we do? You're asking me what to do? Why didn't you just die? If you had died, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Did you know? Almost all of Leongrad's security forces are heading towards the 4th district right now." The standing mysterious figure roared. "Boss! Save me! Boss, we're from the same village." The kneeling mysterious man cried bitterly. "Save you? Do you think the Lord will make your entire family disappear?" The standing mysterious man said coldly. The kneeling mysterious man's expression froze for a moment, then he collapsed. "You can't do this to me. I haven't done anything, but I worked hard. I earned tens of thousands of gold coins for you. You can't do this to me." The mysterious man waved his hand, and the guards nearby dragged the collapsed mysterious man away. Inside the black market, a large number of militants were pouring gasoline inside. Many people inside the hallucinogen den were stunned. Already delirious, they couldn't discern what the militants were doing, for they had lost even the most basic ability to think. Many men and women continued their frantic revelry. The militants ignored them. As long as they had the hallucinogens, even if this group of people were gone, another would soon be in their wake. Besides, these people had witnessed much and absolutely could not be caught by the yin. So, they were allowed to remain unconscious. The militants coldly and ruthlessly carried out the mysterious man's orders. They didn't care about the lives of the hundreds of people inside. Soon, the heavily guarded black market erupted in flames. Many people, euphoric inside, didn't even try to escape, believing it was an illusion. At the same time, the raging fire consumed the mysterious man and his family. Remyat and his men, who were under siege, also witnessed this scene. His heart raced with anxiety. If the criminals were to burn all this stuff, it would be difficult to track them down. Remyat was about to stand when the militants launched their attack. Bang! 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 Bullets flew in through the window. The militants were assaulting the house's main door, its trembling crumbling under the weight of their assault. Outskirts of District 4. Dozens of military vehicles had already rushed in, rapidly advancing towards Remyat and his men. The security guards inside the vehicles noticed something strange about District 4. Many people were looking at them with strange eyes. This feeling made them feel very uncomfortable. Shortly after the convoy entered the 4th zone, an explosion suddenly erupted from under a moving military Mengshur vehicle, completely overturning it. The convoy was momentarily stunned by the sudden attack. A man in black stood at the distance, gazing provocatively at them. Everyone quickly reacted and responded immediately. Some vehicles continued forward, while others pursued the man in black, leaving only a small group to rescue their comrades. At the same time, they called for more support to assist in the capture. The man in black, watching the pursuing security forces, instantly revealed a smile of triumph. Even further away, in the outer regions of Leongrad, a young orc was driving a vehicle, preparing to depart. The young orc glanced at the black-robed passenger seat, smiled wickedly, and threw it out. This caused the driver of the following vehicle to burst into a barrage of curses. Throwing objects out of the car window, "Huh? Is there any law?" The men in black and the burning of the black market weren't just to destroy the bodies, they were also to cover their own escape. Looking at the exit of Leongrad, the young orc said disdainfully, "The great yin people are so stupid. I just need to ship this hallucinogen here, and they obediently hand over the money, and there are so many traitors among these great yin people. They're clearly the strongest, yet they're still licking our boots. Ha ha." The young orc looked smug. The exit was right before his eyes. Soon he could leap freely and soar as he pleased. Orc Empire. I'm back. The young orc stepped on the accelerator, ready to speed away from Leongrad. But the next second, a dark figure descended from the sky. The young orc's vision went dark, and then the car stopped. After recovering, he stared blankly at the humanoid monster that had dented the car's engine. What is this? This is the Great Yin Imperial Guard. You have violated Great Yin law. Heaven's net is vast, and nothing escapes. The Imperial Guard soldier, armed to the teeth in black and gold armor, spoke with a domineering glare in his eyes. The black great sword split the car apart and landed directly on the orc's forehead. Perfectly accurate, the orc, looking at the great sword above his head, was instantly terrified. Chapter 760. Looking at the frightened young orc before him, the Imperial Guard soldier frowned. What's going on? How can you be so weak? Aren't you the leader of the hallucinogen gang? That's all? The young orc was completely stunned. Passing vehicles instinctively glanced at the Imperial Guard soldier. Because this Imperial Guard's gear was truly dazzling. Because Leon had dug up Kuenberg's grave, he had obtained a large number of exoskeletons. Although they couldn't be used immediately, after being modified by the scientists of Great Flame, 12 sets of Imperial Guard's armor have been produced. A soldier wearing Imperial Guard's armor can reach a height of 2 meters. In addition, the large amount of external armor provides powerful protection. As powerful as an iron tortoise. And this is only the most basic equipment for the Imperial Guard soldiers. In addition to the close-fitting custodian exoskeleton, the soldiers also wore the custodian black gold armor, which was similar in function to the Knights of Light. Even a full-strength attack from a 5th-level Doji Knight couldn't deform the custodian black gold armor. The originally slender custodian soldiers became bloated after donning the black gold armor. They had a resemblance to Astartes. And that wasn't the worst. To ensure the power to operate, the custodian exoskeleton armor used golden magic crystals from the succubus kingdom. And it had been purified 3 times. The purity was second only to the ultra-concentrated magic crystal blocks from Purchit. The black gold armor's materials were sourced from 2 sources, the special magic pattern iron ore of the Demon Empire, and the gold dust iron ore from the Dwarf Empire. The price of these 2 ores far exceeds that of ordinary ores. 1 ton of these 2 ores is equivalent to 100 tons of ordinary ores. And their content is completely different. Magical pattern iron ore or gold dust iron ore only contains 10% of the content. It can be said that it is extremely rare. To put it this way, it takes approximately 1,000 tons of iron ore to produce a set of black gold armor for the Great Yin Imperial Guard. The black gold armor used by the Imperial Guards is black with gold accents. At first, some suggested using red for the Imperial Guard's black gold armor. But one person involved in the design spoke directly and convinced everyone. The Imperial Guards are an absolutely violent unit, which means they should use a color that instills fear in everyone. Red symbolizes hope in Great Yin, while black symbolizes oppression and terror. Therefore, it is natural that the Imperial Guards should use black for their decorations. This statement resonated directly with everyone. And so, the Black Imperial Guards were born. And the Imperial Guards are a special unit. Although the Imperial Guards answer directly to Lion, they are essentially the garrison for the capital, protecting Liongrad. The Custodians, on the other hand, obey Lion completely, and were established solely for the purpose of protecting Lion. The Custodians are distinct from other armed units. The significance of the Custodians is similar to that of the Shroom Bomb, as both symbolize mortals mastering divine power. The Custodian's exoskeleton armor is extremely accessible. Even ordinary individuals, with sufficient training and passing the test, can master the Custodian's exoskeleton armor. However, there is still a significant gap between ordinary people and those Doji Knights and magicians. The only difference between their use of the Imperial Guard's exoskeleton armor is the difference in how long they can use it. After all, Doji Knights possess superior physical fitness to that of ordinary people, and even ordinary magicians, with training, can surpass that of ordinary people. Their use time naturally exceeds that of ordinary people. Leon had no way to deal with this. But it's worth noting that ordinary people have already piloted the Imperial Guards for over 3 hours. 3 hours is enough to end a battle. How strong can the enemy be if you let such a high-level force like the Imperial Guards fight for 3 hours? Back to the point. The Imperial Guard soldier frowned at the frightened young orc before him. Without further ado, he grabbed the young orc like a chicken. The young orc tried to break free from the Imperial Guard's restraints, but found he couldn't break free at all. Now it was the orc's turn to be stunned. Just as the Imperial Guard soldier was about to take the young orc away, he noticed something was amiss. Because something was approaching at high speed. Or rather, a person was practically flying close to the ground. The next second, the Imperial Guard soldier pried the car apart, placed the young orc inside, and then used brute force to close the car, trapping the young orc inside. The young orc was terrified at the sight. And the next second, just as the Imperial Guard soldier had drawn his sword, a black speck flew out from the city. It collided directly with the Imperial Guard soldier. The Imperial Guard soldier, struck by the violent impact, was sent flying. Seeing himself losing control, the soldier immediately mobilized his internal energy to steady himself, then turned toward his attacker. A figure in black, barely recognizable as a woman, wearing a tight-fitting bodysuit, stood beside the young orc. Sensing the 7th level doji emanating from the woman, the Imperial Guard soldier's expression became serious. According to the designer's original concept, the Imperial Guard armor was capable of competing with a 7th level doji knight. So, the Imperial Guard soldier remained unfazed. But the woman across from him seemed to panic. She realized her attack couldn't penetrate the Imperial Guard's defenses. She only created a crack in the Imperial Guard's armor. Seeing the situation was not going well, the woman immediately chose to take the young orc away, rather than continue to engage the Imperial Guard. As if sensing the woman's intention, the Imperial Guard soldier accelerated, rushed in front of the woman, and then swung his greatsword fiercely, slashing at her. The woman glanced at the young orc beside her, then at the sword about to fall. The woman knew that if she dodged the attack, she would have no chance of taking the young orc away. Realizing this, she immediately hurled a special dagger at the airborne Imperial Guard soldier. The Imperial Guard soldier immediately blocked with his sword. The next second, a violent explosion sent the Imperial Guard soldier flying. The woman, however, seized this opportunity to rescue the young orc. Of course, the Imperial Guard soldier wouldn't let her, and hurled his greatsword down. The woman felt the fierce gust of wind from the greatsword, her eyelids blinking twice. Why are there always these monsters and demons in the yin? The woman, seeing this, could only crush the necklace around her neck. The next second, a large amount of black energy emerged from the woman, completely enveloping her. The Imperial Guard soldier, seeing this, twitched his lips beneath his mask. Is this the magic master? Why does he have so many hidden tricks up his sleeve? But it doesn't matter. I only believe that great power can bring miracles.